not even an option as we jump on into the Cursed Apple here. Our second series of the day. Game one between your Amber Hand in CIS Reject and your Sapphire
I like this
Flame
right away,
in
too.
Virtus Pro.
Right away, Surgery is just in deep in terms of trying to find that bridge control, see if you can split the difference between this Viscous and this Paradox, but no chance to go in for a shoulder charge just yet. It's going to be Obi playing on that Paradox alongside Sherrick with the Viscous, so laning together, that is a strong lane, just especially in case that Obi does get shoulder charged. You do have the cube to keep them alive. On the other side, you look towards mid. I mean, Yamato versus the Bebop, so you have a chance to maybe like escape if you do get hooked in that whole sense too. Rabbit Hex is something that's gonna make it hard for this pocket to really come together once again, and I think that everything through and through is just Virtus Pro setting up their lane compositions very well. I especially like the Vindicta and the Lady Geist together, because if you get a stake down, that is going to be so much damage from that Lady Geist and the Vindicta together. So this is some good laning coming out from VP.
Well, and also, although Vindicta, I think, just received a little bit of nerfs on some later scaling on the bird, right? You bird somebody, you stake somebody, spirit resist out the window. Yeah, you're getting absolutely nuked, right? You stack a little bit more from that Vindicta on board, then yeah, things start to get scary. I like from CIS Rejects the changes that they've made, right? They're not just slamming Opcycle into or the Mirage just in general into a mid lane and hoping for the best. They put him with Surgery, who Surgery on the Abrams is probably a winning lane, right? That's what we saw in game one. It was very, very aggressive as Fargareco they get pushed out of lane into the Curiosity Shop, as we mentioned that mid lane for just a second. Obviously, that's where the bloodshed has to go.
Oh, the parry.
As that Vindicta does what the Vindicta does best. It's Fargareco on the Bebop, Eplefin on the pocket, but things are looking pretty similar to what we saw Eplefin unfortunately be able to put up in game two.
Yeah, I think that like that's exactly the call that like they were thinking too, is that like you struggle at getting anything out of this pocket back in game one versus Paravision, so you put Amplifying on this hero who was playing well throughout that series, you know, all things considered, and hopefully you could get a different outcome, but so far not so good. It is still Virtus Pro just kind of walking over, bullying their lanes, and just keeping ahead early on. A small soul lead by 1k. It shouldn't be too big of a difference just yet, considering that itemization is going to be very low, but it is just repeat from what we saw in our first series, and that makes me a little bit worried.
Yeah, Imov gonna go deep here and make sure that there's no breathing room for Fargareco. That one gonna go ahead and be scooped on up. Listic gonna go ahead and help himself to a kill of his own. So the bloodbath on Broadway continues in favor of Virtus Pro. They're gonna get good damage, if not the Guardian down. Fargareco is beating feet to get back to that mid lane, and that Guardian is so incredibly close, but Virtus Pro just playing it safe, right? Let's not overstay our welcome. As much as we could probably hang out, we know they're coming out of base with items. Let's go and back up, maybe buy our own, and we can go ahead and try our hand once more. As this Surgery lane is going the way that you would expect, right? You said Surgery is going to jump in, get mid control, and I mean, this Abrams is just looking to fight here in this left lane.
Yeah, look how much damage has already been done to that middle Guardian, too, for CIS Rages. I mean, that thing is just holding on for dear life, as you can see that even still, VP just happy to now use their ultimates that they're getting. So you're going to burn this transformation, see if you can finish off this kill to Amplcycle, who is on the escape. Fargareco just nowhere close to assist because you're low as well. This Guardian should be going down through mid, and I think this is going to open up some lanes now to see if this Listic and Dimov duo can start to spread their wings and escape. See if you can topple the other Guardians throughout the rest of this map too.
Eplefin trying to get something back. Unfortunately, non-lethal affliction isn't going to do a whole lot there, but maybe play some scare tactics. Well, it bought a little extra time. It allowed for Fargo Echo to get back into this lane and scoop up a kill. So alleviating a little bit of pressure, but they
Good
do
shoulder
eventually
charge.
lose their Guardian
Oh,
in the mid lane. Meanwhile, out on the right side now, Mirage, Oppocycle left all on his lonesome as Surgery looks to play around the map. I thought the proactivity would come from Fargo Echo in time, but it's actually Surgery taking matters into his own hands, trying to get things happened and open up the map for the squad.
yeah, I like that. You just swap over. You need to find some ground somewhere, so you just stack that Abrams over into lane 3. Good shoulder charge onto Zergi, and now you can see if you can start to put some pressure over towards those Guardians. Hyper Beam through mid. Fargo Echo not able to really get anything too staking on towards that mid Guardian, but you see elsewhere, CIS Rejects starting to pick up a few kills, starting to shove these waves. At least you're getting some pressure in the map. We've seen this is kind of like against Paravision. What they were doing is that even though you lose that mid lane, you were still doing good at keeping up towards the outsides. You get some of those Guardians, you wait for those chances to split push, you get the walkers later on. It's the slow burn for CS Rejects that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, and as bad as things have been going, we're still relatively close. Obviously, we're only 7 minutes into the game. You can't get too far ahead, but for as far ahead as it seems that Virtus Pro are, with having taken a Guardian for themselves, whittling away at the others, I guess it's really just the mid lane that's been punished that might be
The swap?
kind of swaying my feeling about what this soul lead should maybe be. But CIS Reject still in this one, hanging on to it. And they actually did solid. Fargo Echo goes down again. They've done solid. There's just nothing you can do about that. Sorry, Applefin, you are not long for this world. They did a good job in allowing Oppocycle to come online a little more, right? While Surgery was playing around the map and actually getting things done, right, making good on his rotations from left to right, that allowed Oppocycle to get ahead in souls, right? To match some of these soul leaders on the side of Virtus Pro, which is what you want from your Mirage, right? You want to let this guy spend some time alone in these lanes, funnel himself up to get these souls, and start to reach those power spikes that we know Mirage can reach.
I mean, like, I feel like I haven't even really seen a dangerous hook come out from Fargo Echo. They're so apt on playing aggressive here on this Bebop that it just allows for the brawl from the Sinclair and the Yamato to just not really allow anything to go from that follow-up in the pocket. And there's been so many times that we've seen the Affliction after Fargo Echo goes down. So it's not even like you're engaging with these abilities, you're like reacting with these abilities, and the whole sense is just Virtus Pro are able to, in the neutral, do so much damage to you as a hero. So another Guardian goes down. I need to start seeing that CS Rejects need to show some of this win con for these heroes that they've picked. Like, the Bebop has to be playing for a deep hook. Set yourself up to see if Eplifine can burst them down overextended. But if you're just going to continuously play under their Guardian for these hooks, it gives Virtus Pro the chance to escape to safety. You really just don't see any follow-up coming up from this hero. So it's troublesome to see, but you need to start thinking a little bit further ahead on what to do with these abilities rather than just throwing them out and catching somebody when you see the opportunity. Good swap here, though.
Yeah, speaking of catches, unfortunately, not a whole lot they could get done there. Frozen Shelter available, but just not even a moment to try and get that online. And if you do, I mean, you're so deep from that swap. As much as Fargo Echo has been out of lane because he's been punished, as he does so once more, it's going to be Listic securing another kill, is still staying in the game. Well, was staying in the game in terms of souls, but now we're starting to see the individual members pull ahead, right? 9,000 on D-Mob, now 9,000 on McHaleS. Listic also meeting that same number. Force and Oppocycle are keeping up, but if I know math, 2 is not as good as 6 in terms of who is strong and who isn't on your team.
Yeah, I think this is like similar too. I mean, as soon as you saw like players back in game one versus Paravision, like you started to see, you know, Taz start to pull ahead, or Prestis and that Vindicta start to pull ahead. You really saw CIS Rejects just struggling in the neutral, and it's happened again there. I mean, Apocycle just caught overextended, uses the tornado, but like already like Virtus Pro are there, so you're not able to escape anywhere safe, and I think that, you know, you're seeing that CIS Rejects just continuously off the respawn block, and that soul gap now 11k on the other side. Binding Word's going to catch Listic, and hopefully a kill there. Burns the audience participation, tries to use that last stand, but that's a good kill on the Listic, and maybe a second one onto Obi as well.
Yeah, they get something in response. This is that reactive style that CIS Rejects have been able to play. Unfortunately, if they're not getting any more Guardians, which they are pressuring the left side of the map, they got 4 players moving that way, and it looks like Listic's going to be the only one who can respond to this. You know, a lot of the times when you're fighting in games like this, you want to be fighting for something, so you absolutely want to get something back. So it is going to be a flex slot opened up. A great response, though, from Virtus Pro. They've been hanging onto this urn for quite some time, and now they're finally able to find an angle where they can slam that one home deep behind enemy lines and maybe get some more.
It's such a tough thing to like think about too, because like, I mean, that's 6 urns now that like you've given up in the total of today for CIS Rejects. But like, what are you gonna do? I mean, you need those flex slots. So it's like, if you have like an opportunity to like see a chance to go for those Guardians, or maybe shove a lane down towards a Walker too, a little bit of damage goes a long way in the long haul. So Applevein's going to try to escape with that Flying Cloak, might go back in. Affliction was used, but the follow-up just not there for CIS Rejects. So all in all, VP just truck forward. The Walker falls in Park. And they're going to look for a little bit extra as well into possibly these base Guardians, just forcing these kills, shoving that lane, and they can take their sights to the next Walker.
Yeah, that they can. Just shy of a 20,000 soul lead, and 4 members dead means that the map is looking mostly blue as these lanes just continue to push on through. It looks like next up is going to be this mid lane Walker. Obi Kim send in the 3-round bursts into the knee, where, you know, that could stop somebody from adventuring in another life or another realm or another world. For shout out my Skyrim fans, if you know what I'm talking about there. But CIS Rejects, they do good. In their respawns, 15 seconds subsides, and they're able to keep that Walker up. The problem is Virtus Pro, yeah, they're just, this is their map. It's their jungle, it's their denizens, it's their mid guardian or their temple guardian. This is their map, and now CIS need to not call this bluff because they're not bluffing. But yeah, they have to try and punish this.
Yeah, Frozen Shelter, maybe even a hook, so that's going to stall things out for a little bit longer, but Surgery goes down. Time Wall is going to block them, and the Rejuvenator is captured. Everybody but Force is dead. And it might be Force coming up next. This is last stand for last stand, bar for bar on both sides, but a rapid hex as well from Listic. There's no chance to stand up to the suppression of Virtus Pro with the Rejuve. Now, these Walkers should be long gone.
Yeah, a world where, you know, the Rejuve maybe gets stolen, but you still lose the fight there. And now, like, you have to make that play if you're CIS Rejects, right? If you just give that up, then you quite literally are just rolling over. Not that it gets any better after losing it and everybody dying, but I mean, 13 minutes in and they're going for a Temple Guardian, like, you just can't stand for that. And maybe that's like an ego thing, but yeah, that's tough. I guess
this is
giving up 6 kills and a Temple Guardian is
what do you expect from like previous champions of the Bombshell? You know, they've been at the top of EU since Deadlock has been released as beta, and you knew going into this that this was going to be a tough matchup. And I mean, you're doing good at least in the laning phase to keep up with these teams, but as soon as it goes into like any sort of team fights. Just the way that you play around that Temple Guardian with the time wall to block anybody that's looking to steal it away. You know, playing on the outside from Mikhail S with that Vindicta, sniping anybody who goes low, collecting those kills on the assassinates, and
Yeah.
you peel the skin off CIS rejects and just burn down their utilities over time. Nothing really to get done here on the map for CIS rejects, especially, you know, when you have to deal with the Listics rapid hex as well. In that moment, it catches you out, it disarms you, and it sets up the rest of the team and enables them to just continue to layer this damage down.
Yeah, they do get 2 big kills back, right? Like a couple of 19,000 net worth heroes going down. Unfortunately, it just seems like that was just a goofy fun time, right? Listic and D-Mob are just new boot goofing inside the base of CIS rejects. That's the only reason why they die, and the rest of the team locks in and really cleans up house. So 16 minutes in, Shrines being pressured here. Fargareco gonna try and make it hurt as he scoops up a hook onto Mikhail S. But I mean, Vindicta just so hard to deal with. Okay, Hyper Beam comes out. This should maybe slow things down for a second. Too many walls, however.
You go so low though, too.
Yeah, and Fargareco just has to literally give up on it because he was dying to the mouse 1.
There you go, Soul Exchange. Back in, Surgery still good, but the cube saves the day. And Zergy lives to fight a little bit longer. A lot longer, too. Force goes down, so he's actually able to turn this fight. Apicycle's gonna jump in, but you're bleeding out right now. And those shrines are slowly down, so Patron next up. It's going to knock down some of the respawns there for Surgery and Force. They're going to have another chance to fight for this one. No ultimates, maybe a last stand, but you're walking into the paradoxical swap. The audience participation, and Mikhail S still locked and loaded with that assassinate. Good hook, but Spectral Assistant, I listed like even he's like, hey, come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, hey, just actually put me in a box and saw me in half. Like, not even a magic trick anymore. Just Listic, put me in a box and saw me in half, man. This is, it's been unfun for CIS Rejects to play into a very proficient Sinclair in the way that he's been using the ultimate, stealing the Affliction, making the Affliction work. Zergy does go down in all of the exchange, but it's another last stand stolen and used by Listic on this Sinclair. And the Patron's already been reset, so unless CIS Rejects can hold the line right here outside the base for the next 12 seconds, I guess, for Surgery and Epliflin to come back out, Virtus Pro should be able to march their way on in and quite possibly end this one.
Here they go. Roll out the red carpet, because it is weekend Patron time, so jumping into the pit. Here's the Affliction. See if you can maybe draw things out a little bit longer. How good is this last stand? Well, Sherrick's going to take care of Surgery right away. Inside the frozen shelter is nobody dropping for Virtus Pro. Mikhail S going to shut down Eplifine as well. Kills following through. Finally, Time's going to at least get rid of this Viscous, but it's a 3-for-1 trade. Make it a 3-for-2 trade, as Obi does end up falling. Possibly a buzzer beater stop here from CIS Rejects, but they got to go back into the pit.
Yeah, they've got to get right back in at Time, trying to slow things down.
The shelter again.
Frozen shelter used on the opposite side. Thank you for that, Listic, for stalling things out for just a bit. Still members inside the pit here. Essence Bomb coming on down to try and help. That Soul Exchange will keep Zergy alive enough to fight the Patron in the pit. And Virtus Pro will do what Virtus Pro does best, and that is win games of Deadlock. Now, Seymour, what did we think about what do you think the idea is, and you're much smarter than I am on this, behind the Pocket Bebop lane? Because that lane to me just felt, I don't know if there was a matchup that would have felt good for them. That lane felt, and again, you're playing Virtus Pro, but it just didn't feel like Fargareco was ever going to really get things going. Like, what do? You hook somebody in, and then Eplifin hits 4 barrages on him. Maybe
that's the thing.
drops
It's like,
the satchel on him.
It all really comes down to Fargareco playing on that bebop and like the way that it goes. Every single time you saw the two of them trying to match up against the Yamato, against the Sinclair. You never really truly saw Hook under Guardian or really anything to, force the VP players into danger. And every single time that they did get hooked, it was like in the middle bridge area where you're just able to play around that natural cover, use those walls to kind of block off anything that was coming from that pocket for the follow-up. And I don't think you're really getting any enabling off of this bebop pick. I would have liked to see maybe some chances to hook under Guardian, have that barrage, have the satchel, just blow up and nuke any of the players from Virtus Pro that you were able to catch, but you didn't really get that. It was all just solo individual attacks, chances to make these Hail Mary steals just picked apart, and you're overreaching so often just to see if you can get any sort of edge over Virtus Pro. And this VP team are just so good at putting it all together in the way that they match up. Even the Sinclair pick that we did see through Listic, I mean, the amount of times that he was either, grabbing that frozen shelter or the last stands, and then your counter, your doppelganger, basically at that point, you just hit him with a rabbit hex, and there's nothing they could do at this one. Sinclair's an issue for a lot of teams. And in this one, it wasn't the Holiday that shut down CIS Rejects. She was banned. This time it was the Sinclair.
Yeah, and a proficient Sinclair is so incredibly scary, right? When I think of Sinclair, I think, okay, you're getting some extra damage from the Spectral Assistant, right? The auto attack damage, you're pushing objectives, that feels good too. But the way that Listic was playing it, right? That Spectral Assistant to immediately get out of dodge, right? Playing that, the ability to teleport on that, like you mentioned, the ultimates, and being able to do a whole lot with that as well. Listic also known for really sinking their teeth into these heroes, especially as we work our way from patch to patch, right? Like Listic was the player for me to watch as Deadlock evolved, who was like abusing every single hero when they were strong. So who better to play the Sinclair than the guy who really knows every hero so incredibly well?
Yeah, he's the guy right now, I will say. Hey, even too, seeing like Mikhail S on the Vindicta, just the amount of times that Stake was able to set somebody up for an Essence Bomb, just all the lockdown potential that Virtus Pro had was maxed out in enabling, but we are cruising through the second pick phase. I mean, we already got our bands going through, so let's kind of walk through these ones, Tanner. We got Virtus Pro and the Amber Hand. They're going to get the Great Talon bands out, and it's taking Surgery away from that Abrams, just like Paravision did in the second game. Forced him over towards that Warden. For CIS Rejects, though, they're taking a different approach to this one. They banned the Sinclair from Listic. They banned the Mo and Krill as well. Don't want to play against the combo. And they actually steal away the Shiv and the Paradox. So for this squad, I mean, we haven't seen them play the Shiv or the Paradox yet today, but hey, as long as you're not giving it over to your opponents, surely enough, that might knock Virtus Pro down a couple pegs.
Yeah, it did leave room, however, for the Holiday to come on through. So yes, gave up the Paradox. The Holiday does kind of the same thing. I don't want to necessarily say better, but a lot of wave clear, a lot of burst from the Holiday. The lasso also feels like it's on a negative cooldown. At least that's what Taz made it seem like, the way lasso after lasso. That Mo and Krill ban from Sis Regent for me, being on this side, right, being Amber Hand, banning it in your first go before you're getting your picks back, that does tell me that there is no interest at all for CIS Rejects to want to play the Mo and Krill.
They might be scared of the Mo and Krill.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it's just the way they're playing through. So, I didn't mind Time playing on that Calvin. I feel like, Time looked pretty good in that first game. So, bringing it back again, just like comfort at that point for CIS Rejects. Punching above the belt. Do they go for the pocket again? It hasn't worked either single time we saw them. 7 for amplifying was another thing that we saw that, again, it was like okay, but like you never really got anything out of the Storm Cloud, considering that Holiday was able to just lasso you every single time when Taz was using it. Virtus Pro gonna grab that Warden. Does VP pick up the pocket? at this point, maybe a little, I know Michaelis was playing the Vindicta last time, but maybe you want to go to the pocket this time. Have some fun.
Yeah, I mean, that would definitely add a little oomph to this team, right? That would add a little, maybe a little trepidation on the side of CIS Rejects, who might want to be a little more in your face. That Chiv's going to want to be on top of you, and the pocket is, one of the last guys that you want to be right on top of. What I'm interested in is the Abrams is banned, the Warden is picked. We saw Force previously play the 7. There's a chance that also could go to Force, if not Eplefin. Is this a Surgery Shiv? And if so, the way that Surgery plays the Abrams, I think this could be a very scary option for Surgery to play the Shiv. If not, now maybe the Viscus, because I don't know with Kelvin and Viscus picked up here for the reject.
Yeah, I don't know who's going to be kind of like switching over towards that Viscus. I'm wondering the exact same things as you, because we haven't seen Viscus and Kelvin play at the same time. We haven't seen Shiv played for the squad. You asked me a whole lot of stuff that I would expect in the series. I would have never expected a Haze to be picked up here by Virtus Pro, but hey, Zergy, you have fun with that, my friend. How do you enable the Haze in this whole sense? Well, if you're kind of walking into a lasso, you're just gonna get beamed down. If you walk into the Binding Word, again, you're just gonna lose team fights, the bullet dance, whatever you get. This could be a dangerous pickup, especially considering how good VP were at scaling fast back in game 1.
Yeah, and like the Haze as well, go ahead, swap me, bro, see what happens, right? I think Haze just recently received a couple of changes, but I want to say the alt got buffed, I think, for Haze, so Bullet Dance is just doing a little more.
Yeah, so it's got like a higher cooldown to 50 seconds in tier 2. So it's like, instead of it being 40 seconds, it's going to be 50 seconds, but it's got 5% more fire rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it also, like, if you hit somebody with a sleep dagger, especially if like they're on the escape, it stops them from being able to slide. So like, you have no escape then if you're CIS rejects. You get slept, you're pretty much dead.
Yeah. And there was not a lot of sleeping in game 1 because we didn't have anybody put anybody to sleep, but there was a lot of getting caught. And specifically looking at that mid lane in Fargareko and Eplefin, who were having a pretty rough go at things. I think throwing a Haze into that mix, maybe targets to be had for that sleep dagger. And for Virtus Pro, this is kind of like a no pressure. Let's see if the Haze works for us, right? Like, they can play this here. Maybe it causes them to lose. That's probably not going to happen. But this isn't like them trying to work the Haze into an official competitive match against One Win or Paravision or these teams that we're expecting to see later make longer runs in the tournament. So this is a time where they can do a little bit of experimenting.
Yeah, it's even on top of that too. It's like, you're kind of like, I'm like going like a little bit deeper in like my thought process for like everything here too. I mean, like, you get that bullet dance. It's like, it takes a lot longer now to get that ethereal shift. So like, if like you don't have nothing to like block out or like to stop yourself from getting hit by this bullet dance, if it's placed right, if it's timed right, it's like, that is going to be a beefy ultimate to use for Haze. So it's like, there's really not a lot of escape here from CIS rejects, except for, looking over towards that. I mean, you have the time wall, you have the tornado, frozen shelter, the cube. So like, you do have that chance, but it's like, it's going to be tough because I haven't really seen CIS rejects put it all together in this same, all at the same time here. The frozen shelters were pretty good back in game 1, but I even still, like, you were just getting bullied in that game still. So it's like, how good can we really say it was?
Yeah, not a whole lot of breathing room there for CIS rejects, so we can go ahead and wipe our slate clean as we jump on into our second and last game of the match here. Virtus Pro, your Amber Hand, CIS rejects, your Sapphire Flame, and we are underway. Lane assignments, let's talk about them. How different are they looking? And then obviously we'll see who is playing who here, but eyes on that 7 pick, eyes on the Mirage pick. The Mirage just has not got going for CIS Rejects, and I understand how strong it can be. I understand you don't want to give it up, but I would love to see a little more out of that.
Yeah, I mean, it was good back in game 1 versus Paravision. You just keep hinting towards it because that's the best we've seen the CIS Rejects team play in the 3 games that they've been on streams. So it's like, yeah, you were able to get the split pushing going there, but since then, you're right. It's just been a little lackluster. I mean, you get the Shiv and the Kelvin together, so that's going to be a lot of stability and staying power in these fights, sustain through the frozen shelter eventually, and the tier 2 frozen grenades just going to be able to keep the Shiv not only deferred but healed at the same time. I think, yes, you look towards the 7 to be kind of like the difference, but again, I think it really comes down to like amplifying in the characters that he's playing, because it hasn't been, you haven't seen any of the carries for the CIS Rejects team really take off in their whole sense. So like, if you're gonna go to this Shiv, I have to see this pay off.
Yeah, big shoes to fill for Eplefen. Meanwhile, Surgery placed on a role that maybe can be seen a little more supportive, but can also be in your face because you have a get out of jail free card. You can puddle punch yourself to safety. You can cube to safety. You have the goo ball. So I'm going to be paying close attention to the Viscous and how Surgery pilots that one, as for now it looks like both Surgery and Force going to be forced back underneath their Guardian as Eplefen steps up. Not even too far, man. Like, it's just outside of range of the Guardian. The Guardian range did just get shortened a little bit in the most recent patches, and Dimov is just standing right at the doorstep to punish.
Yeah, Dimov here on the holiday, so you know how much that holiday was an issue when Taz was playing it here. Time wall, a little bit longer. You get to live for Greco. You're still gonna die. Tornado to safety for Apcycle, but even still, you are forced under Guardian on all 3 lanes. And look how deep Listic is to the other side. He's going to look for a gank maybe on this 3rd lane. He's got the chance to flank it through, but at the same time, he's just living rent-free in the CIS Rejects side of the map, and probably stealing away some of these camps when they do spawn up. But he's going to peel back for the rest of the team. See if you can keep this pressure up through that middle lane. Lots of Guardian damage across lanes 1 and 2. It's just been this Paradox Mirage who's been able to at least stay stable for now, but everywhere else you've been struggling.
Listic on the Yamato here. It sees, hey, Dimov's looking to get something done. Dimov throws out a whole combo, and then Listic steps on in to try and combo something out himself. Mikhail S. Gonna take a bit of damage. Taking to the sky. Zergy gonna try and play around the walls here. Does eventually go down as well. So Surgery and Force making good on this lane of the 7 and the Viscous, and punishing what is supposed to be a strong lane in the Vindicta and Lady Geist here early in this game.
I will say, I think that, Force on CIS Rejects across all 3 games that we've seen them, at least on the Warden, has been very consistent. So swapping away from like one of those frontline kind of tankier builds into like more of a power carry Force, the 7, this could be, CIS Rejects cooking a little bit to have that extra damage. You pair it up against Surgery too, who is like very strong on the Abrams in terms of using that shoulder charge to displace Virtus Pro. Now for this Viscous, you have a little bit extra just sustain with that cube, and eventually that goo ball is going to be able to like have some knock up and some like steady lockdown, but that could be something to look forward to here for CIS Rejects.
Yeah, and looking at like what's been pieced together, it just feels so obvious as Sherrick tried to get that last standoff swapped into a bad spot and punished for doing so, and that might put Obi in a rough spot. Out goes the Sleep Dagger, and health a little too low for Fargo Echo to want to try and continue forward. Apcycle also going to give up on the chase there, because quickly back to this lane is Sherrick's Frozen Shelter. Looks to slow things down for a little bit. We talked about what Time was able to do in the last game on the Kelvin. Unfortunately, in this one has to just stand and watch the Guardian go down in the mid lane. So once
Yeah.
more, Virtus Pro strike first, and not only in the mid lane, but in finding the Guardian.
His damage off the fixation, too, for Obi is just bleeding this third lane dry. So Frozen Shelter is doing its best to at least, you know, hold that Guardian up for a little bit longer, but eventually it's going to fall. You see the swap now for Times to go assist over towards lane 1 in for the Soul Exchange. Will it pay off? It does for Forest, but the trade there from Times keeps Zergy humble. And you can see that still, there's sharks in the water. That's Dimov and Mikhail S still looking towards the time on this Kelvin to see if you can find another one. Good parry onto the Guardian. Back up top, chasing this Kelvin and finishing it off. Here's the Storm Cloud, but I don't think it's going to be able to collect any kills.
Oh, stun available. Good bounce pad to stop the chase here from Force, but is going to try and keep this one on.
Oh, he's relentless.
It's got the damage, and they're just going to dance the dance, right? Moving through the air. Demon trying to find a way out of this situation.
I mean, how many fans are you going to jump on?
Does so? This shouldn't be allowed.
No way.
This
no way
shouldn't
you
be
get
allowed.
away
Went
from
up
this
top.
moment.
Went up top and is gone. Wow. That
this
is
Harry Houdini?
heartbreaking.
I thought the Magnificent Sinclair was banned out. I didn't know we had more disappearing acts. This time the Holiday is just going to stay alive. Paradoxical swap, though, here towards Zerky. Still the Essence Bomb able to take down the Paradox, but trade again from Apocycle, just managing to secure some kills for CIS Rejects, but kills not going to win you these games here as you're still struggling to get away from these Guardians. You haven't done lots of objective damage whatsoever. And these members of Virtus Pro are not afraid to jump into your side of the map.
Anything but the assassinate, right? And that's the surgery, just trying not to die to that Vindicta ultimate. And unfortunately, the cube, the puddle punches, nothing could keep that Viscous from giving up some extra souls over to the Vindicta. And meanwhile, while this crazy chase is happening, Force is out of lane, not getting souls, not finding the kill. Sherrick was able to push down this left lane, grab that second Guardian like you mentioned, and now I would imagine that we'll start to see some rotations a little heavier to the right side of the map, especially because we're just shy of that 10-minute mark. So that Urn's going to be popping up soon. Let's take down those Guardians. Let's open up our line of scrimmage, right? Let's push that line of scrimmage back to those walkers.
Like, let's get like an early stack onto a lane. I want to see like Far Greco not afraid to use this paradoxical swap. You know, it's a light cooldown. You know, you have a lot of chances to use it if you can catch somebody and just overpower them. Find an opening against this Virtus Pro team fast because you know that there's going to be some quick reactions on their side. That's something that we need to see. But here's the sleep from Obi. Far Greco not even going to be dealt with there. He's just gonna leave him be, just get out from that side. But chases on, but you do not want to chase into the side of Virtus Pro right now, because as soon as you walk through those veils, you're probably a dead man walking. Lasso, let's go for a walk, but Tornado to safety. Yep, you're able to stay alive here if you're Apocycle, and don't have to worry about that lasso just yet. But bridge buffs are up. Zergy's gonna get one of them. Pretty sure Dimov got the other, or no, Listic got the other one on the left side of the map, and Urn is up this time too. So you've been sitting on these ultimates quite a lot here if you're CIS Rejects. I'd like to see a fight here for this Urn. It's on your side. You know that this Virtus Pro team is going to be like waiting for you to walk away and protect your walkers. So just get a good push into these Guardians and then peel over and see if you can maybe fight for this Urn.
Man, I mean, a really good swap in such a tricky situation. In the air, Fargareco hits one onto Obi. And unfortunately, although a one-for-one trade, that's still more favorable for Virtus Pro because Mikhail S is finding that kill on the Vindicta, who is now grounded, has nowhere to go, no stake available. Gooball getting some good damage, completely locking down Mikhail S from sneaking away. Some surgery. Yeah, picks up a pretty big kill, and it might not lead to anything specifically, but it's breathing room, right? It's just alleviating some of this VP pressure.
If you find this kill against Listic, then maybe you're able to fully like push in, but they're going all in towards this Guardian towards lane 3, and while they do so, Sherrick's pushing into the Walker for lane 2, right down the middle. Oh, yeah, Force is going to try to get there in time to salvage this one, but I don't know if you're going to be able to stop this Warden. This could be a one-way ticket to taking this Walker down, and the last stand's available as well, so still a chance here to get this objective, still a chance to push this urn. And Obi's here to help you.
Another objective down.
Urn moving its way left to right. VP starting to swarm around the turn-in here. No frozen shelter available. Traveler used. Get to the far side of the map. And, I mean, the Urn's collected in the mid lane. Sherrick goes down, but he's bought the attention of 4, which allowed for an easy turn-in and an easy retreat for Virtus Pro.
I mean, Virtus Pro is so good at just like taking your attention away from, you know, this urn every single time. I mean, they have that push in towards lane 1. I saw that forever Listic was able to just battle against Force, and then as soon as times goes over there, you see Sherrick pushing into that middle lane Walker, and as soon as somebody goes to contest that, then you're like, all right, I'll just walk this urn in, and another one's going to be collected. That Soul Lead's just going to buff out even more, and then afterwards you not only get lane 3's Guardian, but you take down the Walker anyways. So it's like you weren't even able to save anything there if you're CIS rejects. You're just losing everything at once. So you have to start. You have to hope that something can go your way eventually, considering that you're actually looking towards Force has been able to keep up, at least in terms of strength. So like this 7 is still going to be an issue for some of these members on Virtus Pro. He just hasn't really been a part of these fights.
No, and like has kept up in terms of souls, but in terms of strength, dude, they still don't have a flex slot, right? Like
You're
Force
right,
is being
yeah.
choked out right now, unfortunately, is that water is above his head and he is just barely breathing. He would love to get a little extra wiggle room, but when you look at the landscape, only one of those Guardians is close to being gone, and that's the lane that's being pressured right now by VP.
Well, VV's gonna, take their foot off the gas for a second. Still a lot to do around the map, just to buff out this lead even more. And there's no need to like bite off more than you can chew at this moment. You're steadily in the lead. You're steadily just keeping CIS back. And if anybody on CIS Rejects does, step forward, they're just gonna get nuked. So I like this call to just back up Surgery. Oh, that is a tough one too. Cube used on yourself, but you're not even going to be able to stay alive or escape. Apicycle was trying to do some Guardian damage, but Guardian's not going to go down, and you are maybe going to escape here. Traveler not able to get away, so 3 go down simultaneously, and this is going to be 3 players stacked on each side of the map to see if you can push into these objectives.
That was like a very strange moment of either miscommunication or Surgery just being a little fed up with the game state. We watched him puddle punch and go flying underneath the Guardian into 2 players alone. And then when we finally caught the POV of the other side, Surgery was dead and there was just no follow-up.
Yeah.
Maybe they thought the Traveler was going to come on through. Maybe Surgery was expecting a little more help from the squad, but really just gave himself up in that one for almost nothing. Now, the Guardian did go down. That's fine and dandy, but that's still not enough to get that flex slot. So they pick up a kill on Listic. The responses are there. So no matter what you're finding if you're CIS Rejects, you just can't do anything, right? There's no play to be made. Sure, you killed the Yamato, but at the cost of 3.
Yeah, I mean, you get the Yamato. It's a 3-for-1 trade. Amplifying is gone for now, so we're gonna pause for a second. So probably
No,
a
that can't be
reconnect
real.
coming through. What?
Fargareco is saying rage quit.
We'll look back past this one for right now. The whole sense is that, I mean, this is a VP team that, like, we came into this tournament like understanding that like they're going to be one of the favorites for this this whole team or this whole tournament. Matched up against One Win so often. The matches are always so fun to watch. And one thing was kind of like curious is like, you know, how has the team kind of looked in terms of like maybe changing a few things up? And even versus the CIS Rejects team, it's like no matter what was banned, no matter what was picked against them, I mean, like they have so many options. And I think that's what like you get from a team that is like, I think like the longest lasting roster that we've had stick together here in Deadlock. I mean, like, yes, they've had a few changes, but even still, I think every other team has changed more than this Virtus Pro team has in the grand scheme of Deadlock in general. And
Yeah.
man, like this, like teamwork that you're seeing, like the amount of flexibility that they have for certain heroes to play, and like even into this new patch, I mean, like changing things up and showing that like they have even more tricks that they can pull out too. I mean, this Virtus Pro team, they look sharp, they look fierce, and I mean, yes, we could keep putting things into the perspective. Like CIS Rejects are like struggling, but coming out of the closed qualifiers, we knew that these teams were going to probably be less favored than somebody like Virtus Pro. So like this is par for the course right now for a tournament, and I think Virtus Pro are kind of exceeding a couple of expectations and just how clean this is looking right now.
Yeah, they're just having fun with it. Unfortunately, Force just not even a worry as he just floats in the sky. It's just a bit of static electricity for Virtus Pro to deal with that one. Meanwhile, Obi's been allowed to have fun this game. Obi's been brought out of Paradox / support jail to play the Haze, but it's, you know, still has duties. Hey, we need you to run the urn.
Like
while
he's
we
just been like
slam everything
sleeping
down.
people and walking away.
Yes, yeah, and like to go back to the lane assignments for a simpleton like me, especially when it comes to Deadlock. If it's easy for me to see it, it's got to be easy to make it happen. As hooked up and taken down is Eplefin. Next to go is Oppa Cycle. They're making plays on the opposite side of the map. It looks like they want to try and get a Guardian back, so they will unlock a flex slot, but Force and Surgery now got to get back to the base because
it's something about like a grown man getting wrapped in a rope and just dragged across your screen.
Yeah.
It's just like so just silly to watch. I will say it. I will give like, you know, Valve like their 2 cents like in their props for like creating like, I think that Viscous is probably one of the coolest kits I've seen in a MOBA. I will say I think Holiday is one of the silliest kits I've seen ever. It's just the animation of someone getting dragged by a lasso is so funny to watch sometimes.
Absolutely. And then also, like, even on the chase, right? Forces running behind D-Mob, trying to catch him.
Whoa, wait.
Hits this cartoon trampoline, bonks his head on the ceiling, and then eventually D-Mob gets Gap, and
He's
he's
a Looney
just
Tunes
gone.
character.
Yes, exactly. And give D-Mob on Holiday knockdown, and it quite literally is an episode of something Acme. With the anvil dropping on somebody's head as well.
Yeah, with it going through. Well, here we go for Virtus Pro into the pit. Could this be it? We got one last stand for CIS Rejects, and they're actually managing to show a little bit of teeth here. So not belly up just yet. And Zergi's going to hit that essence or that life swap right there. So the soul exchange is going to at least keep them up for a few seconds. Still end up going down. So game's not done just yet. You do see that it has buffed out to about 30+ K lead in terms of souls for CIS Rejects or for Virtus Pro. It just goes beyond that too. Is like there's still a Guardian standing in mid. They've taken a Walker over towards that lane 1, but it is grim. It is dire right now for CIS Rejects, and you know, coming out of those closed qualifiers, I was really looking forward to seeing like CIS Rejects perform because like they 4-0'd their matches in the closed qualifiers, and they looked so good earlier today and yesterday. I think it just really shows how strong the talent here is Europe at the top side, and why these, you know, Paravision, One Win, and Virtus Pro are the big 3 of the region.
Yeah, so we've got another Temple Guardian here. Oh, Okay, secured once more. Frozen Shelter. Just going to be a step too late. And the last one is at 13 minutes. This one at 19 minutes. But it's another Temple Guardian that Sis Reject just cannot afford to give up. So they go in. Not only do they lose that rejuve,
GGs.
they lose the fight right behind it. And this should be the end of the game. It's consolation at this point for Virtus Pro. Actually, the consolation is just
Well,
to
it's not gonna be
get
done
this
just yet, I
last
guess.
kill.
I guess it's not going to be done just yet. You know, waves are pushed up. You're not just going to be able to jump on those zip lines and go get it done. In fact, bridge buffs are up, so why not? Go get bridge buffs even more. Go around, clear your waves, do what you can, but in the end, it's Virtus Pro. As you can see, that Far Greco's dancing. Demov just trying to collect this last kill over towards the Paradox, see if he can shut down that last remaining member. But in doing so, I mean, Far Greco lives long enough that all 5 members are able to respawn back in here for CIS Rejects. Yes, Virtus Pro, they have the Rejuvenator, so they can basically do whatever they deem fit for a couple of minutes and even take a fight without real repercussions. But this is going to be a tough mountain to climb no matter which way you spin it.
Yeah, it really is just a matter of time for VP to pull the trigger and end this one. We saw a half-hearted attempt from some of the players, and it did not go their way. Here we are. Now we jump on into the pit. Listic gonna step out for just a second, taken to the skies as force, but he is immediately ripped out of it. Ultimate no more as the last stand, cuts the pit into quadrants, a very small section to be able to play into, and that's gonna be all she wrote. A Frozen Shelter only to delay for a moment longer as Virtus Pro, the reigning defending champions here in the Bombshell series, the one-win Bombshell series, they find themselves an easy 2-0 to get us started here, and they are not done yet, but that is a good look. And it looks like, at the very least for day one, we've got 4 days of group stages. They're just looking to have some fun, right? First game played a little seriously. Second game, I know that, like, maybe you could say that Obi is flirting with the idea of support Hayes because we saw it for, like, a brief moment. Now, I think they're just having a good time. I think they just let Obi out of jail for a game.
Yeah, I mean, well, so that's going to conclude CIS Rejects day 1 attempt here in the group stage. So O2 versus Paravision and Virtus Pro, 0 points gained throughout this one. That is a tough debut here for Volume 5 of the Bombshell series here, provided by 1 win. But for Virtus Pro, that's just the beginning, because after this one, they get to play up against Atlas up next. That's going to be 2 points for them. Right away, see what they could get up against this Atlas squad again. And then that Paravision team that we saw earlier, I mean, that was the only match we're going to get from them. Only 2 teams today get only 1 match, and that's Lotus and Paravision. So this is a fun day so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the light at the end of the tunnel, right, is 3 more days for CIS Rejects, but also I think you just need to be in the top 5. So if we have like a hashed out 1, 2, 3, if we are kind of just penciling in 1 win, Virtus Pro and Paravision, then spot 4 and spot 5 to make it into playoffs is still up for grabs. So you had a rough go at today, but you played the 2, you played the 3. Right, you had.
You gotta watch out for that Thanos team too.
Yeah,
Thanos squad's not. It might be a difference in ping for sure, in the way that you're gonna be playing that one, but it's still gonna be tough no matter what way you spin. I mean, like when it comes down to, like, they will know how to play the map. It's just when it comes down to the finite details, how much can Thanos do is what I'm gonna be looking towards. I think that, yeah, I mean, tomorrow you play against Lotus. If you're CIS Rejects, that's the only match that you have. Then day 3, you're going to be playing against Aegis, Aurora, and Atlas to open things up on that day. And then day 4, you play up against 1 win and Thanos. So it's like, These next couple days are going to be so important for CIS Rejects. Now you're looking at
Yeah.
hopefully like 2 wins and a tie, and that's going to like, at least get you in there. Maybe if you go a win and 2 ties, but if you lose another match, that's going to be hard to really say that you're going to be in the top 5.
Yeah. As for, I guess, what they could be doing for the rest of their day, you talked about their games coming up with Atlas and Aegis Aurora. Well, both of those teams play twice later on today, right? So it looked like they had a game plan coming into the series against Paravision, at least in game 1, in the way that they wanted to ban and the way that they wanted to pick. So we know that obviously they're doing their research, they're doing their homework and their preparation coming into these matchups. And then, like you mentioned, right? If their next matchup is Lotus and it's just one day of that, and that's tomorrow, not that that's going to be an easy game by any means, but they've already beat Lotus, right? You can't underestimate, and it's a best of 2 here in this one, or I believe they beat him in a best of 3, I think is what they got in the close qualifiers to qualify for this. As I believe we're going to take one last look at the stats from that last matchup and kind of see who really shined. I know it was a lot of Virtus Pro shining in that one. Here it is,
Yeah,
one last peek.
Like, shout out Dima for stepping up to on that holiday. Continuing to be an issue here for CIS Rejects, that hero. So you let it slip through. I mean, it was either the holiday or the Sinclair. Like, I pick one at that point, and it seems like you're getting the short end of the stick, whichever way you ban. But I've been kind of looking the way that Zerky's playing this Lady Guys too. I mean, like 27 assists, 33k player damage, and like always in that fight. Always using that Essence Bomb to follow up any lockdown that was grabbed by, the stake of Michaelis or, the binding word from Sherrick. Zergy's impressive, playing that Ladygeist, and it's the second time we've seen him play this hero today. So maybe that's something that we can see further on throughout the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, well, a team that we mentioned in Atlas is next up to the plate to take on Virtus Pro. So we're going to be following right along Mikhail S. and friends as we look to get this next matchup set for you guys. We head around the world with Atlas on deck. We're going to hop away for a short break. Another 7 minutes on your clock to rest, refit, grab your drinks, grab your snacks. And the one win Bombshell Volume 5, our 5th one. It continues right after this break. We're jumping right back into the action for Volume 5 of our one-win Bombshell series. We're 2 matches down. Seymour, you and I have 1 more to go, but there's 4 more to follow, and don't worry, we're going to be passing you guys off into very, very great and capable EP, but that's going to be happening right after we take a peek at our next matchup. Now, before we do that, hey, guys, the bumper, I know that that's enough, but the matchups are also there, and we've got a whole week of this. We have 6 days, and I don't want you guys to miss it. I'm doing this for you. So what I'm going to say is, here in a moment, a QR code is going to pop up on your screen. And I know from the bottom of my heart, you guys want nothing more than to scan that QR code and continue following the action, because this is just the first day. We're yet, Seymour, to see our Battle of the Titans, and that'll just be in group stages, because then we're gonna get it again on days 5 and 6 once we finally make it to playoffs. So please, please, please show One Win some love. Obviously, 5 volumes deep, a handful more to come, I'm sure. They've also been doing it in different games before they got involved in Deadlock, so it's not necessarily just a Deadlock thing to follow One Win and to hang out with One Win. You're getting the whole experience. So please scan that QR code. If you can't scan the QR code, you can scroll down in the Twitch chat, and you can see the panel below to see their Twitter or their X, and then show them some love. Now, that was a very, very long-winded way for me to take us down this yellow brick road. Yeah, we're no longer in Kansas anymore, but I just felt like I was doing a disservice to everybody who's watching by not giving you the opportunity to do that, just in case you missed the last one.
You know, I was gonna say, I just had to time it myself. It took me 5 seconds to do it on my phone. Pull up my camera, scan the QR code.
Beautiful.
Like no time at all, getting it done. It was fantastic there. But besides that, no, we still got lots more to talk about today, you and I. And I mean, we're following along with Virtus Pro. We continue with them. Obviously, you know, we saw CIS Ragex playing in their 2 matchups beforehand. They're going to be bowing out of day 1, 0-2, 0 maps won. So, you know, we're going to have to wait till day 3 to see them up against Lotus tomorrow. But continuing on with Virtus Pro, now taking on Atlas. This is going to be a fun matchup because this Atlas team has a lot of representation from all over Europe and a little bit from Canada as well. I mean, my man OBT representing for this squad. I'm excited to see this Atlas team play. Not only that, play up against VP, who look sharp as could be inside of this tournament. I mean, that was as clean as you could ask of a 2-0 from them versus CIS Rejects, and now they get to kind of like step up and work their way up the ladder now today for their second match of the day, playing up against Atlas. It's going to be a little bit tougher for them, so let's see what they got in the draft phase.
Yeah, immediately showing respect over to what that Sinclair can be in the hands of Virtus Pro. We saw it from Listic. I would imagine that could be flexed around, with the Sinclair being a large priority banned away, and the Great Talent also being a large priority. It puts us right back into this power pick of the Holiday, who I'm pretty sure the Holidays that we've seen today have been deathless. I think Taz played it deathless, and then I think, we just saw Demov play it deathless, and then any other time it was banned away. So I mean, that pick is just so incredibly hot right now in the right hand.
And you do something even more that, you know, you never really got from CIS Ragex, is you both ban the Sinclair and pseudo ban it with it being your first pick. So like with like the Holiday for that one. So like that is 2 big grabs there for your opening as the Amber Hand. If you're Atlas, who's going to play it, I'm excited to see. But for Virtus Pro, they answer back with the Paradox, the Mirage. I mean, the 2 next best things that you could get here in Deadlock. I mean, I'm pretty sure Mirage still has like a 100% pick rate across like at least competitive Deadlock Fight Night. But you get the Pocket, which for Fargarico, Pocket was like a lot to be desired in that Pocket pick. So hopefully Atlas can get a lot more going up against VP with this hero. Vindicta as well, taken away from Mikhail S, who was just non-stop, just sniping people back in game 1 and game 2 when we first saw them here on stage for the Bombshell. So big pickups here for Atlas. I think they're doing everything right at stealing things away from this Virtus Pro team.
Yeah, I mean, you are picking the Vindicta into the Paradox, which, I guess it does put a lot of onus on Obi if
Just
Obi's
saying,
playing the Paradox in this one.
you ban the Bebop, you don't have to worry about anything taking you out of the skies right now. I mean, like, even still, like, that paradoxical swap is not easy to land on a Flying Vindicta. You really
Yeah,
force
true.
people to have to pick up Knockdown as an item.
Yeah, which what I love about Knockdown as an item is and actually Virtus Pro are banning away the Bebop. So they're kind of taking that tool out of their toolbox. But what I love about Knockdown as an item is it is so incredibly good for these aerial heroes. Yes, we love that. But it's not one of those items like, and I'm so sorry to say this, it's not a Quicksilver Sash from League of Legends where you buy it and you don't get a whole lot of value
Are we
out of
even
it.
able to
You know
talk
what I'm
about
saying?
that?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's why I apologize. I think, ask for what is it? Ask for forgiveness, not for permission. But it's not one of those items where you're buying it and you bought it for a reason, but you don't feel good about it because you're putting it in your kit and you're like, this kind of stinks. Like the knockdown is great for everybody. Like it's super awesome for the Vindicta. Yeah, absolutely. But if you're not in a situation where you can use it on the Vindicta, you can use it on literally anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, like, hey, we're all gamers at the end of the day. We all know that other realms of gaming involves
I should
similar
have
items
said
and similar stuff.
I
But
should have said a Schmick Schmilver Smash from Schmiga Schmedgens, and then nobody would have known what I was talking about.
hey,
That's
I
what I
mean,
should have said.
you kind of mix things up at that point. But no, you're kind of like right in saying so. I think right now for Atlas, they kind of go like a step deeper. Like if you're kind of looking at like maybe displacing and like going for like anything deeper into like this ban, like maybe ban out something like that Lady Geist, because like that Lady Geist on in Zerky's hand was like such a good pick. And look, Calvin gets banned, they immediately go for the Lady Geist pick for Virtus Pro. They knew what they were going for in that whole sense. So like you give that up. I think that this is something that a lot of people need to pay more attention to, is that like Zerky with the Lady Geist is scary. Now it's not going to be paired up with Michaelis's Vindictus. It's not going to be as easy as like a stake into an Essence Bomb. It's going to be, more so like maybe like you're looking to back up that paradoxical swap, or anybody gets caught in the tornado, then you can like kind of follow up with that burst damage. But it is still something that I think people should pay attention to for this Virtus Pro team after what we saw in games 1 and 2 versus CIS Rejects. Now for Virtus Pro, kind of wondering where they go from here after that for their whole picks, because like you have good lockdown now, you have your front line kind of damage brawler in that Lady Geist who can be the forefront of attention. Maybe now you go in towards like grabbing an Ivy now that the Viscous is gone, no Kelvin, so an Ivy could help you out in just having that little sustain along with that stone form, whatever you can. Maybe you go for like something weird like a Dynamo, who knows, or we saw Abrams was really good in Surgery's hands. Maybe you're gonna steal something like that along. There's still a lot of options, but I think they need to put a little bit more focus into like a front line and then something like an Infernus or a 7.
Yeah, and
Seven's over on Atlas.
Yeah, with 7 being picked up, you're kind of helping Virtus Pro make the decision of how quickly do we buy a knockdown, because now it just got a bit more value because your 7's going to be taken to the skies, the Vindicta's going to be taken to the skies. So we'll see how that pans out. I do think we're still, for Virtus Pro, looking for a Sherrick hero, so I'm assuming a Warden might come through. I don't know. Okay, never mind. Moen Crow. So maybe that's a
The
Sherrick
Calico
Moen
pick. I don't even know.
Krill?
I wasn't even thinking about the Calico pick here. Yeah, I mean, like maybe like
Calico's
Calico's.
receive some nerfs.
Yeah, but like I mean, like a little bit of
Pretty
an
much.
ammo reduction, a little bit of like damage growth. I guess it's like
Yeah, less
25%
scaling.
less damage growth.
Yeah,
but like
that feels pretty big.
that's pretty big. But at the same time, I mean, like I feel like Calico's like height and her like ceiling of how good she was is like, even though she's kind of getting knocked down, still like it's viable. It's like the early Shiv nerfs and like the whole sense of like Shiv was like a monster and like he's still like really good, but like you can counter him, you can like play against him. And I think like Calico is going to be similar to that now. Still viable, just not as overpowered as she once was.
Yeah, I really like the way that things are rounded out with that Abrams at the end. I feel like Atlas have put together a composition that can reach out and touch somebody, right? You've got your Vindicta who's A-okay to play back. You're tossing out kegs. You're doing this floaty thing that's totally fine. But then you have a fun mix of age that is also disengaged, right? Your Abrams, if you're looking to get deep, you can do that. But if you're also looking to try and keep this backline or what's supposed to be your backline safe in your set, your Vindicta, if she's not aerial for whatever reason, your Abrams and your Viscus can do that really well.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean,
Obviously, lane assignments is going to be name of the game now because it doesn't feel like Virtus Pro misses when it comes to lane assignments, right? Like the heroes that they have playing together, I kept trying to say it last game and it just kept getting crazy, but they just make sense in the most obvious ways. And if it's super obvious to the average viewer, it's that easy to make it happen in lane.
yeah, I think for Atlas though, I mean, like, really, I'm looking over towards obviously like the 7 in the pocket. Like, whenever we saw CIS or Reject like pick up these heroes, like you really didn't get to see like the full force that they can bring, especially these days. That like in especially Europe, like Pocket is back. And he is better than ever, I'd say, for a lot of it. Considering that there's no ethereal shift to really like kind of take you away from that, like it really sets up like your positioning to like play against a pocket and make sure that that engage can't hit you. Same thing with like, you know, the 7 now. Like you have to be careful not to let the 7 out farm you, kind of stay ahead, because like that's gonna be a lot of damage to dealing against. And I think if Atlas can look towards like having their, you know, Holiday or having their Abrams and like Viscus all shutting down this Calico pick, shutting down like the Paradox from like picking out a position, or even watching out for that Mo and Krill, like you have the making of a composition that can counteract these Virtus Pro picks. And I think like you're really set up. It's just like stepping up to the talent that is on this Virtus Pro lineup is always difficult.
Yeah. So when I'm thinking about lanes or what I would love to see, like I think the holiday pocket together would be great, right? You're last wing somebody in, you're making it way easy to hit the barrages, grab that damage amp, and then obviously pocket shotgun. You want to be up close and personal just to be blasting dudes. I also think like a holiday 7 would feel pretty okay, although that's not somebody who's going to pair with the 7 to play like frontline backline in a lane like Abrams 7 might or Viscus 7. But it's just another one of those situations where in the previous game for Virtus Pro, you have Hayes, you have Warden. Hayes hits the sleep, Warden hits the binding word. That's heaps of damage and also a lot of lockdown. Whereas you would get the same thing if you're throwing out a 7 stun and then a lasso, or hitting that vice versa, right? And your Holiday's pulling somebody out of position, 7's dropping a stun on them, and then whoever
You are
that
an
may
evil,
be.
evil man. Like you're just like
That's what I'm
sitting here,
saying.
like just chain it together.
Look at
Just
it.
take one person, lock them down. Don't let them play the game.
Don't ever let them play the game.
I
Yes,
think that's kind of
exactly.
toxic. Like to kind of say it.
That's what they're gonna do to you, though. This Mo and Krill is not letting you touch anybody.
No, I think that like Mo and Krill was a good pickup for Virtus Pro. Like anything that comes from like this lasso, if like this Mo and Krill can like stay on the edge, be looking for some good fast burrows, like keep up your pacing and your speed, like you can just come out of nowhere, shut down this holiday pick, you know, shut down the engagement from the pockets, and like that is a very strong core hero that we see a lot throughout these compositions built in Deadlock these days. And falling into the hands of Virtus Pro, I could definitely see it continue to be an issue. I'm wondering where this like really is like this Zergy pick on this like Lady Geist, because like that all fell together. And like all things considered, like Zergy wasn't like the center of attention, I'd say, in comparison to like the Sinclair or the Holiday that we're seeing in our last series. But like the consistency that you get from Zergy and the consistency that you get from Zergy on Lady Geist is just second to none, it feels like sometimes, in terms of like the long-lasting battles that we do get here. So jumping into this one, we can see how these lanes are looking, how these heroes are looking for Atlas, who's playing what, and really getting the meat and potatoes for this series. Is Atlas the team that is going to shut down Virtus Pro first here inside of our Bombshell?
Yeah, we jump on into it, into the Cursed Apple. We go for our third match of the day, a best of 2 between your Amber Hand, that being Atlas, and Virtus Pro, your Sapphire Flame here in this. And It almost feels like Virtus Pro just start the game on the opposite side of the map, right? Our first look was getting shoved underneath the turret, and that never feels good. And yeah, they are reaping the rewards of that one.
That is already a kill in lane 1, a kill in lane 2, and a whole lot of Guardian damage, too, coming through this middle lane. Already Virtus Pro just into knowing what they need to do. If you can open up mid, you not only shut down some of the early itemization that you're going to get from both the Seven and this Pocket, but you're also going to open up a chance to allow this Mirage to start splitting with the rest of your team. Same thing with Yamato. Two players that you want to get active as quick as possible. But for Atlas on the other side, I mean, like, can you fight through your spawn here? Can you fight through your base? Because you got the Abrams and the Holiday together over in lane 1 against this Calico. And this could be some good shutdown. If you can land some shoulder charge on the Calico, I mean, yes, she has, like, her slash, her leaping slash that can get away. But it's still going to be a lot of damage to hopefully keep her on her toes. But it's still VP just in that kill column, grinding their way up.
Yeah, and you know, like, when we talk about lane matchups and what could be good, what could be bad, there's really never an opportunity where somebody's just going to swap lanes because maybe the matchup is too horrible, right? A lot of the times they're just kind of sticking to it. And you never know what you're going to get. So that is such a huge, I don't want to say like a coin flip because I guess there's 3 lanes and a coin doesn't have 3 sides, but I feel like that is where that could really make or break a game, right? 2 teams that are so close, measured wise in skill and capability, and then you pick your lane assignments, you jump on into it, and your winning lane quickly becomes a losing lane. Like that just feels so terrible. So like you mentioned, right? You've got a lot of lockdown from your Holiday and your Abrams, but it's pretty easy for the Mo and Krill and the Calico to be sneaky and get on out of there as, well, Dimov found Waldo, and it's like a Squid Game style Where's Waldo. It's not the fun book that we all remember as kids.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, Squid Game turned like red light, green light, like it took like child games and made them very dangerous.
Yeah.
Waldo died. My bad. You know what? I guess it's early for the both of us still, so.
Sun's coming up for me. It's not early. I guess it is early, but like it's daytime almost. But you see, even still, VP feeling good. Pause coming out from Zergy. So wait a second to see what's going on with this one. Atlas struggling to get any ground here going at the start. I think that is like the one thing that is pretty obvious here. In every lane, and it's we've been seeing Trax get really caught off guard, struggling against like the weight of Listic playing on this Lady Geist, and seeing Michaelis on this Paradox. And the Viscous of Captain has been okay, like just like kind of like staying ready, like being around, but Trax is farming, but continues to be caught out here. So hoping to see if this Vindicta can really turn things around on that side. Same thing, we haven't really been able to see OBT land any shoulder charges to catch this Calico or this Mo and Krill, but instead we got ultimates coming up for Virtus Pro, and this can be where they kind of look to like really push things.
Yeah, Waldo has his, so there's a world where in this mid lane, maybe Waldo can slow things down just a little bit because you pop that 7 ultimate and everybody kind of wants to get out of dodge. But if I know Virtus Pro, they probably don't care about that and will look to try and find ways to rip Waldo out of the sky and just punish the 7 for being available. As Captain was very low in this far right lane previously, maybe hanging out for a little too long. Survives for now, and that is going to force Mikhail S out and away. Mikhail S on the coveted Paradox pick, which puts Obi over on that Mo and Krill. A couple of ultimates used, and I think, you're in the green right now if you're Atlas, that the ults were used and
break.
Things didn't blow up.
Right now. I mean, he's holding on to it. You can see that Waldo's in trouble. Use the Infliction. Try to see if you stay alive. Satchel's in, and here it is. Affliction's going to be used right dead center on the Yamato of Dimov. It's going to force them away from this Guardian, keep things intact and keep things stable for a second to go back to your spawn, heal up, and come back. But at the same time, you look across, you got Lasso for Blob. As soon as I see Sherrick kind of walk forward, or maybe even Dimov or Obi, grab him with that Lasso, drag him onto the Guardian, and let OBT hit one of these shoulder charges. And it's just got to be a combo that we see blow things up. Try to nuke one of these players of Virtus Pro.
And it's mid lane still volatile as ever. Dimov able to back away after that affliction and completely top off Zergy. Held down the lane solo dolo. And this is what you talked about, right? Obi Kim maybe stepping up a little too close. Lasso, unfortunately, not getting anything done in this lane. Instead, it's a leap forward, a scorn for a bit of HP, trying to slow things down. Now OBT looking to get aggressive. Big kill onto Sherrick. There's a combo on the opposite side. And Obi Kim gonna set his eyes elsewhere. And is able to get that kill onto Blob. And the beefy boys, still healthy, are gonna go right back at it. Here we go, toe to toe. 10 toes down. They'll look to fight it out. And we've seen, wait a second, we've got player cams?
Oh my god, we got player cams down low. I mean, I didn't see it pop up back in our first couple of series, but if so, I mean, one win are popping off right now, so going low but deep here. Dimov up against Waldo, blows him up, gets away.
Man,
I want to say unscathed. He dropped extremely low. I thought for a second that 1v2 is not going to go your way. Track's in trouble. Good cube. That's not going to deter these players from Virtus Pro, though. I'm still shoving you under this Guardian. And see if you can finish things off here. In trouble. Go in. Good parry. Stuck in the corner. It's the goo ball for Captain to get away.
yeah, bought out the ultimate there. So a small win there for Listic. And like you said, to get away, Captain cannot show back up or else it means death for the goo ball. Death for the Viscous as the bombs unfortunately go a little wide there for Sherrick. So no poke damage to be had. Yeah, okay, we've got a couple of player cams here locked in. Is Waldo. Shout out to the players. You know, it really goes one way or the other for wanting to be open and have that player cam online. So shout out to those players who are willing to share, man, because that is a really cool experience for the viewer.
Lasso was used. That's the second time I've really seen the Lasso get burned with no repercussions, no punishment onto the player grabbed, even if it was grabbed, but shoulder charge back. Parry from Obi. The barrel's going to do a whole lot of damage, but Obi, the beefy Mo and Krill, does he go down? Scorn for a second, and the combo, so Obi is just bleeding things out, lasting as long as possible for Sherrick to come back in with a leaping slash. Blob goes down. Obi's still alive. Virtus Pro just cannot be defeated.
Wow, I mean, that was a magic trick. The art of deception there. Obi Kim just staying alive, and Sherrick sneaks up and catches Blob, just completely unassuming of the Calico as this life drain continues to rip through this lane.
Oh my goodness.
Just nowhere to go. Cube is only going to delay
but it's your turn.
the inevitable. And they say, all right, you cubed him, you're dead too then, as Track survives for now. Another good parry onto the Guardian, and fight after fight, they continue to go the way of Virtus Pro.
Well, static charge here. You're 50 seconds off of the Storm Cloud, so no chance for that. But can you just burn them down with your left click anyways? Lots of damage coming up from Waldo. Not going to be able to secure that kill just yet. So you see Atlas just continuing to layer down this pressure. Dimov's the one to fall. Break. Going to make sure you collect at least something here towards the middle lane. You look at the Guardian, though. For Atlas, it is just standing on its hind legs right now, just trying to stay alive there in lane 2. Everything else, though, for Atlas has been a little bit freed up between the Vindicta and the Viscous. So, gonna look to maybe see if you can waltz over, fight for this bridge buff, see if you can get anything out of that. Maybe a kill, too, to take your attention back over towards it, but Trakes goes low. Zergy's gonna finish this one off, and man, it's just so hard to get anything going here against what is a powerhouse duo of the Paradox and the Ladygeist.
Yeah, that's been a problem as Waldo goes down in response to the Dimov kill. So a 1-for-1 trade there in that one. And Again, it's another game where Virtus Pro 9,000 souls ahead. When you look at individually, everybody's doing pretty darn good. But the people that you want the souls on for Atlas have the souls at the very least, right? You're wanting to get that 7 online. You're wanting to get that pocket going as well, and Vraic. And, they're still behind, but it's not the end of the world behind. It's very reminiscent of the first game of the day, right? Where we saw Paravision 10,000 souls ahead, but there were still opportunities for CIS rejects to stall the game out, to find little victories here and there. And
you have to look towards where do those victories come from right now for Atlas too, and it comes from actually comboing some of these ultimates together, or really enabling each other to get anything against Virtus Pro. But as soon as you go for any of that, is you lasso one person, there's 2 more there from Virtus Pro to battle against. So it's hard to just kind of say this is how it needs to be and get it done, because the support and on the bench here for Virtus Pro, it has so much dynamic to it that it's hard to follow up and follow through. So it's even if you do have Blob lasso somebody, it's just what do you do with the other people on Virtus Pro that are just gonna jump in there? And even if you do, Obi can even counter somebody on your own team with a combo. So it's you're doing good right now if you're Virtus Pro at just staying so vigilant at making sure that any ability used from Atlas is met by something in your own sense, and the trades are solid. It even goes one deeper that you're able to just keep the edge.
And they've opened up the first line of defenses. All 3 Guardians down. Unfortunately, nothing in response yet from Atlas, but they've got that mid Guardian pretty low. It's not going to get you a flex slot, but it would get you a little bit of momentum back into this one as Vraic getting caught out between 2, and there's just absolutely no escape. So, we change up the roles, we swap up the heroes, but the game looks the same. Listic looks just as good on the Geist as Zergy did previously. Dimov gonna collect one on the Yamato as well. And now just shy of a 20,000 soul lead here. 13 minutes is where we saw VP take their first Temple Guardian of the day.
And
I don't know if they're
gonna
necessarily
grab Soul
prepping for
Shredder
it, but
too. So you get even more out of those essence bombs, even more out of the life drain. That's gonna stack up. So it's this is toxic bullets. This is gonna be a lethal Lady Geist by the time this build is done. So Listic, you saw him popping off with the Sinclair earlier today. Nothing's changed with the Lady Geist. You're right to say that, but one thing that's been a little bit I'd like to see more from is this Vindicta pick. I feel like Trax, every single time we've swapped over to see Trax play, has just been a little bit of trouble. So whether you can find some stability, some sustain to be in these fights is going to be something that you need to see. But Trax is just going to be jumped on again. Dimov just utilizing the way that you can just close that gap so fast as Yamato to get rid of one of the biggest issues that you probably face, the Vindicta, and making sure that you still have Vindicta behind.
And OBT had to use the ult just to get out of dodge, right? That feels great that you got away and you weren't another casualty for this squad, but that's definitely not how you want to use that seismic impact. You want to find the superhero landing moment. That moment just doesn't and hasn't existed for Atlas thus far. And what VP are doing in this one, in heavy presence in the side lanes, right? Taking away all the jungle camps, taking away all the denizens, whatever we're calling them here. They're making sure that there's not a whole lot of options to get back into this game for Atlas outside of
to knock you down and then kick you while you're down in this whole sense.
100%. Which I didn't really feel they were doing against CIS rejects. Obviously that game a little different and they were pulling away, but it felt like the decisions they were making, especially in game 2, were split decisions. They were half-hearted as a team, where we saw the Yamato farming up the jungle and taking those camps while 3 players from the team were trying to end the game, and it did seem a little scatterbrained, I guess is how I'll put it.
I don't know if we were watching the same game then, because
Well, no,
it was
like,
no remorse.
To that
Look at this.
fact is we got a 13-minute one, a 19-minute one. Now we meet in the middle and get a 15-minute Temple Guardian with
They also had
nobody
the urn down there
in the
too.
vicinity.
they pulled the urn to the Temple Guardian to make sure that nobody from Atlas can run it while they're doing it. And they're like, okay, so we have Rejuvenator. Let's just go in. Let's get it done. Lasso on Ballistic. Doesn't matter. Now you're in to the boxing ring with these members too. It looks like Urn's going to be picked back up by Listic and returned. So there we go. Soul Urn returns. 4 souls just going to buff things out to almost a 30k soul lead at 16 minutes. So we get the return of the shadow here from Sherrick. Vrake, not long for this world. Deem off at the follow-up in combo as well is just going to catch Captain. No escape for the Viscous. No escape for Atlas. 4 players down, 2 left standing. And it looks like Virtus Pro now have their eyes set to some more objectives here. Everybody grouped around this walker should be going down pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean, there's just not a whole lot you can do to try and protect this one, right? You step up a little too far, you're getting swapped. It does look like OBT trying to get somebody out of position underneath that walker, but to no avail. Listic stayed alive in it and still has the soul exchange should he need it. What a flick there from Demov down low to find the first kill. Scoops up another one with ease as they march through the walker, and now knocking at the door. The base Guardians, the Elder Guardians, next under fire as Trax has... I'm feeling a little colorblind every time we take a peek at Trax's POV, because it's been awfully gray, unfortunately, for the Vindicta.
Well, it has been sunshine and rainbows for Virtus Pro, I will say. Vrake's gonna jump in with the satchel. Another return to shadows here, just chasing down this pocket. Sherrick's gonna finish off another kill, and another walker drops for even more items to be bought by this Virtus Pro team. No matter who steps up, it's just one by one. It all is welcome to their demise in Virtus Pro's Shop of Horrors. So Atlas here, just another stepping stone on their rise to glory here in Volume 5. It seems this team is here for one thing and one thing only, and that is business. The business to win.
I mean, they've got a reputation to uphold, especially here in Bombshell, right? They, again, 1 win Bombshell. That's where we're at, and 1 win is not the returning champion. Virtus Pro is, so making a statement early here in this one. Some limit testing here and there with Obikin playing the Haze previously is maybe an opportunity to get something back here. Michaelis able to walk away safely, and with that, Obikin jumps right back in, hits the combo, finds the kill. The 7 ultimates, it feels like they're doing damage to themselves the way the 7s go up and then die.
Yeah, every single time you see a 7 launch itself into the air, it's just like, all right, so everybody shoot the 7 now. It's been good for Virtus Pro, I will say, and like even in moments like that where you see the shoulder charge from OBT to see if you can at least get Mikhail S down, deny that paradoxical swap for a second, and then it's like you use so much just to get to like your end goal there, that, you know, Virtus Pro just drop a couple cold fronts, they slow you down, they turn around, you get comboed, you get leaping slashed, anything really that is like you're banking up there for your Virtus Pro to just release and launch your counterattack immediately after Atlas fail at their attack of their own. So it's very tough to kind of deal with in that whole sense. Not a straightforward climb back up if you're Atlas. You're gonna need something magical if you want to steal this game away. And just to begin with, like, Virtus Pro aren't really getting anything natural away. So it's like that magic just might not be there.
Yeah, another urn spawn here. We're just cresting that 20-minute mark. Camps available as well. And so this is kind of what I was talking about, where I guess it would be hard to be perfect every single time. But in leaving the base here, Virtus Pro, they do leave up some camps for Atlas to collect. Now, are they going to get 50,000 souls or 54,000 souls from finding these camps on the left side of the map? Absolutely not. But this was that point that I was making before where they weren't completely suffocating every single opportunity, which in this game it might not matter, but in other games that are a bit closer, right, you definitely want to take away those opportunities, those comeback opportunities. You know, if Earn's not on the table, but
here we
camps
go.
are, you want to steal those away.
Earn's being run. Virtus Pro aren't happy about this. They're chasing it to the end of the earth just to take it back. Run as fast as you can. You cannot escape VP. Zergy's gonna chase you down. You can't even slip into your own spawn. Here comes the shoulder charge back on into the fountain. Is it enough to maybe do some damage alongside whoever is going to be anonymously providing that damage from inside your base? Victory to Virtus Pro. Victory in game 1, and another one under your belt throughout the Bombshell. That's 3 in a row now for VP. Yep. As they are on a hot streak here.
And they just kind of picked up where they left off, right? We went from draft to lane phase 30 seconds, 45 seconds into the game, and Virtus Pro had lanes pushed to the Guardian of Atlas, right? It's almost like they're still in the CIS rejects game where they were up 80,000 souls. They just didn't let off the gas. So it's a very unfortunate situation for Atlas to be, I'm putting this in air quotes, coming off the couch, right? Because this is their first game and they are playing a red hot Virtus Pro.
You know, the strength of schedule, I mean, for this Atlas team, it doesn't get any easier to later on when it's going to be ZP and Jason on the task, because you got VP first, you got 1 win second to the top dogs here in Europe. And you look towards it tomorrow, you play Thanos. It's a tough road to come back here for this Atlas team. Virtus Pro, today they play CIS Rejects. They play Atlas. Tomorrow they play Lotus and Aegis Aurora. It's not until day 4 of groups that we see Virtus Pro play Paravision and 1 win. So, like, we gotta wait a long time to see some of the big 3 here in Europe play up against each other. It gives so much time for, like, you know, teams like Aegis Aurora, for Thanos, for Lotus, for really anybody who's going to play up against Virtus Pro or 1 win to, like, have their chances, have their try at taking down these players, and, you know, even still, or taking down these teams. And I hope that teams are, like, kind of watching this, like taking notes and, like, who's playing what to kind of, like, steal away. Where are the strengths right now of VP? Well, a lot of it's coming down to these lady guys builds, I will say. Whether it's Zergy or it's Listic playing her, it is a dangerous thing to watch. And Calico getting picked up there from Sherrick as well was something that it's like the Shiv. It's just something that you're going to get boxed out by this Calico in a 1v2 and a 1v1 or whatever it is. She is so hard to kill, and she is very good in the right hands. And so far for Sherrick, that is the right hands.
Yeah, 100%. And it's also, again, another situation where very minor changes come through. And, I mean, scrimbucks are called scrimbucks for a reason, right? Not everything translates from scrims into officials. So, to be able to get Sherrick some official competitive reps on the Calico, see how she feels, wasn't necessarily the star, right? When you look at the numbers, again, you know, we're seeing Zergy do Zergy things. That's just a trackball. If you want to do that, you have to play on a trackball. But it's same thing with the Haze in the previous game, right? It's, hey, let's get an official under our belt with this. How do things feel, even if they were minor changes coming into this one? So this is a really solid day for Virtus Pro to get started here, to get the reps under their belt, to see what feels good for them in an official matchup, and then come day 4 to have things a little more flushed out in what they think is strong, where they think the meta is, or if they even think, you know, the most recent patches even did a whole lot, right? Because we saw how strong Calico still looked, and maybe it wasn't necessarily gun damage, which is where the nerfs were headed towards, right? 25% of that scaling in the gun damage specifically. That ultimate and the slash still doing heaps of damage. The Calico's still looking fierce. And I mean, add it to your pool, and it gets that much harder for anybody to ban you out.
Yeah, it's so difficult to kind of look at too. What's like straightforward here for Atlas to kind of build into for this up and coming like pick bans? There is no straightforward answer because while Deadlock is sitting at like this 2-ban phase, there's like options C, D, E, and F for anything that like teams like Virtus Pro can play with, just how flexible they are with different heroes. It's really hard to play up against a team when they have so much freedom to choose all these heroes that they just rock at playing. So like for any team playing up against them, it really comes down to, how are you able to play these heroes yourself, and, kind of looking to seeing if Atlas can maybe have a little bit more comfort in their own picks and look a little bit better when it comes down to putting it all together inside the server. So right away, Virtus Pro on the Amber Hand side, they get the first ban. It's going to be Great Talon, who has just been perma-banned all day long, man. No love to GT.
Yeah, absolutely just refuse to, don't even want it for themselves either. And that's the pick that you absolutely want for yourself. Now, this is going to be, I think, the first game where we don't get Mirage.
Yeah.
I think this Rejects played it 4 games in a row. I think they got the Mirage on Apocycle, and then it was played last game by Zergy, and now we're going to be without our traveling friend, which it feels the space just feels empty, I think, without Mirage.
Oh, don't worry. VP will fill that space very, very soon. I will say the holiday pick going into their hands again for this team. I mean, Dimov, whether it's going to be the Yamato or the holiday pick, even earlier against CIS Rejax, who's a great hero to have. You take Zergy away from the Mirage, it's okay. He still has that lady, guys. He still has been playing a lot more than just that. Zergy has a ton of talent inside of it. So Atlas going to answer back with the Pocket and the Paradox on their side.
Yeah, and that makes sense, right? You can't afford to give both the Paradox and the Holiday over to really any team, but especially Virtus Pro. The Pocket, it's just a strong pick, but I don't think we've quite seen it piloted the way to the fullest
underwhelming
of its potential. Yes, a little underwhelming today.
I will say, and you don't really say that about Pocket players, is that like underwhelming isn't usually in their vocabulary, because like it's usually the star of the show, but no, not today. Pocket has just been something to be desired every single time it gets picked. And for Atlas, I hope Frake can put it together, because it's not like to say that like Frake wasn't looking for options with this hero. You were trying. It's just, it felt like every single time you did, Sherrick was like breathing down your neck with this Calico. So it's like, where do you answer back now for VP? It's going to be the Sinclair for Listic if you bring that back. Again, Yamato, just to give yourself even more options in that whole sense. You get the Viscous for Atlas before the second ban phase is coming up now. So where do you ban if you're Atlas coming into this? Because like they got the Sinclair, they have the Holiday, Yamato is picked up as well. I mean, maybe you look towards like this Calico ban. Maybe you look towards the Mo and Krill. It's gonna be tough, because it's like, even if you do ban like the Calico, like there's still like even more that like you can go to for this team. Like there's no straightforward answer here.
Yeah, and I think like the Calico was strong, but surely not strong enough to pull a ban, right? Vindicta could still be a problem, right? Mikhail S playing the Vindicta.
True, that is another one.
Yeah, so it's like,
Kelvin,
if you're Atlas, you're in a really tough spot. Okay, so Kelvin banned away. They are going to ban the Bebop. That's the second time I think we've seen Virtus Pro ban the Bebop.
And really sets things up that like you could go for the Vindicta play now again, like for Mikhail S, without having to deal with that Bebop pulling you out of the sky. Very strong versus CIS Rejax both time we saw it. I think my eyes more so towards Atlas, and like Maybe you go for like a Lash in this whole sense. We haven't seen it. Maybe you go to take this like Lady Geist away, a Vindicta for yourself. Shiv has been getting a lot of playtime today. It's just, I think what you really need is like something that is going to punish any aggression coming out from this Yamato and this Sinclair early on, because we haven't really seen too much of that. Pocket just hasn't been good enough in like respecting that space or like doing that damage. So maybe the Calico in here can go toe-to-toe with this Yamato, Mo and Krill as well, to just lock you down even more. So good things to pick up for Atlas, but Virtus Pro just going for their tried and true, what's been working for them.
Yeah, and now I think what to round this out is just a Eric pick again. Are we looking for a Warden at the end here, or maybe a Shiv just to do something spicy? I really liked. I mean, the Mo and Krill is just Mo and Krill. It's so survivable. Obviously, Obi Kim piloting the Mo and Krill is just a scary prospect. I'm happy to see Atlas pick that up. It's going to give them some extra oomph in lane in terms of, you know, fighting power when you have your ultimates, but also survivability. You know, you leap forward, you slam a scorn onto a couple of people, and all of a sudden, it's not what it once was, but you're still pretty darn healthy. And it's not Warden or Shiv for Sherrick only. It's Warden and Shiv split respectively.
Okay, so like Calico and Shiv on a team, that is like a weird dynamic to be kind of like looking at here for Atlas. But hey, I mean, I don't hate it. I will say, I don't hate it for sure. It's different in my eyes, but at the same time, it's just like, it's one of those things that if Atlas isn't like finding like these like finishing or killing blows with this this Shiv, we saw it like come out for CIS rejects like later on, Amplifying picking up this Shiv, and you got nothing done with it whatsoever. So it's like,
yeah,
yes, you can pick up these characters, but I still have to look at, you know, these players to really step up and utilize them.
I'm also like, Atlas's comp is a very like, it feels like in anime when somebody's really strong and their aura is just so oppressive that it's almost crushing you. It's like, it's a very heavy pressure comp that can and probably wants to be in your face. I am always so like, I get the heebie-jeebies a little bit when I don't see like a heavy mouse one in there. Not that not everybody's gonna be mouse wanting, but when you look at
this Vindicta, like just looking at it in general, I mean, like Paradox is gonna like be like tickling this Vindicta, but like, how do you stop Michaelis on this? Like, in general, you are rushing knockdown for somebody just to like get her out of the air so that the Shiv and Calico can kind of have value against her if they can make it to her in general. First, you got to go through a Warden and a Lady Geist. And not only that, then you have to worry about getting lassoed, or you have to worry about getting swapped yourself if Sinclair's going to copy that. So it's like, this might be like the most free Vindicta game I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, they banned away the Bebop and they opened it up for them. Even if nobody plays the Bebop, it's just something they do not have to worry about. But Seymour, we are underway. Our 6th game of the day for you and I. It will be our last, and for Virtus Pro, it'll also be their last on the day. Virtus Pro, your Amber Hand, Atlas, your Sapphire Flame. And after 1 minute and 35 seconds, we're even Steven in souls.
Even as could be. For the early part, I think this is the first time that we've swapped to the middle lane, and you haven't been forced under Guardian right away. And I spoke too soon.
Yeah, as I say, the line of scrimmage has now been set at 1 minute and 50 seconds. It is VP just marching forward.
So for Atlas, again, I think it really boils down to like inside of these laning phases, like that teamwork, like coordination is going to be so important, especially to get the max value out of this Shiv and this Calico early on, to see if like, you know, before this Vindicta can like fully activate, before like that lasso comes up, like you want to be like brawling out, see if you can like actually start to farm on these heroes, and they're respectively going to be on their own side. You can see it happening. They're providing a little bit of space and a little bit of ground back into their lanes, but actually, like, locking down these kills is going to be like another thing for sure.
Yeah, and a big change, right? Blob now on the pocket, Vraic on the Calico. So a lot switched up from game to game. You would almost expect like a different team in Atlas, and it's looking a little different. Okay, go 1-for-1 early in this, but that's got to feel pretty darn good until it doesn't. But hey, you first blooded VP, who just came off of a pretty explosive win. But the way that I see things, and now Deadlock is a game where nobody's really stuck to any kind of confines, except for your support players who typically tend to play a little more supporty roles, or the supporty-ish heroes. But like when you're swapping Waldo from a hyper carry 7 into a more supporty Paradox, right? I almost feel like it's going to change the landscape of the way Atlas play just as a team, because everybody's going to play those heroes a little differently, right? You know, your Paradox of old is not going to be your Paradox of new. You know, Blob now on the pocket is not going to be the same pocket that Vraic was playing in the previous one.
Yeah, it's hard to see like exactly like where you kind of like get things to work here for Atlas, especially like playing the Shiv into like a Sinclair and a Warden. I mean, you can see that too. I mean, like there is no damage to defer if they're just running you down to begin with. So OBT forced into the Guardian. He's going to be picked up there by the flask of this Warden. Kills all over for VP. Waldo just eviscerated there by Listic, who's not even playing the Sinclair this time. It's OB on the Sinclair, so he's gonna track down one of his own. And hey, I mean, maybe you've bit off a little bit more than you can chew, maybe not, because there's a last stand there. So OB's on the run.
Yeah, looking to get out of there. Does get trapped up, but a little too far, maybe. Oh, never mind. Okay. Obi-Kim goes down. OBT able to sneak away from it all, and that is going to force Sherrick on back. Obi-Kim just happy to be out of quote-unquote support jail, playing that Sinclair, and the kills that kind of took place just moments before that scrap happened in that far right lane was Dimov got lasso, and on cooldown, lassoed Waldo, and they ended up finding that kill. And that is really how this holiday lane is going to go. So not to say that we need to avoid mid lane, but they've already got the Guardian, and they're just going to continue to keep doing that. Now, a good swap onto Zergy. Again, it's small windows for Atlas, but they're finding victories. They just need to stop the bleeding after those victories, right? Like, you can't keep trading 1-for-1 with VP.
No, you can't for sure. I think one thing that we would love to see just in general is, you know, some Guardians early on getting grabbed, but like, how are you going to get Guardians when you can't even hold on to your own right now? 5 minutes in, you're just getting overwhelmed. 4 players here from Virtus Pro just surrounding you underneath. They do good to back off too. They recognize that there's some Atlas members here looking to group up to fight you, so 3-on-3 over towards lane 1. Oh, that all happens. You do see that Sherrick trying to walk up over towards that middle lane. He's going to have some backup too, so Obi's going to come to see if he can help things out. And yeah, Trax is in trouble. Blob as well. You are long gone right now if you're Waldo, but it is too late.
There's 2 Guardians gone at 6 minutes.
That's fast.
That's like billionaire status. Like, you just have too many slots that you don't even know what to do with them, and like you just have an extra. I guess, okay, Obi Kim making me eat my words. He's already made his way through the health items, the endurance items, and he's making good use of that flex slot. But you're 6 minutes in, you got a flex slot opened up by possibly another Guardian around the corner. I feel like for VP2, like at this point in the game, not what do you do, because you can just continue to keep laning, but there's nothing else
It's
to
even
play
like-
for, right? So just keep winning your lane.
The thing is, like, this VP team just has like heroes too, like with excellent base stats. So it's like itemization, like away. You just look at like these heroes, like Vindicta or like Demov playing on this holiday, and it's like all you have to do now that you have an early Guardian lead is group together, and without items, you are still so dangerous to play against, and you can see that's happening here over towards lane 1. They're still looking for this Guardian, and they're grouped up together. And really, as much as Atlas wants to walk forward, as soon as they do, Binding Word in, Returning Shadow is going to at least keep you away for this for now. But is it going to be able to do anything lethal? It doesn't. It just gets you back to your Guardian.
And 4 players strong here in lane 1 are Atlas, looking to hang on to the last line of defense. As Demov looking to steal away some of the Sinner sacrifice and gets absolutely nuked for it. So again, a little bit of breathing room, slowing things down. Demov not going to be able to lasso somebody for the next, 6 seconds plus the cooldown on that. But combo not going to be available here. So Zergy able to take a fair fight against the Moen Krill in Trax, who's able to sneak away from that one. And it's not much of a fair fight. Good parry, but the rest of Atlas is here to make that one heard. And they're starting to find openings here. Waldo now wants to try and get some more. Sherrick goes down, and VP maybe getting a little too silly here.
And I know we've been kind of like putting a lot of like hype on this VP build, and like they're drafting, and we've been kind of talking down on Atlas. I think like I am totally open to like eating my words here. It's just like they gotta show me a little bit more than what we've seen so far. And in game 1, there was just not like anything to kind of deal with from their side. So it's like moments like that are good, but it's like, where do you go from here? Because like they still haven't pushed into these Guardians, at least towards like lane 1. They have to get this Guardian in. Lane 2, lane 3, there's not a lot of damage onto them either, and like you're getting kills, but like that is literally just to stabilize your own half of the map.
Obi Kim narrowly sneaks away there, can't get away from the slowing Hex, and another kill picked up. What was once a 10,000 soul lead has been cut in half here. Atlas able to claw their way back into a bit more of a sustainable lead. And I'm wondering at what point, if ever, do Virtus Pro really stop goofing as that was stolen? Trax walked up, grabbed that, and got away?
He is long gone.
Oh,
It's good disarm here,
right, buddy.
but copy into the combo from Obi, who is just so fast at getting it done with the participation. Zergy's going to finish this one off, and here we go, out to the races with the urn picked up. You are in trouble, Mikhail S, and OBT will find that kill on the exit, though. You look over towards where the urn is getting delivered, and there is not a soul to be seen from the side of Atlas. They are still fighting for these Guardians.
and for the first 6 minutes, it looked incredible for VP. And then for the last 4 minutes, it looked like Atlas, maybe there was a light at the end of the tunnel. Maybe we were starting to see glimpses of brilliance. And on the paper that was being written by VP, it was just a bunch of lines. Now they're starting to dot their I's and cross their T's, right? They play the urn. They get big, heavy presence on the left side of the map. Walk that urn over to the right side. They push all the way up to the walker here. Grab a kill for it. Trax just couldn't even do anything with the combo. Just had to accept his fate here in that one. But the health bars are low. OBT maybe looking to chase here.
This could be
Has the execute available. Also has some help behind him, so doesn't even need the execute to grab that one. Sherrick and Zergy both go down.
Look at the walkers, though. That is kind of where my eyes immediately go to. You've lost your middle walker. Good damage there onto lane 3. Well, that urn was getting run. Atlas managed to steal away that first lane Guardian, but that's the only objective that they have here so far. And you look to the rest of this one, and I'd like to start to see like Atlas start to use the buddy system a little bit more, because constantly when we're swapping perspectives from Virtus Pro, it always feels like there's just somebody from Atlas who is in too deep and now dead. So got to make sure that you're being very cautious on where that line is drawn towards this map and, you know, how far you really can push up before it's too late.
And there was almost another situation of Atlas being a little too far overextended with Waldo underneath that far left Guardian with 3 players pushing it. Fortunately for Waldo, Listic and friends just kind of gave up on it. Speaking of Waldo, finds an execute onto Zergy, who's died quite a few times in this game, and nothing to scoff at in that 10,000 souls. And where your souls are now for Atlas is kind of right where you want them to be, right? You want your Calico to have some souls. You're okay if your Moen Krill doesn't. Not that you don't want your Moen Krill to be strong, but hey, man, just be a combo bot, right? And allow our Calico, allow Blob, OBT to find these kills. And Trax has been able to do that.
Oh, yeah, Trax baits out the transformation a little bit early. He's able to escape through Burrow. Decay onto Obi, but no real follow-up there, so another walker down. Atlas just continuing to be pushed back, and while this is happening, they're going for the middle lane, so see if they can overwhelm these members here. As you can see, that the special assistant to be good at just clearing out the wave, keeping things in your side, vexing Bolt as well, just eliminating so many minions, not allowing Atlas to have a chance at these Guardians. Break in trouble. Has some help. Here comes the assistance for Sherrick as well. So re-engage back into this one. Return to Shadows is going to keep you alive for a second here. Vrake, though, not able to track down Listic. Gets away with 400 health. And now the participation onto the Moen Krill. Track's going to be grabbed by his own ultimate. OBT goes down. It is the hunting party of Virtus Pro chasing through these lanes. No escape allowed between these members. Trax now falls. There's a trade on to Mikhail last, but it's a 1 for 4 in favor of Virtus Pro as they can continue to look for more.
Oh, man, and I was just about to give Waldo some love. I still think Waldo deserves flowers for the play there. Waldo's definitely looked like a different player here on the Paradox. Has looked a whole lot stronger, was able to help supplement in those kills that just took place by that Walker, or where that Walker used to be, and then unfortunately died. I think I was going to give some extra roses of Waldo able to walk out of that one based off of what VP just did to the rest of the team. But Waldo joins them in 15 minutes. So we're still right in the middle, anywhere between 13 to 19 minutes. You are not safe with this Temple Guardian. VP will take it. So down comes the Rejuve. Who's going to get the melee? Of course, it's VP to do it. Listic will secure that one. And all the bodies that came this way from Atlas end up in bags. As Waldo surely the next to go. Alchemical Fire down. Time Wall gonna buy some time, but there's players on both sides. Waldo, you just couldn't dance the dance long enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was really excited to see this Atlas team play so far. I mean, like, OBT, like, how often do we see them in North America really stepping up as, like, just, like, that tank role, a really beefy character? And here on the Shiv, I thought this may have been an answer. You know, it's not like he's, like, playing bad. He's 6 and 4 on the Shiv. It's just, you know, you're still, like, 24k souls down, and, like, the rest of the team around you is just not really performing here for Atlas. So I think that for the rest of this team, I mean, looking towards to see if you can hop in with this affliction. It's going to be used. Follow up as well. Return to Shadows available for Vrake. And Waldo can look to see if he can catch anybody with this paradoxical swap. So do see the participation there from Obi. Is going to grab that affliction. Burns tracks down Lona for Demov to finish it off. They're going to be looking for this last walker.
Man, Vrake almost able to get the execute onto Sherrick there. As you mentioned, the last walker to be taken down, which really means, again, your line of scrimmage is the front of your base with these base guardians. And even then, Demov is here punishing Blob for just existing inside of his base.
So time to crack this egg open. Save VPs. Base guardians are down, in for the shrine. See if they can finish off this last flex slot for the team. Or open it up, at least. You're going into this end too. I mean, you still have, you know, Dimov coming up on this lasso. You have the participation there from Obi. He's going to use it immediately. See if you can draw out some of these members of Atlas. Coming out of spawn, though, you're looking for Trax and OBT to see if they can combine here alongside Blob. The Affliction, the Killing Blow, and the combo all available.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, as good as this may feel, Rejuve is still available, and then the fight just got completely flipped upside down. They just pull them outside of their base, right? Pull them out of that comfort zone, and then immediately turn and burn. And they're able to find 3, make it 4, as they do find that second shrine. So every slot that you could possibly want available for items to purchase. Resets just around the corner, right? All 4 players just under 10 seconds. And we'll see if VP maybe look to play the bait and switch once more, lull them in and try and take a fight outside the base, or if they do look for that full reset and then come back to it.
Well, here we go. 20 minutes into this game now, and VP have weakened the Patron. As immediately they're just going to disengage. Lots of Denizen camps still alive across. Lots of chances to just finish things off. Buff yourselves up heading into this potential last fight territory. This last stand for Atlas. As OBT has really stepped up here with the shift pick. Even walking into Michaelis on his Vindicta. Paradoxal swap there from Waldo. It's going to grab Listic, but instead it just actually kind of puts Waldo out of position right into the side of Virtus Pro. So they're just going to be able to track off that Paradox, walk into the rest, and it's 3 down immediately for Atlas.
Yeah, and there's just, I mean, no hope now, right? You've already reset that Patron, so these timers are exactly where they stand. VP playing with their food a bit as they leap into the pit. Vrek gonna try one last stand. Will drop the shadows, and unfortunately should go down, will go down, as OBT will quickly follow. And Virtus Pro, they had themselves a day. They go 4-0 on the day. They'll wrap things up with that, and they're showing exactly why. Not only are they the defending champions, but they're the cream that rises to the top in what is this Eastern, or I guess EU is still kind of considered Western. Eastern is the, you know, Asian.
Somewhere around there.
They're more east than where I am today, but they're at the top when it comes to really all things Europe, and they're really proving it here today, especially because when you come into a tournament like this, I think expectations are high for the teams that we've seen play a lot, and expectations are unknown for the teams, especially like, you know, Cis Rejects. We've seen those teams around. We've seen those names around, and that team specifically playing here and there, and really in this dogfight for a feast or famine game right now in Deadlock. And so we love to see Cis Rejects. And then we see Atlas, right, playing on the day. Obviously, we saw Paravision, but I'm not talking about them right now. We see Atlas playing on the day, and Atlas is kind of completely unknown to me, right? OBT is coming over from NA, right? A Canada player. Captain and Waldo have some experience playing together on Maidong, but the rest of the team, it was kind of pieced together to do the darn thing. And so with that being an unknown, I think we have high expectations for VP. And when you have games like this, if you're Virtus Pro, you have to win like this, right? You can't come out here and have a close game against a team that isn't in the conversations that you are in. So not to say rah-rah, Siskumbah, Virtus Pro is going to win it all based off of what they showed today, but they showed exactly why they're at the top and the levels that there are to this game.
Yeah, they've been at the pinnacle of European competition for Deadlock for quite a long time now, I will say. We've been gassing them up this whole time. They deserve it for the performances that they've been kind of displaying here in both matches 1 and matches 2. But they're going to be ending their day 1 2-0, 4-0 in map count, which means that's 4 points inside of their day 1 matches. Atlas, unfortunately, going to kick things off for their debut here in the Bombshell Volume 5. 0-2, 0 points to walk away from, similar to what we saw from Sis Rejects in the matches earlier on. But it's a tough schedule that you got right now for Atlas. I mean, you get drawn Virtus Pro game 1 win game 2. I mean, teams that you have to like scrap together, scrim fast, get ready to play teams that have been together for quite a long time. Tomorrow, for this Atlas team, they play Paravision and Thanos. So another tough matchup for them. I mean, their strength of schedule is tough towards the start of this group stage schedule, but I think it's still something to be looking forward to for this Atlas team. I mean, OBT on the Shiv, I was really doubting the Shiv pick, especially into the composition that was put together there. Still was managing to make it work in some of those fights. I think that you look back at this game, you kind of go into one win with a mindset quite similar. Just try to bring your best, and then tomorrow look over what went right, what went wrong. Come into this definitely looking a lot stronger here for this Atlas team. I'm excited to see these teams grow over the course of this tournament. I think that there's a lot of talent here in Europe to be kind of keeping our eyes on, and as they put it all together, and a lot of these teams who might not have as much experience together as our top 3 in Europe so far, over the course of the next 6 days, it's just going to be getting better and better. And like you said earlier on, is that you're not aiming for top 3 across these groups. Top 5 is what you're kind of aiming for going into playoffs. And if you can fill out the top 5, have that chance in playoffs to maybe have some bracket busters, then that's something that, again, I'm looking forward to these teams really stepping up to raise their ceilings and push these strong deadlock rosters to their max.
Yeah, and the top 5 for the playoffs, if you're 4-5, I think 4-5 play one another. I know we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. 4-5 play one another. So if you make it top 5, you just have to win one series to be in the money. So we've got, like Seymour said, not only more games for you today, but this is day 1 of 6. So when it comes to watching these teams really develop and really start to come into themselves, we're going to be seeing that all throughout the week. Now, for myself and Seymour, I was going to try and be funny and say we're going to do a magic trick and we're going to turn into a couple of different casters, but I just couldn't find a way to land it. So instead, I need everybody to pick me up here because I dropped the ball on that one and I'm feeling down on myself. And there's nothing more that I would like. My birthday's September 1st. It's just way too far away to be asked for presents. But the best gift that you could give right now is by giving some love to our friends here at One Win, who are going to be joining us here in just a moment. We're going to finally catch the team who is putting the whole darn thing on here for this Bombshell tournament. There's going to be a QR code on your screen here. Please, please, please drop some love. Make sure you can stay tapped into not only what's happening for the rest of the week here, but obviously for what One Win and One Win Bombshell has in store for the future. As for me and Seymour, once more, we do say goodbye on the day, but we're going to put you in very, very capable hands with Jason Kaplan and ZP. So Seymour, we get to do it all again tomorrow. Unfortunately, that's it for us today. So we're going to hop away for a short break. Atlas has another go at things, but unfortunately, they're punching up once more. One Win is just around the corner. We're going to hop away, and we'll see you guys on the other side.
Welcome back, everyone, to One Win Bombshell number 5. That's right, we are in the 5th bombshell, and this time with English casting. ZP here with Jason Kaplan here to take you through the rest of the day. And Jason, it's trial by fire right now for Atlas.
I have to say this though, I'm really happy that production put us in proportional sizes to how actual tall we are in real life. Normally I don't get to stand on desks with people when it comes to shows because I'm a little bit too tall, but this is about right, ZP? This is about our height difference, I think.
You know, look, I'll give you your flowers. You are a pretty tall guy, and you are taller than me. But look, this is like a difference of like 6'2" to like 6'5". You know, I'm not saying here this isn't like an ex-Uber situation. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, 6 foot and 5'11" is quite the height difference if any of you out there on Tinder. But as we do jump into this one, like you're saying, a trial by fire for Atlas is the perfect way to put it for them, playing against the best 2 teams in EU back to back. It's a rough start, but you also do get probably your most difficult matches out of the way on day 1.
That is true. It's kind of one of those things where you go, well, if nothing else, we are ready to go for 3rd place if it goes against them. Where, I mean, look, if you are about to play 1 win, which by all accounts, you look at all the results in competitive deadlock over the last month, 1 win, by no coincidence, also playing in the 1 win tournament. 1 win, the team is the best team in European deadlock right now. But if you were to prepare for them, getting a warm-up against Virtus Pro is basically the best thing that you can hope for in this sort of situation. So we'll see if they've taken anything away from the match where, interestingly enough, the meta, we've seen some shifts in terms of, maybe a little bit in hero priority. Vindicta maybe perhaps the most notable, it dropping in prio, but overall things are maybe a little bit more similar than I would have expected pre-patch.
Well, we have seen a lot of Wardens come out. That was kind of, I mean, I kind of say unexpected just because I'm not gonna lie, I hate Warden. I think he's one of the most boring heroes in the game. I know you're a Warden simp there, ZP, but for me, it's definitely not it. But E-Shift, probably one of the biggest changes, period, coming out of the patch, in my opinion, because it really forces a lot of players and a lot of different heroes out there to really determine where do we want to put our emphasis? Do we want to invest into a tier 4 E-Shift, which is a lot of souls to put their way? Or do we actually work on our position and properly play?
Well, we got our first picks and pans coming out here, and for 1 win, one thing that hasn't changed is that they were kind of ahead of the curve in the last month of valuing Sinclair even when it had fallen off other teams. Not changing here versus Atlas, grabbing Sinclair the first pick, where you talk about a meta that may be involving more Warden, Jason. Well, guess what? You don't really want to pick a Warden against a Sinclair.
Yeah, I know. We always talk about, like, Last Stand being one of the best ultimates to steal. I think we've seen Flammable play Sinclair so many times in the past that it's definitely going to be something that you don't want to have to deal with, and Atlas most likely not going to be picking. But the interesting thing is, if you're going into a match against 1 win, there's like 3 very high priority heroes that you have to watch out for that we always talk about. It's your Great Talon, well, even beyond Great Talon, I guess you can put Great Talon in there. Great Talon, you got Pocket, you got Yamato, and you have Calico. Now, Calico we haven't seen too much of today, but those like 3-4 heroes seems to be exactly what women love to play. But I also would like to see them maybe work on having a deeper pool across the board. And maybe with the Vindicta pickup we're seeing is something that they're actually trying to do here, because they do seem very one-dimensional, but they make that one dimension work extremely well for them, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, okay, look, you have 1 flyer taking on Great Talon. They go the other direction and pick the Vindicta pretty early, where Vindicta's been going a little bit later in the draft today, but 1 win, their priorities are in order, also going with the Yamato. Interestingly enough, you think about the lane setups that they're going for here. This isn't a lane setup that is quite as early game focused, in terms of what you would expect from 1 win normally. But I think part of that is just you have the Great Talon band. It's not like it's bad in the early game with the Sinclair, but it's a little bit of a different order than I might have expected, mostly because 1 usually hasn't picked the Vindicta that early.
Yeah, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, Vindicta isn't necessarily something they play all too often. Actually, maybe I can go check my database while we're sitting here looking at the draft. But also seeing Atlas ban out the Bebop, I think is a little bit interesting, because we know OBT is a very heavy Bebop player. I did just check, by the way. 1 would have played Vindicta 1 time across some of the other events that we've done in the past. So this is definitely a little bit of adaptation coming in for him. But for them to ban out Bebop for Atlas, I think it's kind of interesting. But then again, they already had Paradox picks, so it kind of makes sense that you want to take them away. And plus, Overseas is insane on it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen what happens when you give Overseas Bebop. Usually, it's just not a great experience. But Abrams getting picked in the number 4 slot for 1 win. Kind of where it's been going nowadays, where people wondering, okay, post changes where Abrams going to land, and if anything, Abrams has been getting picked even more now. Where I do think with the E shift changes, especially now you're seeing Warden get picked a little bit more. I do think there's a little bit more power to having good frontliners than there was pre-patch, because your frontliners weren't always building E-Shift anyways. Like, they could, and sometimes they did just because it was a really good item, but they're not as dependent on an E-Shift as much in the way that a Vindicta or a Talon would be, right? So I do wonder if the meta will have a little bit more of a shift towards frontlining.
And maybe not play as such squishy heroes because you don't have the availability of that E shift fairly early on. And obviously, when you're an Abrams, if you get a charge on someone who's relatively squishy, there's a very good chance you could take that hero down pretty much with ease. But we do see comps already being locked in here for the most part for Atlas DP. So we have the Calico, Shiv, Mo and Krill, and Pocket, which is kind of similar to what we saw out of them in the last match. And it can have extremely strong power and presence, but it does bank on the fact that that Mo and Krill can get things going early on for that Shiv, for that Calico, and for that Pocket to really get a good snowball effect started.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you run a Moan Krill, you are very much reliant on making it work in the early mid game. It's kind of the same thing of what you hope to get with the Bebop, but you get a little bit more room, especially in the mid game if you get a tower down early to like use the Mo, get into the jungle, be super aggressive. But One Win gonna pick up the Ivy last, where One Win also one of the few teams to still swear by running the Ivy when it comes down to it. Ivy's been kind of out of the meta for a lot of teams, but One Win, they like the support you can get from Ivy, but also I think just the general map mobility that you still have with the hero, and also lane control, just throwing out vines.
I think Quig for melee creeps is one of the very few players that still actively plays Ivy so much. But remember this though, ZP, with Ivy being locked in, that means we're probably seeing ABL go to Sinclair. And I think he's been one of the most interesting players, I would say, to look at in EU, because he does play these very heavy carry roles. Your Great Talons, your Yamatos, like he wants to be in your face. He wants to take you down and be the big damage dealer. But he also flexes to Sinclair, which you don't really see happen too often. Normally, like for VP, we see Listic go over to it instead of like Zergy or Mikhail S being the potential pickups for that. So really interesting to see that they're running it yet again here, but that does offer a level of flexibility for the team not a lot of other teams out there can match.
Yeah, I mean, ABL's hero pool is really interesting. I mean, there's also a world heading into this where it could be ABL back on the Yamato, right? Where you think about ABL's come up, especially back with teams like Aegis Aurora at one point, right? Where ABL once looked really good in the Yamato. Hasn't usually been the go-to to pick it in recent times for One Win, but now that they've changed up, the hero draft a little bit compared to what we've seen them on recently, still could be a thing. Just generally lots of versatility for One Win, and we'll see how this goes. But again, for Atlas, the big problem for them when you look back at the last match was the fact that Atlas had real trouble keeping pace in the early stages of the game, where when you get to the point that you are getting earned in your own territory at 10 minutes, it's kind of the game warning you, hey, this really isn't going well for you. And I know some players in Atlas are paying on higher ping, and there's a lot of commentary about how being at high ping is just one of the absolute worst disadvantages you could have in Deadlock right now. But that's how it is right now in the tournament. We'll see if...
I don't have sympathy though, because if you're gonna play on an EU team, you have to expect to play with high ping. Like that's just a matter of fact. So you can never use that as an excuse. But you're very right talking about Atlas looking at Virtus Pro. If you can't have a strong early game or a strong enough early game to go even with the team like of the caliber of One Win, like VP, I think what's going to happen in that mid game when One Win love to catch you out in the jungle and love to get that as their way to get an advantage in these fights. They're going to have such a bigger skull lead against you. They're going to be a lot stronger when you hit that territory. So for me, for Atlas, like again, it's your two most difficult matches you're going to have, period, in the entire group stage of the One Win Bombshell Vol.5. I want to see some like progress out of them. I don't have to necessarily win the game or win any of these matches here against One Win, but work on that early game so you can transition to that mid game and start to really suss out like exactly how you want to play out against these other teams later on.
Yeah, and also, I mean, part of that too, it's kind of a fine line where you don't have to be the most farmed on your Moan Krill, but you can't really have what happened in the previous game either, where you have the average soul count of the game being at 13, 14K, and then your Moan Krill's down at like 8 to 9K, because you do eventually hit a point where you won't finish a combo. You will go for a combo and then you will instantly die. And that's kind of where we saw Atlas end up at with their Moan Krill play, which limited their ability to even like get combos to come back into the game. But all that, I mean, again, for Atlas, it was kind of a symptom of the fact that they just got so horrifically behind in the laning phases that they were basically playing catch up by about like minute 7.
And yeah, if you think about like the transition of a bad early game into mid game, like Atlas, they do have a relatively like decent pick comp, right? You can swap someone in directly into a combo. You're gonna have a 65 ideally. The problem is if you swap in like an Abrams or a Geist or a Yamato who you can't kill necessarily instantly because your team is a little bit too far behind, then that whole ability to facilitate your early kills to transition into an advantageous fight kind of go out the window. So it's going to be rough for Atlas, but again, I want to give them some decent expectations. I want to give them a chance to really prove us wrong, and again, have hopefully for them a strong early game. So I'm looking at one win, and I'm looking at a Vindicta Abrams matchup as being a potential lane combo, and that is just going to be dirty. Also, if it is ABL on Sinclair, we don't know necessarily where it's going to be. That's going to be really difficult to deal with. Not to mention how prevalent one win and how strong they've been on Yamato. Period over these last month, 2 months.
Yeah. Also, I mean, for one, when you think about how this match is likely to play out, one interesting thing about the one-win composition is that there's not really a whole lot of easy pickoffs there. Where picking off Sinclair, if Sinclair doesn't want to get picked, is pretty difficult just because of his ability to shift with his assistant, right?
Yep.
So he's off the board. Yamato, kind of self-explanatory kill. Same with Ivy. Geist, once you swap up, travel at your peril. Realistically, the only two you're likely to get easy pickoffs on are the Vindicta and Abrams. But when you put them in a lane together at the beginning of the game, well, easier said than done.
Well, it looks like we are going to be heading into game here, ZP. Going to be kicking things off in our first match of our best of twos here between One Win and Atlas. Our fourth match overall within the day. We still have 4 matches in total to come up, and I'm excited to see how things are going to be going here as we do take an idea of who is on what. And you did call it, ABL will be on the Yamato. It's actually going to be Xenon over on the Sinclair.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to take a look at too, because like you can put Zanya over onto the Abrams, and that's been something we've seen in the past too. So again, I mean, we would have said it made sense regardless. I guess maybe not. I don't think we've actually seen ABL Abrams, so maybe this was the one combination that we were expecting
anyway.
to see. Not yet. Look, I wouldn't put it against ABL, but already seen the lane poke getting a little bit hot and heavy in middle lane. Both Calico and Yamato getting a little bit low in this initial trade.
I think it's an early test by One Win, just kind of get an idea of how their opponents are going to be. I mean, you look at a Sinclair and Yamato, that's going to be so much poke going your way. Obviously, the changes they made to the middle archway where you can't get on top anymore, it means we won't see that battle cruiser Yamato out of ABL another time. But you can just kind of see the presence alone that he's applying here. He really wants to get aggressive early on, and he really just wants to show a lot of domination.
Yep, and look, I don't think ABL needs to go full battle cruiser mode. I think just put ABL on Yamato in the middle. In this case, I mean, Yamato Sinclair lane, pretty strong. I mean, same deal with Mirage Calico, so that to me comes down a little bit more to player skill. But, looking at some of our other lanes, off in on the right now, you got a Pocket Paradox lane versus, of course, Vindicta Abrams. So always keep an eye on the right lane here to see if Paradox is going to be able to stay alive. The Pocket, a little bit more difficult of a kill. And as I say that, Jason, I curse the Paradox.
Yeah, you're pulling the Jake from this last week, man. That lane can be extremely scary. Obviously, Pocket will probably have the best of times to be able to escape from any sort of tether that comes into a charge. But looking at the left-hand side lane, I kind of really like the Ivy and the Geist combo because the extra healing that Ivy can apply to Geist, and since you have to use health use abilities for the Geist, it kind of makes you a little bit less squishy, not to mention when you do pick up the restorative shot that we'll typically see, maybe extra regen as well. It makes, Empty Dreams a very formidable force and very difficult to push out.
Also, both can kind of keep their distance from Mo on the same note, but taking a look here, Yamato, a bit of pressure, really nice value in from the right clicks here from ABL. That was you look at the health battle between the two. ABL's looking good enough, maybe to dive in on this. One more right click would do it. Oh, real close, Jason, real close.
Yeah, he's gonna have to go back to base though, so the damage still will be done. A little bit unfortunate to not get the kill, but they're still gonna get a lot of damage onto this guard and a lot of pressure. At least Waldo will be able to stick around to keep his souls up as a charge gonna be coming through out of Zanya to try to get behind his opponents in this right hand side lane, and this is a little bit risky.
Save Private Abrams, please. However, they're just focusing more on the lane. is Atlas in this case, where they decide, okay, we're not going to chase down the Abrams. He's still pretty high HP. Could go badly for us. Meanwhile, though, ABL run afoul things over in mid. And as you see Zanya going in for the charge here, looking for Abrams. Tracks very, very low. And, you know, even if you don't get the kill, you're happy to get people super low. And, oh, that's so close.
I love that tech, though, ZP, of just, you know, I mean, the thing is, your Abrams, right? You can reload in between every single shot, but just use a staircase for the extra shots and just apply that extra pressure. You can see how safe they're playing, trying to make sure they can survive out on this lane. I mean, we saw Vrayek able to get a kill on ABL for the Calico versus Yamato, which is a really good thing to see here for Atlas to give them a semblance of control in the mid lane. You can already see them on the back foot here for one win. Starting to be very careful and very respectful to this as Waldo's about to hit that 3K point. But I mean, we see Mirage in the mid lane and how deadly a Mirage can be if you get those Jhin mark stacks.
The interesting thing in middle is that you have one win a little bit behind in farm, but I believe like significantly ahead on Guardian HP. So you could argue they're behind, but I'd argue they're just about fine, especially because they are about to hit 3K themselves. Now, ABL, master of just getting high damage poke from the Yamato with the right clicks early in the game.
Are you kidding me?
Ooh.
I mean, save Private Abrams, save Private Trax here as he gets slammed down and sniped out by Overseas. One win, putting on that domination here on this right-hand side. So we see Paka go back in, and Blob was looking for the Affliction, which he does connect onto both players. But realistically, you're not going to be able to pick up the kill off of this. He needs Trax to get back, and Trax still at 2.8, doesn't have that swap online just yet. Some tough times in that lane. Over the left-hand side, though, really quick, Zeep, I did want to point out the positioning. I'm really digging out of Flammable and Empty Dreams here, where Empty Dreams the one to kind of play a little bit further ahead. So if a combo came in, which realistically, you're only going to be able to combo the Geist with the way they're playing this, a Stoneform could come in and shut that down. The only real kill potential is hitting Flammable with that combo if you want to kill someone on the left-hand side lane.
Yeah, I mean, they're not giving Mo an easy time whatsoever, but, you know, we're taking a look over into middle lane right now. And, you know, again, Guardian pressure is most of what ABL is looking here for, but okay, inside we got a little bit of parry happening. Mo super low. Ivy, Geist chasing on down. OBT burrowing, can't get away. So now left lane, perhaps a little bit more momentum going over towards one win. Meanwhile, you got ABL shadow transformation over and in. I've dove a little bit deep here. 150 HP, needs to take a breather. Calico, hot pursuit the other way, gets the parry, and that's ABL back to spawn.
Oh, that's going to be the Traveler coming through out of Waldo as he gets back to lane here. You know, you talk about the advantage. I mean, it is 3K at the moment for one win. It was a little bit higher than that before that kill came through. I think it was about 5K, considering we've had no Guardians go down so far. And Zanya and Overseas are just putting on a clinic on this right-hand side. There's nothing that Trax and Blob can really do at the moment against this combo, which is just completely overpowering them. They kind of need to almost let their Guardian go down at this point just so they can like rotate out of this one and kind of free themselves away.
Yeah, I think the problem with that lane is that the Paradox is always just going to get heavily focused. But speaking of focus fire, Yamato under a little bit of fire here. But again, ABL is, again, whoa!
Jhin mark?
Okay, well, the Jhin's mark was a little bit built up. I was going to say ABL good at getting poke in the right situations, but Waldo on the Mirage being formidable in middle here so far. And kind of the only bright spot so far in this game for Atlas, where left and right lane's not going quite as well as Xenon. The audience participation.
My God, that was a burst and a half onto Vrayek. That was tough, man. In the meantime, we do see Trax rotate over towards that mid lane, looking for a potential kill. But the problem is, Overseas is going to be there as well. They've left Zanya to his own on the right-hand side. He's going to rotate now towards middle. A big fight's going to break out here. They're going to go charging straight back into this one. Trax going to go down in another lane. I mean, obviously mid lane. I meant he went down the right lane before. Now he's going down in mid lane, kind of feeding over a little bit here. And this lead is going to start to grow quite heavily.
Oh, the well-timed parent. You see the double come in there. That was full-on cinema where you just get, you know, you're parried and it's melee coming in from the left and the right simultaneously. I mean, you're going to fall either way, but
synergy, man.
Cool.
It did. It really did look like a fusion dance from Dragon Ball. I think I remember. You don't watch any anime, right? Remember correctly?
No, that's Hex. I'm full on anime.
Oh, yeah, you're full. Yeah, if Hex doesn't watch, how dare he? The fusion dance coming in with a punch there. Some tough times coming in for Atlas right now, though, as they are 6K behind. We are only 8 minutes into the game, and the first Garden obviously was taken by one win before. And I kind of don't hate this changeup that we've seen, I would say, over the last week of leaving your Abrams to be the solo farmer compared to like any of the other heroes that you have at the moment, to make sure Abrams doesn't kind of fall off in power, like we've talked about so many weeks, where you know, an Abram who falls behind kind of stays behind, and it makes him such a stronger hero to deal with, such a difficult hero to deal with if he does get ahead.
Well, yeah, it's a difference between an Abrams being able to at times solo kill people versus an Abrams that basically becomes a CC bot, but not really one of the better CC bots in the game if you're picking someone for that situation. I do think Abrams needs farm, and you're completely right about the trend of, you know, maybe he'll feed the Abrams a little bit, not let him starve.
Yeah, it was like AVG. I saw it happen initially when they played against B&B last week, and then they did it yet again, I believe, against Hydronation right after, where they won 2-0. Flambo, though, he needs to get away from this one. Overseas going to be off to his side to help him out here. No tether online, though, for him to use just yet. There's a big push coming this left-hand side. They want to pick something up, and they might actually get a kill or two off of this.
Well, they rotate 3, now 4. Atlas is hard committing over to the left. You're going to get the first rotation in from 1 win. It's going to be Geist, Vindicta, Ivy in the left. 3 on 4. But, you know, meanwhile, all this, look at all the free push that Zanya is going to get over on the right-hand side. Just feed the Abrams and then some on the right, and we'll see what 1 win gives up in turn. They do lose Vindicta in on the left.
Oh, they're sending Trax AP. Trax, he's having PTSD from this. He might just get absolutely blown up from this one. The Walker
look at his HP bar. Look at Trax's HP bar right now. It's not on camera, but you see Trax just, well, we'll see if he lives. Zanya right now, chasing him down. Meanwhile, earn play happening. And it's still a neutral earn, so Atlas isn't that far behind here just yet. Earn, gonna be dropped for a second. OBT, under pressure right now, as you see 1 win rotating over towards the earn, same as Atlas. ABL, though, able to stop OBT from getting away. Right place, right time here on Yamato. Still, though, getting chased down by Shiv. Captain making it at least a little bit more even.
Yeah, but look where Zanya is, man. He's behind the Walker. He's just hitting it constantly. Trax doesn't have the HP to contest this one. 1 would still win the fight out either way on the left-hand side over the urn. They get the Walker down. They get another flex that unlocked here, and they get themselves a massive lead.
Okay. Yeah, okay. The Walker is down, and Zanya now rotating out before he gets hit. But yeah, I mean, it's so funny the way you set that up as like not Trax. Also, that didn't do anything for Trax's position in the game far soul-wise, where you have a 7k Paradox against a now 14k Abrams. And just, what are you gonna do? Tickle him?
It's kind of like lose-lose for them, right? Because what is Paradox gonna do to stop this Abrams? Most likely nothing, and it ended up being nothing. But then again, would you rather have your Paradox over in that team fight, or would you rather have your Mirage over in that team fight, or your Shiv, etc.? You know what I mean? Like, you're kind of screwed if you don't, screwed if you do in the end.
Also, we just saw the power of that farm, where normally Calco doesn't go down early in the fight. When it's an 8k Calco, you do just die to Abrams when Abrams comes over and charges on you. And Zanya has become a certified monster. You talk about economy allocation at this point.
Oh my god.
He hit the solo training arc over to the right. You know, say leveling all you want there, but 15,000 souls for Zanya. It's actually a terrifying Abrams at this point, where the overall game lead also a bit ridiculous at, you know, over 20k.
He's been hitting that TRT, hitting that gym, adding 50 pounds of muscle. He's no longer Abrams. He's I'm Abrams. Like, insane amount of damage he can do, and really no one can stop him 1v1 in this lane. I mean, the highest farm person for the side of Atlas at the moment is Blob at 10k and Waldo at 11k. So I guess it's technically Waldo. But even Waldo kind of pales in comparison to how strong Zanya is at the moment.
And you think about how this worked out. Effectively, Atlas lost the left lane by a little bit, lost the right lane by a lot, was arguably even in middle lane to at points ahead, at least in terms of farm, even if not in Guardian HP. But then you just have a few team fights where Atlas sends a lot over to the left, and the split that 1 win takes on a macro level just is far better. They let Abrams just solo to his heart's content, and then you have that ridiculous, you know, moment that happened where he gets the 1v1 against Paradox and gets the Walker. Kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't even care about Trax at that point. He knew he was too low health to contest him. Trax just had to clear out waves to stop Zanya from doing damage to the Walker, but it still didn't really seem to matter. Just able to attack it from behind, and both teams just kind of poised up for a push or a play in towards middle. 1 win trying to keep all their Guardians alive to keep this advantage of 26,000 souls 13 minutes in. Xenon's holding on to that left-hand side, and you can just see Trax is having a bad day as Zanya connects the charge once again.
Yeah. If Trax even shows up within charge range, That's probably going to happen every single time with a 10,000 soul difference. And you also bring up a good point when you talk about one win in regards to maintaining Guardian control. If they get this far ahead, they actually do make the opposing team fight tooth and nail to get anything done for Guardians. It's one of the easier ways of securing the game at this point where, maybe this Guardian is going to go down for Atlas, but you take a look, it's not going to come for free.
Yeah, it's gonna come at the cost of his life. Zanya, stop, man. You guys can't play behind walkers this whole time and still pick up kills. He's on 800 HP, seismic slam ready to be used. It looks like he's just gonna use it to escape though with the shoulder charge. But Overseas, who's been, I want to say, kind of quiet because we haven't been referencing him too much, is still on 17k and still helping pick up these kills. They win a fight on the left-hand side during all of this. Another walker's gonna be pushed down here, and that's gonna be 2 taken for 1 win.
I think the problem you get here when you look at Atlas's team is, okay, how do you come back in this situation? Like, what is your condition of getting pickoffs? And realistically, you're so dependent on getting a swap kill, but half the people you'd want to swap and go for a kill on, you're not even gonna be able to burst down. Like,
yeah.
Abrams and Vindicta are your 2 most likely hit targets, and Abrams he's too fat at this point. Like, he's way too far ahead. Maybe you could take out Vindicta, but that's 1 target out of 6 right now. So at this point, 1 win just vastly far ahead, and it's gonna be kind of down the Atlas to hope that 1 win makes mistakes, but it's a tough road from this point.
This is kind of what I mentioned in the draft, right? Is like, yeah, you do have a decent pick comp, but if you fall behind early on, that pick comp's really not going to amount to much. They've already used now 2 ultimates to take down Overseas. He's still relatively healthy. Eventually, he'll be finished off by Vrake. But now it's like, what ultimates do you have to take down the other 5 members? Like a 19k Abrams, a 15k Yamato, a 17k Lady Geist, and you're just not going to have the tools in your kit to be able to contest them. And I think one would kind of realize it because they're still able to pick up kills here. And they also have Xenon pushing the basic Guardians on that left side lane during all of this.
Well, to be fair, the one thing I mentioned, the 1 pickoff they could get, they did find a way through. They did swap the Vindicta, which is the most gankable character. But again, as you point out, is that they have to commit 3 or 4 people over to just take down Vindicta. It's not something they could do without a lot of resources. And meanwhile, 1 win, just focusing on macro, push down other places on the lane. So even when they get pickoffs, they're not necessarily going to come out ahead. And the most vulnerable Mo in the world, just nothing that can be done at this point. The stat difference just far too significant.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at the soul difference. It's insane. It's over 34k. It's like 35k right now, and 16 minutes in. I swear you should have like trademarked this phrase, ZP, because I use it way too much now. But stat check territory 100% between these 2 teams. I mean, you look at Zanya at 21,000 souls. I mean, he's 10k ahead of most players on the opposing team. Now, obviously, with the way we're talking about this game, I don't want it to come off as like we're being super negative towards Atlas. It's just kind of the way the game's played out and kind of the state of deadlock. And similar to Dota 2, like the better team will, in general, win most of the time. And if you can't compete against a team in the early laning phase, you can't hope for them to make a mistake later on in the mid game for you to get back into the game. And you can't really depend on, with how far this gap has traded between the 2 teams, to have any sort of like real strategy in the mid game, because you're forced to play responsive the entire time and react to the way the opponents are playing against you.
Yeah, and I think you have to kind of look back at this stage of the game and wonder, well, how did we get here? And it just comes down to the fact that they lost 1 lane particularly badly. They had a little bit of a lane loss on the other lane. And then when they tried to come back into the game, they really overcommitted to 1 lane, didn't decisively dominate it, and let an Abrams who was already far ahead get even more ahead with solo farm.
Did that hit anyone? I don't think that affliction hit anyone. We see the Rejuvenator. Everyone's going to collapse on top of it. Zanya's going to lock it down. Trax is able to get a kill on the Xenon, but you can still see the kill feed lighting up for Xenon and for Overseas, and Flammable chimed in on top of this. And that is going to be an almost complete wipe coming through out of 1 win, only losing out on the 1 player. And OBT is just trying to run away and burrow away here, as you even saw an Overseas face cam there, just laughing at this one. And I hate to say it, ZP, because I don't like calling games when they're not over yet, but there should be no way that Atlas comes back into this.
Yeah, this is where it just goes full on. The meme is like, I've seen enough. But the reality is, even though it's about 2 minutes away from 20 minutes, this could be sub 20 minutes. 1 win, also a team, you think historically, they're a team that tries to go for the end more aggressively than other teams.
Yeah,
And you just
yeah,
got
too
Rejuvenator.
aggressively sometimes.
Yes, well, sometimes you all in the throne 3 times in a row, and you die every single time, right? Like that is the one-win experience. But they've learned from that. But they still maintain a hint of aggressiveness. And look, you're up as much farm as you are right now. You can stay. You can try and end the game here now. However, take a look. ABL getting chased down, able to back off just in time. They're able to punish Calico in turn. And one win right now, more focused on shrines, but they lose Zanya in the middle of this, so lose their most farmed player, Atlas, fighting tooth and nail, but you lose tracks, you're about to lose both shrines. First stage patron, surely, is about to go down.
Yeah, and I would assume one win's probably going to back. Actually, they might not even back away after this either, because Zanya with the Rejuvenator is going to respawn back in. They need to get more kills than this to have a chance here, and that actually might be it. With Flamba going down, ABL still very low on HP here. As you can see, he's backed away on the map, but with the assist here over onto Blob, gets extra healing, and Overseas can't quite connect that shot.
Rare
I mean,
miss.
it's still looking rough.
There wasn't even an attempt at a flick there. That was just, maybe he doesn't move. But first stage patron is down. Still a very sizable economy lead for one win. We're also, I'd say they have the farm and the right people, but their farm at this point is actually almost perfectly evenly split up between all their players. If anything, ABL is somehow a little bit under farmed, but that's also ABL giving a lot of the jungle over to Abrams and being more involved in fights.
Oh my god. Calico very just peeks for a second, immediately gets charged away. Unstoppable from the seismic slam is not going to be enough for Zanya to escape. And actually, you know what? Credit to Atlas. That's a very good kill to get early on with really not much invested into that fight. But can they turn it into more after this? You can see Trax off to the side, realizing he's extremely squishy right now. Has to be careful about how he approaches this next fight. And Captain, he doesn't have the reset on his ultimate, so he has to really bide his time properly here to help assist to get any of these kills.
Atlas right now cleaning things up on the outskirts. The rest of one win rotating over and in, where you're right, they were able to get a good kill on to Abrams. The problem is that they're still really deep and they're not able to take advantage of a numerical advantage when the reality is one win could beat them 5 versus 6, 4 versus 6 at this point. And speaking of beat them, second stage patron surely about to go down here.
Oh yeah, I don't even think they're necessarily going to go for a kill onto Waldo. They realize there's just a fly in the room, and we're going to finish off this patron to get a very quick and fast, not quite under 20 minutes though, ZP, map 1 here in this series, and this best of 2 up against Atlas.
So Atlas, they go against VP, they have a tough time. They go against one win, the same trend continues with a little bit of Mo beating up Mo at the very end, courtesy of audience participation, but one win living up to the reputation here in their first map in one win Bombshell number 5. And look, one thing we talked about in the beginning here, Jason, was the idea that Atlas had trouble in the early to mid game, especially in the ability to keep even in lanes. That trend persisted here against one win. They weren't able to find a way to keep the early game even, and just one bad over allocation decision snowballed the game completely away from them at that point.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I kind of respect the last play they did. They realized they had to go for a fight, otherwise, if they were going to be sieged on in their base, they were going to lose 100%. But I feel kind of bad because when you fall so far behind early on, ZP, you don't really have a chance to execute any sort of strategy in the mid game. Like the soul difference was far too great to realistically have an ability to contest any of these urns or to legitimately like win any of these 5-on-5 or 66 fights. So it's kind of unfortunate that they didn't have a better early game to actually see what they could do in the mid game up against one win.
Yeah, and I think right now we're taking a look at the highlights, and overall, I do think part of the magic of one win's comp, when you look back at once you got into the more like mid game part of it, there just weren't any easy kills here either. Like you think about, okay, how is Atlas going to get back in to the fight? One of their strongest pick targets was really overfarmed and Zanya, basically from the word go. And for the most part, Vindicta had a lot of support. The rest of the team wasn't easily gankable. So, for Atlas, you're running a Mo, but you don't even have that many great targets to go after with the Mo relative to the norm.
Yeah, I think if we like look at the draft too, I don't really think there's many like crazy critiques we could give Atlas about like their picks, right? I don't think they picked anything necessarily bad. I think I mean, the shift can be a little bit questionable without like a Kelvin to support, because we did see Kelvin be banned away in this game. But they had like a decent draft. It's just they couldn't match up, I guess, skill wise up against One Win early on, because there's nothing crazy that happened. There wasn't like any ganks that allowed any of the lanes to get ahead for One Win. It was just like standard normal play that they were just a little bit better at.
Yeah, I do think you talk about primo lane combos and also lack thereof. Abrams Vindicta is still about as deadly as expected. But on the other hand, I think you kind of saw a little bit in regards to why Shiv usually is paired with Kelvin. Over the last month of play, Atlas, I believe, has been the only team that I can remember seeing that will run a Shiv without Kelvin being available. And,
Yeah.
you know, people really enjoy the power of that lane combination, but, you know, they ran without the Kelvin and, you know, fell a bit behind. But, you know, you look at the overall stats here and, you know, nothing really too surprising aside from the fact that ABL was in a lot of fights. Reject much jungle farming, just fight, as Yamato.
Expect him to have the highest player damage. I kind of expect it to be Zanya with like more player damage or more ejected damage, but even Flammable kind of steals that away. But I still think back to, you know, Zanya pushing that right lane Walker and the rest of Atlas trying to defend the urn, and they had to send Trax back to defend it. And as you pointed out, he immediately got knocked down to like sub half HP. And Zanya's like, you know what? I'm just going to sit behind the Walker and just be a massive nuisance, get a ton of free farm off of this. And there's realistically nothing you can do. Maybe you swap me under the Walker, maybe get some early damage in off of that, but you're still not going to be able to kill me. And he was able to just brute force out that Walker down. And that gave over, of course, that extra flex slot to One Win.
So Atlas heading into their final map of the day now. If you're just tuning in, this is One Win Bombshell number 5. If you're curious about any other tournaments One Win has been putting out, they've been supporting the Deadlock scene for quite a while here in U, putting on some great tournaments. You know, you look in chat, there's commands to take a look at the socials, get your follow on, see, you know, what One Win has to offer content-wise. But final map of the day coming up for Atlas. If you're wondering about the format right now, this is group stages, and each team plays 2 maps. In any given matchup, win or lose, right? So if it's 1-1, that's still all you're playing on a day, and then by the time we go to the playoffs, we tally up the total map score, and that gets us to you know, our seeding and, you know, who's on top, who's on bottom.
Yeah, before we do head to break, though, I want to once again give a shout out here to One Win, because there's very few TOs right now in Deadlock putting on some quality tournaments, and obviously I think One Win is putting on one of the best for sure. They have a lot of teams playing, also give a lot of extra room for teams who are in the normal like top 3, top 4 of the EU scene a chance to play, a chance to showcase what they've got, and also a chance to play with more of a tournament kind of structure. So big credit to them. Make sure you give them follows. You can scan that QR code or check all the information out later on. But we're gonna be heading now into our second match here in this best of 2 CP. And Holiday we've seen as a very highly contested ban or pick throughout the entire day and have great success. It will be locked in for One Win.
I do kind of love how Holiday just continues to get nerfed, and it doesn't matter at all. Where Holiday, again, got nerfs to her early laning ability this patch, and still top pick, top ban. You know, you remember back when, you know, she was just stunning and doing even more ridiculous stuff, way higher numbers, and, you know, there's a week or two when she wasn't picked. Weird times we lived in relative to now.
I've had a lot of weird times, like Pocket, for instance, who disappeared off the face of the earth and under the ocean, you know, 10,000 meters down. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, Pocket's still kind of good, even though not much has really changed. And it didn't really get too much of a buff, just really the affliction, the damage comes from the beginning of it instead of the end of it or the duration of it. But we do see, again, I mean, we have Vindicta, Yamato, Holiday picked up another time. Atlas' big change was putting in a ban over on Sinclair. I don't know if Sinclair really was necessarily like the linchpin to the success of One Win. But then again, I can't really think of another hero that they played that they would want to take it away unless they wanted to deny the Holiday another time.
I think denying the Holiday still may have been the play, just given what we've seen Holiday doing in the early and mid game. Because here's my theory on this, Jason, is that if the game is getting away from you in the early and the mid game against a team that isn't playing Holiday and is like, they were actually rather short on playmakers where they didn't have Paradox or Pocket in the last map, right? Now you're going to go, actually, you guys can have the Holiday. That's totally fine. It's not that Sinclair is weak early on, even after all the nerfs, but I feel like Holiday is even greater threat to just get the game out of your control, and giving it up is problematic. But also Atlas, They don't want to deal with Zanya just diving behind walkers and getting away with it. Another map in a row.
Well, you denied the combo as well of the Abrams Vindicta,
Yes.
but ZP, Bebop's not banned.
Hmm.
We know Overseas an insanely good Bebop player. OBT, a really good Bebop player. There's a reason it gets banned out against him so often. Could we finally see Bebop being played? I mean, we do have the two initiators with Holiday and Paradox already picked, but why not second initiator?
You would think. Either for one win or Atlas. For Atlas, they haven't locked in a Mo or anything yet, so yeah, they easily could grab the Bebop on their own. Atlas, though, instead, taking away things that are working for one win, deciding, you know what, we like the idea of some of your frontline, we're going to grab Geist. So one win's frontline is going to look significantly different here. You're not going to have a Geist. You're not going to have an Abrams. I don't think they're really wanting to pick a Shiv without a Kelvin. Most other teams don't usually do that. So one win's going to have to play a different style here because there just isn't the amount of frontliners left in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, would we be surprised to see one maybe pick up Mo for themselves? Because Mo Vindicta is also a really good combo for when it comes to ganking. You also deny the Mo away from like Yamato to lock Yamato down. But then again, I mean, they played so many weeks now where they didn't play with a frontliner, to be honest. And I don't feel like they need a frontliner whatsoever, especially if they can get to that early lead like we've had in that last game alone. But yeah, I mean, even with Geist being taken away, you're very limited on any sort of frontline for one to pick up here.
I mean, Mo might be pretty good here.
There it is.
Okay, they go Mo, and they decide we still like Calico. Calico, so far, based on draft priority, Calico has been by far like the biggest victim of the changes, because Calico was getting drafted significantly higher pre-patch. And look, I think anytime you lose clip size, it actually really, really hurts. On top of some of the other things that Calico got hit by, but still, Mo, Calico, not the worst. And also, you know, you think about ABL's history of playing Yamato. ABL's been fed a lot by Mo historically, so you know, going back to the basics maybe.
So funny because the initial start of the Mo that we saw, if you remember right, was Aegis Aurora using Mo and Krill to feed a Vindicta every single game they possibly had. But we've kind of seen that shift away. We've seen like Vindicta's paired differently, and we've seen like the Mo put higher priority on different lanes. Obviously, that was back when it was a 4-lane matchup. Yeah, it was 4 lanes back then, not 3. But with the next picks coming in here, I was gonna say Viscus has been kind of like, he's kind of disappeared a little bit. I know we had him played a little bit earlier on today, but he's definitely a strong hero to put into the mix when he wanted to deny any sort of like instant kill mechanic out of like an assassinate or maybe a power slash coming through out of like a Yamato.
Interestingly enough, Atlas decides no, we don't want to pick up the Bebop, and Bebop, despite being not being banned, is also not picked. Where the only thing I can think of here is that the heroes that were invested into early in the draft for both teams were also the people playing Bebop. Although that can't really be the case for Atlas because it's OBT. You would think would be playing Bebop, but maybe the way Atlas is combined, OBT actually wouldn't play Bebop for them in this situation. These things sometimes happen within a team. But that's my main explanation.
Yeah, I got you. And I think he'll most likely be on the Viscus, if I'm not mistaken, coming in for Atlas here. But what I do worry about, again, is the Shiv. We just talked about it. When Kelvin's taken away, Shiv can have a very tough early phase. You kind of lose the presence of what a Shiv can bring to a lane when you don't have any sort of healing paired with them. In particular, like a Kelvin to keep people slow, not usually to hit your serrated blades. And the execute mechanic when you do dive in with the frozen shelter. So I'm still not sold necessarily by the Shiv without a Kelvin to assist, but I do kind of wonder, is he gonna be paired maybe with Viscus then instead? But he was paired with Paradox last time, if I'm not mistaken, and that didn't work out well. Or sorry, it was Pocket Paradox, my bad.
Yeah, it was Pocket Paradox, right? Because that was against the Abrams Vindicta lane, and you had this really rough situation where, well, you're not going to kill the Pocket. I guess it's Paradox season, and that just led to Paradox having one of the just ugliest games I've seen in a while, where I don't think it's necessarily the Paradox player's fault. You just got put into a very, very tough situation. But we're getting into again, and we'll see the lane setup here where, you know, remember, when you're running a Mo and Krill, you ideally want to keep the Mo pretty far away from the Mirage. You know, pros have told us that in interviews before, that not something you like, and sure enough, once more, it's going to be Atlas running the Mirage middle, and Mo just hanging out in left, staying away.
So I thought it was going to be OBT on the Viscus. Actually, it's going to be Captain. OBT is going to be over on the Shiv. So a little bit of a switch up for them, I believe.
No,
I
he was
don't-
on Shiv.
Was he on
last
Shiv last game? Okay,
Yeah, he was.
That skipped my head. I thought he was on someone else. That's my bad. All right, so yeah, back on the Shiv, and we'll see how it's going to work out for him. But as you pointed out, the Mo on the left-hand side, but Mo and Furnace. Not sure about how that fares as a lane, to be honest. Up against the Paradox Pocket, which I think is interesting. They're keeping the Paradox and Pocket together. I mean, I can kind of understand it. You get the, Connect Carbine in to land your Amplify as a Pocket, and you can do some decent damage to swap it as well. It gives you a lot of kill potential in that lane if you can keep up in that lane, I'd say.
I think Mo and Furnace, generally speaking, you're okay to live. You'll get a kill if the Paradox and Pocket decide to get over aggressive, but for the most part, you're just sitting there to get farm and you're waiting for ultimates to come online. But once they do come online, then things actually become very, very unsafe for the Pocket in that lane. So, that lane is probably going to be somewhat of a snooze fest for now, but once ultimates come into play, should be pretty. And as I say that, of course, Mo dies. Just the counter part where I looked good in the early of last game, and now this game, just get contradicted.
You got to have one ZP. There's always got to be like one person you curse in the middle of the game, and that was unfortunately Xenon in this one.
Yeah. So now, I mean, you die that early. Obviously, you come back in health tempo wise, you recover. But if the idea was just survive for one win in the left lane, well, that got a little bit more intense, at least until ults become a thing.
Okay, so Seymour, who was cast in the first 3, did confirm Captain was on Shiv last game. I was going to say, I thought it was Captain on Shiv. I couldn't remember who OBT was on.
Okay, then I am wrong on that. Oh, no, OBT was on Mo. What am I saying? OBT was on Mo. Yeah.
That's okay. There's 12 players per match, man. I get very confused when it comes to like who played what, especially when
I think OBT may have been. OBT was on Shiv back in map 1 of the first series of the day. I think
against VP.
Confused. Yeah. Against VP, OBT was on Shiv, but he wasn't. That's where I was drawing from. Okay.
Oh, good. I just wanted to bring it up just because it'll be interesting to see if like OBT can have more success than Captain did in the last game on it. But it's also interesting to kind of like switch up Captain, who would be like on a Shiv as a playmaker, to then switch over to a Viscus, who's more of like a supporty type of hero. Oh my god! Oh. What? That was a Ferrari peak. It didn't work out for Bob.
Oh boy, overseas just right by the pillar. 1-2 gets him. So already a very strong start in middle for one win, and Xenon back with a vengeance over in the left lane. So instantly, Atlas kind of back in familiar territory, which is already showing signs of being behind in the early game.
I mean, even Trax swapped over to the Geist, and they put Waldo over on the Paradox. So we've had like a couple of like same heroes being played. Even Vraic, he's on the Pocket this time. He was on Calico last time. I think it was Blob was on the Pocket. So they've done some like massive switch arounds in terms of like who's playing what heroes, which I think in the long term, like for a top team, that is very impactful to have the ability to do so. But maybe it's kind of at the point for Atlas of, okay, we kind of got rolled a little bit too hard in our last like 3 matches we played. We got to go for a big switch up here to see if it can work out for us.
I thought it was gonna be bigger than potentially was in middle, but ABL again just getting really nice poke done in the mid lane. And this is, by the way, while Holiday was off to the side. Teams perhaps a little bit more willing to leave lane with the economy changes that come into place to spread out farm a little bit more, because you're not losing souls if you go to grab barrels and destructible objects the way you would before in the 8-minute phase of soul duplication. Meanwhile, quick little pick from Empty Dreams on to the Pocket. Holiday diving on deep here in the Mirage. A little bit of back and forth here from the Mirage. Not enough to juke it. Got a few shots dodged, but just not enough, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, he used the barrel as well to knock it up to make the shot really easy. But then, when you come out of that tornado, it's also pretty easy to hit that shot. So that's going to be the first Guardian going down in the mid lane. One win able to take that. And Zanya over on the Calico, which we haven't talked about too much. The right lane's been a little bit quiet, as Rake was able to respond with the kill over towards his left-hand side. But the soul lead still at 4K 5 minutes in, 4 to 5K, roughly around there. It's getting tough for Atlas. They need to stop this rot somehow. And the thing is, we're still 5 minutes away from that first urn, so they really need to prevent this lead from growing anymore. Or that first urn, it's going to be, I mean, either they'd have to pick it up right away to go for the turn on their own side, which could be something that works out for them.
Meanwhile, back here in the middle, ABL, no signs of stopping, diving in even deeper, backed up by the Holiday. I mean, look, you have an ABL that's potentially getting ahead of the game right now, backed up by a Holiday that is ahead. I don't really know what you can shift to middle, and by the way, OneWin being so aggressive on the rotation. Now you get Holiday moving over now into the left lane. Has the lasso, good to go for now. looking at Pocket, just left clicking. Throws the lasso, doesn't connect. The time wall, slowing it down, and yet Mo's over there. Mo keeping the fight going. However, maybe a fight you don't want to be a part of, as the rotation from Atlas good enough to force Holiday back. You still see Overseas, though, poking and prodding.
Just keeping that pressure from multiple sides, just you can't feel safe for Atlas. This Guardian most likely going to be taking a brunt of damage here. I don't think it's going to go down necessarily on this take. So you do have 3 players from Atlas able to reinforce it. But in my opinion, maybe we should have looked to actually push out the mid lane to get that Guardian down. Because at the moment, I mean, maybe they'll defend the push on the left-hand side, but they're realistically not going to be able to pick up a Guardian for themselves if they're able to even push them back.
We got a 3-on-3 going on in left right now. Calico and Pocket taking up the middle. Right-hand side. Let's see what happens here. Now we've averted our eyes. Actually, a little bit on the quiet side between the Shiv Viscous versus Vindicta Yamato now. All the action taking place on left where, I mean, dear lord, you got a Mo and Holiday in the same lane. Dangerous.
Oh, yeah. And their ultimates aren't online just yet, but that combo will be up soon. And yeah, I mean, Waldo's trying to go for a little bit of a bait here with the Divine Barrier, not to mention the Tornado does connect, so at least keeps, well, I was gonna say keeps Waldo alive, but he's still gonna lose him either way. OBT goes down as well. That was over on the right-hand side, just left to Captain defend this Guardian. And I mean, one win, they're just replicating what they did before in that last game, taking a very strong early game presence, 5k souls in the lead, but they do have Guardians, the second and third, on the verge of going down once again.
It's only 5k, and it feels like just an insurmountable wall has been thrown out here. And part of that is, I think, the strength of the draft, where OneWin is utilizing the Mo in a way that Atlas really struggled to do, where they're just putting Mo in a lane that looks vicious. And in this case, you just pair the Mo with a Holiday, and the threat potential is off the charts, especially, you know, when at times have been a little bit ahead farm-wise. And all right, combo in for Mo. Svalther going to be there. And Furnace dropping the Flame Dash, close quarters. Xena might be going down, but in turn, they're going to get more. Right now, it's a 1-for-1 trade. And that may be all it remains, as you got Mirage coming on in, this time chasing down Overseas. But Overseas, you think should be able to go ahead. In fact, is counter poking here. This be a little bit dangerous for a blob
just looking
just TP'd in.
And I was just looking at ABL, who's farming the Sinner Sacrifices on the right-hand side. He's actually rejoined to help Flammable out, who has just been shoved in towards his own Guardian. And speaking of Guardians, the push going to come through. Again, the Time Wall is going to delay the lasso, but it still will go through either way. Waldo's going to be caught out here. And he's not long for this world. He'll be finished off, and so will this Guardian. One going to get their flex unlocked here, but Trax, you got to get some damage in. He might get a return Guardian down for himself, which would be a saving grace here. Silver lining to the push that just happened in the left-hand lane.
I feel like playing Paradox on Atlas is cursed. The Paradox role is the, hey, what's going on here? And then you just get either charged by an Abrams in the last game, or in this case, lassoed in by a Holiday to your immediate demise. Just, not ideal. And now you look at the game state. You've gone from 5k behind to now 12k behind pre-first earn. Very, very difficult spot to be in right now if you're Atlas.
I mean, I'd say ZP, if you're Atlas, you have to contest this earn and you try to grab it. Like, you kind of have to commit to the play over there. The thing is, if one win defend it or try to take it themselves, you can't really afford to fight because you're just too far behind, I would say, right now, unless you get an insanely good catch, which they do have the possibility to do so with the Paradox. Both the way OneWin's keeping these lanes shoved, I mean, I don't know if they're gonna have the opportunity to even go for the earn when it spawns in 10 seconds.
We'll see if they get anything happening here. Meanwhile, Vindicta sends some blood in the water for the Pocket. And back a little bit. Looking to this guy. Rick able to get out of there, but you know, for OneWin, as you mentioned, the lane control been pretty phenomenal here so far, just keeping lanes pushed. And that first earn, of course, has spawned over to the left. Meanwhile, Holiday chasing down Blob, nowhere to go. That 7 in a row, by the way, for Overseas, for those keeping score.
6 in a row for ABL, too. Got some massive kill streaks going the way of OneWin here. They do pick up the earn. You can see, of course, it's going to be turning on the enemy side of the map. I mean, what do you do for Atlas? I think the earn isn't worth enough. 3,000 souls for you to contest it and lose on a big team fight. I think you use this as an opportunity to push some Guardians down.
The problem is they're just losing all over the map. There's no metric you can look at right now for Atlas has gone well. They have lost basically every single skirmish here thus far. And you see the earn contest coming on in, Xenon saying, no, you're not even going to get this. cannot contest this. They lose overseas, but the rotations are coming on in, and even losing 2, ABL still might be able to clean up here. So this works for ABL. Who's coming in refreshed and good to go. Earn contest coming in, but
Okay.
Frank able to turn it in instead. Okay, 1 win. Actually misplaying a bit here, and ABL is not able to get the cleanup you would expect in this sort of situation. Atlas able to get themselves right back in the game. Oh, if they get ABL here, it'd be huge. ABL drop the shout transformation under fire. Backing up a little bit, trying to get the paradox in turn, but is way outgunned if he stays into the fight. And right now, it's just a long backup right now for Yamato, staying alive and getting the kill on the tracks. How much longer can ABL stay alive? Gets a big life leech on top, goes for the grapple, ends up with a second. ABL, I mean, ends up dying, but that was far more than you could have expected going in.
That was an insanely good turnaround by Atlas until it wasn't. Until you fed too many kills over to ABL there. I mean, they got the earn turn in. They got, I think, was it like 4 kills as well? Then they lost out on 3 to 4 themselves right after. And that soul like gap that they closed in on is still going to be at about 8K. So they did pull it down from like, what, 12 down to 8? But what a great individual skill you saw out of ABL. They're using like every single corner to his advantage, every position as well, funneling them through tight areas. So those power slashes would do an insane amount of damage. We did see a warpstone combo come in, and it looks like it did net a kill onto OBT as one when it just keeps lighting up for them. 3 kills back to back to back, all in different parts of the map. And that Guardian, that's gonna be the 3rd and final one to fall here for 1win, who are gonna look to take that 12K lead back in their own hands.
They're doing it every lane effectively at the same time for different reasons, where not only are they keeping the lanes pushed up, they're winning every skirmish that comes down. And yes, a lot of it is just from the overwhelming power you get at around this point in the game from running a Holiday. This is why Holiday gets first picked and often first banned. It's why Atlas likely banned the Holiday to begin with. But also, I mean, you teamed the Holiday up with a Mo. This isn't a Mo that's poor, like we saw from Atlas in the previous game. This is a Mo that is pretty rich and able to help set up these kills. So, either way, over in the middle,
dodging all those puddle punches there. Sorry to jump in. I mean,
yeah.
as a Viscous, you really need to be hitting those to get people out of position. And Zon is still about half HP. Might have been a kill off of that one. The combo up in 4 seconds. The warp stone is up as well for Xenon. So Atlas have to be respectful for this. They have to kind of group up to not allow any picks to come through. And there's the combo. There's the cold front. And there's Flammable getting the kill.
Yeah. Vindicta just there to, feast on what the Mo has set up in full. Tracks not getting away. I mean, this is enough where, do you consider going mid here? I don't think they necessarily need to, but in theory, they could have entertained it. But for now, I think 1win is just content. They can either push up lanes and go for walkers immediately to see Holiday, get a little bit of extra walker pressure, and also just backing out.
I mean, the question for 1win is, do they want to try to have an early day here? They still have another matchup against Aegis of War after this, which is going to be another best of 2. Or do they want to continue to, warm up a little bit more for their next game? No Guardian still taken for Atlas. You can see mid lane very low. There's a possibility to take one of those down. But again, if you kind of overextend, you got a lot of things coming your way. You got the Calico, you've got the combo out of Mo and Krill. And well, speaking of Calico, Sonya getting a little bit low here. And actually should be finished off.
You would think, gets a lifesteal midair, but Vrake is able to stop it where it stands. But think about how that's set up. It was still Calico being pretty aggressive, getting a good amount of the jungle. OBT, meanwhile, just gonna get sliced to bits by ABL. I don't even think Zanya dying there was that bad, given that Zanya was still able to get elements of the jungle beforehand. Flammable just easily finishing off what was set up here with the Captain. You look at the trend of the game, Jason, and it's just the kill-death spread between both teams has to be ridiculous at this point.
Yeah. I haven't been keeping track of like where the kills are for both teams and how many we have for 1win at the moment. One thing I'm not noticing though, ZP, that I'm surprised you haven't caught on to, because I believe you're a big fan of it. I'm not seeing the well-played spam out of 1win.
No. Well, I think 1win reserves that for mortal enemies,
like
people that they want to do mental warfare against. This is just another day at the office for 1win team.
That's a good point. It's a very good point. With the earn in the hands of 1win, and I actually even looking to turn it in, it seems.
Or The second note, I think you can disable chat
Aw.
as an option. So
Yeah,
there's
you might
also
be
a
right.
world where the production might just have it off, so we're not seeing the well played spam.
I'm just gonna assume they did that. I like option 2 because that makes me believe that they're still. I don't know. Both options sound pretty good to be honest. Saving it for their mortal enemies, but then also just being disabled at the moment. They both work out for me. I'm happy either way.
Well, the team that's probably not happy, either versus VP or now versus 1win, maybe Atlas, because there's been a tough opening day where getting out of the early game has been problematic. But now we got 1win. Look for mid boss. Got the scream out to begin with. All right, Rejuvenator dropping on down. Atlas gonna be coming in for a contest. See how this one pans out. Or do they go in for the contest? No, they decide, nope, no, not going for it. Instead, go for a Guardian. But in terms of trades, Jason, you like that trade a lot more if you're 1win.
Yeah, of course. Especially if they go for the earn turn in. But at least for Atlas at 90,000 souls, you do get a flex sun unlocked, which you desperately needed at this point. And to go back to what you said before, it's been a tough day for Atlas. I mean, I can't disagree whatsoever when it comes to that. But again, at least they do get their 2 most difficult matches out of the way. And they kind of, I mean, it depends on, I guess, how you view it. Would you rather play them at the end or play them in the beginning? I think if you want to be getting a trial by fire, this is definitely the best way to do so, as you said at the start of this series. And Zanya going to be going for a little bit of a push here on this right-hand side, while the Urn is going to be slowly making its way towards the turn-in on the left hand.
They're doubling up here. Pressure on the Mirage, but the reality, they just want the Walker. If they get the Mirage, I think it's gravy between the two. And right now, they're just kind of using the Urn to pull Atlas over in that direction, but for now, very much enjoying what is going on the right-hand side. And, you know, you look at Blob. Okay, Blob gets a little bit of backup here. As you see Waldo come in for support. But meanwhile, back over towards the Urn. This is where you might decide, okay, we do want to turn the Urn. As 1win rotates back on over. Inferno's gonna drop on down, likes the indoors fights, drops a flame dash over and in. Now chasing down, break in real danger here, gonna get taken on out. The Urn, though, dropped in all the chaos.
They did manage to kill Overseas, but either way, that's still going to be the Walker taken by 1win here on the right-hand side. At least the Urn has started to run back. Another one of the changes made in this last patch. The Urn will start walking a lot quicker, even if there's people nearby. And there used to be a way that teams would actually keep the Urn in the vicinity by just keeping a player there. And a decent turnaround for Atlas. To be honest, they defend the Urn turn-in. They get themselves 3 kills at the cost of a Walker. And if they lose more after this, that's where things are going to be getting extra risky for them, extra spicy, as tracks had gone down. And now the mid Walker, if this falls as well, it's obviously not going to be the best of trades for Atlas. And 1win going to continue to roll their way through with a 16,000 soul lead.
I think the key emphasis there, though, is that 1win is fine giving up kills if they get objectives in turn. We've seen them, as far as their macro play, kind of make those trades a lot. And here we go. A little bit of a skirmish here. Right in front of the Atlas base. And tough spot for Waldo to be caught in. And now, even for the Urn turn-in, 1win, they've gotten the objectives they need, and they're very much in position where they just continue to contest the Urn.
Thing is, do you really expect Atlas to be able to turn it in? And I would say yeah, exactly, not really. I mean, they're still keeping the Urn in the vicinity, so at least, you know, Captain could drop really quickly and give a cube over to a teammate to help out. The Affliction going to be not online just yet, still 10 seconds away. But I mean, they're just barely down this left-hand Walker.
Yeah, that's the problem that you have right now, is that, you know, you're posturing, but you can get dove on by 1win. They know the Alzheimer's as well as you do, and this is the time they decide we're going to go in. Xenon drops on in, uses the combo. Atlas getting dove on here with absolutely no response. Not much to do with the stat difference between the two teams, and especially the dive power. Just have the Amato go on in. Goo ball, not going to save Captain there. The Urn, of course, full reset back over to the left. It's a new Urn, it's 20 minutes. But, oh man, that's a little bit dirty from Overseas. They're just waiting to lasso someone.
They just ran past him. Okay, so actually he's looking to escape here. He go to the backup of his teammate Xenon, who's actually relatively low. Last is going to connect, though. Obviously going to be caught up, but the backup isn't quite there for 1win to actually take him down right away. And maybe, just maybe, Overseas has bitten off a little bit more than he could chew as he's trying to get away from this one. At least Empty Dreams will be there on the Infernus to help apply some pressure onto OB2, who's just trying to run away for his dear life. But the chase is going to continue. Oh, if he hit that, that would have been amazing. But ABL, he's still been left unchecked here.
Yeah, even if they get a pick off, you have ABL in the spot where ABL is going to be a cleanup, as Yamato often does. OBT ends up falling to empty dreams, and across the board, we've been looking at the skirmishes where, yes, one win has been coming out ahead more often than not, and also getting the earn turn in. But I think the real story of the game is how when one win gets ahead, they just don't give up anything on the map for free, Jason.
Yeah, I think, if I'm honest, I think one win have really, at least in the series we've seen so far compared to what we've seen them in the past, they definitely cleaned up a lot of their macro play. Like thinking back to like a month ago, they definitely looked more competent as a team. They definitely look like when they get the advantage, they know how to flex it a lot better, and they also know how to contest these objectives a lot better than what we've seen out of recent times. So I really got to give them respect. They definitely like leveled up their game in this last like month and a half.
I don't have any backup. I need to be careful.
I think the problem here, again, for Atlas is that when you're down this much in economy now, what are your options to get back in the game? I mean, you have to hit the Affliction of the Gods and probably get the cleanest swap ever for 65 at the start. And not getting lassoed and then trapped in the guardrail from the look of it. So saving guardrail, perhaps, in this case for Atlas. But even still, base Guardian pressure now coming in from one win. One win looking to be aggressive. And okay, you don't have a lasso for another catch, but you're ahead enough at this point that you may just dive, depending on what you want. But in this case, we're just going to go, actually, we'll just take the jungle.
Yeah, we have a lot of jungle to take. I mean, look at their side of the map. I don't think they've been actively taking it for the last like 5 to maybe 7 minutes because they've been consistently on the other side. I mean, they also have a 33,000 soul lead that they can really convert into some items. Zanya getting caught out. Good kill for Atlas, a good response. And now again for them, can they turn that one kill they got, even with the soul deficit they have, into more? And at least for them, they haven't been able to unlock their flex slot, but with all the lanes shoved up against them, they're not going to have time to push a walker down from this.
I mean, the question is, can they find an area to like overload numbers wise when they have the advantage off the swap to get one kill into another, right? Because the goal here would be to, snowball multiple kills. The problem is that you're still in the spot where one win is basically just taking their jungle, and you don't feel that great about overcommitting if you're Atlas. So it ends up a situation where you're still down at 30k, and you're kind of hoping, okay, can Waldo do it again? Waldo right now rotating over to the left here on Paradox, looking for anything to swap, and going right back out the other way.
Oh, they got to run. Trax gets locked down by the tether. Here's ZP. He's going to fall as the first continues to charge forward and then retreat back towards his team. And just as quickly as we saw Atlas get that initial man advantage, they lose it with Trax going down. With mid-boss respawning, this is the worst time to have that happen too, because you can already see one win. They're like, okay, well, we got Geist down. We feel confident enough to take this mid-boss, because if you don't contest us, we get a free reju. If you do contest us, we're probably going to get a team fight that we're going to win when we're up 30,000 souls.
If you do contest, you still have the Yamato advantage, where ABL is going to pop Shadow Transformation after the hit here. You don't even have to risk the steal. It's not that you can't steal versus Yamato, but... well, actually, ABL... okay, ABL's not going to be greedy. ABL waits, uses Shadow Transformation. No risk going on in. And that's also the other hidden benefit that you get from running Yamato, is that it just makes your mid-boss takes so much cleaner.
Credit to Blob, though. In the meantime, he was pushing the left-hand side to go for the walker. He's going to commit to it, and he will get it. So a big pickup for them, even though they're going to lose out on his life. Would have been better, obviously, if he was able to survive. But, a good response, a good macro play out of Atlas there, realizing there's no way we're going to contest this. We got to get something out of it. And that was definitely the best case scenario for them in that situation.
One win for now. Content to just keep the lanes pushed up in the middle and right-hand side, and also just strip mining the Atlas jungle. And, we've kind of seen a win condition from Atlas, as minor as it is, where Waldo was able to get a swap and a pick. But when the gap gets this big, Jason, you just have to do that so many times in a row while looking for advantages, and it's honestly hard to find, as Geist right now, well, was about to get abducted, instead getting cubed. Right place, right time for Atlas, able to prevent Overseas from adding yet another.
ABL, I think one win's like, bro, chill. Like, where are you going? The rest of this team has to catch up. A combo on the left-hand side, not going to be converted into a kill, but at least keeps them out of that fight as one would continue to overpower them on the right-hand side. Zanya, while all this is happening, was running the urn, and they're even diving into the pit here with the patron still up to go for some more kills. The Affliction has finally landed. I think it caught out to one, maybe two different players. And Atlas already down two themselves.
Yeah, things getting even rougher now for Atlas. Shrines going down in short order. And really, the last question to be asked here from One Win is, do they stay the entire time, or they go for another round of jungle farming? There may be enough up here. It kind of depends on who they get for picks. And, oh, three-man stake coming in from Flammable. See the fall through is there. You got OBT rolling on in on the Shiv. Vindicta, though, sees a lot of people down at half, looking for any assassinate that can be had. Xenon up close in the thick of things. First, finally going to help, and Atlas, can they disengage? They're going to be up to full strength here in a moment, but Infernus, Empty Dreams, just chasing it on down, Jason.
I mean, Empty Dreams got very low on the initial start to that fight, but he ran away and he has fortitude, so he immediately gets right back into it, without having to go to heal or anything like that. The patron first stage being transitioned now, you can see Empty Dreams almost even thinking and considering, should I go in their spawn to be on them a little bit harder and go for those kills? But instead, he plays it safe here, regroups with his team, and this is almost certainly another win here for One Win.
One Win, not backing out. They sense victory in their grasp. And oh, he goes in, Jason. You're answering, is Empty Dreams going to go into the found? The answer, profoundly yes. Meanwhile, Mo combo on the break, finished off by ABL, the patron getting pummeled. One Win, again, proving supremacy. 2-0 over Atlas here in our first day of group stages, and One Win Bombshell number 5.
Oh, I wanted to have like the Street Fighter ending, you know, when you get the final hit and you hear the I mean, I have the I can hit the button that I have to be able to do that, but I'm not sure if it actually worked properly. But like you said, One Win, a 2-0 sweep for them in a very one-sided fashion. But credit to Atlas, they definitely improved, I'd say, in that second game. I feel like they did manage to drag it out a little bit, and they did manage to find a couple of pick opportunities for them. But again, with that lead being so far against them, like realistically, one pick won't be enough. They would need to get like 2 clean picks and then be able to push off of something from that. But again, with lanes being shoved up against them, it's kind of tough to really combat that.
I think the problem they also ran into is the fact that you just had the multi-threats coming on in, where once One Win got a little bit ahead off the laning phase, it felt like because of the comp they're running, they were able to skirmish all across the map on one go, where it's like, oh, you go to the left lane, well, guess what? There's a Holiday hanging out there. Oh, you go to the right lane, well, there's a Mo. The amount of lockdown to set up free picks for One Win was ridiculous. And also, Jason, I think what also really helped into that, they were able to keep the lane pressure up high the entire time. So oftentimes they had vision of Atlas before these fights. Vision had to go into somewhat unfavorable terrain to try and make things happen. And they run into Overseas in moments like this.
Oh man, I mean, Overseas had a ridiculous game as well, if you think about it. The fact was, like, he was able to get those like 6 shots over onto Blob on the Mirage just by peeking around the corner of a pillar. He was constantly around the map. You know, we talked so much about ABL, and I think, you know, within one of our recent events, we did crown him as actually as the MVP of the match, but I think for good reason. He's quickly, for me, becoming like one of the biggest standout players of this roster. And he's not necessarily even in one of those like huge playmaker. Well, I say that, but he's not in one of those carry roles, I should say, because his Bebop is insane. His Grey Talons is extremely good. His Holiday, as we saw here, is stupendous. His Vindicta in the first match of this series was good. Like, what isn't Overseas good at?
I mean, right now, you'd have to prove what Overseas isn't good at this point, because we've seen Overseas just show tremendous versatility over time here in the deadlock competitive scene in EU. So yeah, all in all, I mean, what more can you say? We kind of expected this outcome. One Win have been the ones on top of Europe, but they're not stagnant, Jason. They continue to evolve in what they're playing. We see different looks depending on the patch. And I think economy wise, you know, the changes that got made to the economy, didn't really feel like One Win missed a beat.
No, not whatsoever. I mean, look at ABL, by the way, 39,000 player damage done. But I guess the Empty Dreams, I mean, if we're comparing to the first match, it was Zanya being left alone, farming on the Abrams. This time it was kind of Empty Dreams just farming away. He had 11 kills and 12 assists, but to be honest, we didn't really see him too much in these fights until we started seeing them grouping as 6. He was just kind of left to his own, and Overseas was the one to kind of facilitate a lot of the early action for One Win. But at least for the side of Atlas, as we take a quick look at them, I mean, I think again, like the Shiv, we're not a big fan of right now without Kelvin, but we're also not really a fan of seeing a Shiv fall behind early on, just because it's very difficult to come back into the game. The Paradox didn't work out too well for them as well, but I mean, if I'm perfectly honest, nothing seemed to work out too well for them in terms of individual hero picks. But I think there is some signs of promise in Atlas, but we didn't get to see too much of it because they just got pushed a little bit too hard in the early game to show what they could do in the mid game.
Also, I do think when you pick Pocket, you're kind of depending on your Pocket to get over farmed and be a menace the entire game. But I'm not even sure how much of that not happening was on Vrake, in the sense that if you're playing Pocket and you have both a Mo and a Holiday on the other side, I mean, we just saw Vrake getting pummeled repeatedly. And when you have CC that's that hard, it kind of goes against what Pocket is good at and good at surviving against.
Well, not to mention with Ethereal Shift now being bumped up to tier 4, the survivability out of Pocket, which was already like, pretty spot on. But I think that a lot of the plays that we saw Pocket be able to get away with before ZP, you can't do anymore, not having that second escape mechanism as Ethereal Shift.
Yeah, that's true. That's also something that would probably hit Pocket's value even more, where, just one more escape button down, which oftentimes was the difference between life and death. But that is just one extra map here, or rather match in the group stage. There's still a lot more left here. One win, Bombshell number 5. One win. If you liked watching them play here, well, guess what? You get to see them go again right after this break. And one win bombshell number 5 rolls right along where, that was a little bit of a swap there, Jason, but we got right to it.
That was secretly
with, the
Justin
English podcast.
and Alex.
Yes.
Actually, if you guys didn't know,
Exactly.
we wanted to show you that they are in fact real, but we're keeping them still hidden away for now.
Getting right into it though. One win bombshell number 5. One win the team, the favorite, heading on in with their presence in EU, going against the team that was once the darlings at the beginning of the year. You go all the way back to January. Aegis Aurora was on top in EU, but they lost their way, Jason, in the last few months, and they've been looking for a way to rebuild. Of course, ABL now on one win team proper, used to be on Aegis Aurora in their glory days. So, a little bit of verse old team action here. But, the question you have to ask as you look at, Aegis Aurora is that, have they done enough retooling to get back on top, or will this be one win again coming in with a decisive advantage?
I think everyone out there will agree that one win are, I mean, if you don't agree, then you need to rethink about this question. I think one win for sure are the favorites. They are the best team in EU, hands down. No one can really contest up against them. Virtus Pro has been struggling quite heavily these last few weeks to just overpower them and to take them down over in DFN. But for Aegis Aurora, man, I kind of feel for them because it's really difficult, I think, in the current state of deadlock right now to pick up new players or to kind of find a core of people who want to stick around at the moment to challenge to the top, because it's very frustrating, I think, to lose to the top teams over and over again. And the player pool is kind of limited right now because we're still in closed alpha currently for deadlock. That I feel like any team in EU, if you're not top 3, are kind of struggling to still put up a roster that can compete and potentially overtake the current top dogs.
I think step number 1, and this is a difficult one given the amount of depth that we've seen from one win that we've talked about, one win really displaying, is that how do you draft versus one win? And I think the reality is, Jason, is that one win is going to get some stuff you don't want to deal with no matter what. But if you had to put a tier list of those things, given the overall power level of the game right now, I think especially you don't give away the holiday. I actually think Atlas was more on the right track in their first map where they got rid of the holiday early, because what we saw from overseas once ultimates came into play was ridiculous, especially when paired by the Mo. It felt like the amount of pressure one was able to put on across the map in kill pressure was overwhelming, and it quickly translated into jungle invades. It translated into getting objectives down. And I just don't think a team like one win you can give up that much early power from the 3k to 12k soul part of the game.
And I mean, honestly, it wasn't even necessarily when ultimates came online, I would say, for one win for overseas, because we saw the laning phase, just the crack shot was enough for him to really put the pain down in that mid lane. But we can see here Aegis Aurora going to be going into the draft up against one win. And I mean, the thing is, I think we're almost at that point in deadlock right now that there's so many strong picks to grab that it's really hard to outpick or ban a team necessarily unless you inherently make a mistake on your own side. You could say right now, if you're Aegis Aurora, take away 2 of the heroes that Woman plays, but I mean, you have enough depth in the heroes or in the players in their hero pools to be able to make up for that, I want to say, for the most part. But ZP, it looks like one win kind of I guess they're coming in a second pick here, taking some words that you mentioned before into hand here and taking out that holiday.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have a direct indication UI wise, but it's got to be one win with second pick, and they are also of the mind we don't want to deal with the holiday. The question that remains to me here is that does Aegis Aurora value the Sinclair as a first pick? Because now what they run into is that, let's say they first pick something like a Paradox or a Mirage. One win from their pick history that we've seen, 100% is going to pick a Sinclair. And if anything, it may be something as much as Sinclair Yamato, because they've kind of shown their hand that they value the Yamato super highly, but instead, okay, the Yamato gets picked, Jason, so they can't do Sinclair Yamato, but they do answer with Sinclair Vindicta.
Okay, so we have to give credit to one win. I think I've said this so many times about Virtus Pro, is that they have a lot of depth of the hero pool across all the players, where they could pick up a Vindicta a first pick, and you don't know if it's going to be Michaelis, you don't know if it's going to be Obikim, you don't know if it's going to be even potentially Shark to come out with the Vindicta play. And we've seen that happen as well here with Overseas and Flammable both playing Vindicta in that last set. So they have shown a little bit of depth. They showed the depth with Sinclair as well, where ABL could play it. Xenon played it in the last series. We have Flammable play it as well. I think they're really like deepening their pool and giving them the ability to like adjust on the fly to what they need, because you have multiple players who can play any of the heroes you pick it as a high priority. But for Age of Sorora, to be fair right now, ZP, I mean, pretty strong picks. Like you said, the Yamato coming through, the Mirage as well, off to a pretty good start. I'm curious if we're going to see like an Abrams invested in out of either team, or maybe even a Bebop now for one win. Oh, give me overseas Bebop. Give me overseas Bebop. You got to take it now, right, before he gets banned away.
I think you're absolutely right. Also, you're out of playmaking options here, unless one would. I mean, one would also plays a really good pocket. Like you talk about ABL as a hero pool. ABL also can play the pocket, depending on the team comp that they decide to go for. And this, to me, I actually think it's going to be pocket that comes in here. And my reasoning is that you think about like playmaking heroes you'd want. Also, ABL's not going to play the Yamato this time because obviously Yamato was picked by Age of Sorora. I think they actually come in with the pocket. We'll see if that's the case. Fair. But I do agree that they're going to go, you're right in terms of what will be banned if they don't pick.
I mean, if they don't pick pocket here and they pick Bebop, then I would almost imagine there's a world where pocket gets banned maybe out of Age of Sorora then as a response. Yeah. So I feel like you're going to lose one of those two heroes depending on what you don't pick. Wait, what? Okay. We see Kelvin and Abrams come in for one win, but before the Abrams came in, Mo and Cruel was taken away by one win, and Shiv was taken away by Age of Sorora, which I don't hate, because we saw the Kelvin locked in. It's like you want to take away the second pair to that combo, but still Abrams and Kelvin together can also be a very deadly lane.
Yeah, and again, the bans and the picks being updated a little bit later. The order was that Kelvin got picked and Age of Sorora. Yep. Basically snap ban the Shiv in response. Banning the Mo, I think, is interesting from one win, because it kind of shows that they didn't want happening to them what they did to Atlas last game, and having a primary playmaker like Holiday or Paradox teamed up with the Mo. That isn't the path they wanted to go down. And instead, for one win, it's kind of interesting because their playmaking potential is a little bit less than what they've run with here. I mean, they still have options like get Zanya fed, but the early game, they're not going to have the options that we've seen so far overall in the series. But I disagree with this a lot for Age of Sorora. I actually think that is a horrendous pick coming up. I don't think you pick Warren into the Sinclair. Even today, we've seen it just be done with disastrous results.
Yeah, I think that's definitely rough. Also on top of that, like you have the Kelvin who can keep you in or out to save your team, and maybe even do enough healing yourself to kind of live up to what the Last Stand can do, especially if you pair it with some anti-healing. I'm definitely favoring one win at the moment. Obviously, if you take away the names, I think I have to take that into consideration. But there's still so much up. I'm still like surprised to see Pocket make it this deep with not being picked right now. I mean, we know Empty Dreams has an insane pocket. I'm not sure on Age of Sorora if they're going to be able to, well, if they do play pocket that well, but if you're going to be a legitimate team right now in 2025, you better have a pocket player. Actually, let me see if I can check.
I think pocket is still on the board. And remember, for one win has multiple people that play pocket really, really well. Yeah. So they have flexibility in who's going to play it. Okay, Age of Sorora, they beef up their front line. Yeah, I mean, also Bebop is still available. So if you're looking at one win, I would be shocked if we don't have the Bebop. Well, also Geist, Bebop, or Pocket. I think at least one of those is coming in for one win on the next set of picks here. And personally, I don't know, unless for the reason you're viewing Pocket as less viable with the E-shift change. Maybe there's a world, Jason, where like Pocket hasn't looked all that great today. I do wonder how much of that is like, E-shift withdrawal.
Well, who's also been playing the pockets? Has it been?
Yeah.
Like one win didn't play pocket last series, not to discredit Atlas at all, but I mean, I feel like Empty Dreams is kind of on another tier when it comes to pocket players. I'm actually kind of favoring like the Geist pocket here for one win. I don't think, oh my God, we are going to see the Bebop. I was gonna say, I don't think we're going to see the Bebop because they might be lacking some damage without it, but they're feeling fairly confident. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not seen Overseas, which if he's not on Bebop, I'm going to be real mad, ZP. It is a thing of beauty. Definitely one of the most entertaining Bebop players. And the presence he applies in a lane, just existing on Bebop, Overseas in particular, is ridiculous.
Yeah. Also, in terms of who's playing what, this probably strikes me as an ABL Sinclair game, and then flammable onto the Kelvin is the rotations you're going to see on who is playing what. But I do really think, when you think about how one win, when their rise to glory in the last month, they've really gone to pocket so much. the fact that you have a wide open draft here that makes all the sense in the world to potentially go pocket and they don't go for it, that to me makes me think that the changes that hit pocket, where, you know, he did get directly nerfed on top of the E-shift changes, and again, eye test wise, it's been a tough day for pocket overall. Maybe One Win has just made the judgment call of, no, we're not actually going to pickpocket anymore.
Do you think actually Viscous rises then in popularity because of the E-shift change, because of having that extra escape mechanism for teammate? I mean, he was already pretty strong before. We didn't see him. We kind of had like waves of him, I would say. Like there was definitely a point where he did get picked almost every single time in EU, it felt like, and it was in majority of the games in NA. Then like the week after, he disappeared. Do you think Viscous could come back maybe into the meta a bit more now with E-shift?
It might be. I think, interestingly enough, like, I don't even think Cube has been the number one reason why Viscous being picked. I do think Cube is the reason in this case, because Viscous is one of the better heroes you have against Bebop. Like, there is kind of a mind game here where if you're Aegis Aurora, you really want to guess right and make sure that you are in the Bebop lane with the Viscous, because you will hurt the Bebop's viability. But I also feel like the reason why we saw Viscous come back more into play in the last few weeks is that after the change to the map, where Viscous's benefit is most keenly felt, is that you pick him for the advantage you get in earn, and sometimes you get like benefits and mid-boss stealing. But
Well,
yeah, I think in this case, it's anti-Bebop.
and then also the fact that you're talking about like earn denial, but also confirming the earn, right? You can cube someone as they're turning the earn, and that's like a that's an easy, you know, quick earn for you to not have to worry about a Bebop pulling you away or something like that. So yeah, I mean, definitely like the Viscous, the Calico as well. It's had some rough times so far today. We see it do, you know, well, we see it not do well, but I think again the Warden, I think, is the real sticking point for Aegis Aurora, because frontline, they don't really have a strong frontline with Mo being banned out, with Abrams being taken away, with Geist being picked up on for One Win as well. I almost just see like Warden falling over and not really getting a chance to make that last stand do work. If anything, you're just helping out One Win. If it's ABL on Sinclair, have his own last stand and be able to just decimate a team.
Well, I think upsides for Warden is that in a post E-shift world, Warden as a more survivable character, I think does benefit. I also think if somehow your Warden lane is doing well, you can also manipulate the lane a little bit more pre-8 minutes to feed more farm into Warden to kind of, you know, help him along the idea of becoming this Warden that takes over the game. The problem is I can't feel good about any of those Warden storylines at all when you have picked Warden into Sinclair.
Yeah.
It just backfires so horrifically so much of the time, because you're giving away one of the most powerful ultimates in the game to someone that usually has more spirit than you do. It gets to use the ultimate at half the cooldown, because that's just how ultimate or audience participation works. Now here's the question: did they guess right?
No.
Bebop middle, Viscous off to the left.
But also ABL's on Vindicta. He's not going to be on the Sinclair. I mean, you're right about Flambo. I mean, we expect Zanya to be over on... Actually, I would 100% say Zanya would be on the Abrams, because we know Xenon can play it quite a bit too. But okay, so interesting. So yeah, Bebop Sinclair mid lane. That's a lot of poke. That's a lot of threat. And you can already see this Yamato just hiding behind the walls to make sure there is no hook coming through. This is gonna be a tough matchup in mid for sure.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Yamato, while ways back into the game, if you fall behind in the early game significantly, like if your lane isn't just bad, it's awful, things go rough. But charge attempt coming on in from Zanya doesn't connect. Instead, gets the raw melee after the failed parry. Still not the worst exchange. Health for health over in the left-hand side. And yeah, you talk about giving up power lanes. Yeah, they denied the Kelvin Shiv lane, but in the process, they give up the Vindicta Abrams lane, which in some people's view may be even worse.
Yeah, insanely strong when you go for kill potential there. Because at least with the Shiv Kelvin, it's kind of like a slow burn that they're eventually going to wear you down when they hit the 3k point. But almost at any point in the game, there could be kill potential out of Abrams Vindicta together. I did want to ask you though, I kind of forgotten and now reminded myself of it. You know, we talked about this like Abrams treatment of being left alone in a solo lane to make sure Abrams can get ahead and kind of stay ahead. Do you think there's a world where we might see the Warden treatment in that same vein?
Yes, I think 100%. And I think if you were back in the era where a team like Hydration was running it every day, you would see, well, that's kind of what Hydration actually did back in 4 lane. It would just, he would leave and just eat as Warden for a long period of time, taking multiple lanes back when it was 4 lanes to get ahead. So yeah, it worked back then. I think it would definitely work now. I think the trouble you get into when you play Warden at the moment, putting the Sinclair stuff aside, is that the game is so early lane focused, and Warden's a lot of things, but a great early laner typically not one of them.
Yeah, he's not quite great at early game lane. I think also when it comes to that Warden talking point, one thing we have to keep in mind is like what hero do you prioritize giving that like lane to for that farm? Because you do also have a Yamato and a Mirage, and obviously you want Mirage to get farmed up. Calico, you're assuming is going to be going through the jungle, eating up enemy jungle as much as possible. But there's like three heroes in total that you kind of need to make sure they have a decent game. And typically, Saint on the Mirage would be the person you would put into that solo lane to continue to be that threat, and then also have that 6-man potential fight where the enemy team can only have 5 if they do contest you at an objective. So it's also interesting to note like what you pick around the hero you intend to put into that like solo farming position.
The hook connects. Overseas finding the angle and the pickoff. Senya falling early here in the mid lane, and you look at the health spread in middle right now too. Sinclair and Bebop still very, very healthy. So that's the worst case scenario where it's not about just giving out a pick. If you give up a pick, but the other person is wounded, you can recover. But giving up a pick where, okay, Bebop's at half, a little bit more wounded than I thought, but we'll see if they switch the tempo off this.
He's got healing right though, so he'll be fine in a few seconds when it comes off cooldown, I would imagine. Resto shot and melee lifesteal coming in for Zanya here. He really doesn't want to be shoved out of the lane. And funny enough, with Abrams passive on his 3, that Infernal Resilience, I feel like Jin's Mark kind of helps him out actually, because you kind of recuperate as long as you don't get bursted by it to die. You recuperate a lot of that damage you take, I believe. So it really kind of makes Abrams a decent laning opponent if you're the Abrams.
Yeah, I mean, Abrams versus Mirage, at least in the duo lane, not the worst of situations, but right now, taking a look at Senya, just looking for a way back into this middle lane. Look off here from overseas. The Hyper Beam is out, and this is just taking cover and praying right now. Goes in, well-timed to lifesteal, goes on in, and still falls. That was actually super, super close, Jason. 19 HP is what overseas lives with.
That Crimson Slash as well. I mean, it's almost healed him up just enough to survive that one. But again, overseas, just how good he is on Bebop, whether that was intentional or not, still manages to live. And look what's happening on this left-hand side lane. They have completely sectioned off Saint by himself. Neon Primer going to be coming through to help out on the Viscous, but you do kind of have flashbacks to that last series up against Atlas, where we did have Abrams just constantly sit behind his opponents in that lane.
Also, the Viscous trying to make things happen with Gubal. Gubal faded, and Abrams ready to go in right after. ABL, not so much ABL. Taking a moment to, get a breather, get healed perhaps a little bit more back up, but back in the middle lane. Look at what's going on here. Raw walk up here with the bomb. Look, right on after. Just decent damage in the Calico. Bebop actually looking very, very sturdy. Sinclair off to the left.
Dude, he had the shadow transformation too. That's why he was glowing red, and you can see Aegis Aurora just kind of back away from that one, like a little bit worried about the magician who enters the. What would that be? A magician that enters the shadows, like the shadow realm. It's like a dark wizard or dark magician. Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, it'd be a dark magician. Yeah, as soon as you say that, yeah, I was gonna say it sounds like Yu-Gi-Oh to me. As soon as you do that, no blue eyes, white dragon in sight just yet.
Not yet. Yeah.
Warden under pressure, gonna drop the last stand. Kelvin Dome in from the back, and that's a Warden classic. I think anyone who's played any amount of Warden just has been in that situation of, well, I'm getting dove on. Sure hope I live by the time last stand is done channeling. And in that case, the answer was no. You did not.
I hope I survived long enough for this ultimate to get online. Shadow Transformation is going to be coming through against Stolen out of Flammable. It's just going to back away. The hook not going to connect though, and we do see now a little bit of a push out of Aegis Aurora. I mean, they do have the potential to go for a dive here. Overseas is going to be relatively healthy, but Xenon's going to be low. We're seeing some sort of semblance of control for Aegis Aurora, to be fair.
He did the wall jump tech just to go up over for Hyper Beam. Really nice elevation that is now just gonna, it's not trying to get kills here. It's just trying to make space, and it does that quite effectively.
Oh, okay. The Binding Word, I believe, did connect onto Flammable. He's very low on health, but you can still see Empty Dreams able to charge forward and look for the kill onto Freemock. Not really too worried about the Warden, to be honest. Just dancing around him, and Fremont should fall from this one. Parry came through, but there's no melee to be had. And now maybe Banwise actually might be focused down on. He's still low on HP. Tries to escape around the corner into the room with the camp. And they're going to get the kill. And I was going to say, maybe even some farm off of that. But instead, they're going to go for that Guardian damage. And 1 win now, ZP up to a 5k lead.
They're up 5k, and now it's also one of those things where it's like, okay, it's 5k, but it feels worse than a mere 5k here so far. Still, though, off to the right-hand side. Seeing a little bit of rotations off and over. Warden coming back over. Meanwhile, see how that develops. Looking back at middle, though, in the meantime. The bomb damage on the Sanya, I mean, it doesn't get a kill, but something that's still going to make Sanya wonder, okay, how much do you want to stay in this fight? And right now, the answer is a lot, and gets another bomb for his trouble.
It's like, yeah, you want to grapple to me? Are you sure you want to do that and have a bomb up? But a good dive out of Wizaster. And you know what? I kind of wanted to reserve saying it, but for me, Wizaster was definitely one of the least strong players when it came to Aegis Aurora in the past. And I don't mean that to be negative, but he was definitely one of the most underperforming players. Like, thinking back to his Infernus stats was horrible. He was one of the worst Infernuses we had over in DFN. But I'm happy to see he's adapted. He's improved quite a bit. I mean, the Calico, not necessarily an easy hero to play, but they're going to need him to have a good game here if they want to have a chance. And that's already a good start for him.
Well, middle lane still being somewhat competitive right now for Aegis Aurora. They look, though, off to the left-hand side. Viscous in goo ball form, just getting shot repeatedly. Able to roll away, but not going to have much HP by the end of it.
He rolled over ABL, though. Got the kill onto him, funny enough.
So, overall, map tempo-wise, still very much in favor of 1 win. See how these zipline rotations come on in. It's going to be 3 versus 3 developing here in middle. Kelvin coming on in. No dome, though, for Kelvin. This one going to be done without ultimates, but Calico in a real rough spot. Goes for the parry to try and save. And is actually able to get away. So Wizaster not quite falling here just yet. But also, if you're 1 win on the rotation, ideally, you'd kind of wait for your ultimates before full committing. They're a little bit drained right now.
Yeah, I mean, in Fremont, he went for a gank over towards the mid lane too, considering he died back-to-back in that right-hand side lane after we just saw him. He returned to lane, died again. I'm not sure how he got pushed so deep where he was. But, I mean, we've seen, Paradoxes in general have a really rough time today, to be perfectly honest. And Overseas might have a rough time, down to about 400 HP. Does have the backup of Flambeau there on the Kelvin, though. Not to mention the Sinclair out of Xenon able to help assist. And we can already see the Urn making its way towards the right-hand side here for 1 win. This has to be a major contest out of both teams. This is definitely not a point you want to let this Urn go in for free.
Oftentimes, this is the type of Urn fight where, with this much setup, very well could dictate the rest of the mid-game. But for now, Abrams being the runner, Geist, meanwhile, taking a look. And they just let it happen.
Yeah.
Able to walk forward, and Geist says, it's A-okay, go on in. Turn it in. And they give it up, and, I mean, you give up the Urn Souls, but it's far less than if you go for the full contest and then die and lose Urn.
100%. Now, if I get a break off the back of that here, Empty Dreams is slightly caught out. It's going to do the soul exchange here, but he's still going to be finished off either way, but not before getting a kill on Wizaster. And someone kill this man. He's still life draining. How is Empty Dreams still alive? What is happening here? Finally, he goes down for the last stand. But dear Lord, he lived a lot longer than he should have, ZP.
That is actually ridiculous, and also basically dragging Fremont to the grave with him. The Geist that does not die, and okay, look at the overall soul spread of the game right now, Jason, and you got your answer there. Empty Dreams is significantly far ahead relative to the norm of the game. That is a Geist that should have died cleanly, but from the stat differential, just gets that extra hit of survivability, the term what should be a clean pickoff, in the killing basically 2 before falling in turn.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those unfortunate points. Like you said, like Aegis Aurora should have had a clean kill and got out without losing anyone. But for him to take down one player that eventually bait in another was so well done for 1 win. So ZP, one thing I did want to mention before, what we saw earlier when it came to their turn in, which I can't talk about necessarily now. That's going to be the Frozen Shelter coming in to help keep ABL alive, but ABL on the low ground won't have his flight up here anytime soon to help get into the mix of this, but he does have the rest of his team here, and if you're Aegis Aurora, you cannot afford to lose this fight right now.
No, not at all. Meanwhile, Flammable able to lock down the Viscous. Full rotation in from one win, and Aegis were caught very off guard. And it's not that they lose the fight here. They're also going to lose part of the jungle. Sanya is able to at least get a consolation pick off onto the Bebop. But you take a look at how one win plays, a 10k advantage here. Look at the lane control, Jason, especially when you look at things like State of Guardians. It's an overwhelming problem right now for Aegis Aurora that they're down 3 Guardians to 0.
Yeah. But to be fair, though, ZP, right? I mean, the 10k lead, a lot of that lead is pretty much mixed up in the objectives that have been taken, obviously, with the Urn on top of that. So, like, realistically, if Aegis Aurora can pick up these Guardians, which they do finally get the first of the game for them on the right-hand side, they can quickly close this soul differential. But maybe I have time to finally talk about what I wanted to mention. Okay, it looks like I have a second here. So when it came to that first Urn, ZP, did you notice that one win, they put Xenon in that left lane to match up against Saint? Now, Xenon, he didn't have his audience participation up just yet, but there is a world where they delay the Urn turn if they need to. He steals the Traveler from Saint and just follows him to that fight, instead of allowing Saint to just freely push on that left-hand side.
It's smart matchup-wise. I think that's a really good observation, just the idea that you can use audience participation, basically match Traveler for Traveler, in the macro game. And just another reason why Sinclair carries additional value. And also, speaking of trades, quick trade out between Fremont and Xenon, where if you're Aegis Aurora, you take what you can get right now. But it's interesting too, game state wise, where Aegis Aurora actually, you mentioned the souls being tied up in the Guardians. It's very true. They get another 2 Guardians down and way more back into the game right now. But look at the right hand side. This could get real rough for Flammable. The crew is coming. Flammable against the odds has 2 enemies in him here in the frozen shelter, but how much time is he gonna buy here? You got to look to the rest of the 1 rotation, even as Kelvin is almost assuredly gonna fall.
Oh man, the binding ward gets him. That's the worst way to die, I would say, maybe in Deadlock here. The counter push did come in though out of Overseas and Xeno on the left hand side to try to get something off of this fight that's been breaking down, but it seems like they bought the time. The last stand is going to be coming through, and bandwise he's looking for some kills. Zanya might be the person he's going for, and Zanya's gonna actually use the Unstoppable to get away, the seismic slam.
Once again, you go in for the Geist, you end up giving up the life swap, and Warden is hating everything about the situation, taken down from ABL from above. Meanwhile, taking a look at Zanya, trying to make something out of nothing right now, chasing down the super low HP Abrams. Zanya over the top, has to pop the Shadow Transformation. Meanwhile, Zanya running away from the fight. Yamato trying to get anything, and instead just getting chunked down.
And Zanya gets away from that too. Somehow Abrams did not fall. Maybe the Shadow Transformation should have been popped earlier on for him to close the distance. And with that fight, finishing off here, one would have a 2-man advantage with the Urn in hand. They're going to be able to run this one in. And since it's a neutral turn-in, this should be a fairly easy take. It's just about what can maybe Aegis Aurora get off the back of that. And the chase is going to come on to Empty Dreams. That's what they want to get, the Sloan Hex being used. But they're not sure what's on the other side of that rope, and they're going to let him get away.
Flammable's getting chased on down. I think Flammable just dropped Frozen Shelter, and he's gone. Frozen Shelter, not enough to save. I saw the quick flash on the UI. I was like, is he going to be able to delay? And the answer did not surprise any of us, really.
So it's going to be tough to go for the turn in here. You can see one win poising for control. They do get it off Zanya getting the turn. Got to be careful. ABL very low on HP here, but Zanya's after the turn is going to continue to go forward here, looking for more kills. It's going to be the Tornado out of Saint to look to escape from this one. I believe he's got Toxic Bullets picked up on top of this, and it's still a very crucial time here for Aegis Aurora. You cannot afford to get or to let any picks happen. And you have to really respect Overseas on that Bebop there, and well, maybe Zanya should have respected them as he gets caught out.
Aegis Aurora, they kind of want to make something happen here with the dive onto the Bebop and the Vindicta. Chasing him down. Bebop right now, going to the rooftops is Overseas. Fremont gets ABL, and it was the same fate gonna fall to Overseas right now. Overseas, just see all the yellow chasing on down. Overseas looking for a way out. No Hyper Beam around the save. Instead, it's gonna be Aegis Aurora just taking a little bit of farm in turn. And okay. Meanwhile, Saint may have chased a little bit too far there, Jason, as you got Flammable back in for the support.
You know, this game is actually pretty damn close. Like if we take away the 2 Urn turn-ins that one win got, Aegis Aurora are actually going to be in the lead. I mean, obviously with these kills now coming through, maybe it changes things a little bit, but this has been actually insanely close, and I didn't really expect it to be or Aegis Aurora to be as formidable as they have been, considering they're playing against the best team in the world for 1 win. But credit to them, man. They've been able to keep things close. As the game does progress on, you still have to kind of worry about when the Vindicta gets a lot stronger. Obviously, when Overseas can potentially pull off hooks to completely put you in your place and kind of like hold any sort of pressure you're looking to apply. I'm trying to think about like late game who I would favor. And I mean, Sonya, he's on 16,000 souls, but he's got Empty Dreams at 21k and ABL still ahead of him by 1k.
Well, actually, Jason, with the outcome of the last few fights, one thing we haven't really talked about that we'd be remiss not to bring up now is how farm Bamwise is. The funnel law farm and the Warden. Warden is a huge threat at this point. ABL getting caught. And honestly, very nice rotation from Aegis Aurora into the middle here. Now they're going to go directly in the middle lane. And if you're Overseas, you need to back out. But I'd say it's actually quite grim a little bit for 1 win right now, because when you're on a Bebop comp, inherently you want to get ahead. I don't think Bebop on your team is great if it's even versus even when you're playing with Overseas, you can make magic happen. And by the way, speaking of magic, Wizaster had to clench a little bit from that one.
I clenched for him, to be honest. That's gonna be the Walker being attacked, and it's gonna go down. So Aegis Aurora actually gonna be tying things up in souls, and even come out a little bit ahead as well with that Walker falling on. Really good bounce back out of them. You have to give them a lot of credit, considering it was looking very grim, being down 3 Guardians to 0, being down 2 urns. But now they're actually going to be the ones ahead when it comes to objectives here, taking the first Walker of the game.
Yeah, I mean, truthfully, 1 win might be ahead by the most marginal of ways, but I think Aegis Aurora is actually ahead at this point in the game. Where, okay, and even you take a look at objectives, right? They got 1 win's one of 1 win's walkers down on top of it. So yeah, this is actually problematic. However, Warden being your most farmed character is also a little bit of an Achilles heel, because if you talk about targets for a good hook for Overseas, landing a hook on the Bandwise at the beginning of a fight would be enormous, to put it mildly.
Especially if you can somehow make him miss time his last stand. Like if Bandwise doesn't play that last stand perfectly, I feel like a lot of the advantage that a Warden can give you is for naught. Like it pretty much comes down to, is the last stand going to be a good one, or is it going to be a bad one, ZP, in my eyes? I don't know what you think.
Actually, I'm glad you brought that up. I was going to bring that up earlier, just on the point where there was a fight that took place where Bandwise didn't have last stand up, and 1 win just simply sent it. That's what you need to do. And that is one of the downsides of Warden comp, is that the character, more so than many others, is very dependent on ult to have a fight. So yeah. Yes, if they're able to get Bandwise to just drop a last stand and then leave, huge advantage, especially when Bandwise is now in the spot of, effectively being the most farmed character on the team. But you got an earn pickup coming in, but quick contest on the way over from Aegis Aurora. Viscous gonna go in the ball for him, and Z'd out by the Frozen Shelter. Really nice Frozen Shelter timing here from Flamble. Now moving forward, getting some nice Ice Beam here into the left hand side. His Falter gonna be there. Freemock in a bit of danger. Meanwhile, the real focus here for 1 win, it's the urn. You take a look at Overseas. Overseas wants no part of the fight, instead moving away with the urn as Wizaster gets caught.
How does he parry that? I didn't even expect. There was no way I thought a melee was going to come through off of that, but a great little parry. But yeah, the Frozen Shelter you pointed out, phenomenal. He gets swapped in, but he keeps everyone out, so he doesn't die from that one. Good use actually of dropping the urn to get away from the binding word, but Freemock's still going to get the kill either way. Last stand up. He does get hexed up in the middle of it, but it's not going to matter. He still can cast it even in his Brabant form, and he's healing up. He's trying to get away through the high ground, going up the rope, and the chase looks like it will come through out of Xenon. He will fall here, and now Winman realized, we could probably continue to take this fight. He would just have to worry about Sonya's sniper, but then again, he does have his shadow transformation up, and they do have the man advantage. The thing is, and look at the health bars. I mean, Saint's low, Freemock's low, Neon Primer's not even here in this fight. It comes down to just Zanya and just Xenon to win this fight. And I think actually Aegis Aurora are going to take this one. I guess the urn is running away from them at the moment, which is the unfortunate part. But not a bad turnaround.
So you go far enough back in Deadlock history, there was a point where we were seeing Warden Yamato comps a lot. And the reason why the comp was really good in the period where it was good, in part, was that if you deal with one of the characters that is diving you or is otherwise like forcing a lot of resources out, which oftentimes a well-timed last stand will do, you're not really going to have the resources available to deal with the Yamato on the back end, or vice versa. They both command a lot of attention. They both command a lot of cooldowns. And dealing with both if they're both farmed is pretty darn difficult. Saint, though, not getting away, just run afoul of Sinclair off on the right-hand side. But the front line of Aegis Aurora is vastly more scary right now than what One Win has.
Yeah. I was actually trying to think, and maybe you can help me. Okay. Xenon goes down. We did have a Spirit Warden being played like 2 weeks ago, and we were building up so much, and that Warden did get so far ahead, but I remember they ended up losing that game because like they were only depending on that last stand, and when that last stand wasn't up, the enemy team could just fight, and there was nothing they could really do to hold them back. At least this time, as we're seeing it, does have that backup out of Yamato, like you were mentioning.
See if they get anything from this here. I don't think there's a lot of fall through coming in from one off the Hyper Beam, and no, they just back on out. So yeah, I mean, the overall game state here, also overseas, is now quite poor. Same with ABL, where you think about who you look to for One Win to make plays. Historically, it's ABL and overseas, and both of them are not going to be huge factors in this game, the way it is right now. I mean, overseas can still land the Miracle Hook, but neither are in the prime, yeah, we're going to take over the game spot. So for me, if you're asking like who I think is going to come out ahead right now, I think it's a pretty large advantage to Aegis Aurora at the moment.
Yeah, I could feel you on that one. I mean, Empty Dreams is on 29,000 souls, so he actually is really far ahead of most players except Bandwise. But I don't know how much damage he's going to be able to do in these fights. By the way, it was John. It was from Melee Creeps 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
That played, I just looked up really quickly. He played the Warden, and it just, again, when it was, he had 8 kills in that game, but when it wasn't online, when he didn't have it up, he wasn't really much of a threat. I don't know, I'm kind of interested in like what they're going to do to deal with Bandwise in particular. Like the Frozen Shelter is a good ultimate to use to like delay him until his last stand's gone, or just protect your team, or maybe even like heal up your team during last stand. But I think that's a lot of pressure to put on that one player to make a play happen.
Well, realistically, they either need to bait the last stand out or get a hook. That's kind of the world they're now living in. Meanwhile, Bandwise, a little bit of chase down happening. Yamato, though, in a bit of a pickle, ends up having to use Shadow Transformation, gets the cube mid-Frozen Shelter, but not a great spot to be in for Yamato. Should be falling here. However, this is a great spot for Warren to come in with the last stand. Is this going to be clean up here for Bandwise? One Win is up 1 here so far. They deal with Yamato, but Aegis Aurora comes on and cleans up 2, and leading the way was Bandwise for a moment. Bandwise ends up falling, but, you know, One Win, they come out ahead 1 here, Jason, but that's with the ideal engagement onto the Yamato.
Yeah, but ZP, Xenon, he stole last stand as well and used it. That's what they were chased with at the very end. That is a big bag. 1,300 souls picked up for others. You're talking about, you know, him and ABL being the two, a little bit underfarmed. Well, that helps a little bit. But the stolen last stand was ridiculous there as well. Able to chase him away. They outlive it. They come out with a man advantage, and they're going to take a walker off of this. I think they're going to lose one as well on the left-hand side, but either way, at least able to get that flex set unlocked for 1 win.
Yeah, and the stolen last stand is probably the only reason why that didn't turn into a full route, looking back at it, and how that developed. Yeah, camera angle, mid-subway, not the grass. Oh, disaster! A little snatcheroo there onto the buff. Not letting Zanya grab it. Quick little parry. But about as even as it gets, and even with that last skirmish going a little bit more in One Win's favor, I think Aegis Aurora is still driving the conversation right now, and oh dear lord, the chase down. Xenon, lucky to get away.
Oh, Disaster a little bit lucky there too. Gets caught up by the door frame while the hook was able to hit onto him. Last stand still 9 seconds away, so there's a window where One Win could continue to go for this fight here, but they have to respect it. Last stand should be off cooldown now, and you can see One Win, well, they have backed away, but ABL, he has it from not ABL. I see Yamato, I think ABL. It's Sonya Sniper, who has not backed away, going to teleport over towards the earn turn-in. But he's going to need his team here to help out from this one. And also, look at Empty Dreams, 3,000 HP. Still has 4,500 souls to spend. Has Leech picked up too on top of this. Superior stamina, debuff reducer, toxic bullets too. Like, he's going to hurt quite a bit.
I don't really think Aegis Aurora's in a great spot to contest here. And yeah, they decide to give it up. You look at the map and you see that just, you know, the Calico in particular, very far away. Yeah, Mirage could have TP'd in, but you know, it's kind of interesting because this isn't even the only earn that Aegis Aurora has given up. like that this game.
Good point.
Jason, if you stop and think about it. I think maybe they just made the decision, we don't like earn fights. Maybe they feel like they're bad at earn fighting, and it's just better to play the rest of the game normal rather than, potentially earn fight and get very far behind.
I think we've seen a lot of games like lately where the earn is like always the tipping point, because the team that's carrying the earn always seems to get the earn turn in, but also get like a bunch of kills off of that. And that's like the worst case scenario when something like that happens. And considering, I think one would have had 3 turn-ins. I think 3 out of the 4. I want to say Aegis Aurora got 1. They're really not that far behind. Like 4,000 souls isn't that big of a difference between these two teams, considering the amount of earns one win has turned in. So really credit to Aegis Aurora here to keep things equal and keep things insanely close.
Cube coming in to protect Paradox, but it's just too much, especially with the frozen shelter used right after. Still though, heavy investment coming on in. Meanwhile, Spanwise is in there with the last stand. The clone though coming on in. We got Sinclair saying, I'm the last stand, the last stir stand, as it were, in onto Saint. However, 2 down for Aegis Aurora, 1 down for 1 win. Up to the rooftops we go, taking a look at Sanya, chasing on down, lands it over the top space. Wait,
what?
Didn't finish it. Overseas lived. What in the world?
I don't know how he warped back like that. That must have been unfortunate.
Wait.
And ABL dodges the Crimson Slash, so he doesn't get the healing off it, but the Shadow Form going to be coming out nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, that was gutsy for ABL to dive on in, but ABL not punished in turn. Instead, on the other end, Disaster tried to make a little bit of space for Sanya. And hey, the space was created, but it came at a cost. And now you're up 4, you're down 1. If you're 1 win, do you go mid? It's not ultra clean, but yeah, they decide to go for it.
Yeah, oh my god. 3,900 HP now for Geist. Into Dreams is a massive threat. I mean, with also no Shadow Transformation available for Sonya Sniper, it's going to be very hard to steal this one away. And they honestly kind of need it. All the lanes are pretty much shoved up against them, except the mid lane. Rejuve going to be coming on down, and we can see really no one from Aegis Aurora going to be going for...
Xeon just stole last stand. Okay, he doesn't go for... I was looking at the map. You see, you look right now, he stole last stand. It was like deep in pursuit on Bandwise, and Bandwise just got out.
He scared me there. I thought he was going for a steal, but I'm like, wait a minute. But he's on the team who's killing them, the Rejuve there. But, speaking of last stand, what did Bandwise get off the last fight? Zanya. That was it. Gets 1 kill off of it, or at least 1 assist off of that. You need more value out of last stand. I think that's where last stand really kind of falls off, is if you're not having these big 6-on-6 team fights, you're not hitting multiple people with it, then it's really not doing that much work. As long as one can kind of stall it out, they can kind of afford to lose 1 player, funny enough. Once that last stand's gone, it's like, okay, with that 34,000 souls you have invested, I mean, it's not going to do nothing, but it's not going to have nearly the impact that it would with last stand up.
Well, and to your point, that's also why they couldn't really contest either. Bandwise, no last stand, no go. Meanwhile, Bebop using the Hyper Beam. Frozen Shelter out for a little bit of isolation, though. ABL down. 1 up right now is Aegis Aurora in on the full rotation. They got last stand up. Bandwise rolling on in. Hook onto the friendly, and no, that's not going to be enough to save Wizaster. Wizaster blown to Kingdom Come. 1 win. Turning the fight now. The last stand is over. They're able to move on forward. They still have the Rejuvenator on top of it, so 2 for 2. But this Walker not looking very healthy at all for Aegis Aurora.
What was that? Freemock off to the side. Another hook gonna come through, and you're just seeing like the power of Overseas constantly pulling different players in. Neon Primer's gonna follow, so is Freemock, and so is this Walker. It's Satan and Bandwise, the last 2 remaining, and they don't really have HP to contest this. That's gonna be the second walk of the game taken for 1 win. They're gonna go back to base here. They have a lot of jungle to pick up here on this right-hand side, not to mention if they want to invade on the left-hand side and the urn on top of this. It's gonna be a massive swing for 1 win. We're gonna be looking at an almost 20k lead once this urn goes in.
We'll see if this urn gets contested at all. I think there is... Well, they have 2 people on the right-hand side. I actually think it'd be pretty unwise for Aegis Aurora to try and contest this. I think right now they're just going for a little bit of lane push, and yeah, they're not going to go for it. So the lead now shifted here from 1 win, but this is about as even gets. This is, you look at how these fights are breaking down, Jason. A lot is based on who ults and when, and also who gets the initiation. I don't think, even with the soul advantage from 1 win right now, it's in a stat check sort of situation just yet.
Yeah, and I know what you mean, like with like the who gets kind of the better ultimates off, or who ults kind of first. I think one unfortunate part for Aegis Aurora's comp is that maybe the Calco would have been better off as being someone to help assist, like maybe like a Vindicta to tether to allow Bandwise to get a good last stand off. Like they have nothing to really facilitate his last stand other than maybe the Tornado at a save. Because if Fremont gets a swap, okay, cool, you got a swap, but you don't want to waste last stand on one player. You want to hit last stand onto multiple people. So like in terms of facilitating that ultimate to be as impactful as it can be, I think that's maybe one thing their comp is kind of missing.
ABL being looked at here for a moment. Now the fight underway. Early pressure here on the Fremont. Fremont taking value into the building. Meanwhile, the sad squeal of Viscous bound by Overseas. One up is one win. Zanya charging close quarters again. Wizaster in a real danger. Zanya dropping Shadow Transformation in turn, trying to fight on back. Frozen Shelter already used. Bandwise though, last stand is in, ends up with 2. Good value here so far. Xenon, I think, just used the audience participation. Now dropping his own last stand in turn, back on the other side of the fight. Is that gonna be enough to turn it? So far, Aegis Aurora in a decent spot, but Bandwise is getting hunted down by Xenon and ends up falling. Empty Dreams in on it. One win, turning the tide of battle in their favor. Empty Dreams and Xenon doing a lot of work there. Zanya on the cleanup.
My God, like I don't know how Zanya Flammable as well as a duo there. They outlasted Sonya Sniper on the Yamato with the raw human Flammable was doing. We saw the chase come in, even the last stand on the ice path as well to chase down on the Flammable, but he still manages to, with the help of the rescue beam plus his own frost grenades to keep himself alive. But again, like 2 kills, it's not going to be enough to win the fight for Aegis Aurora. That's the unfortunate part for them. Even with Sonya doing all that damage, I maybe if they time things a little bit differently, maybe if Sonya came in a little bit later into the fight instead of being the one immediately being pressured on, though they were trying to use him as like a lightning rod for one win to collapse on, it's just not going to be enough. And the lead wasn't massive, but it is growing to that point now. We're looking at a 30k soul difference. Shrine's going to be going down, most certainly first stage patron here as well as ZP. And one win, it looks like they finally did crack that shell in the defense out of Aegis Aurora.
Also, Jason, I just feel like part of my play-by-play casting life right now is just keeping one eye permanently locked on Xenon's lightning bolt in the upper corner to be like, okay, where has the last end copy happened? Because as soon as that came in, Jason, it actually did very much swap the fight. Flammable getting caught. Aegis Aurora trying to move out here. Getting a few stagger kills would be huge if possible. And right now, you look to the left-hand side, ABL perhaps hunted in the moment. Are they going to be able to catch ABL? We'll see. They're looking, and ABL just is able to use the teleporter. Wasn't found out. We'll see where this one goes. I mean, it's a hungry Aegis Aurora team walking it out, but now I think they dejectedly go back out to the jungle, Jason.
I have a question for you, ZP. What the hell could Empty Dreams still need to buy right now? 47,000 souls. He's basically unkillable at this point.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's more luxury items. You have your core for sure at this point in the game. ABL, though, getting caught. Swap from Fremont, actually rather huge here, Jason.
To be fair, I wasn't asking for a legitimate answer. It was more of like respecting how many souls he has, because it is insane. And you're seeing in these fights, like he just does not go down. And the second you get him low, soul exchange, which I think would be the perfect answer to Bandwise, obviously.
Now, funny enough, the answer to Bandwise is kind of what we called out in the draft. Has just been Xenon, where I think you talk about win conditions. Most valuable swap, if he doesn't have an assistant down, would be on Xenon. If they can kill Xenon early, Aegis Aurora very well could just completely run away at the fight.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is that the first pick you need to get is also one of the most slippery heroes in the entire game. Easier said than done.
Yeah, I mean, even if you do swap him, as long as he had the assistant down, he's going to be fine. Let's see. Crippin Headshot, Fortitude picked up for Paradox for Fremont. Toxic Bullets picked up for Overseas, which is perfectly understandable considering the state of the healing that he has to deal with on the other side. That's gonna be a nice little hook onto, well, speaking of Fremont, even the Frozen Shelter being invested, but they also catch out with Zaster in this one too.
Yeah, one win using the Frozen Shelter combo. Overseas, though, in a little bit of trouble right now. Again, pulling from all ends, drops the Hyper Beam, gets the Rescue Beam, though, instead. Says, less Hyper, more Rescue. Oof. And Bandwise goes down. Unable to withstand the fight. I think this is another case where Xenon was able to land a good audience participation. And 600 HP, no problem here for Overseas. A hook, a bomb, and maybe going down, but the Calico will fall in turn, or you'd think. Disaster actually somehow getting away from this one, but the only one still alive for Aegis Aurora mid boss, soon to be a tasty prize for 1 win.
Something 9 lives for Calico. I mean, you can see where Wizaster is. He's in the enemy like side of the map here towards the teleporter. I mean, the urn's gonna get turned in here. The patron first stage did not fall, so at least gonna help the respawn timers for Aegis Aurora. But in all honesty, with having Sonya Sniper still down for 30 seconds, Saint for 20, and Neon Primer down for 15, and obviously with Wizaster nowhere here to help out, I think one we're just gonna win it right here.
You would think. Meanwhile, look at where Wizaster. I mean, okay, Wizaster is not going to defend this anyways. Patron burned on down. 1 win finishes off what I would consider a bit of a comeback with how the mid game was. They survived the Warden. They just duplicate his tricks, courtesy of Sinclair, and it's 1 win, stopping Aegis Aurora in their tracks in the group stages here. 1-1 Bombshell number 5.
I would say that was a lot closer than I expected whatsoever in this matchup. I really had it as 1 win winning pretty cleanly 2-0. Obviously, we still have another match to go between the two teams, but that was definitely a really a big glow up, I'd say, out of Aegis Aurora. Again, they lost like the first 2 urn turn-ins. They didn't bother to go for the first one. They were 10k down. They were 3 Guardians to 0 down, but they got bandwise in a position to really step up. They eventually got those 3 Guardians and pretty much kept things pretty equal. And maybe my question to you, ZP, as we check out the highlights here is like, do you think Warden is deserving of a ban for bandwise out of Aegis Aurora? Because that was definitely like one of the sticking points that one when weren't too confident to like engage in enemy territory, not knowing where bandwise was going to be.
I think the answer to that question is, have you secured the Sinclair or not? I think this game is way uglier without a chance to turn around fights like the subway fight if you aren't running a Sinclair that can, you know, turn a lot of good Warden situations into either even or bad Warden situations. And no Sinclair, I don't actually think there's a way back into this for 1 win. I think that was very, very important.
Okay.
So, you know, to go back around the ban Warden, look, Aegis Aurora played well in terms of feeding farm to the Warden, creating space enough for the Warden to get the farm. But Warden is still a hero that has like you can play around him more than most others in the game, and you can draft around him too. So
yeah,
I think for 1 win, it's not necessarily a must ban.
and we have to keep in mind what was banned away in the first get-go, right? It was the Great Talon and the Holiday. So I think those are a little bit more high priority for sure than taking away a Warden, at least on the initial get-go. Then it responded with a Mo and a Kelvin. Or sorry, no, it wasn't Kelvin. Kelvin was played. It was Mo and I can't remember the second ban off the top of my head. Do you remember who it was?
Well, I know Shiv was one of the bans.
Okay.
And,
oh yeah,
because
Shiv,
they did not want to give up the Kelvin Shiv lane.
Yep, you're right. So yeah, I mean, I definitely would agree. Like Warden definitely not feasible for one of these bans, especially if you do like a Great Town or Holiday go through for 1 win, which they've seen them just in the last series be so good on, at least when it came to the Holiday. But take a look at our stats here. Empty Dreams just got so much farm fed over to him. 52,000 souls, died only 3 times, and had 13 kills to boot. Like he was definitely one of the biggest damage dealers in these fights, as you can see, pretty much leading his team. But also, surprisingly enough, seeing Zanya so high on the damage for his roster is, I guess, not too surprising considering where ABL was farm-wise in that game.
Yeah, I mean, the weird thing is that I think a little bit troubling for Aegis Aurora is that this was a game where, okay, some of the comp stuff aside, you usually don't see both Overseas and APL as far behind the game as they were at some points here.
Yep.
You know, in many people's eyes, like maybe the 2 most impactful players for the 1 win squad. I think it's unlikely that both of them are combined behind the overall game into a map 2. So, you know, I honestly think if you're Aegis Aurora and you want to get at least one of the 2 maps here, this was probably your chance and you let it slip away.
I think as well, though, like one of the powers of 1 win that we said in the past is the fact they don't have like that one player to carry the team. They have multiple players who could do so. So even if you keep ABL down, you keep Overseas down, you still have Empty Dreams to deal with. As we saw there on the guys, he was able to help carry his team through. But we do get into our second match in this best of 2 between Aegis Aurora and 1 win team. And we are going to see a Mirage and a Kelvin ban out right away. But as we can see, ZP, that leaves open a Holiday to be picked up by 1 win. But it also does leave open a Great Talent.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I feel like the Kelvin ban may have been for Aegis Aurora to try and prio the GT. Because One win, I feel like right now, from what we've seen, they value Holiday as pick number one. So if you don't ban the Holiday, yes, you'll go against Holiday, but in turn, you'll be able to get, GT +1 as your early picks here. And, in this case, given the fact that One Win has run things like Holiday, Paradox at the same time, I do wonder if you just open with, say, GT Paradox to make sure that you also get a strong playmaker. And then after that, you got to start thinking about Mo. Either the pick or potentially deny if it goes that deep. And okay, as I say that, we just had a lot of picks show up all at once, and Mo gets picked early on along with Sinclair and the GT. And One Win, they do deny the Paradox. So a lot of my pre-setup Jason here was actually good.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about like the priority of a Paradox, but the Sinclair coming through. I mean, to be fair, I think we both kind of forgot about him as actually being open, and considering he's constantly picked out of the first team to get a pick through. But I mean, Mo obviously really good to deal with the Amato. One thing I think we have to point out though is the double pick out of Paradox Holiday 100%. Especially if One Win ban away Bebop, then for Aegis Aurora, it's like, what's your real pick potential? And it comes down to Sinclair, I guess, to be the one to do so by stealing away a lasso or a paradoxical swap.
Or you go down the forbidden tome of North America and you grab He Who Looks Like You, the Lash.
Oh, no. I was like, I don't look like Dynamo. What the hell?
Yeah, I don't look like that. It's like, I'm not a robot throwing out black holes, but okay, just for a ban the Vindicta. I will say, though, I'm not really in love with the Mo pick for Aegis Aurora because, okay, given that One Win picked the Amato, they could... I'm trying to think about the ban pick. Yeah, they could have just saved it for a ban because you're running the Mo, but when Mo's looked most effective with either Holiday or Paradox to back it up. This is kind of the raw Mo, hoping that Mo just, like, body checks people and gets pickoffs, which, while possible... I don't know if I love the Mo picked for Aegis Aurora when they could have reserved it for a ban.
I mean, I guess it comes down to like, what do they support it with? Like, again, we talked about like Aegis Aurora, one of the first teams in EU to really heavily use Mo quite a bit to facilitate like a strong early to mid game. But a lot of that did come down, to be fair, to the 4-lane setup. Not having that anymore means you can't really gank too early, which means the power of Mo does fall a little bit, but the power comes back, I guess, when it comes to that mid game when you're fighting in the jungle. And we talked about who I looked like, ZP. Looks like we will see him come through. Lash being picked up by One Win with an Abrams. So they're even sealing that away. They're really sealing away any sort of like initiation out of Aegis Aurora.
Is there too much of a good thing? And I feel like we're about to find out because I don't know. I feel like you're One Win. You let Aegis Aurora fall on the Lash grenade. I don't like picking up Lash when you already have Holiday and Paradox. I really don't. I think there's a few worlds where it works, and there's a few worlds where One Win runs away with this pretty heavily in the early game. Also, One Win, I think, is probably going to pick Ivy as their last pick, based on what they have here. That would be my assumption.
You also give like the Death Slam up for Aegis Aurora too, because you can steal it away, and then so you kind of use that as your own initiation. But well, you called Ivy. Just the wrong team here coming through. They just were actually secured it with a Warden on top of that too.
Yeah, so the benefit here for Bandwise doesn't have to worry about Xenon stealing Last Stand repeatedly. This is a IP protected Warden coming on in. The problem is that the early to mid game pressure coming out from One Win is going to be absolutely out of this world. But if Aegis Aurora is able to stand like at least a little bit behind from even, and if they're able to like allocate more farm over the Bandwise, this could get very difficult for One Win. Like One Win is the most early to mid game center team I have seen in a long time. They have to be far ahead by the time we hit like 15 minutes, or I think they just straight up lose. What?
I mean, they do
what?
have. Watch us see like ABL play McGinnis for some reason right now, just to really mess with us. Okay, so I'm assuming that's not. Well, I'm assuming it's not a production mess up. I'm assuming we actually do have McGinnis coming through, which is a bit crazy considering McGinnis has probably been rated as the worst hero in the game right now. But to be fair, ZP, it's one nice way to deal with Last Stand.
Yeah, and she did just get buffed, but I don't know, man. Like, especially last patch, if a team ends up ending their draft with Lash McGinnis, we're accusing them of just throwing the game. Like, that like rings like a LARP Lords game where they feel like they're out of the best of 3 anyways, and they're like, screw it, we want to have an early night. Because on paper, it doesn't look good. It just doesn't.
I'm trying to summon Naked back to the stream if he's still here to see this, to see McGinnis being played. I mean, one of the best McGinnis players in North America. But you know what? I'm not going to knock it too much. I think it's very wonky for sure out of one win. Oh, but I wanted to add a but in there, but I'm struggling to force it. I mean, there's obviously a reason they picked it, right? Like we can't deny that. They're not just like picking it for no reason. Decent for Warden for sure. It can block out Grey Talon. Can also kind of split up a team as well to help out a Lash ultimate. Can stun away the combo. Like there is potential for it, but she's so weak as a hero in general at the moment.
Unless we're underrating the turret buffs that came in. I mean, there is more of an opportunity to set up bigger nests and be a huge pain. But I also just think when you look at this, there's worlds where GT also gets far ahead along with the Sinclair. I think the early lanes minus the Warden lane aren't looking that bad for Aegis Aurora. And if they're able to stay even, again, like past about 12 minutes, man, one win's in danger.
Man, poor Smooth in chat's in danger too, because he keeps... Because we're on a 30-second delay from us to the Twitch stream. And I'm saying things before he does, but then he's going to look smart because he's saying it technically for the viewers earlier than me saying it. So you know what, Smooth, get out of here. No, I mean, yeah, we're going to see how it's going to work out here. I mean, Aegis Aurora, like your win condition, ban-wise, have another good game. Grey Talon, have a strong match. Whoever's on Sinclair. I mean, I guess technically it's actually, in my eyes, maybe a Wizaster on the Mo. You need to not be another like 8K Mo when the rest of your team's at like 12 to 14K and your opponents are that or even higher. So for one win, I mean, you're talking about Aegis, or for one win, they need to have, I guess, a strongish enough game. I think. I mean, again, Grey Talon, superior stamina gonna be one of the most important buys. Superior stamina for him, because you need that mobility, especially with the ethereal shift being nerfed technically. He's not going to have the easiest of games to survive against a comp like this.
Yeah, I mean, Grey Talon definitely is one of the recipients of the E-Shift nerf that got hurt in a big way, but you look at pick priority, it certainly hasn't impacted his pick priority all that much. I feel like for one win, the hidden under goal here for winning the game, it is the Yamato and Abrams, right? Is that they are hoping that the Holiday, Paradox, Lash, and McGinnis can make enough space for Yamato and Abrams to get fully online and get to the point where they can just run at the other team. However, the level of separation they're going to need to get to a point where they're not worried about the Geist and not worried about the Warden, it's pretty high. And also, I mean, there's key points of failure for the Abrams if things in the early game don't particularly go well. But, here at production, we're going in the game, and Jason, we're about to get some answers to this one. This is either going to be glorious from one win, or it'll be everything we expected from the draft, which, overall, not great.
It's going to be glorious either way, ZP. We had to see McGinnis being played yet again for the first time in what feels like forever. And it's going to be played by Flammable. Okay. So ABL is going to be on the Lash. It will not be on the Yamato. Empty Dream is going to be on the Abrams. And of course, Overseas on the Holiday. And we saw just in the last series what Overseas can do when it comes to the Holiday. It is a thing of beauty. Like almost every hero he plays.
Overseas Holiday, not to be slept on, but this may be a very significant challenge. But you talk about lanes. We've traded out the Abrams Vindicta lane for the Abrams Guinness off on the right. See just how deadly it may be, or how annoying the new McGinnis turrets can be in action. Again, maybe it's a world where McGinnis has been bad for so long that people underrated the buffs that came in, or one win is just feeling a little bit experimental because they have won 3 straight maps here today, Jason.
I like how you're still trying to like build it up as being like a, you know, possible all the buffs. And I mean, I think one of the biggest changes she needs, I think a lot of players out there are talking about like her stamina. Like having 2 stamina is really rough. You kind of need that 3rd stamina because it's so easy to get caught up position. Yeah, you have the wall, but it's still such a long cooldown. And well, able to take down Sane off the bat. Had monster rounds picked up early. Looking for maybe another kill as Empty Dreams had gone down. But realistically, shouldn't be able to pull off the chase here.
Yo, okay, she's not fully going. Is Magiska commit to this and just gun down the Ivy in cold blood? Ivy, I think, with a pretty significant gun and terrain advantage in that situation. So, not quite flammable running away with it, but still, early kill on the Saint. I mean, on one hand, you kind of question is like, do you remember how to play McGinnis well? But that kind of goes both ways, Jason, is that if you're against McGinnis, do you remember how to play against McGinnis at this point?
Yeah, I mean, the wall is something you really can't sleep on, as we did see. Well, we didn't see initially in the fight, but we know it went down, as well as the healing that McGinnis can do. I mean, I'm curious, like, what kind of build are we going to see in the McGinnis? Because, like, Echo Shard can be insanely good. The amount of healing you do when you max that, it's like, what, 5% of your max health a second? Pop down 2 of those, and you're healing 10% a second. Like, it is insane how much sustain you can pull off here. Not to mention your own creep wave, too, so they can do some really early Guardian damage. That's going to be the dive in directly for him. And you can already see Flammable. He's just falling over like a wet noodle.
Yeah, sometimes you can just look at McGinnis and go, I'm going to dive you now. Especially at this part of the game where you're not exactly flush with turrets, particularly if your wall is on cooldown.
Yeah, you saw there too. Like, they used the wall aggressively to get damage on the Guardian. And once the wall fell down, they're like, okay, we attack now. We pick up a free kill. As long as you don't get double charged by Empty Dreams. Okay.
Disaster. And also, you know, you think about Disaster, overall, you're kind of mentioning some of the lowlights of the Disaster and Furnace, where I agree is probably some of the least impressive Infernus play going way back. But Disaster, to me, always looked best on Mo and Krill. So they did get Disaster onto a comfort pick.
Yeah.
Aurora did.
I mean, it has been a long time since we've seen Aegis Aurora in like tournament play as well. So hopefully for them, they've been working on a couple of things behind the scenes, or at least behind the scenes to our eyes. But I would agree. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely one of like the stronger heroes for him back then. ABL on Lash, though, I think this is the interesting thing. It's like, what can he show us on Lash? His Vindicta didn't really put out too much damage in the last game. Obviously, a lot of it was put up onto Empty Dreams on the Geist. But to see him play Lash here, what is he going to pull off? He's about to hit the 3K mark, and that's when the real kill potential rises, especially when you have a Paradox on your team. Him and Xenon are going to be looking for some kills in this lane, but it's still be very hard to do so up against Freemok. So I think their focus has to be on Debanwise on the Warden.
Well, we did talk a lot about ABL's versatility, and no greater test than going on the Lash. A hero that, at least prior to this patch, had difficulties, but here we go. Moves on in. Potential Death Slam opportunity instead. Dives on in. It's a little bit Death Slam damage. Or Ground Strike damage. And now, dies to Last Stand. Walks in and is like, that's an ulting Warden. I don't like the position I'm in, but I have nothing I can do about it, as you see some owl pressure now in from Sanya.
With Casters and Furnace was a social experiment for casters. The experiment didn't do too well. I have the stats to back it up. It's not like I'm trying to be harsh on him, because I definitely have the stats to prove it wasn't the best. But so far, decent start on Aegis Aurora. Shot turn speed going to come through, and not sure why you parry there, because you're not going to stun. But at least you can prevent some damage. And Overseas going to be taking a chunk here. The charge shot going to come through a little bit delayed. And honestly, Overseas should have died there.
Also, while we were looking at this, ABL did go for the Death Slam off on left lane and did not connect. And
wait, again?
This is really troubling for one win. And the reason being is that with the comp 1 win drafted, they need to get far ahead in the beginning. And that has not happened, Jason. They cannot stand to be even right now, or they just lose this game. I'm very convinced of that. So Aegis Aurora is actually playing quite well for the draft that they have at the moment.
See if they keep it up here. That's going to be the lasso not connecting, though, onto Neon Primer. They do go for 3-man push on this right-hand side. They get the initial kill. That also means they're leaving Zanya to himself in the mid lane. He's being chased out by Wizaster. So he's able to get the first Guardian, but honestly, it's going to be a return Guardian taken by Aegis Aurora in the mid lane. And now it's about where the rotation is going to be coming through, who's going to be going where. This left lane is definitely looking juicy here. Xenon does have the paradoxical swap, but I don't think they have the HP to really go for the fight. ABL is very low in health. Oh, but here goes McGinnis. It's all safe from here, ZP.
Could be 3-on-3. All safe. The McGinnis has showed up. Clearly, you know, the great danger is over, but things are getting hot and spicy right now on the left-hand side. Not a lot of respect being shown to good old McGinnis here so far. McGinnis dropping the turret, getting a little bit of cover. Right now, they're just waiting for ABL to get Death Slam up, but also, okay, you get Death Slam up in the left lane. You're not really loving your HP as Lash at the moment. It's not you need to go for a Death Slam moment, really.
I mean, he can be healed up by a Flamble, but it's going to take a little bit of time to do so. The Owl's going to come through, and Sonya, oh, I was about to say, he might die before he even gets the explosion off, and he will go down. Sonya able to respawn onto Sonya Sniper, but he's got to back away from Wizaster, who's going to be coming through looking for a potential damage. Doesn't have combo up, but he does have reinforcements. It looks like they will get the return kill. The Goomba Stomp comes through on Azanya, and the Primer is going to secure that one.
Ooh, Warden getting some feed. Death Slam being used there towards the end. Is ABL going to be able to get at least one off of that? The answer appears to be no. It has not been the most impactful early starts of the game here for Lash. And again, this is problematic. 5k up Aegis Aurora with a team comp that is decidedly way more late game focused than what we're seeing from 1win.
Nice pressure. It's going to be at least contested by 1win. They do send multiple reinforcements here. 4 on the left lane for Aegis Aurora, and with even Overseas trying to get aggressive here, looking for a potential hook or a lasso, but that's another lasso that's going to miss. Sonya Sniper does survive it for now, and he actually gets counter lassoed back in. The binding ward's not going to connect, but it doesn't seem to actually, no, it did connect, and he gets locked in under the Guardian. Aegis Aurora having answers.
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge audience participation in from Freemock, using the lasso against Overseas. And oh man, when even Overseas is having a tough game, I don't know. This draft from 1win, experimental, but thus far, real problematic. And also, Lash kind of has a little bit of the Warden syndrome, if you think about it, Jason, where when your Death Slam isn't up, if you're not ahead stats-wise to get good ground strike damage, you just kind of exist. No one actually fears you.
Oh, Death definitely doesn't fear you. It welcomes you to its open arms. APL is still alive, just barely able to get a kill onto Freemock, who gets a little bit aggressive. So it's Aegis Aurora able to get themselves the flex slot with the middle and left lane Guardians being taken down. I'm also trying to look at, like, where's the farm going to be prioritized? And it seems like Empty Dreams again is going to be gifted most of this, as he's on the Abrams this time. And I don't know if really Abrams is going to be the go-to play in this. I mean, you're kind of already setting yourself up to be weak by having a McGinnis and a Lash, at least with the Lash who's behind. I don't think Abrams being fed can really be the person you need to contest or to carry that weight on his shoulders.
I think Bandwise wants to fight over the left. And also, you called it earlier, the cloned Death Slam into the last stand. Initiation of choice right now for Aegis Aurora, able to get at least one off in the left lane. And this is one thing you can kind of set your watch to. As soon as you saw Warden inside the, rotate more into the left right as last stand came up, you knew they were looking for something. In this case, the clone Death Slam, good enough from Freemock.
Speaking of good enough, at least for 1win, able to get the mid Guardian down, so they get their own flex slot. He's keeping things kind of close between the two as the Urn's being ran towards the right-hand side out of Aegis Aurora. No combo up since we used before. Azandi's not going to go on the charge, looking for the kill onto Wizaster. Some good movement tech, though, coming out of him, but the chase is going to continue, and the Urn has been dropped. I'm not sure what caused that to go down, but it actually could be stolen away by 1win now.
Well,
it is.
Looking for the turn in, yeah. Yeah, they're able to get the turn in right then and there, which will help keep them even. But again, I just can't help but look at the framing of the game where I don't think being even is good enough for 1win at the moment. Also, you talk about issues with people falling behind in farm. Okay, Freemock actually is like falling behind a little bit on the Sinclair, but for Flammable, McGinnis is also one of those characters that you'd like to have a little bit more farm to have more impact. But Sanya, okay. Sanya just walks up middle, wrong place, wrong time, taken down. If you're one win, you take those.
Okay, good charge coming through as well. Neon should be going down here. You know, I get what you mean about like the falling behind and maybe being tough to come back from, but we also can't forget about one win and the way they were so successful early on was a lot of these like picks they were able to pull off. A lot of them being in the jungle. Like they're willing to be a team who sets up in the jungle looking for kills and committing a little bit of time to make those happen. And I think Aegis Aurora, yeah, you might be like ahead. I mean, I guess technically not anymore. You might have, you know, a kind of better comp somewhat. But you still have to respect the mid game of what one win can do and what made them so good before. And you cannot afford to just keep giving over kills like this in this jungle or being caught out in mid lane. You have to still kind of play together well as a team.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a window of time here where one win can, you know, go from lasso in the death slam, set things up. However, Abrams rolling right in with Wizaster here, taking this underground, looking for a seismic slam up and away, not quite able to find it. Flammable. Going down. Abrams still stuck in the subway now, going for the teleporter, but the damage coming in quite strong. Stun, still able to get the teleporter in. Waits, charges. At this point, trying to stay alive. Actually giving the Ivy the fight of her life right now. However, the Mo comes on in with Zaster. Actually wondering, wait, should I be in here? Gets the assist from the Owl. Abrams staying alive for way longer than expected. But Empty Dreams, how long can you do it? Not much more. Finally chased on down, but man, you talk about not giving up till it's over, Jason. That was some fight in Empty Dreams there.
I thought he was going to run after he teleported the first time, but he stuck around for the kill in a Neon Primer. And he's like, okay, well, I'm going to teleport away. And then he goes to the teleport again. Wizaster's waiting for him. Like, you could just not escape whatsoever. Yeah, that was... I mean, still, you kind of see, I guess, the impact of him having the majority of the souls of his team at 12k, or at least leading his team in terms of souls. And at the same time, credit to ABL. Like, we haven't really touched on this just yet, but he's been able to bounce back sitting on 12k, so he's pretty much tied up Empty Dreams while all this has been happening. Mostly due to, I guess, him being left alone to farm. But is that going to be enough when we get into these fights? I mean, they're still going to be down about 4,000 souls here. The next urn going to be spawning in just over a minute's time. And you have to imagine that's going to be the next point of contention here out of both teams.
Meanwhile, the lasso, you take Holiday's own lasso, bring it back over. Is fall through going to be there, though? It's still pretty healthy overseas. And overseas just like, come on, man. What do you do that for?
I didn't put any bounce pads down for you to get away.
Well,
there we go, though.
Setup in place. You know, it's kind of odd how a very gigantic, you know, very hefty mole can be stealthy sometimes, Jason.
Yeah, that's a good point. Oh my, okay. That's a lot of damage. Xenon goes down. It's a return kill comes through. Azania able to join back into this fight. They need these kills because the urn's going to be spawning in about 20 seconds time. And it's going to be on that right-hand side as well. I think that's going to be a stolen Shadow Transformation coming through out of Free Mock, but it's just used to get away, it seems. And also an airdrop out of Neon Primer to join the fight. But he might be joining the fight a little bit too late.
Yeah, not exactly the time to join. Saint, meanwhile. Okay, life swap going to be dropped here. Yamato in danger and down. Walked right into that one. And honestly, Saint on the Geist has been a huge raid boss. It doesn't get any better than that. You get the stamina buff on top. Just when you think you're unkillable, you get a little bit of extra shot of juice.
I mean, he's at 18,000 souls EP. He is by far the most fed on his team. No soul exchange going to be coming through. Trying to use that fortitude, that pseudo fortitude to his advantage, but he doesn't fall from this one. The urn has been picked up by Empty Dreams, and yet somehow one winner still kind of winning out in this fight overall. But the problem, look at Bandwise. He's been pushing this walker the entire time. He gets a walker for free because one win completely gave this one up. And now he's in position for the urn turn-in, or at least to contest it, since Empty Dreams is the one to bear that burden.
It's not just about Bandwise getting the walker. It's also the fact that Bandwise is able to just disconnect from the overall war going on and just channel souls, get ahead of the game. 17k on the Warden, 18k on the Geist. The front line of Aegis Aurora is extremely formidable right now. And you look at the front line back or the one win, Yamato and Abrams pretty far behind by comparison. This really impacts the flow of fights going forward. And I mean, to this urn, on one hand, if you're one win, you kind of like the outdoor fight. You got You got the Death Slam. You also kind of like the indoor fights because of McGinnis, but it's still, the approach is so perilous.
You can just see them holding on to that urn, waiting for that moment, and you have to wonder at what point is Aegis Aurora overcommitting players to defend against this. There's no objective to take on this left-hand side. They already got the Walker, and they can pull players away with the counter push somewhere else. That might be exactly what they need to finally get this turn to go through, but you can still see both sides reinforcing. The lasso going to connect onto Saint, but honestly, I would not want to pull Saint in. Is a soul exchange in just a few seconds time. The counter lasso comes through, but it's going to be cleaned away by the Death Slam, and that was a perfect engagement out of ABL, but the kills just aren't there yet for one win.
ABL, a little bit of movement here, but so low on HP, can't stand. Meanwhile, the big gun is here. Bandwise dropping the last stand right in the thick of things, right where Warden likes it. Now, off on the other hand, drops the flash, takes down Overseas. Was still recovering from getting hit with the lasso earlier in the fight. A clean 3 pickoffs right now for Aegis Aurora. They lose free muck towards the very end, but that is very much worthwhile for Aegis Aurora. And will they now bring this mid here, Jason? The map is theirs.
And mid boss, it looks like, man. So they're sitting on, I mean, they're going to be at pretty much a 20k lead at this point once this rejuve gets picked up. If they do secure it, they don't have to worry about ABL's Death Slam. Any flammable, you have to pull it naked at this point with an amazing steal to come through, which it looks like, as I say, it looks like he might be going for.
Yeah, Flammable's there. All right, Flammable's creeping in. You see him over the top. Flammable dropping down. Does he have a little bit of naked in him? Drops the wall, moves on in, and Neon Primer gonna grab it for Aegis Aurora. Not quite naked. You wonder if Naked's in chat. Naked is in chat, Jason.
Oh,
but
he's in chat, yeah.
You wonder if Naked's going like, no. That's not how you do it.
I think it was smart, though. I mean, Neon Primer, he went into stone form to make sure he couldn't be stunned by the wall and that he was going to be there first to get the melee in on it as well. I mean, it's a respectable attempt. You give up your life for the potential steal to come through, but either way, we're still looking at a 10k lead, over 10k lead, 15k lead now for Aegis Aurora. And then pretty much the ball's in their court to make plays happen. I mean, Saint is still farming away at 21,000. Bandwise still at 21,000. They don't really have an answer to those two heroes in particular. And Sonya Sniper, with just the threat he has of his front line of Warden and Lady Geist, he could just sit back and put so much damage down with these charge shots.
I don't really see the path to coming back right now for one win. I mean, okay, ABL has done a fantastic job of getting back in the game given where ABL started farm-wise. But I don't know. I'm just not that big of a believer in Lash just yet, particularly when you have this comp that was so biased to playmaking against a comp that is imminently tanky in Aegis Aurora, where, as you know in Deadlock, if you're running a frontliner comp and you actually get way ahead, it's rare to give up a lead. It really is.
At the same time, as you bring up ABL, I'm just going to quickly hop back to that. Like, they've gotten him back in the game at 20k. But would those souls have been better off given to Zanya? Or Empty Dreams? Or I guess technically maybe Overseas. Like, investing those souls into him for ABL to catch up, is it going to pay off when it comes to these fights?
I think the problem is that Zanya was capable of fighting in fights when ABL at lower farm was not. So you could still have Zanya fight, and then ABL could catch up to be a threat. But I don't think you could have ABL fight and be meaningful while Zanya was off farming, is probably the calculus that was at least made. Okay. But you're right, if you could flip the farm numbers right now, you'd probably rather have that on Zanya.
I think that makes sense, though, because you needed to fight at this point in the game. You can't just afford to give up objectives and everything for free, and the push is going to come through onto this Walker. And it looks like they get an initial cat. I mean, I don't know what the hell's really going on here. Stoneform has come in to go for the stuns, but Son is able to chime in with the first kill.
Death Slam used by ABL, enough to take down Neon Primer, but here comes Bandwise, last stand up. And that may as well be a server admin button at the moment, Jason. While it is up, you just see one win scattering in return. And Aegis Aurora, it's time for a little bit of base pushing.
They also have the urn they can run during all this too. I mean, what's Flammable really going to do with the 14k McGinnis other than just die? I'm surprised they're not actually pushing through. I mean, they don't have to worry about the Death Slam. I guess they want to get the last. Okay, so they want to get for the last walker to get the next flex slot unlocked. But we can see the chase coming through out of one win, trying to at least get something out of this. But it looks like Bandwise has been able to escape, and there's been no contest over on that right-hand walker. It's gonna be walker number 3 taken, and that lead is continuing to grow here. Maybe the real counter to one win that we haven't seen over in DFN ZP. It's Warden.
Well, it's Warden, and it's also just getting inside the heads of the one-win team and saying, hey guys, pick the Lash McGinnis. You know, it was just Justin whispering sweet nothings into their ear in the middle of this round.
Yeah.
Because,
Do it.
I didn't realize Justin was Palpatine adjacent.
Pick it. Do it. I mean, this is looking too good for Aegis Aurora. And again, like, I expect this to be a stomp. Credit to them to be able to bounce back, but we see the big potentially final push here out of one win, trying to catch him out guard when they don't have ultimates up. You can see the last stand still 9 seconds away. He needs to survive for a little bit longer to get this off, but he doesn't necessarily have the ability to do so. Trying to use the fleet for the HMC has been nerfed quite heavily as it's being chased out on, but yet he does stay alive, and the turn has come through out of Aegis Aurora.
Bandwise finally going down, but Saint far too farmed on the other end, just gets to walk forward. And yeah, I mean, look, as much as you could debate micro-level mistakes made by one win, when we came into this, we tried to keep an open mind about, okay, maybe this draft, they know some things we don't. I saw nothing to change my mind about McGinnis in this play here, nor did I really see too much on the Lash. I mean, I guess in theory, Lash wasn't getting destroyed by E-shifts left, right, and center, but still not great. At the very least, not great if you're also going to combine it with Holiday and Paradox and just not have, normal picks backing it up.
Maybe it was one of those drafts. It's kind of like, you ever seen The Office, the show?
Mm-hmm.
You ever just start talking and not knowing where you're going with it? Maybe it was like they started drafting and they just weren't really sure where they're going with it. Like, okay, all right, we got Holiday, we got Paradox. Okay, what do we do now? Well, let's just throw in a Lash. Let's see where it goes from there. I mean, and then why not a McGinnis? Let's just really go all in for it. It's definitely been rough times. The fighting is still continuing, and honestly, one would have been able to turn around. You can see 4 kills being picked up, but their base is in tatters, just being shredded apart by Aegis Aurora. The last stand comes through. Don't have enough healing in the world to survive against this.
Yeah, okay. Aegis Aurora just threw a bunch of people into a bad fight for no reason. They're still very, very dramatically ahead, mind you, in all of this, which is why, some people might be watching is like, whoa, this is crazy. Why are you not getting crazy? It's like, okay, well, look at the score right now. This is still a long way from one win being back in the game. But Aegis Aurora objectively did kind of misplay a bit there rather than backing up cleanly. And I think they thought they could take some of that down numbers, Jason. And, the reality is still a little bit different. They're ahead, but they're not that, they're not that far ahead to have enormous amounts of disrespect.
Yeah, they're not going to charge your base 3 times, dying every time, and, lose the game. But at this point, we see the counter push coming through. I mean, one way to try to take control. But you kind of look at the mini-map here and see where players of Aegis are going to be coming through. I mean, last stand's not up for Bandwise just yet, so he has to be careful about how he engages on this. A great stun out of the Owl prevents that charge blade from coming through. The power, I always get these so backwards. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it still kills all the way of Aegis Aurora. It's still a McGinnis. It's still a Lash on the enemy side. And Zanya can only do so much to get his team back into this.
Okay, Bandwise coming into this fight, no last stand. It's just one of those... Look at Wardy sitting here. It's like, please, my ultimate, where are you? I need to change the world. Come back to me. However, Yamato is getting a little bit of Mo boxing. Mo fisticuffs up on the top, aided by the GT. Aegis Aurora able to solidify on their advantage right now. Last stand up for what could be the last push. And Aegis Aurora splitting in the group stage here with 1 win. Not a result many expected on the way in. And, I will say, people will look to the draft here, Jason, and be like, oh, it's a draft. We did point out, even the first game was relatively close between both of these teams.
Yeah.
With Aegis Aurora actually being ahead at one point.
Okay,
Lasso into the fountain. Bandwise, hello? Hello?
Oh, and the Death Slam into there. This actually might not be the finish for Aegis Aurora. It's about down to half HP. It's continuing to fall here. The reinforcements going to be coming through out of one window, looking to defend against us. The kills are going to be coming through as well. And speaking about that disrespect, maybe they've just kind of thrown away this game. There's a possibility now, ZP, that one could get back into this.
One win somewhere is like looking to karmic gods and going like, is this karma? We were the ones that used to run into the base and fail to finish the game. And you're telling us that we're due? That it's our time? I mean, look. Oh, wow. If this actually turns into one win getting a mid-boss. Oh, wow.
I mean, the lanes are shoved up enough. Yeah. Like, it's not, they don't have any threat of being backdoored right now. It's just about losing this fight, which I don't think they're going to. If any sort of contest comes out of Aegis Aurora, they're probably going to die from this one. I mean, Saint is extremely tanky, but against 6 players, I don't know.
Well, it is turning to a full-on storm. Aegis Aurora respawns are coming in. The wall has been dropped on top of the mid-boss that is still yet to die. One win. Gonna finish off the mid-boss. Rejuvenator coming on down. Shadow Transformation out. Are they gonna be able to claim it? The Owl, though, comes on in. Not claimed here just yet. One win. Losing 2 as Overseas grabs the Rejuvenator. And Empty Dream still able to get 2 in turn. One win. Not out of this game just yet.
Oh, I hear the well-played spam coming through. I used to get that. I mean, they're still down to only 2 players. Rejuve's going to help get them back in the fight another time to defend when it comes to their base being pushed, but they're still going to lose out on majority of their players. So Aegis Aurora is still overpowering them when it comes to the sole advantage they had before. But there will be another fight at least, because the lanes have been so far shoved up here, ZP, that, you know, Aegis Aurora can't just run it down.
This is an interesting end to the game right now, even though it does feel like Aegis Aurora is inevitable. The fact that they give up the Warden, who was, you know, their most farmed or tied for most farmed at the time, to the Holiday Lasso, that they then get death slammed over and just, in a way, collective amnesia of Aegis Aurora that, yes, these things can happen to kill you near the throne. And also, they're not able to contest the urn. This is going to bring things even closer economy-wise. I think the main thing that's saving Aegis Aurora is that their comp, I still think, is better in the late game than what one win has. But, Jason, this game should have been over, and it's not.
There could be a world where we have a stupid strong snowball effect happen. If Aegis Aurora get like swapped or lassoed into a death, they overcommit players, they lose like 1 or 2 more, they retreat away from that. We could just have one win slowly start to finish off this game here. Debuff remover to come in to help keep Overseas alive here. And that time bomb doing a good amount of damage. The last stand still going to be available though for Bandwise. He has to have a stellar performance with it, but Overseas will go down to the Owl eventually. And now one win. I mean, this is it. This is your last chance. You have to fight this one out.
Meanwhile, the cloned McGinnis ult of all things. Bandwise, last stand has been active. Bandwise looking to chase things down. Does he have anyone in his sights? Don't quite have the camera on to see where he went to. It might have been a bit of a dud of a last stand, actually, from all indications. So 2 down from 1 win. Empty Dreams down for a little bit longer. They find the Amato, who's off by the subway shop. And, okay. Now if you're Aegis Aurora, do you go for the finish again? You don't have last stand right now. I'm not... And you're going into Rejuvenators. I mean, it is winnable, but I'm also not in love with it right now, Jason.
Just don't get death slammed into spawn. Boss, or the mid, or not the mid boss, the patron going to be down about half HP. Death Slam does connect onto 2, it seems, but the patron's still going down in the meantime here, ZP.
Patron getting Burnout down. Neo Primer down. The Patron gone. Aegis Aurora gonna split their group match here with 1 win. And you know what? You got to give Aegis Aurora credit. I think mechanically they played well in both maps, truly. But also this last map, the draft, not the best draft out of 1 win.
Yeah, not the best draft. A little bit of rough there when it came to what they picked up. But also, I mean, the thing is, like, the result of 1 win does kind of like skew it when you look at the draft and you kind of wonder, was 1 win like fully invested into this? I would love to ask them, like, why the Holiday Paradox? Okay, makes sense. And then you go into Lash McGinnis territory, and it kind of makes me wonder, like, why did they go this route? Was there a legitimate reason behind it? Did they legitimately think it could work out for them? So, I mean, Aegis Aurora, either way, like you said, I mean, pay attention to the draft there. they still had an insanely close series up against one win overall. That first match could have easily gone their way if they're able to just close out that game.
Also, on that note, I think, as we look at the highlights, it is worth noting that this is a longer tournament, right? Like, we are going to be here many, many days straight. There's a lot of games to be played in the group stage. And prior to this last map, one win was up 3 maps. If you are going to experiment and see if some stuff is viable, like McGinnis on the new patch, where maybe you had some concerns, this was like an ideal test case looking at it. So, as much as people be like, ah ha ha, draft, I don't hate the logic coming in from one win, but you never know. It could cost them #1 seed, the VP.
Yeah, I mean, if you come out first seed throughout this entire group stage, you go straight into pretty much the semifinal match, and you play against the winner of the #2, #3 seed in the group stage. I mean, 5 teams will be going through the playoffs. 5th and 4th will play against each other in a best of 3 on the first day of playoffs. Obviously, I think that's maybe where it's like a little bit risky for one win. If you experiment right now and you give up that first seed to VP, I mean, I still think we probably will see a VP one win final yet again, which is how the teams have been, playing out over the last few weeks. But I feel like it's a little bit more comfy and cozy if you already get through into the semifinals off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, playing less games, there's less potential for disaster, less time for people to get used to your style that you're playing, within the current week. But yeah, I mean, look, there's questions of where's Aegis Aurora, and hey, they're able to split maps here with one win. They look better than they've looked previously. I mean, think back to one win Bombshell #4, and Aegis Aurora was just a mess. Like, they didn't play well at all. I think they won all of one map the entire tournament long. It was an awful showing for them. In this case, they open up with a map win against the best team in Europe coming on in. So overall, interesting to look at. I also like the part where they were able to stick to comfort heroes a little bit more. I think, again, you kind of brought up some of the questionable Wizaster stats when it came to things like the Infernus. Getting Wizaster back onto the Moan Krill, not a bad look. I think just valuing Moan Krill in general when you think about Aegis Aurora when they were actually winning games. But, take a step back here to look at the stats. You're kind of wondering, it's like, well, what about banning Warden? I think at a minimum, you probably middle ban Warden against this team right now, or pick it yourself. You don't have to first ban it, but they could have middle banned it and got rid of it, and put Bandwise on something else, because this is multiple games in a row now where Bandwise actually looked pretty great on the Warden.
And that's the question for me going forward for Aegis Aurora when we see them. They're actually going to be played in our next match, where they're up against Thanos, which is going to be a very interesting, considering it's a lot of NA players in that one. But does Bandwise have another level? Does he have another layer? Is he an ogre in Shrek? Is he an onion? Because he needs to show more than the Warden that he can still have that same level of effect as if he was playing Warden. Because I'm not saying no one else played well, but he was definitely a major factor in my eyes of how successful they were in this series overall. So if he gets the Warden taken away, does he have another hero he can perform that well on? And I think that's still to be seen when we get into our next series.
I also think when you think about trends in the series too, is that either you can't pick the Warden if you get up the Sinclair early, because then it's like you yourself are in the trap of you picked Warden against Sinclair. But the Warden ban probably should be a higher prio if you're giving up the Sinclair. I think that was also a key difference between map 1 and map 2, right? The fact that Bandwise didn't have to worry about getting chased down by Xenon with a dueling last stand, or just outright having a good fight like the subway fight getting turned on its head by that. So yeah, I mean, you look at some draft trends, interesting things to learn from. And also, Talos, if they've been watching, they got some immediate examples to look at. But Jason, we have been told it's time for a break. We still got lots of action here on One Win Bombshell #5. You haven't checked out the social media, give it a like, give it a follow. All this stuff has been happening all year long. But for now, we take a break. Coming up next, more of Aegis Aurora as they take on Talos. One Win Bombshell, volume number 5, continuing on here. Still more matches left to go in our first day of group stage play. I'm ZP here with Jason Kaplan, and for Thanos, things might be looking a little bit rougher than they may have thought coming on in. Where Aegis Aurora looking a little bit reinvigorated, able to split games with the top team in Europe in One Win team, but we'll see what lessons have been learned from the draft prep that we just saw, Jason, because I do think there's some really key takeaways.
Yeah, so Warden, I mean, if we're going into Thanos really quick, just to update you guys for watch, you might not, Thanos, who's that? You've got Hoot, who you've seen on teams like Maidong. You've got Rocker Hydration Low Main, Rocker Hydration Lefa, who play with Hydronation, and you have Low Main, who plays with melee creeps. And then you have Xeno, which I don't know too much about, but if he's going to be on the team, he definitely better be to their kind of level of play. This is technically like an insanely strong comp. The one downside they have is obviously it's going to be ping, since they have 4 or 5 players out of the 6 playing from the US. But if we're talking about Aegis Aurora as their opponent, if I think of Warden in North America, do you know who I think of? I think of Hydration. And I think there might be a world where we could have Warden contested between the two teams, Sleepy?
I think so. If nothing else, because like you say, if anyone's going to play a good Warden, it would be Hydration, especially if it is in the meta. So, yeah, it may get picked as early as the first, top 3 picks per each team. I think that actually may be the case here, or banned if it's not picked by the middle rounds, because I think both teams could use it. The question does remain, though, like how Thanos is going to be able to play with a ping disadvantage heading on in, because look, even in early Deadlock, when there was more of a buffer for last hitting, I mean, I think the buffer may have been adjusted recently, but overall, I've never heard players complain more about ping and ping differences than they have in the last month or so of Deadlock. So cross-continental play is tricky at best. And where this would come out for, a rough case for Thanos would be the early and mid game. But Aegis Aurora, in terms of their bans, Jason, they just say no GT, and Thanos meanwhile says no Sinclair.
So now I think, is there a word where you pick Warden now, not like early, considering you don't have to worry about the stolen last stand? I mean, I think the thing is, there's so much tape on Thanos in terms of the individual players. How well they're going to mesh together is going to be interesting. I think you did bring up to me, ZP, before we actually got onto the cast, that these guys actually have been playing together a lot lately, which I find kind of interesting, considering you have a conglomerate of 3 different teams technically within this mix. But it's going to be really cool to see if they could come out as one of the most dominant teams, because if I'm not mistaken, it's been I don't even know how many months it's been, ZP. It's been months since we brought up Spain servers as being an interesting topic with one of these teams. It's been a long time since we had to bring up the meme of the form, and yet we're going to have it run back another time.
Again, there's going to be a deep cut of Deadlock lore 10 years from now. It's the iceberg meme, and the very bottom of that iceberg is going to be Spain in the form, and 2 people are going to get it. But Thanos keeping it a little bit by the book as far as Deadlock pick bans go. They open up with the Mirage pick, but the second pick is what's going to be interesting here, where do you secure the Paradox at this point? Paradox would be a pretty solid pick to go along with this, or do you think Warden is going to be contested? It's really, really wide open. And, way the pick ban goes here, we might get hit with a whole bunch at once, Jason, but we'll see.
I mean, the thing is, Hoot, if we cast our mind back to when we saw him and Maidong playing in DFM, he played a really good bebop too. He was actually probably one of the first big roaming bebops we saw in EU to be so successful at it. So I would also be surprised to see it as a bebop as a potential pickup. So if Thanos can't get Paradox because they want to invest in some other heroes early, then that always could be a backup pick of going over to the bebop if needed.
Well, Yamato, instead of getting prioritized by Thanos. So now for Aegis Aurora, if you want to secure the, in-your-face early game playmaking build the way that One Win did in their first few maps today, you could just respond here, Jason, with something like Paradox and Mo, or at least one of the two. And your ability to initiate in the early game would be ridiculous, because, hey, look, you talk about hydration heroes. Hydration has also been the Mo master in recent times. You talk about like possibilities of playing Warden. Well, also a lot of Mo. So we'll see what
I
Aegis
think
Aurora picks here.
I think you also need maybe. I mean, I don't know how it feels for them, but in my experience, when I've had maybe it was just ping spikes on my side, but when I have ping spikes, it's very hard to hit a combo just because of like ping wise, right? They could be like right in front of you on your screen, but on the server side they aren't. But it's not going to matter anyways, actually, because Aegis War is going to take it away. So it looks like most likely we'll see Wizaster picking up the Mo yet again. But a Vindicta on top of that, you know what? It seems like they do have some like specialized picks here coming in up against Thanos, because we've seen like Leffa play a lot of Vindicta lately too.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering how much I love the Vindicta pick here. I mean, you don't necessarily have to run like Holiday and Paradox together. I feel like when you run them both, at times it's more of a deny pick.
Yeah.
But I do feel like with what's left on the board, I would have pretty high confidence that a Paradox is coming in. I mean, maybe it doesn't, but it's rare for a team that didn't neglect having the other playmaker this deep in the draft. I would expect Paradox before heading into bans, and then maybe the team that's coming out of bans is one that like sees the Warden ban in turn, so it's not available.
I think. Well, who do you think's more likely to ban the Warden? Aegis Aurora or Thanos?
Probably Thanos. But just given the fact that they saw
Hmm.
Aegis Aurora plan around Warden, whereas Aegis Aurora doesn't necessarily know that in turn. But there is no Warden ban. It sets a Kelvin and a Viscous ban, but the Paradox does come in, which to me, again, that's like, you don't have to be a genius to know that one. That one just feels like the most telegraphed pick in the history of ever. But this is where it gets really interesting, because I think if Thanos doesn't pick it first, Aegis Aurora is definitely going to grab, I think, Warden in the like 4 or 5 spot, is what I would expect.
I mean, Tether again. If we talk about ways to facilitate the last stands for bandwise, like Vindicta is definitely one of those heroes that can be quite good at that. But then again, I do think about similar to what we've had with One Win, is that in theory, Thanos with the players they have on that roster, they could get so far ahead of you early on that picking a Warden still won't even like really matter too much against you, because that Warden will be too far behind. Like there is a world where you could let the Warden pick go, and because it's Hydration, Leffa, Rocker, Low Main, Hoot, Xeno, like they could just completely walk over you just from the early get go.
Well,
But there you go.
as predicted, the Warden does come in next 2 picks for Aegis Aurora. Thanos instead prioritizing the Geist. I feel like actually you kind of need to grab
Dynamo.
Abrams.
Oh.
No. If you're, well, maybe that also, but if you're Thanos, you need to grab Abrams, because I think Aegis Aurora, all else being equal, would be happy to finish out the draft with Abrams, get the Abrams Vindicta lane, and roll with it from there. I
mean,
don't.
also, Holiday Warden could be pretty crazy too. But then again, Ivy and Mo could be kind of weak of a lane, I guess.
I don't love the idea of Holiday Warden overall, especially at least in
Me
the
either.
very first part. More thing I was like, okay, there's ways you could set up Binding Word, but I don't know. I think for Thanos right now, I would like to see them grab the Abrams. It would still work with what they have. They arguably need a little bit more frontline anyways where it's at. Instead, Calico Bebop. I mean, it's interesting, and you talk about Heroes Hydration play. This almost feels like maybe we're going to see Hydration onto the Calico. I mean, we've seen Leffa play it too, but with this sort of draft, well, okay, no. They have Xeno on Thanos. Xeno, aka Snow, is probably going to be in the Yamato. If I had to think about it. Like, that has been
Leffa
their
Mirage.
signature here for it, yeah. So Leffa Mirage, maybe Hydration on the Calico is kind of where I'm thinking here, but
Then who's Low Main going to be on, you think? Yeah,
Not-
it's tough.
yeah,
'Cause
I mean,
I know
there's a few different ways it can break down.
Yeah, like we know what they play in the respective teams, but when it comes to this, we don't know how it's going to work out for them. But in terms of like comps right now, I mean, they have the pick potential with Paradox and Bebop. We know Leffa is one of the most mechanically skilled players in North America. Can it also? Oh, please don't tell me Disaster's on Infernus. They can also be one of the most mechanically skilled when it comes to EU with the addition of Ping on his side. Yeah, I don't know. This could be interesting actually. I'm kind of like not hating both comps, to be honest, but also a little bit surprised, with maybe the lack of Abrams, but also for Aegis Aurora, you do have a decent front line with like the Warden and the Mo and Krill all paired together.
It's going to be interesting. I think the way this draft panned out. Also, I don't think Disaster is on the Infernus just because they've picked the Mo. granted, there were times in the past where Mo would be picked and it would be like free mock on the Mo and then was
Mhm.
Astron and Furnace. So it's not impossible. I would just hope that history has been a good teacher for Aegis Aurora and they don't do that. Because I tend to agree. It's like I also would not like to see the Wizaster and Furnace. And again, this is not hating. This is just based on raw statistical data of the usual result that happens when you have Wizaster on the Infernus, which is not great. But other than that, I'm really interested, Jason, to see how the early to mid game goes. There's some thoughts that maybe some of the changes made to the game, you are a little bit more generous for higher ping play. We'll see. I mean, the biggest test by far for Thanos with all the players playing from North America is, can they survive the early game?
Mhm.
And that's going to be number one.
I mean, could hydration survive the draft, man? Like Viscous, Warden, Mo and Krill all taken away from him. I mean, he still has like, his dynamo in his back pocket, which I thought maybe could be used actually as a way to kind of deal with the Warden. But yeah, obviously ping's gonna be a big factor into this one. If Aegis Aurora beat Thanos, it's kind of a lose-lose for Thanos. If you lose, it's like, well, you lost because of high ping. If you win, well, I guess no, sorry, it's the other way for Aegis Aurora. If you wait, I have to think about this because now I'm hurting my own head. Because I made this conversation to you earlier about like lose-lose when you play with high ping. But either way, let's ignore that for now. I mean, who probably going to be on the Bebop here? I'm kind of curious what lane is he going to be in and what is he going to be paired with. Like, I kind of want to assume we're going to see Yamato and Calico together, and we're going to see Bebop and Mirage together. Because again, if you hook someone into a tornado, into a knockup, that's a lot of CC that you can use to kill someone. But like, how well can Hoot and maybe Leffa play together if Leffa is indeed on the Mirage?
I think it may be Bebop Calico. I think just because of the
Okay.
fact that like Bebop does a lot and like Calico has the ability to like really heavy dive after the hook in to make sure people don't get away. And instead it would probably, I would guess, Bebop Calico, Mirage, Yamato. Like we have seen like Mirage Yamato paired a lot in middle, which isn't to say that there's, and like the final lane would be Paradox Geist. That would be my guess, but also every team does play this a little bit differently, and it's not like some of the other combinations like aren't workable. But to me, that's my theory crafting going in on this one.
Well, I can tell you my theory craft is that we haven't gone into game yet because probably someone on Thanos is taking a bathroom break in in consistency for them. I'm the Infernus I find a little bit almost odd for Aegis Aurora. I don't know how you feel about it in terms of like setting things up. In terms of, I mean, it's going to be a lot of damage you're going to put down if you can get it going. Not to mention, you're not really going to be necessarily a focused target when you have a Warden and a Mo and Krill in your face. Plus, you have a Holiday who's bouncing around. I just don't know how Infernus. I don't know. I feel like Infernus isn't that strong of a hero at the moment, especially with E Shift gone, but also Seven. Like, where's Seven been today?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I mean, we did see Seven a little bit earlier today, like very early in the day. But yeah, in terms of the top teams, like neither VP nor I think Aegis or VP or a One Win have like super highly valued it, which is a little bit weird given that Seven was ultra highly valued for a long time, and also yeah, I mean even right now, my gut value or gut instinct is that I would still have Seven as like a little bit higher value than Furnace, but sometimes hero pool comfort comes in to be a thing. And yeah, I mean, as far as the reason for the delay, we have heard nothing on the production end for the delay, but we know the history of these players. And we
Yeah.
know that hydration has the bladder of a walnut when it comes time to like get in time for competitive play. It's actually ridiculous. The fact that it's like, it's time to play. No.
I gotta pee.
Bathroom break.
By the way, on the Seven comment, to be fair, he has been played 3 times today.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 times today.
That's just saying it's just not from the the teams that we've followed the most.
Sorry, I'm just talking to people in Twitch chat. It's nice to have like a 30 seconds delay instead of an hour or not hour. Whoa, a minute
Whoa.
delay. Yeah, I mean, for Thanos, like coming into today, if you guys are unfamiliar with like what we have coming up later on in our schedule, we do have Thanos up against Aegis Aurora, as you can see, obviously in a best of 2. and then Thanos up against Lotos. And if not familiar with Lotos, that was also one of the qualifier teams who came through. We had 6 invited teams into the Woman Bombshell Volume 5, and then 2 teams coming through the qualifier, which, to be fair, I mean, CIS Rejects, who was the other qualifier team, they didn't look horrible earlier on today, but they did lose quite I mean, they were playing against Paravision and Virtus Pro, so again, top 2 and 3 teams in EU. It was really rough for, I guess, a lot of teams today, like for Atlas in particular, going up against Virtus Pro, 1 win. CIS Rejects going up against Paravision, Virtus Pro, and then Aegis Aurora. I guess a little not too big of a deal since they did trade evenly up against 1 win. But it's been tough times. And of course, tomorrow we do have CIS Rejects up against Lotos. Virtus Pro has a doubleheader. They play against Lotos and Aegis Aurora. Aegis Aurora have a doubleheader with VP Paravision. And then Paravision have the doubleheader with Aegis Aurora and Atlas. And then we have Atlas Thanos, 1 win Thanos. Ooh, 1 win Thanos actually be really interesting. I know ABL has been wanting to play against some North American teams in some tournaments here, and that would be like a first little glimpse into it. And I mean, I don't know if he's contacted you about it. ZP, he's contacted me. I'm still unsure of it, but at least he's gonna get his chance now.
Look, the way NA is right now, I'm pretty much at the point where if 1 win, for other tournament stuff wants to say like, yeah, we want cracks at things. You know what? It might happen because NA players be dodging a lot as of late, but that doesn't matter because right now we're in 1 win Bombshell volume number 5, getting it on NA versus a little bit of EU action. We'll see just how this one pans on out.
So it's Bebop Yamato. We do have the mid lane up against Mo and Krill and a Holiday. Okay, so quickly, Hydration on the Calico, Xeno on the Yamato, left on the Mirage, Low Main will be on the Paradox, Rocker on the Geist, and Hoot, which we expected was going to be on the Bebop. On the other side, Sanjay Sniper actually be picking up the Holiday, and Saint on the Infernus, and Freemock going to be over on the Vindictus. A little bit of switch ups out of Aegis Aurora here.
Yeah, the hook coming in from Hoot, and yeah, I mean, you bring back the Maidong history, and yeah, Hoot was very, very good on Bebop for those teams, and not missing a beat right here. Setting things up for Xeno to get the early fall through, and that is a Mo and Krillin aim, Jason.
Yeah, that's a lot of poke, a lot of free damage being done there, which is already a strong side here, or a strong start for Thanos. Again, a lot of our eyes, if you guys missed out in the last series with Aegis Aurora up against 1, we're going to be looking at Bandwise as, again, being one of the true carry potentials for AA. It was definitely one of the things that kept that first map going so long against 1 win, and potentially could have been a 2-0 for Aegis Aurora if that Sinclair didn't get through.
Yeah, I think right now if you're Thanos, you definitely try to... When you do get more to the roaming phase, I think you do allocate more people to keeping tabs on Bandwise, because Bandwise got the level of farm he did in the previous games from avoiding fights and just being in lane. At some point, I do think you have to recognize that and interrupt that. And by the way, that Mo is going to go down, you'd think? Down. Just the last little bit of laser. Far too low, and Wizaster... Well, we should note, by the way, Jason, is not Wizaster on the Infernus, it's Saint on the Infernus, but sometimes Mo can get zoned out so hard in lane that you can't really recover.
And I think we might be hitting that point too. I mean, he's not that far behind in souls at 1.4 compared to the 2.1 and 2.2, but just every time he peaks, he's taking damage. And he's just taking it for free with no return. And the thing is, like, how do you return the damage? I mean, you're paired up with a Holiday who's already, half HP and below, just getting the healing right to heal back up. But, like, there's no return aggression to stop them. There's nothing to, like, stop Thanos from just getting in your face like that and just doing a lot of siege damage, especially with the Yamato.
Well, also, I think Bebop is one of the better lane matchups versus Mo, just because, even as Hook's overall hitbox has been nerfed a lot over time, it's going up against, the immovable object in Mo, where, again, just ripped out, gets hit by the Hook and the bomb after, and down goes Wizaster again. The Hooks just hitting him every single time, and yeah, it may be a large target, but it's not been a fun time for the Mo and Krill Wizaster.
He's just fluffy, okay, ZP? Like that.
Fluffy?
Yeah, he's fluffy. He's just big Mo. I mean, that's the downside to Mo when you're up against Mirage, when you're up against Infernus, when you're up against Bebop, is that you're just massive, man. And it's really easy to take you down. At least the response though comes through, as Hydration's gonna fall with the great kind of like back end play You saw it a Fremont getting behind his opponents and maybe getting a catch here on the Rocker as well. He's very low on HP and has no chance to swap his health. Not even close enough to his ultimate. And Fremont will pick up another. Well, at least for Aegis Aurora, if their mid lane's not going well, at least their right lane is.
Yeah, I mean, the right lane doing well, a big benefit, especially because the Warden is in that lane on top of it. However, about to lose mid Guardian at 4 minutes. Not ultra ideal. Meanwhile, though, Mo back into it. Zeno, though, able to punish Holiday. And that being done, if you're Mo, you have to break off the assault on the Bebop. It would not have ended in your favor. And, you know, looking back over here, left-hand side. Mirage. Getting a little bit in right now for Thanos. And, you know, you called it. Leffa on the Mirage. Not too surprising in terms of him being on it here once more.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen Leffa on Calico, on Yamato, on Mirage. He's pretty much played quite a few things. I wanted to say he played Geist once, but I don't remember if that's true or not. Maybe I dreamed it. But so far, I mean, a decent start, 3.1. I mean, really, it's the stories for Thanos has been this mid lane, though. 4.2k for Zeno. Shadow Transformation is going to come through. Going to get a little bit of extra HP back here. Hoot around the corner, low on health. I don't think he's able to facilitate with a hook just yet.
Jason, that was incredible. Shadow Transformation timing in from Zeno. I mean, just barely timed it to not die the assassinate. Right place, right time. Meanwhile, another hook, and it's a double bomb on top. They end up getting close to each other at the other end, and, you know, while not falling, Fremont not in a great spot immediately after that either. So, Thanos, the mid lane, looking really nice for them. The right lane, though, Jason, has real problems. Extreme problems at that.
Warden problems. 5k for Bandwise. And now he's being left alone since they took that Guardian down. Fremox rotate over towards mid to kind of group up here. And Thanos not able to pick up a Guardian. But I mean, the thing is, we know that Guardian mid is extremely low. It's like one hit away from going down. So if you're going to commit here of Aegis Aurora to defend it, you better be careful. And you even saw Disaster try to go in, get stunned up by the Kinetic Carbine. The Tether is looking to connect on quite a few. And Hoot should be going down from his 160 HP. Gets around the corner, but gets pulled back by the combo. He'll fall. The Paradox will swap in the meantime over on to this Ivy, played by Neon Primer, and it looks like he'll just retreat back towards the mid lane.
Meanwhile, looking at middle Guardian pressure, it's Aegis Aurora going back the other way, looking to equalize here in the middle. Lomain, though, getting caught peeking right now by Sanya, and, well, okay.
No stamina for the double jump.
Yeah. Wait, still in hot pursuit, chasing after, and, you know, for Lomain, you wonder if that was the ideal escape route. I feel like Lomain could have just kept running in lane, but, you know, that's where we're at.
I mean, either way, Aegis Aurora, they get their flex slot unlocked. They have 2 Guardians down, only a 2k soul lead, but a lead nonetheless. And Bandwise, I mean, he's leveling up. He's getting strong. Who else is getting strong on his team, though? That's going to be my question, because obviously he is far ahead of everyone at 8,000 souls compared to like 5k is the next closest. I mean, that does worry me a little bit. Again, seeing a Warden, like everything invested so heavily into him. I think you're kind of seeing respect out of like Hydration. You realize they can't really contest against him anymore because he's just going to be too deadly. Instead, he's just farming jungle until the wave does shove up against him. But that also means you're giving free farm over to the Warden. And we were maybe hoping for some sort of answer to that this time.
A quick melee bomb uppercut in onto the Infernus. So you see Saint right now trying to get away. Hook, drop by Hoot. This one not going to connect. Pressure, though, still in onto Saint. Saint unable to get away. As we see Thanos right now just overloading the left-hand side. Combo, though, coming on in from Disaster. Sets up Sanya. The rotation from Aegis Aurora comes on in. Vindicta taking this guy. Zeno. Gonna drop Shadow Transformation. A little bit of damage right now onto the Mo, but still low HP. And Mo looking pretty healthy in turn. Fremont still in hot pursuit, looking for the assassinate onto Zeno in turn. But Hoot back over and in. Enough bomb pressure here to create the getaway.
I hate to keep doing this, ZP. Bandwise is at 10,000 souls now. He's got 2k since we last checked in. He's got a lot of jungle to farm. He's got the wave to shove. Like, no one can contest. I mean, the thing is, we kind of saw this funny enough when Hydration, I think we saw last saw him on Ward, and they were up against melee creeps, and Saya was on the Calico, and he was able to keep him in check in the lane. But with the nerfs, you know, time and time again, the Calico being, you know, 3,000 souls behind, I don't think it's that easy to contest him anymore. And Bandwise is going to become a major threat. Like, eventually, he's going to be able to start to push over towards this Walker and get some decent damage onto it. especially when we get to this first urn spawning in. There needs to be some sort of response to him, unless Thanos just planning to give it away.
Also, Jason, he just went over and devoured the double vault. Like, take a look at where Bandwise is. He's at the point where he doesn't care. He's just eating valuable enemy jungle on top of it.
Why not?
Meanwhile, run afoul of Bebop. But yeah, I mean, this is a problem. And I think ideally, if you're Thanos, you try and like overcompensate and win the rest of the map. But that's not really happening right now. Like you're not creating any penalty for Bandwise. You're neither killing Bandwise, nor are you punishing the rest of Aegis Aurora for what Bandwise is getting away with. And it very well could cost you the game.
Well, I mean, you can see Thanos now, they are kind of indirectly setting up for the urn to come through. They're putting Lefa now in the right-hand lane, so again, he can teleport over to help out if they need to have a 6v5 fight. And Bandwise can't really afford to leave. He's at 13k now. Oh my god. Every time I look at him, he's up like 2,000 or 3,000 souls. But going into like this urn, if Lefa leaves, they're almost certainly losing a walker.
Also, Bandwise is just diving Lefa right now while this fight's going on. Look at Lefa's HP bar. It is melting. Bandwise wins the solo fight. Meanwhile, back on the left, Hoot in danger, blown up by Freemok. And by the way, look at all the uncontested farm that Bandwise is going to get because he won the 1v1 versus Lefa. That is devastating to Thanos.
I mean, he's also securing the urn turn in. That's gonna be low main being caught out here by the combo with Zaster. I mean, he had a very rough early game, but at least the combos is helping keep him effective in this one. He's just trying to stall for some time there where the rest of the team, maybe he's able to come in time to score. I mean, a massive heal had come through, a great parry as well on top of that. And Freemok will be able to get one back, but I don't know if Freemok's going to actually survive this now. As he's being chased down, the tether going to lock down all 3 players out of Thanos who are on the chase. Insane stuff coming in out of Freemok.
Ridiculous stake being landed. And Jason, I'm gonna steal what you've been doing this game. Freemok is now at 15,000 souls, and the average on Thanos is like 7k, 8k.
Yeah, it's rough, man.
You see that? Ivy just came in with a little interrupt onto Hoot's Hyper Beam. Actually saving lives was Neon Primer. Just a quick little drive-by Ivy stomp. Really nicely done.
I'm surprised this fight's still going on the left-hand side. Like, what is going on here? At least it's buying time for Bandwise to continue to push up, who's also on 16,000 souls now. Low main, you're on 8. What a hook. Okay.
The problem is, Jason, the fall-through is non-existent. And also, the soul gap is starting to become a bigger deal. Hoot, who is at one point just kind of crushing, is... you know, you look at the average player in Aegis Aurora, it's less of a dominating presence as, you know, again, about 50% of your cast is actually the Bandwise weather report as your Warden has just hit 17,000 souls.
Jeez. Like, I'm just imagining, there's going to be a clip in here at some point where Hoot, I don't even know why I keep saying Hoot pulls in a player and it's Bandwise. And he's like, it's at that moment he knew he messed up.
Yeah, it's like the fisherman that like reels in the, you know, too large of a fish is like, ooh, yeah, this thing's gonna break my fishing rod.
Why can't I cancel this hook? Why can't I cancel? Man, this is, I mean, if I'm like Aegis Aurora, I'd almost just leave Bandwise completely alone on this right-hand side. Like, the Walker's already half HP. Apply pressure on the left-hand side of this entire map to get in towards a Walker. Instead, they're all actually going to be grouping up on the push towards the right, where Bandwise is just waiting. He's got his last 10 up. He's got 18,000 souls. He's got a lockdown Bebop who should be finished off here. Disaster's able to secure that kill, and they're going to go all in for it. They want this Walker, and they want kills.
Jason, Bandwise has ascended to, you know, your old school MMOs where you'd have roaming, really high level mobs that would just be in the low level zones. Yeah, that's Bandwise. Yeah, like you click on Bandwise and you just see skulls popping up. You're just like, oh god, I don't want any of that.
Question mark, question mark. What level is that? Okay, what strategy did I do to take him down? I don't know. It's gonna be rough. At least Left's able to respawn. They did get a counter push on the left-hand side, getting themselves a flex slot opened up with that Guardian going down, but they still are gonna be behind one of the flex slots as they lost the right-hand side Walker. And well, no, Bandwise. So this is, you know what I would do? I would say put Bandwise left lane. Everyone else on Aegis Aurora set up on right lane for the buffs, and of course the urn that's going to come through. Let him push that Walker down, and then you can apply pressure on this right hand side. If anything, you're going to grab the urn and run it over to where Bandwise is already waiting to just use the last stand.
I think that is a perfectly reasonable solution because no one, I mean, Bandwise wins most 1v2s at the moment. This is kind of an absurd gap that's been developed, but Disaster under a bit of pressure, Hyper Beam trying to burn up the earth. As you take a look here, just the full-on crew out here for Wizaster, who's leading him on a very good chase. Calico even getting in towards the end. Is Wizaster gonna get any help? Just screaming, team? Team! However, able to get away. The cavalry has arrived. Free Mock over and in. Gonna force return the shadow out of the Calico. As Hydration right now, looking for a cover. Barely dodges the assassinate, but Sanya gets up close and personal. Meanwhile, Saint punished here by Hoot. Meanwhile, just as all this is happening, Bandwise is farming.
He was pushing that right lane, and it's at the base Guardians. He actually technically can continue to push through if he wants to, but the thing is,
he's coming.
You can cue the Jaws theme. Dun, dun, dun. He's going to be coming over looking for a fight here, and they're already winning the fight without him. But with him there, you can just see him for a split second chasing after directly into Tannis' face, looking for that last stand, looking for something. 21,000 souls, and he is just chunking through them.
I don't know if you've seen the Venture Brothers series, but that just reminded me of like some of those things where, you know, it's one of the episodes where Brock is just like running in, you know, to like a group of henchmen and just like, oh man, this only ends one way. You just see Warden going in the distance, like about to turn the corner, break line of sight, and you know, begin a little bit of carnage.
Oh, this is tough. I mean, we asked for what's the answer to Bandwise. How are they gonna deal with him in these lanes? And you give him a solo lane to farm. He's been able to take every objective there except, I mean, even the base Guardians you can see are kind of low on HP. I think one of them did go down, if I'm not mistaken, or actually they're both going to be extremely low, if anything. 22,000 souls, and he's going to be like, he's a single man army for sure. Like, you can't contest this urn, you can't pick up this urn when this man's near you, and he's already able to take down Leffa. Didn't have to use the last stand, and he's got almost 4,000 souls to spend. I think that the time of having an answer for him is gone.
The answer is you pray. You hope for the disconnect. It's just gotten so completely out of hand from the early game where they got a little bit far ahead. They left the Hydration on the Calico to stay in lane. Wasn't really able to stop him, and it just got progressively worse and worse. And this is just, you know, you might be tweeting this like, why are you guys talking about the Ward so much? Jason, we don't see heroes get this vastly ahead of the game that often. It's actually rare.
Especially Wardens. Like, yes. Of all heroes, we don't see Warden often. We don't see players get this far ahead, and we don't see Wardens ever get this far ahead. Like, it's kind of like a triple threat here coming in for Aegis Aurora and for Bandwise in particular. They're able to take down Hoot. They're running the urn while all this is happening. Thing is, okay, even when we talk about like so many of the positives right now for Aegis Aurora, I am worried about the macro play. I feel like they're not utilizing him well enough just yet. And it looks like they're starting to group for some fights, which would be a better utilization of having him and how strong he is. But I feel like you could still use him to kind of like push out some of these walkers on the left-hand side or force more of these team fights and build up this lead. I mean, they're already up to 27,000. It's already looking insanely rough here for Thanos.
Hydration does not look thrilled at the moment.
No. And Zeno is looking like he's got a, you know, 144p webcam.
Zeno's just like, yeah, I really need to win this tournament to upgrade my webcam.
Oh, mid boss, it's being done here for Aegis Aurora. Can you contest for Thanos? Well, I don't think we're gonna have a chance to find out.
No, I don't think. I mean, maybe you try and steal, but you have zero hope of winning a straight up fight at the moment. It is going to be captured in by Aegis Aurora. And okay, I want to reevaluate. You know, we're talking about draft strategy you want to do. I've seen enough. After 3 maps of Aegis Aurora right now, don't let them have Warden.
Yeah.
Make Bandwise show that he can have this performance on any other hero. Because the Wardenness has actually improved game after game, with this being by far the most ahead game we've seen of Bandwise so far. She's got the secret sauce on the character.
It's just getting warmed up here, ZP.
Yeah.
The thing is, you kind of pointed out in the draft, right? Like, you don't necessarily want to ban it, but then you just pick it earlier than them. But then you also have to worry about the Sinclair.
Yeah. And they had opportunities for that, like plentiful opportunities, and they chose not to go for it. And now we live in this this movie. that we've been seeing.
Cinema, that's what I call it. 20. Okay, he has slowed down a bit though. Only 27,000 souls. 19 minutes in. Only. But that's because he's been grouping with his team, and he hasn't been able to like just solo farm these lanes. Because you know what? There's no walkers left to farm. There's only the base to farm for Aegis Aurora here as they look to push in. And the thing is, I guess the one downside is like they only have the last, so they have to be respectful of the hooks and the paradoxical swap, which could easily set Thanos back in action. But with low main already going down, all they have to worry about now is Hoot. And you can just see with 8 seconds left to go, I feel like that's the timer they were waiting for Aegis Aurora.
That was a really nice hook by Hoot. It didn't land. It was just like ever so slightly out of range. But if that had hit, that could have been, well, I'd say spark of life for Thanos, but they're 40k down, Jason. This is, they need the jaws of life at this point to like bring them out of the car crash that has just completely removed any hope of escape.
I want to see Bandwise like set himself up to be hooked, and then just pop last stand while he's like flying into them. Be like, "Hi guys, this is your surprise. This is your present. This is what you got," and then just decimate them from there. That's gonna be the 2 shrines going down with the rejuvenated hand of Aegis Aurora. The patron most certainly gonna fall as the fight has broken on the left-hand side. You can see Disaster's gotten extremely low hydration. Will but has confirmed the kill onto him, so at least a man advantage for Thanos. But is it really a man advantage when Bandwise is still alive? And well, he might not be for much longer as he will fall. And now this is where you have to be scared for Aegis Aurora. At least you have the reju, but you're gonna have to back away without your big player Bandwise here alive.
Yeah, I mean, scared is a generous word in this case. They're still up about 40k and first stage patron down. However, Bandwise is going to be less threatening for a little while as last stand is on cooldown. And if you're Thanos, you try and get whatever farm you can, and maybe hope Aegis Aurora gives up some picks. But you look at the general farm for Thanos. Lefa's like kind of in the ballpark of being able to hurt anyone not named Bandwise. Hydration also decent. Like the farm allocation is kind of ridiculous because I haven't seen a paradox this famished in a long time. Like, look at the spread on Thanos.
Oh. Okay. I mean, all right. I mean, I guess it's going to work out. I mean, you kind of catch them off guard, but they do lose 2 players already. The combo pretty much net them nothing except maybe a positional advantage. Freemock immediately able to respond. You can see Thanos are forced to retreat away. And luckily for them, I think they're so far ahead and having Bandwise there that it's not going to matter for them. But that was a really interesting play, I would say. ZP is the nicest way I can put it, as it looks like we're going to see Aegis Aurora finish off the first map in this best of 2 up against Thanos. And they did it, honestly, a lot off the back of Bandwise.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of ridiculous. It shows what happens in Deadlock when you let one of the few heroes with real carry potential just get that far ahead. And I mean, look, I do think the economy changes that got made kind of make scenarios like this a little bit more likely than pre-patch, but dear God, I think when you're talking about tailoring your draft to what teams been doing, Aegis Aurora, Warden, 3 out of 3 games so far here in 1-win Bombshell Vol.5. It's time for a change. Be the change that you need to be here, Thanos, and make Aegis Aurora play something else. Like, you don't want to go down this path again.
What's insane about this game, though, is how hard Thanos was able to destroy mid lane. It wasn't even close. Like, they punished Disaster time and time and time again. But because of how left unchecked Bandwise was in that right lane, the second they took that Guardian, Freemock's like, okay, I'm gonna go middle, I'm gonna help reinforce this because they've had a rough time. Bandwise is gonna leave you on your own. And because of that, like, that was how Aegis Aurora got so heavily back into the game. Is kind of insane to me. And I think Thanos, like you're saying, they need to put some respect on Bandwise's Warden, and they need to deal with it somehow. They need to either ban it away, take it away, or at least contest it more earlier on. Because we saw Hydration try to go up against him, but he was down like 2 to 3k solos. We saw Lefa try to go up against him, and Lefa just died to Bandwise. They need to have a better answer for it. It needs to come into this game because you cannot afford to be outside top 5 if you want to make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think if you're the S, Thanos was, I think they were say, look, we were aware that like Worm was starting to get a little bit ahead, and they decided to allocate resources elsewhere, right? Like they went for the team fights into left lane. It didn't pan out. That was kind of the decision and calculus that was made, where they could have given up power on the left and put more people to the right to make Bandwise's life like really difficult. And frankly, I think they should have. Here's why. When you talk about like weaknesses of playing Warden, he's not really a character that gets out of danger easily. He's probably, top 3 most gankable heroes in the game. I think you try and you change your approach a little bit. You try and like hold ground on left as much as you can, even if you're down a player, and then you beat the crap out of Warden on the other side because, again, the escape options Warden, not good.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. It's about, I guess, because then you're forcing Aegis Aurora to make the appropriate response if you overcommit. Well, you're not overcommitting players to the right lane to deal with Bandwise. You're properly committing your resources to deal with him by sending 2 players over there. But then it's up to like Aegis Aurora. What's your response to that going to be? Are you going to push objectives? Are you going to take Urn? Are you going to farm jungle? Are you going to force a fight? And I think we haven't seen Aegis Aurora be super successful on the macro play yet necessarily, because I mean, to be fair, it's been very difficult to be successful up against 1 win in their prior game. But we're seeing them like rely so heavily on Bandwise that if he doesn't have a good game, I kind of wonder, does Aegis Aurora just fall?
Maybe. I mean, I think it's unfair to necessarily assume that, oh, this player is not on Morden. Where, by the way, the stats here for how much of just a demon Bandwise was, it almost doesn't feel representative. It was more so, there's damage being done, and then there's lethal damage being done. I think it's more so the case that, like, Bandwise arrived on the scene and people immediately died and fell to the ground, which is why the overall damage there would be, like, not gaudy. Because it's hard to, like, really rack up damage if you're just outright killing people when you show up, I suppose. And not necessarily getting the killing blows yourself every time.
And he probably spent more time farming than he actually did like grouping with his team to go for these objectives. And I mean, you can't really like downplay is measly 17.7 thousand damage. It's just about left at the 19k mark that really obviously offsets this a bit. But I mean, you also had Fremont. He was at 16,000 damage done too. Sonya Sniper up to 16, and a half thousand. And even Neon Primer at 14,000, like some decent damage being done. Funny enough, the Infernus Saint, in a lowly 7k, one of the lowest in the game, actually the lowest in the game, which is kind of funny. But then again, he did die 6 times, but he still had the 11 assists in there. I'm see, not to call out Saint in particular at all, but I'm still not really sold on Infernus when it comes to these latest patches as him being a strong hero. I still look towards like maybe 7 as being a better playmaker, and obviously with the Storm Cloud. But I wonder if that change up has been because of the Ethereal Shift nerf that we're seeing some of these teams stray away from it, or him.
I think teams in general are still very much trying to adapt around the E-Shift nerf, and I think the changes will get more pronounced even within this very tournament, right? Where, 1 Win Bombshell Vol.5 is going to be going on all week long. The advantage to a longer tournament is that you are going to see changes in the meta, even from your very top teams, from day 1 of groups over into the final day. There's just a lot of deadlock in general that's going to be played this week, so no team is out of it after day 1, but there's a lot to kind of track in terms of the evolution. And for Aegis Aurora, game tape's being put down right now, Jason, because I'll tell you, based on their performance back in Volume 4, no one came into this prepping for Aegis Aurora. No one, maybe there was some scrimbucks on the line, but the reality is that they didn't look good. Now they're looking like way more of a threat, and even as we go into the next few days when teams play against them, the draft strategy should change. It really should.
I mean, Bandwise wasn't even playing for Aegis Aurora, according to this being, if it's correct, in Bombshell, the one with Bombshell Volume 4. So it's obviously been a little bit of a switch up. He's come in where the Hapex had come out, and obviously some other changes in there. I mean, but they, like you said, I think they won 1 map out of all of their games. If I can read this bracket, or sorry, they won 4 maps out of the 14 they played. But they still came in like tied for 5th place, losing on the tiebreaker up against Murlocs, who went on into the next stage of the event. But yeah, I mean, Bandwise, he's showing he's a very strong player and something you kind of have to respect. But the question is always going to come back to, is he going to be able to play any other hero like he's been able to play Warden? And I'm hoping we get that answer soon.
Well, it is going to be Thanos with first pick, and they immediately take away the Sinclair. I feel like the biggest statement here, whoa, that just warped in, Jason. That's just
nice.
Warped in from the ether. And okay, Holiday, Mirage, Mo, and Krill. I think for Aegis Aurora, if they don't take Warden as their 3rd pick, Thanos should ban it. And if they don't ban it and like get picked again, God help them.
I mean, that's what you have to worry about, I think, for Aegis, is that you're showing your hand about your Warden being so strong. Does that mean you have to move him up in pick priority if he doesn't get banned away in that first wave? Because, like, I think, honestly, that's like a really good ace to have in your sleeve, of having someone so dominant on a certain hero that you could potentially force that to be a first ban, meaning it opens up more possibilities for you in your first picks in the first half of your actual draft. So I think that's something that should be explored a little bit more later on. But when we get into our final pick for Aegis Aurora here, are they going to invest in the Warden, or are we going to see it banned away? We better see it. We're not seeing it banned away. It better be picked away.
You would think. Instead, Thanos really not liking the idea of going up against any Kelvin Shiv lanes, and Aegis Aurora banning I feel like that's about as close to a throwaway ban I feel like as you get, because I really don't think Thanos was about to pick Lash. I mean, they've already gotten, Holiday and the Mo and Krill.
Hey, they could have lashed McGinnis. You never know. We didn't expect one way to do it, but it could happen. No, it's a joke.
It's like you didn't expect them to do it because they didn't win while doing it. Yeah, I mean, very, very curious to see the next few picks. And I mean, if Thanos doesn't pick the Warden, and they might not, Jason, at this point, then they pick Mo and Krill, because who's going to play the Mo? It's going to be Hydration. And while they probably have other people that maybe could play the Warden, ideally they would probably want Hydration to play it. So I think it's just open for Aegis Aurora again. I think we're going to see more ban-wise in on the Warden.
If they go Ivy. So they're like, I don't know. Are they like trying to bait Thanos into picking it? By the way, it's so weird for me to say Thanos over and over.
Yeah, well,
I don't know about you.
It's a little bit weird because you want to say Thanos, or what's it called? I was saying like Talos, which I think is like some RPG thing. I don't know why I read the N as an L at the beginning, but it's mostly, again, you want to say like Thanos. Instead, it's like, what do you call Thanos when he's got a tan? It's like, it's Thanos. Maybe there's some other meaning too that we're not aware of, but
could be.
Wait.
I mean, I like their avatar. It's much better than like Hydra Nation's avatar or Melee Creep's avatar. No shade to AVG in chat or Low Main who's playing.
Little bit of shade. I mean,
a little bit of shade. Come on, guys. You can do better.
Look, they basically came to us with an AI logo, and our producer over there is like, no, we don't like AI, and there's like, you will change it, and then we get the cat, which admittedly was an upgrade. At least it's entertaining in its own way. But okay, we got Geist coming on in for Thanos, so yeah, I mean, this does not look like a comp they pick Warren with anymore. So ban-wise, shoot your shot. You got it for
you won't.
The fourth game in a row.
Do it. You won't. I mean, I'm much as if you can hear me, but yeah, why not? I mean, I guess you're worried about the combo out of Mo and Krill, but if you got unstoppable, we don't have to worry about it anymore. Can you stun him in his ultimate? Because I thought, or is it just the wind up? I don't remember. Because I remember it was changed.
For stun who? Sorry.
For Warden, can you can't stun him in his wind up?
No, you can. There was a brief period of time where he got like unstoppable for it, but then they got rid of it. So
okay, I couldn't remember where we were at on that one because I hate Warden. I don't play Warden. I did like Warden a little bit when it was Gun Warden. That was fun. But there it is. We're gonna see it come through.
I will say for Thanos, I mean, they're going with what is more like traditional meta before seeing Warden just like do really well today, which I like the idea of Bebop, Holiday, Mo all together, because you've now created this avenue where, in the all important early to mid stages of the game, you have so many ways of setting up Mo combos here, where it's not just like Mo body checking. You can go with Lasso, which at times is good enough of itself, or you have the Mo pair up with the Bebop and you get Hook into combo, or any combination permutation of all the above. I mean, you can hook someone and get a Lasso on top. The pick potential for Thanos is ridiculous, and they also have the global map presence of the Mirage. On face value, it is a very, very strong composition. But also...
Aegis Aurora have Warden. So...
Yes.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to drop that stupid joke in there.
Also, we got the Bandwise Souls update. That's right. He's at 0 souls right now, just so you know.
Okay. All right. Not for long, though. Not for long. Man, I don't know. It's I almost want to pull Hydration aside and be like, so, I mean, depending on how this game plays out, like, why did you let the Warden go free for another game? Because, like, I mean, technically, it shouldn't be ban worthy. And we've not really seen it have this great success in any of the other, like, events we've seen. In any of the other matches we've seen, like John over Melee Creeps, he didn't have this level of success when they were playing up against, I believe it was B&B at the time. Something about Bandwise, or something. Maybe that's more because Melee Creeps don't feed John's souls like Aegis Aurora has been feeding Bandwise when it comes to the Warden. Because like they're specifically going out of their way to make sure he can continue to get farmed up, that he could have the impacts that he's been having.
Jason, what happens when the unstoppable force meets the immovable object? On one side. No. On one side, Bandwise, Warden. On the other side, within the same team, Wizaster, Infernus.
Please. Please.
I'm pretty sure this is going down right now for Aegis Aurora. We're gonna find out which is stronger.
I need to hit up my coder guy because I have like on my own little personal database, I have like leaderboards where I can see like, you know, most souls per minute, most kills per minute, etc. I need to like reverse it to like show me the worst, and then that's where I might find Wizaster's Infernus play. I'm so mean to him. I'm not trying to be. I statistically have been proven not great when it comes to Infernus, but also I mean think about Infernus last game. Even though Aegis Aurora won, it didn't really amount to much. It had the lowest amount of damage on the team compared to like an Ivy, compared to like a Mo.
I mean, Infernus, I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, I think the upside for Infernus is that, okay, you compare it to a 7. Infernus is a harder kill at the very least, especially in the early game. Like Infernus' ability to get out of troublesome situations is generally higher than a 7. It's difficult for Infernus to hard throw away. Like he is just gonna live, and when your goal is to stay like neutral to slightly ahead, I think Infernus isn't actually the worst at that in concept. Like the Infernus, right? Infernus is like in this weird spot where we don't see Infernus really win teams games much, but I'd also argue you don't necessarily see Infernus lose teams the game overall. It's usually other factors that are more dominant.
The last time I remember seeing Infernus carry a team was seeing Lefa with like Hydration probably a long time ago, probably back in like week 11 or 10 of DFN, where he was like 1v2ing people because they just couldn't touch him, just the mechanical skill. And I mean, the thing is, Infernus hasn't really gotten changed too much. If anything, he's gotten buffed because of the extra charges on his Flame Dash. But I mean, I think you're right. I think we haven't seen it lose games necessarily. We haven't seen it win games in a very long time. But I'm trying to think, like in my head, would there be another hero that's better suited to be put in that position as your last pick instead of an Infernus? Because like Infernus is really only offering you like I guess the stun, but I guess it does give you like an insane amount of like healing reduction on a single target once you get that catalyst to level 2. So maybe that helps your team like kill someone relatively easily, especially if you can hit a couple people with catalyst. Maybe it's just used as an anti-heal bot right now, but then again, there's so many ways you can get anti-heal in the game already.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that those aspects in Infernus may be undervalued, especially when you talk to top players about like things you want to get on your team. You know, part of the reason why Vindicta, for example, is so valued is, you know, her ability to offer like heavy shred, right? Even though it is less shred now than it was pre-patch. But yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we talked a lot about how the last game went. I do think, you know, when you talk about how the Warden was such an impact, and yeah, Bandwise was smart on it, a lot can be said for adjusting your gameplay style to look at the map. Seeing a Warden is just, hey, solo farming over here. Send people to eliminate Warden. He's not that hard of a pickoff, generally speaking. At least when he's in the realm of mortals, not 10k above everyone else on your team. So the team comp that Thanos is running is going to be very, very good as far as early the mid-game abilities to initiate from a wide variety of angles, and then more importantly, locking down people once the initiation is done. So they have the tools they need, Jason, as we are now, you know, the yapping is over, the gaming has begun.
I mean, to be fair, I think too, maybe Warden gets like an indirect buff because of the teleporters being gone on the side lanes. Like he's not, I mean, he's still easily gankable, but not as easily anymore, because you can't just teleport back to the side of the map for safety, or you can't teleport, you know, to get right behind him. Oh, it's not happening. Wizaster's on Paradox. He built it up. We're not going to see the Disaster in Furnace.
Yeah, I mean, you stop and think about Saint playing Infernus all over the course of the series. It probably makes sense, right? Even though
Stat-wise, it
hero
does.
pool, yeah. Well,
No shade.
We'll see how the Disaster paradox goes into play here. But I do think that is a good choice from Aegis Aurora not to go to the historical Disaster hero pool in this instance. But yeah, I mean, look at the broader lane setup here for Thanos. You know, one thing we didn't really touch on too much, and you know, hey, we get a little bit extra time to do it here in the 3-second pause. Just the idea that in terms of early game versus late game, needless to say, Thanos needs to have a pretty significant edge as you head in the mid to late. They can't be even versus Aegis Aurora. I think they just get run down by Yamato and Warden, quite honestly.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you do have like a decent game as Yamato too, like Yamato and Warden together is gonna be already pretty damn deadly. Especially if you swap someone in, you got a tether to work out. You got binding word. Like there's a lot of kill potential on individuals too when they group up if they could hit some of these swaps. But when it comes to lane, I mean, we are seeing the Warden and Vindicta paired together, which I kind of like talked about before as a potential. If you get the tether into binding word, like that's you could kill someone. It's gonna be a little bit difficult to do so up against Mirage unless you buy Silence or was it Slowing Hex to deal with that. I believe it works on Tornado if I'm not mistaken. And then obviously the Moen Crew, I guess, would be your real kill target when it comes to that lane. But I mean, obviously, Aegis Aurora, it's about can you get Bandwise going?
Hydration's not healthy right now. The lane is actually kind of perilous on left. I mean, okay, Bandwise isn't super healthy either, so maybe that one's a wash, but I think the kill potential is quite high on the left-hand side. Also, right-hand side, Saint about to get run down by Rocker here on the Shiv. But Rocker thinking twice about going for a super deep dive. Nice little bit of poke there, though, from Hoot. Uppercutting the minion, getting a little bit of damage, courtesy of the Trooper. Hydration, meanwhile, gonna be investing in the right, I would guess, from what we just saw. But Jason right now getting a little bit of lag, so be a little bit of solo options here till Jason's back with his Hoot. Finding Sanya. So middle lane for Thanos, not too bad over here. And wow, Hoot wanting even more, dropping the bomb, going in deeper here onto the Paradox Disaster. Not getting away. As I hear the sounds of Jason hopping back on in, but may not be live on broadcast. So I will wait until Jason says something instead. I'll keep narrating along the way as taking a look here back over into the left lane, the Vindicta Warden lane for Aegis Aurora. And, you know, overall, you think about general goals for Thanos, and goal number one, even if it's even, it's fine. You just can't let the Warden win the lane, ideally. Meanwhile, though, back in the middle, Yamato back with a vengeance here. Hoot just getting pummeled from both ends was Aster. Quick revenge. Parry there onto the Yamato in turn. Use Sanya. Can be sent back for a brief moment. But Jason, are you back? No, he's not back with us. I was going to say, Jason, are you back? And you just hear him bleep off into the void. Surely he'll come back as Justin, but maybe not. 17K though, the 16K between both teams at the moment. As we see Lo Mein dropping on down immediately, getting stunned. And now, looking for a bit of damage. Hyper Beam though in here from Hoot. Hoot doing all sorts of damage with Disaster. Turn with Disaster, trying to try and get away instead. Gets meleeed right in the ankles by Lo Mein. And Hoot somehow managed to stay alive enough for the bomb to explode on Sanya. So really nice stuff for Thanos this time around into the middle lane. And Jason, are you back?
I think so. I don't know what's happening. I don't know why I just start massively for no reason. But it's almost certainly going to happen again at some point because I had to switch over to wireless. But you know, hopefully I'll be sorted. But yeah, mid lane again. I mean, Thanos, that's definitely not one of the weaknesses they have. Their mid lane has been strong 2 games in a row. It's just been about what's been happening with Bandwise and how they've kind of dealt with him for the most part. Currently at 3.5 for him and his lane opponents 3.7, 3.6, so relatively equal between those 2 lanes, at least at the moment. Though Freemock's only at 3.3, but not too big of a change up. But when it came to mid lane, I mean, like the Paradox And the Yamato isn't necessarily one of the strongest duos, I would imagine, out of a team.
It's kind of a tough day for Paradox in general, laning wise. I mean, some of those matchups not so great, but shifting on over here to the right lane. Get a look at Xeno, who's on the Geist this time around. Paired up the Shiv. Meanwhile, Swap in for Disaster. Looking deeply onto low main. Low main. A little bit of mobility off to the side. Hoot. Backing him up, looking for a hook. Gets the opportunity, looks for it, does not connect.
Yeah, you're kind of seeing some respect though, at least out of Disaster here. After he got punished so heavily on the Mo and Krill last game, just kind of making sure he sticks extremely far back, definitely behind Sonya Sniper, so he doesn't have to be the one to get hooked. But a little bit of a gank has come through though. It looks like Neon Primer has headed over towards that middle lane to make something happen. He's left on the right hand side. It's not normal that we see any ganks happen in early game like this, but this net them the initial kill.
And I think the key here is it's not even so much about the gank as much as is what you're able to do after. You get full dominance on the middle lane for a moment. You're able to get a ton of damage onto the Guardian right thereafter, and that's the real prize. However, you got the Holiday ziplining back out in the middle immediately. Low main, no lasso ready to go, but still, you know, you get a new health bar. Be a little bit more aggressive towards people that do remain in lane.
It's been kind of a slower start. I mean, obviously I missed one of the kills initially out of Thanos, but I feel like Hoot hasn't hit as many hooks this time around, unless maybe I missed something when I was completely crashed out.
I mean, he actually did get a few kills. It was a pretty nice opening middle here, but as I say that, now you get the rotation in the middle, free mock over and in, just able to take down Hoot and stop Hoot from being as big of a threat. And again, more importantly, it's this rotation in the middle, Jason, and then it turns into middle Guardian pressure right away. And, you know, not shying away from the fight against Rocker is Sanya right now, getting good damage in all the same.
Right, I almost want to see them rotate towards the left lane, take that Guardian down, then you allow Vanwise to get that free farm that we saw so much in the last game. Hoot not going to connect any ability there, unfortunately. And that means he's going to have to back away. Even health Nova being invested in very early on by him to make sure he can keep him and his team relatively healthy. But it's divulged into a 3-on-3 in mid with a 1v1 over the right lane with Infernus up against Geist. Power Slash going to be coming through, and Shiv getting very low. The Shadow Transformation at the perfect time to deny that ultimate kill out of Shiv, and Rocker's going to fall for it.
Rocker has to be mad. That was the most well-timed Shadow Transformation to disjoint the killing blow that otherwise would have just instantly taken down Sanya. Perfect timing, and it's not a particularly long window to get it right. So really, really good timing from Sanya, stopping Rocker there and in the moment. But also, you talk about change-ups. You now got the change-up where Disaster is moving over to the Bandwise lane. And that's a little bit risky because, like, Swap in the last stand actually somewhat more difficult to deal with. Meanwhile, though, we're back in the middle. Hoot find themselves under the gun here by the Yamato once more. Yamato, big HP advantage, goes for the parry. Both parries used, and instead, bomb dropped to Yamato with Holiday coming in from the side. Takes down Sanya, stops the aggression, but not before Hoot falls.
Now it's about, can low main escape here? No tether up, no crow for the 3 seconds. They're going to continue to go for the chase, but the assassinate. It's not even going to be the killing blow. It's going to be Neon Primer to come through, and Bandwise gets a kill on the left-hand side, too. So Aegis Aurora really chiming back here, even though they lost out in Sonya Sniper there on that dive onto Hoot. And they still are sitting on about a 2k lead, and this Guardian, how healthy is it? Actually, it's very low on health. Actually, never mind, other way around. Very healthy. I can read correctly. But we can already see a big push out of Aegis Aurora. They want to commit onto this. They want to get themselves another Guardian taken.
Also, Jason, you talk about the postmortem there. It was what I was kind of setting up, where it was just a swap in the last stand on the left to give Bandwise the kill. And here's what they're doing here. They're overloading left. I think they want to get the Guardian down to give Bandwise more of a free lane. Ideally, if possible. It's kind of what they've done in previous games, but the timeline for it has been more delayed this time around. The urn is up. Thanos is committing. You see the rotation coming all the way around, and a lot of people weak on the Aegis Aurora side. Hoot, meanwhile, grabbing the urn. The rest diving on in for Thanos. You see, Sanya getting a little bit low here. Aegis Aurora looking for a little mobility out as Disaster falling all around. Lefa diving in on the Yamato. I don't think Yamato wins it straight up. However, now might with the parry being off. Power Slash over and in. Still, though, doesn't want to stay in, knowing that there's others in reserve.
Oh, he's gonna go down still. Like, look how many players are all on him. Did he actually? I thought he ulted away, potentially there. Where did he go? No, he's still there. Somehow he escaped. Actually, I was so surprised because we had Ivy, Warden, and Vindicta all, closing on his location. The Urn has been picked up and secured out of Thanos in the meantime because they overcommit towards that left-hand side. So good little response here out of Thanos. And they're going to have themselves a guard on the right lane too, get themselves the first flex slot of the game unlocked.
So, Jason, we talk about income allocation a lot, and, Bamwise definitely kept more in check this game so far, though now getting the soul lane to himself. Richest person on Aegis Aurora, it's Saint on the Infernus. We've been kind of a little bit negative about the Infernus impact in the game so far, and, this game may be another test case of, well, what happens when Infernus is your most farmed character? What impact is Infernus going to have on the fights? Meanwhile, though,
Okay.
swap in. That's a dead Lefa. Executed.
I like it. I respect it. I also got confirmation apparently that he did, when it came to left ball on the left lane, he had to teleport back towards the safety. But yeah, no, I like that. I like the investment, like early on, like that paradoxical swap into the tether. It's perfect. Chef's kiss. They're not able to stop the push on the right-hand side lane, though. In the meantime, Benoit's going to continue to farm up on the left. He's going to keep pointing that out. He's going to keep you updated on his soul allocation as well as we get deeper into this game. But you can still see, I mean, Thanos, they're trying to bait them in for a fight on the right, it seems.
Jason, it gets even worse than that because Bandwise was just able to drop Last Stand and dive on the Hoot. So it was a combination, got the kill on the Hoot, got all the farm that was there, and also, in general, Thanos missed out on the farm. And now, you had the rotation Mirage over, but you got the follow through, or again, they're helping Bandwise get the ramp. So you're going to have like multiple people come over, give Bandwise the advantage of who he's up against, and then they're going to leave Jason.
And they leave before he takes the minions out too, so he gets the full soul value out of that one. This is hydration going to be dove on. He should be falling from this. Scoring's going to do a little bit of extra healing, but the chase should be good enough, and he will fall. Another kill for Aegis Aurora. It seems like we've been saying that a lot lately, but we're still tied up at souls between both teams. Part of that obviously be due to the fact that Thanos did get the Urn turret in. But Bandwise now 12k. He's only 1k behind Saint, and he's still just being left alone to farm away and keep to his own in that left-hand lane.
And the problem is, I don't think Bebop can be the one to really contest him there because he's right now, okay, he just got hooked in. When Last Stand is up, he's good, but he got hooked in, was able to back off, called for help here from Sanya. 8 seconds away from Last Stand. This fight is taking place at the absolute worst possible time, but the punish is there. Had the bat signal, called for Sanya, got the help, didn't even need Last Stand to deal with it. And look at the rotation again here, Jason. Directly, right back in the lane.
Were you about to call me Dan there?
I got like the very beginning syllable and I stopped it way beforehand. Like,
Are we gonna call me Dustin?
No, it was gonna be Dan.
I was gonna say Dustin's also here to talk if you wanted to. Yeah, no, I think he got hooked in, but this is like the second time in a row. Like they're really emphasizing, as you pointed out, keeping him healthy and really getting him a strong start in this game to be that carry potential. And you can still see Neon Primer's in the vicinity to help him out if he's needed. He's able to retreat back towards his Guardian. Neon Primer's gonna have to airdrop out of this one to make sure he's safe, but the Last Stand is up. It's just about if the distance could be closed in on Bandwise, but you can see both teams retreating away from that, and they're still like heavily committed. But then also we have to keep note that Saint was being left alone in that right hand lane to continue to farm up. So if Saint's got to pretty much put on that same level of performance that Bandwise did in that last game if he's going to be gifted all this farm. But I feel like, as you can see, with Xeno in the enemy jungle, like they're preventing him from getting that good pathing to really get a high amount of economy going.
Also, I mean, Thanos did just pull like 3 people to interrupt the uncontested flow that Bandwise was getting on the left. So that was more of a reallocation than we saw from Thanos at all in the first map. So I mean, the rotational changes are interesting here. Is you got like the group teleporter session going on, full teleport coming in here now for Aegis Aurora. However, oh boy, Disaster just got thrown into the dumpster after getting kicked in the nuts. That was about as deadly as a hit as you could expect. But Sanya dropping a Shadow Transformation, trying to make something happen here, was just far too low from the beginning. Boot fall through there on to Saint. A clean 3 for Thanos. I don't think they can go middle. I don't think they have enough space for that, but The upside here for Aegis Aurora here, Jason, is just the fact that they grab control of Urn while this is going on, so it doesn't turn into what may have been more of an automatic Urn for Thanos.
I respect the idea of going for that group teleport, but then if Disaster doesn't get caught by Hoot trying to get up through the grates to get out of that the subway, I don't know how that fight actually would have turned out. But what I can see is at least for Thanos, they're able to take that initial fight that they had and push it into a contest over towards the Urn, because the Urn tornadoes over in this location, Bandwise can't farm so freely because Thanos are just going to keep it reinforced anyways to deny the turn in. So if anything, Thanos needs to, or not Thanos, sorry, Bandwise needs to teleport over to the right lane and do a similar kind of push. But the thing is, he's behind Xeno at 19,000 souls, so he can't even freely push that lane anymore because he should lose that 1v1 against the Geist.
Well, Hoot might now maybe get a taste of their own medicine. The swap comes in, and the punish is immediate with Disaster avenging himself. And now the Bebop gone way more room to go for the Urn turn, and you got the last stand on deck. You've lost Sanya, and okay, this is where Warden can actually feel good about just dropping this. Well, okay, not that much. It felt good until it just turns out everyone is there and no one else is there in turn. So instead, getting blown up. There are limits, Jason. Also, it helps that, Bandwise is immortal as far as farm goes, and not, a billion ahead.
Yeah, it's because he's not, 5, 10, whatever thousand souls ahead. He's actually behind Xeno, and Xeno was there in that fight. He's able to do a lot of damage to him. He's got Healbane mixed in there to help with the extra healing from Last Stand. And he also does a lot of damage himself. And that's the unfortunate part. Bandwise can't go right lane anymore because he can't go head-to-head against Xeno. He's, I think, in my opinion, too far behind. And then with the Urn still being hovered on, it's not like he can really solo farm left lane, considering Hydronation. Oh, man. Thanos, not Hydronation, are to keep that left lane backed up anyways to prevent the turn-in. So you're kind of in a really awkward position where you either need to force the Urn to turn in, or you just need to let it go to allow Bandwise to free farm. But they've already, I think, swapped things over. They've actually put Xeno in the left lane now to deal with him.
Yeah, and Xeno wins that fight at this point. So, actually, I wonder if they're swapping up lanes. Bandwise is, again, out there instead, reallocating over the middle. Full middle fight happening. No Last Stand is up, but with the reallocation, they're still able to get on the hydration immediately. Meanwhile, Lefa picking up the Urn, and I think this is going to be one of the cases where Thanos is immediately chased down with the Urn, unless Lefa's just able to run up in lane, which appears to be the case. That if I think it was anywhere near middle, they go for it, but in this case, Lefa's taken the widest berth possible as we head into a quick pause. Freemock disconnecting from the game.
I think you're seeing the intention of Aegis Aurora here. I don't think they're going to try to contest the Urn turn-in. I think they're still going to go for the Guardian, maybe go for a Walker off of this. I don't know how successful getting that Walker is going to be. It depends, I guess, how many players they commit to this. I feel like if anything, they're going to end up just trading Walkers 1-for-1. Because, yeah, Bandwise, he could use Last Stand to defend the Walker push if that's the route Thanos wants to go after the turn-in. But he's not going to live that long. Like, he's not going to live long enough for him to defend that. So I don't know exactly what the game plan is here out of both teams necessarily off this turn-in.
Well, right now, the game plan for us is we sit and wait for Freemock to get back in the game. Probably our longest pause of the day here, which, of course, sometimes it just happens with players. Things happen. I mean, we had our own disconnect here on the broadcast side where, I had to go and play a 1v all instead of the 2 versus all that a normal broadcast consists of, as your Italian internet just brought you to the ground, Jason. You got sent back to spawn.
It's rough, man. I can't wait till I move and then I can have like guaranteed better internet. One day.
The internet could always be worse at whatever new place you go to. It can always get worse.
Oh, let's not let it be that. I mean, the food's already bad enough where I live. I don't need the internet to be bad too, because then what's the point of even living? If you have bad food and bad internet,
well,
not worth it.
While we were in a lull, this is good to know is that, this is one win Bombshell. Volume number 5. You've been enjoying what you've been watching here so far. Check chat and follow all the great socials here. Get notified next time one of these tournaments is going around. We've been really supporting the Deadlock scene for quite a while now. Definitely could use your support. But Bandwise, while I was shilling, also just got evaporated there, Jason.
Yeah. So they go for their turn, they catch him out, but the teleport comes in, the mass teleport out of Aegis Aurora. It looks like Bandwise might have disconnected too in that one, so a little bit unfortunate. But the backup's going to be here. So far, it's just a 1-for-1 trade on this initial engagement. Who you can see the hyper beam coming through, but Rocker is cleaning up house, getting himself 2 kills. Again, still keeping things at all even with Saint able to respond with the kill onto him, and it looks like both teams will back away. So the earn turn-in has come in for Thanos. In the meantime, we did see Hydration look to push out that right-hand lane to get some damage on towards that Walker. So it didn't even play out like I kind of expected it. It was actually Aegis Aurora trying to reinforce this left-hand side to make sure they don't lose a Walker during all of this.
Also, I think Bandwise was there when he went down. It was just one of those, I'm going to be really efficient on my restart. I just died.
Gotcha.
I'm going to restart the game.
I like to look at it as it was a rage quit. And then he came back. I was like, please come back. He's like, okay.
I've smashed my PC, but I've also fixed it in record time. But here we go. Relatively even on both sides. I think that's still a small edge to Aegis Aurora, but again, this is testing the first area. By the way, Shiv, getting up close and personal right now. Yamato gripping on in, followed by the swap from Disaster. As Rocker right now, getting real low on the Shiv. The assault is in, knocked on down. That's gonna be Sanya with the finish. Meanwhile, Bandwise off getting a raw kill, no last stand required. And also falling right after. Last stand might have been required a little bit. Pressure now going on to Sanya, who's gonna drop Shadow Transformation in turn. Up over the top. A lot of tasty targets to cleave on through with the power slash, but there's not enough follow through. And they're able to turn directly on the Sanya.
I'm not sure how I feel about the Urn just being grabbed by Neon and Ran. I mean, I don't know how how much different that fight would have been if he stayed and actually helped them out. I mean, at worst case, like they get the Urn because he leaves, but they should have been able to get this Walker. I'm actually surprised to see Saint back away from this one. Commit to the Walker. You're not going to two-man steal it, are you? I mean, it looks like they're going to try for it. If anything, I mean, if you don't try for this, you just gave up the steal and a Walker for nothing.
I mean, Ivy and Concussive Combustion, they're going for it. Here we go. Goes on in. Ivy gonna stone form right on top, going for the swing. All the parries in the world. Hydration, parrying, and securing the Rejuvenator. Clean play by Thanos, not fumbling the Rejuve at the last moment.
Yeah, I think that was just Hydration being smart. Just stays out so he doesn't get stunned, warp stones in, and parries. So there's no real chance you can seal it away. I mean, at least they committed for Aegis Aurora, but like I think like, Walker would have been a better choice. You would have had a free Walker on the right side. You would have gotten yourself another flex slot when you had 118,000 souls. And now Bandwise just trying to defend, and I mean, at least did see the answer to Bandwise, and it's just get a Fed Geist instead. And that's Bandwise going down for another time. And honestly, it's Thunder Sniper going down. And with this Rejuvenator, with Thanos in hand, this should be the first Walker of the game being taken. And probably more than that. I feel like they should be able to get 2, maybe actually 3 Walkers out of this.
I realize Saint has been in the hyperbolic time chamber for a lot of the game, but I struggle to see the overall. The only thing Saint has really participated in team fight wise in recent memory is trying to go for the suicide steal on the middle as the most farm player on Aegis Aurora. I know I may be a little bit of an Infernus hater, but I'm still just not the biggest fan right now, Jason.
Yeah, he's just kind of fallen out of favor. But I feel like his kit just doesn't really give much right now over like, I still say 7. I mean, maybe it's not necessarily a better pick in this situation. Maybe they're just not comfortable playing it, but I mean, just the Storm Cloud can really do a lot of work. Also, the guaranteed stun you're going to have. I don't know. Maybe I'm over prioritizing 7 in this kind of composition. But I mean, either way, H short, they're going to have to play from the back foot here, and they have to figure out if Bandwise isn't ahead and isn't able to carry us, what is going to be our win condition? And I think we're both basically saying we don't think Infernus is going to be it. We don't think Infernus can carry as hard as a Yamato can, or a Warden can, or quite a few other heroes that possibly could.
We just haven't seen it. I'm still open to the possibility that we see a monster Infernus follow through, but it hasn't been the case, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, not even just, to point out Saint, like any Infernuses we've seen in the last 2, 3, maybe 4 weeks just hasn't really been impressive in general.
No, I mean, there was a period of time where Infernus was the guy. And now Infernus went from being like the guy to just the guy, effectively, as far as I'm concerned and where we're at. But you know,
Yeah,
maybe
you're
we're
not wrong.
premature. Maybe this is Aegis Aurora will have the good comeback towards the end, but they're down 20k at the moment. So this is where you do really rely on your most economically farmed players, which in this case would be Infernus, who, for the most part, just hitting the farm the entire time, Jason.
I mean, I could see a world where like Ricochet could help quite a bit. But again, like Ethereal Shift, I mean, obviously, like Infernus is really hard to lock down, period, because of the charges on his Flame Dash. But Ethereal Shift also just gave him the extra time for the reset of his Flame Dash too. And just gave him the extra survivability that would help out in fights. I mean, the last like successful, not even that successful Infernus I could think of was like Zergy this last week. Or sorry, the prior week. But it didn't really, again, have a pop-off performance. It's more of just a distraction than like a damage dealer. And I think what Aegis Aurora need right now is more of a proper damage dealer.
Well, they still got outs here, even as Thanos has been getting more and more of the jungle. This urn does feel like the course of the game is going to get charted here. Either Aegis Aurora's right back in it, or Thanos gets completely ahead to the point that they would have to make a mistake to lose. But you see Aegis Aurora rotating around. And I think a lot does kind of depend on Wizaster here. And oh, they get Bandwise first! The quick combo, followed by the lasso. You don't get to play the game, Bandwise.
He got to play last game at least. At least he had that going for him. I mean, this is going to be a push now into Fremont, who's going to have to retreat away. The Urn's going to be most certainly secured off the back. Actually, they might even just push the base because they could get the shrines and the first stage patron done with 3 kills already coming through. Now the 4th, Saint and Wizaster, the last 2 alive. And Wizaster, he's back at base. Saint maybe going to get caught out of position here. But did you notice what Hydration has? Not only does he have Warpstone, he has Phantom Strike. Good luck ever escaping this Mo. It ain't happening.
I mean, I don't know who had the bright idea to teach a mole how to, you know, use space-time tech, but that's just where we are. Just
Give him a magic carpet too, and he's just gonna be like the most mobile mole I've ever seen in my life.
Goes to the ground, goes through the fabric of reality. Brings Krill with him the entire time too. You know, they are a duo, but yeah, this is just quickly getting away from Aegis Aurora. And I mean, that's kind of the downside of Warden, is that if you get jumped like that, it's rough. Also, what is this last stand? This last stand gets used as people are rotating out. So to top it all off, Bandwise isn't going to have much presence on the map for the next little over a minute and a half, or a little under. This is real tough, Jason. When you look at what's going on the map, all the farm that just got absorbed by Thanos, the big lead that is now brought up. I mean, realistically speaking, they're hoping for Wizaster to get like back-to-back MVP swaps.
And I who do you even swap in? Like, who realistically do you need to kill? It's not like there's one threat on Thanos' side. I mean, Xeno, we talked about being very far ahead on the Geist, but I mean, Lephis closed that gap, Rockers closed that gap, even Low Main at 30k. There's just not one person that you can kill that will get you back in these fights, because they still have a lot of extra threats coming their way. And nice little use of the Warp Stone with, I believe it was debuff cleanser for the tether that came through. But the fight is most certainly happening here, and this could be the final fight of the match, to be honest. ZP, whoa, and a power slash.
That is high power slash value from Sanya, but they're gonna need more of the flip the fight than that. Just too much damage coming in from Thanos. And this is where Rocker, in his element, going for the killing blow. Doesn't quite actually get the finish, and ends up getting burned down. So, see the impact here of Infernus towards the very end, but a high value swap in from Xeno. Incredibly tanky right after a fight, vastly favoring Thanos here so far. And Aegis Aurora able to back out. Bandwise, maybe able to do some cleanup. Has the last stand that can be used a little bit later in the fight, and Saint walks up and dies.
Fremont might have just gotten baited in. Okay, so he does back away because the Rejuvenator has respawned. The mid boss is going to be here. But the 4 players of Thanos, they're going to be able to pick it up. If they won that fight a little bit more cleanly, then we probably would have seen a split series between Thanos and Aegis Aurora. Instead, we're going to see this one pushed a little bit further. Fremont, please do not tell me you're going to try to steal this one. You can see wait, what? Is everyone chasing him? I mean, Bandwise has joined the party. If they're going to all fight the mid boss, this would be a perfect time to get off a last stand.
He's gonna go for it. You take a look at the damage right now. He's going for a little bit of poke. I mean, technically he reserves the option to not go for it. and in fact is exercising the option to not go for it. But also, you know, speaking of not going for it, Thanos decides, no, we don't want to finish off mid-boss here just yet. I think they may do so once they're back up to full strength, because really they should bait the fight. However, there's a world where Bandwise makes this a pretty good fight. This is like ideal last stand territory. Hook attempt in from who doesn't connect. And Jason, I kind of like the fact that Thanos is playing this a little bit slower.
Yeah, they're giving the respect to Bandwise that he kind of deserves, even though he's only at 26,000 souls. I mean, considering you need to be top 5, and there's still, you know, some really like decent teams in here, or good teams overall when it comes to the 1-win Bombshell. I don't think they want to give up a map that they feel like they can win, especially if they want to make it to playoffs.
Well, right now we see Rocker under the gun. Saint gonna end up falling. Chow transformation, Yamato. Saint trying to make anything happen right now. Chasing down Rocker. Grapple over. Finish. Senya, the one bright spot here, but Xeno with another 2. Still a vast player number difference in favor of Thanos, and a very, very healthy Geist. Ready to walk on forward. Not afraid of the Warden at all, especially with last stand off. This matchup is all Geist. Bandwise right now just desperately trying to get whatever damage in possible. Really nice movement. Good damage back the other way, but the stat difference is too much, Jason.
Also, having 4,200 damage is kind of insane. Or sorry, health is kind of insane, but they get the full-on wipe. They get the Rejuvenate off this. In the meantime, they're still pushing the base here as they want to close this one out right here, right now. I mean, Neo Primer up in 9 seconds. But realistically, no one else is going to be up in time. I'm surprised they didn't just all push together to finish off this game, as the last Shrine is going to be going down. I guess because the first stage Patreon wasn't finished off. I thought it was secured earlier on. And this is pretty much going to be, I think, the final blow for Aegis Aurora. I mean, with a 40, you're going to approach 50k lead with all the jungle that's still yet to be picked up. Not to mention the urn. What's that?
They're just going first stage Patreon right now on top of it. Oh, you love the movement there. The warp stone away from the custom combustion, and you lasso him, and you drop the anvil. God, Infernus just had his lunch money stolen there, Jason.
I mean, what little he had left. I guess he has a decent amount, 32k. I mean, everything's just going to be taken now by Thanos. They're going to look to extend their lead even further. Already 40k up, and they're going to easily hit like 50 to 60k, most likely towards 60 at this point if they continue to farm. But then again, they have to be careful of the Rejuvenator. They don't want to let this one time out. They want to finish off this game, and Bandwise is a little bit overextended, being chased on. Looks like he will use a slow and hex to look to escape here. But this lead, it's pretty much insurmountable. I mean, I know we're 32 minutes in, and 60k souls isn't quite, or 50, 60k isn't as big as it would be, you know, 5-10 minutes ago. But when you can do things like this onto one of the carries that's supposed to be on your team, there's no chance.
This one is locked up, and it's going to be a split in our second to last group stage match here on the first day of 1-win Bombshell volume number 5. Thanos finding an answer to the Warden after all, taking it to Aegis Aurora and splitting the series. Pretty good game, Jason, all in all.
Yeah, and I think we got the answer we wanted. It's like, what are they going to do for Bandwise? What are they do for the Warden? They don't need to pick it. They don't need to ban it. It's just kind of really prevent it from snowballing against you by giving a lot more respect earlier in the game. And of course, I think in part having Xeno get so far ahead on that right-hand side, you can eventually swap him into that 1v1 that there's no chance that Bandwise should be able to win on that trade. But I mean, the thing is, we even did see Aegis Aurora kind of come back into it somewhat with him by counter ganking the ganks on Bandwise. But at some point that no longer was successful. They fell behind. And then obviously Thanos, I mean, being as experienced as they are as individual players in their respective teams, were able to close it out.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the change-ups made were good. There were multiple times where they actually pulled people to the lane that was trying to get overloaded to give the Warden tons of free farm, and they made life really difficult for Bandwise. But you really touch on the key point, is that once Geist got ahead, once Xeno was able to get ahead, they just parked the Geist over there, and all of a sudden you have a matchup that Warden isn't winning even with Last Stand, and you've made things significantly more difficult. On top of the fact that, again, I know we've talked about it a lot, but I'll go back to it. When they were allocating all that pressure to the left-hand side to stop Warden from being a threat, who was getting all the free farm for Thanos? It was Saint on the Infernus. And this is yet another game to the pile where the Infernus is doing a lot of farming, and yet the end result just doesn't feel great at the very end.
Yeah, it doesn't. And I don't know. I'm almost convinced he's just like Infernus is just not going to be a high tier hero anymore at the moment. I still want to leave a little bit of room to be like surprised and to give like chances for other heroes, but it's too consistent, or it's too consistently not up to par with what other heroes can provide. Again, like a 7 would obviously be one of those potential picks coming through. Maybe another frontliner, maybe like an Abrams or something like that could be a better swap up instead of the Infernus. I mean, either way, at the end of the day, you can see 32,000 souls picked up, but what was the damage done? 18, almost 19,000. He's still half the damage of Sonya Sniper, and yet he has an extra, 4,000 souls farmed up for himself. I mean, obviously, to be fair, he wasn't there in the fight most of the time since he was farming, but you need to be able to turn those souls into impact, and the impact wasn't there.
No, it really wasn't. And yeah, you just think about the heroes in the game where when they get farmed, you're like, oh god, this person's farmed. This is ugly. Like, we've seen Mirages take over games. We've seen Yamatos and Wardens and even like Shivs at points. And, this last game, what Xeno was, where Geist just become unkillable raid bosses, or, GTs or Vindictas. They all just have more impact than when they have that level of farm separation than what Infernus seems to do. So
maybe back to the drawing board for them here, ZP. Like, we've seen they consistently rely on like the Infernus as one of their like last picks, and I think we're both not happy with it. I think there definitely needs to be a swap up in some sort going forward for them in terms of like what they play. But I will say this, like, Aegis Aurora definitely looked better today than we've seen in the past. But at the same time, the little caveat is most of it has been because of bandwise, and now we see not how bad they look, but not as threatening they look when bandwise can't be that one to carry through.
Yeah, when the other team recognizes like, oh yeah, this character, if you leave it alone, will run us over horrifically. We should probably do something about it, which, to their credit, they do. But look, this has been One Win Bombshell Volume 5. We've had 3 big sets here so far. We got one more set left to close out the day. And if you liked what we were seeing from Talos, guess what? We got more Talos heading your way right after this break. We'll see you in 7. And we are back here at One Win Bombshell, volume number 5, ready to close out the day with our final match in the group stage for day 1. It's going to be Thanos versus Lodos. I believe I said that right. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jason. But I'm ZP here with Jason Kaplan. And for those wondering what was going on with the delay, well, one of the players on Thanos had really high ping, and they want to get a sub, but I believe subbing, or at least the person they want to sub in with, was not allowed. So they've dragged Rocker back, Jason. They've said, no, you must play.
If only there was some sort of way they could have been able to figure out that ping would have been a factor before going into the event. It's kind of obvious if you're playing over on the West Coast. But yeah, it's going to be Rocker back on the team, and that will be Thanos still playing with the same 6, and then we'll continue along here shortly. But this is going to be, I mean, this should be a game that Thanos should be able to win just based off the caliber of players. However, the Coast Qualifier teams have proven to be like fairly decent, fairly competent. But I think this is going to be definitely a true test for them as it comes into their first match of, well, One Win Bombshell Volume 5. This is the first game.
That's right. And, you might get through the qualifiers, but, generally speaking, the invited teams were of a higher caliber. Thanos, of course, is kind of interesting because it involves a lot of the better players in the North American scene, but they're also nerfed a little bit based on ping, as evidenced by Rocker trying to tap out. I don't know where Rocker lives, but if Rocker's anywhere other than the East Coast, as you kind of said in the break. What?
He's West Coast.
I have no sympathy. I have zero sympathy to that. It's like, yes, the West Coast player, will connect to Europe. Surely this will be fine. And I mean, look, it was fine enough for them to split a map with Aegis Aurora, so I mean, it worked enough.
That was always my excuse why I never became a pro player, because I played on the West Coast of the US. But this was also back when, internet wasn't so strong. But we are going to be heading into our draft phase here. Great Town going to be taken away off the bat, and Lotos is going to be responding with a Viscous ban. So to me, this is like, we want Sinclair.
You would think. That does feel like for Lodos. I mean, to me, I think the number 1-2 comp period. Wait. Okay, Sinclair just isn't taken by anyone, and they go Paradox Mo. I mean, Paradox Mo, I kind of brought up the idea of that being a thing earlier today, and I'm glad you do it. You prevent dealing with the Holiday Mo in turn, but oh man, Sinclair not getting picked there. And on top of it, like, Lodos can still get the Sinclair, Jason.
Yes, I was actually trying to think to myself, is there a world where they don't take Sinclair and it makes it to the next round of bans and it doesn't get banned and then it doesn't get picked at all, which I think would be like one of the first times we've not seen Sinclair banned or picked in games. But we're going to continue to see the picks, and obviously Thanos, like, still relatively strong players individually, ping or no ping, as we did see them give a run for money against Aegis Aurora. They still had a very dominant performance in that first map in that series, where they were able to just dominate that mid lane, but again, ban-wise was just too strong to be dealt with later on in that game. And it looks like Lotus will be locking in Yamato as their third pick. I think that kind of works out pretty well. Yamato, it's a fairly decent comp. If you kind of ignore the bans that have come through, I think it's pretty solid out of them.
Yeah, I mean, I also think the general trend of today too, Jason, when you think about overall draft, Yamato has elevated. Yamato was not getting drafted this highly even a week ago. Like, Yamato was still getting picked at times, sometimes highly, but this has been the most consistent Yamato value we have seen in a long time. As far as, like, yeah.
It's like, if you see a shadow transformed Yamato coming your way, you can't just hit E-shift and just wait it out. And I think, I think it's a smart adaptation out of a lot of the teams. And I think we're still going to see, a couple more adaptations going forward, because again, we're in another match where Pocket isn't being picked and not being banned away, which I also find kind of interesting. Maybe like the changed, you would think the changed E-shift would actually kind of like help him, because you can't like mitigate the affliction or prevent it from being applied, or he can't like stall out. But I guess the hit onto him was a little bit too rough compared to the other way around.
I think it's the fact that he got hit, of course, in actual nerfs, and then also got the E-shift nerf, where I do think for Pocket, just having the abundance of escapes actually was pretty important for his overall game plan. And you kind of got used to mixing that in for your level of aggression that you had, but now you effectively don't have E-shift anymore. Like, it's still not even in the game, but you're not going to get it at a point where it economically makes sense. And on top of it, you're not as good early, because the times we did see Pocket get played today didn't look very good, generally speaking. So Pocket may be dead, or it might be another case of players overreacting, and then we see miraculously Pocket rise from the grave like 2 months from now.
Let me ask you a question, ZP, because I know the changes to E-Shift, like you can come out of it whenever you want to now. Is there a world where we see E-Shift get more buffs, or like duration can be longer, or maybe it gives you something else because of the extra cost that could bring E-Shift a little bit back into the meta?
I think the problem with E-Shift is that it was kind of, you got it at very specific timing within the game, and you're not getting at that timing, and the timing that you would now get the new and improved E-Shift is around the timing where you'd want way more power. I think it really is kind of an issue of timing for where E-Shift is at and for how people used to get it. Maybe there's a world where... Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, maybe there's a world where as things develop that, you know, you find a new niche for like when you really want to get for, but for the timing and how people like to play E-Shift, it's pretty dead right now.
I'm trying to think like into maybe some other MOBAs of where you can kind of put E-Shift, because like I'm thinking of, you know, like the League, because I worked on League a lot. It gave you like Zonia's was kind of, I guess, the equivalent, right? It buys you time, but Zonia's only really picked up on like AP champs, or it would be pretty much like spirit heroes. Maybe if they increase like the spirit power you get, or they increase like something else on top of it, would make it more of like a viable pick for like your spirit heavy heroes that also want to use that survivability mechanic to it. I don't hate that it's moved to 6K. I mean, I was one of the people who's actively like, it's too strong in its current form being 3K. And I like to see the change to 6K, but I want to see it a little bit more reflected in the stats you get on it, to make it like back into like, oh, this is actually a viable pick to round out like a some sort of like item build for you.
Yeah, I think it probably needs an extra effect relative to where it's at now if you're going to be charging that level of cash for it. Like, it needs to be something that's, you know, even more so of a core item. But for now, it's kind of, it'll be out of it for a while. Though, you know, even then, people did eventually find uses, you know, rarely for Veil Walker in its expensive form. So you never know how things develop. But the draft was stalled out for a little bit now. Resuming, Thanos grabbing the Geist. Interestingly enough, we are both teams 4 picks deep here, Jason. No Sinclair yet.
Yeah, no Sinclair. So I mean, if it hasn't been picked yet, I'd imagine it's not really going to be picked unless it's like a last pick to come through. But the Ivy, I mean, picking up your support early on for Lotos, when there's still like a couple of other like higher priority heroes maybe you want to secure. I mean, obviously they do have the front line with Mo, but you could potentially add in like, I mean, I guess Calico has been hit or miss today so far with the success we've seen out of it. I mean, Great Talon's been taken away. I don't know. I don't know if I like the Ivy pick so early, to be honest, when you could have maybe picked up Geist yourself. But there we do see finally Sinclair come through, as well as an Infernus out of Lotos not coming in as the last pick.
Yeah, and you know, for Thanos right now, I would expect, I do think, like, you think about who Hydration could play here. It's wide open for the Warden. Wide open.
Dynamo? No, I'm just kidding. I don't know why I want to see him play Dynamo for some reason. It wouldn't make much sense. But yeah, they definitely like need some sort of assistance for Geist in the front line, especially if you're not going to have Kelvin to kind of pair with it. I mean, I still like the potential they have with their comp. The combo can be stolen away, which I think would definitely be one of like the higher priority picks to go for from Lotus's current squad. But yeah, I mean, like, what is Hydration going to go for? Do you think he's actually going to go the Warden here?
I think the Warden would be great.
Or you just want to see it?
And, well, yeah, I also just kind of want to see it, but look, they had to deal with it last game. I think it would make sense, and there it is. We got it. We did it, Jason.
Yeah, it's in there. Finally, mission accomplished. We're going to see the Hydration Warden. Watch them switch it up and put like Left on Warden just to mess with you. But on the other side, like seeing Infernus picked over 7, but also 7 to come through. Like for Lotus, it's a very, very kind of squishy lineup for them, I would say. And it's going to have a little bit of a tough time. I'm trying to think like what can they do to deal with the Warden, and not too much necessarily, but at least Yamato and Mo is going to be able to dive. thing is, like, they still have a lot of damn damage with the 7 Infernus together in the, like, the back line, but I don't know, man. I'm kind of favoring Thanos' comp a little bit better.
Yeah. Also on top of it, like I look at Lodos's draft, and you know the image of the horse where it like starts out like really well defined in the first half and then gets progressively less defined as you go further down the body of the horse. That's kind of the Lodos draft for me right now, where it's like, look, strong, good, Paradox, Mo, Yamato, good stuff. And then it's like Ivy, it's like okay. Infernus, it's a 7 where like 7 would be good, but 7 after you've already picked Infernus. Not a fan. Not a fan of the back end of the Lodos draft, especially when, I mean, you stop and think about other options that are available. You know, you could have had Abrams to, you know, shore up the front line. It's mostly, it's like, what would you shift out in favor of the Infernus? And you still had options. You had, you know, Abrams was still up, Shiv was still up. You know, I'm not like totally in love with the Shiv. I don't know. It's less of a what you could pick there instead of the Infernus, and more so, I just don't like the Infernus and 7 back to back.
Yeah, for some reason my mind's blanking me because we've had a spree here of casting, but I'm trying to think what else we could have seen potentially picked up. I mean, definitely not McGinnis, obviously. Like Pocket, I know you're talking about the nurse, but that was definitely something that was going to be open. I mean, Viscus was taken away. Viper, realistically, we're probably not going to see. You know, I thought Wraith actually might come back into the mix, considering E-Shift is more expensive now, and I feel like that was one of the easiest counters to a Wraith. Was just pick up an E-Shift at 3K, and you know her telekinesis won't really do anything to you. I would actually have liked to seen maybe the Wraith over an Infernus, to be honest, but it still doesn't, you know, work around the fact that they're going to be a very squishy kind of comp.
Yeah, Wraith is a weird one. I do feel like I understand the reasoning for why Wraith has fallen out, especially because, you know, people want more early to mid game power. Telekinesis, while like still I think kind of good, is not the telekinesis of the past where it's just, you know, press alt for free kill. It is where it used to be at one point, and you know clearly it's not that level of power anymore. But regardless, we're into it. Thanos, Lodos. That name is hard to say, especially after saying Thanos. But either way, Jason, we're into it, and we'll see just how this one pans out. And it's hydration on the Warden. No ridiculousness this time.
Okay, well, and then yeah, Lefa on Vindicta. Yeah, pretty much. I think as we expected. I'm a little bit sad to not see Hoot on the B-bot, but you know what? You win, you lose, and eventually I got to see 2 games of it at least, and he's got to show he can play a little bit more. You can definitely not be a B-bot one trick this day and age if you want to be like a properly competitive player. But Lefa has swapped over to the Vindicta, leaving Rocker over on the Mirage, and already off the bat, the initial strike comes through with a very quick kill in that left-hand lane.
From the west coast of the United States, I might add. Because that was Rocker with the first killer. It's funny, we have the huge delay where it's like, you know, Rocker doesn't like the pig too much. Rocker doesn't like the pig so much, he just, you know, opens up with first blood. Why not?
Try to get out of the game really quickly, you know? Oh, this is gonna be a catch. This should be a dead Ivy. The reload's gonna come through, and Low Main's able to secure the kill on the Weep. And that is another kill. And I mean, I think this is like the difficulty is, yeah, you're playing against a team who is majority of NA players, 5 out of the 6. But they're also still probably some of the best and most successful NA players so far in Deadlock history. So it's not like you have an easy game because they're on higher ping. You still have a very difficult game who's going to, and also a team that's going to make very like smart macro plays. And also when it comes to laning phase, even the ping is not really going to phase them too much. They're still going to be able to punish you quite heavily. As Lomé was even looking for a push here onto the Yamato to go for the kill.
I mean, that's Yamato that's getting bullied and then some. I mean, yeah, Lomain's pretty good overall, but across the board, it does feel like Lodos is getting just kind of mechanically gapped right now. Way beyond what you'd expect. Like, what is that? How do you push a Holiday in that situation? You know the Holiday has barrel. You know you have like 150 HP. That is ridiculous, Jason. I don't think we've seen someone push like that in that sort of like instant death situation in a long time.
Yeah, and I think this is maybe the problem that Lotus might have is you might have like a really strong mid-late game as a team, but if you can't get past the early game like we saw earlier on with our one-win matchups, then you're not really gonna have the opportunity to show us what you can do because the skill gaps, or not the skill gap, the stat check is gonna be too rough to deal with. I mean, it's only like a 1k lead for Thanos right now, 3 minutes in, so at least they're still continuing to farm relatively well. But you do worry, especially when these ultimates come online. especially when they're starting to feel it like that with the aggression coming through on a Nayron another time, that gap is going to grow for sure.
I mean, you look at how this is developed, it has been bullying in the middle, and I struggle to think of the last time we've seen Yamato get the business this hard in the beginning. You'd have to go back to like 4-lane, solo lane gameplay, and even then it was kind of a rarity because of how good Yamato was as the solo character.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Another kill going to come through on the left-hand side. I believe the lasso, I guess, did not connect in towards middle. And these Guardians, they're going to start to take a lot of pain here. We're starting to get towards that point as well where the 3K is being accomplished for a lot of these players. I look at Pyro at 1.7 right on the left lane. At 7 behind, I mean, I don't think he's going to be given an opportunity to farm back up again either with the way Thanos are playing at the moment.
Well, right now, things are difficult for Lodos. It's been a very tough beginning that doesn't appear to be getting a whole lot better. The difference in the neutral and poking has just been unreal. I mean, you see Ivy go down and it's just like, yeah, Sinclair and Holiday are just gonna turn a little bit to the left and, ooh, you want to see a cool magic trick? Let's see Yamato lose half their HP. Just like that.
Oh man, 4K now, 4,000, or sorry, 4 minutes in, almost about to hit the 5-minute mark. You can just see yet again the pressure being applied, able to just dive him back in towards his own jungle. Nayron's gonna fall another time as Hoot picks up this kill. It's actually fun enough the right lane out of Thanos that's been struggling the most. So credit to Lodos to, I mean, they're trying to pick up like one winning lane, and this is definitely the way to go to as they currently have Skifovic. There we go. That's gonna be really hard to say the team fight. Actually leading at 3.94K souls. He's actually quite far ahead, almost 1,000 compared to his opponents.
You know, I'm just gonna have the headcanon that his friends just call him Skiff. Also,
Oh come on, you can't bust out the Pojulaya, the PS, change. You gotta at least say it once.
I can and did. Is what I just did. But eventually got to a point where we got to a point where we could say Pojulaya Scumbria pretty effectively.
You did. You got there.
Took many days of dead luck
Many
casting,
weeks.
but eventually it got burned in, just like the old OW days where FNRG FE, had to memorize that.
What?
Yeah, exactly.
Fernagv?
It was a team name, and it.
Fernurgv?
Yeah. Well, I had to memorize it. That's all that matters. But also, Yamato looking for a little bit of revenge. But how about the Clone Shao transformation? And wait, I feel like Nayron could have challenged that.
I think he might have been able to pick that up, yeah. I mean, Hoot was very low on life. They go for the right-click spam here at long range. You can see his teammate Low Main able to protect him with a jump pad. I mean, this is like where, again, not to be too harsh, but like skill differences will massively impact the game. Because if you turn that situation around, and Hoot was on, well, maybe not Hoot, because we don't know if he doesn't really play Yamato, but you have like Left on Yamato or Hydration on Yamato, and he's in that situation, he would have committed for the kill, because he would have known the limits of what he could do in that situation.
Meanwhile, Skifovic.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. And chase time down. Meanwhile, Rocker, the 200 ping champion, West Coast of the United States, on the Mirage. Not doing too badly this game overall. And once more, we see Nayron running for their very life, using the Veil as cover. Goes for the parry, living that for a little bit longer. Gets the Crimson Blade right after. You look at the IV steal here from... What? Okay. Hoot. Audience participation lives way longer. Actually, it's there right there. That's ridiculous. That should not have happened, Jason. That we just watched robbery.
Yeah, he should never survive that. I'm surprised he was able to cast an airdrop right in front of them. There must have been a reload or something coming through there for him to somehow escape that. And that would be the middle tower going down now for Thanos to take away. And maybe even push on the left-hand side. That's going to be a stun up on a Rocker. Double stun, as he does actually use the tornado to get away. But he still has his teammate Xeno off to the side. Not to mention rotations coming through at a low main as they're looking to turn this one around.
The dodge out of the time bomb. Meanwhile, taking a look at low main. Rotate over here into the left. The crack shot value of this game, Jason, has actually been ridiculous.
Okay. He's feeling aggressive. He's gonna get stunned up here. But again, with the movement out of Holiday, using these launch pads, able to stay relatively safe here as we do see a 3-man push out of Lodos on this left-hand side. But maybe Wep's gonna actually go back to join into this middle lane. Already Thanos did put their stamp on this match, taking that first Guardian of the game. Checking in with Skifovic on the right-hand side, though, in front of 6K. And Hydration's been able to close that gap. He's at 6K himself. So it's going to be a lot harder for them to have a lot more control on this right lane side. But they do have the combo available, and they could be looking for a kill.
Pyro immediately following Rocker with the angle from the left. And I don't know if this gets any better for Paradox here. Koff just taking a look and, you know, backing out, where that actually could have been way uglier if Thanos had the appetite to do a little bit of diving. Instead, though, they go for the more important things in life, like the objective. It's usually pretty important.
Yeah, pretty important. Not to mention their 11,000 soul lead 9 minutes in. You for sure know that Thanos is going to be going for this urn when it spawns in, and they're going to have to... The thing is, I was going to say they're for sure going to go for it, but it's going to have to be a turn on the enemy side. So if anything, Lotus needs to be the ones to actually pick it up, but they also have to fend off a 3-man push from the right-hand lane. Skifovic might be at 7,000 souls, but he's not going to be able to defend this alone, and somehow, Low Main survives the static charge with 1 HP.
You can't even see visible life bar on the top middle of your screen. The amount of kills that Lodos has left on the board, one way or another, this game actually a little bit unreal, going all the way back to Hoot just using audience participation onto the Ivy ult and somehow just getting out of the crossfire.
Well, at least Lotus, they do reinforce the urn. I like this. This is a smart play. The Kabas come in. They need the damage onto the left, though. That's going to be the Storm Cloud coming through, and Pyro is going to be doing a lot of damage here from the high ground. You can just see the damage he's doing. It's even forced... I believe that was... Actually, no, that's a Sinclair stolen one. That's who actually stole it away and forced up Pyro back from his own Storm Cloud, and he's had to retreat.
Yeah, you had one storm that was a little bit higher in the sky that was doing even more damage. It was Hoot. Hoot steals the Storm Cloud. Oh, Xeno. Drain from above. You're a death from above? Nah, this is just a little bit of friendly draining from above. Straight off the top rope. Over and in. And, Jason, none of this is looking great for Lodos here. I mean, I guess they get the urn turn in, but other than that, Thanos has effectively done everything they want in this game and more. You see a little bit Inferno's chased down now onto the Mirage. Mirage, though, you got to take him on a merry little journey here. Jump pad to jump pad, going even deeper back. Meanwhile, just yelling, help! Repeatedly.
Wait, no, don't let him go. Yeah, I mean, okay, I guess the backup is there, but that potentially was another kill that they just kind of gave up. I was actually looking at Lefa's camera before, where his camera's got a lot darker because the lights finally come out for him. Because you keep in mind, if you're playing over in NA, you're playing 6 hours behind if you're on East Coast. So he's getting the sun to come out. Yeah, I mean, rough times. I don't know how Rocker escapes that, and Skifovic is going to be the one to go down from the chase there. Again, like, knowing your limits, I think a very important part if you want to be an insanely good team at Deadlock. And I think that's one thing that Thanos just has that experience. It could just be raw hours of putting into the game that allows them to have that, like, that little bit of an edge up against their opponents.
I mean, game sense difference is a very, very real thing when you start dealing with, you know, different orders of magnitude and time played the game. And, you know, it can be taken for granted sometimes because, you know, oftentimes in Deadlock, people focus on watching, you know, top 3 continually battle it out and thereabouts. But, you know, in this case, this is a team that had the battle in from qualifiers, or making a name for themselves. And, you know, in a sense, they're getting taken to school a little bit by Thanos here.
I mean, again, you talk about like going through the ringer, trial by fire. This is definitely like one way to do it. Not necessarily as like solidified as a team, as your 1 wins and your VP. But this is still no team to really scoff at, and you have to give them a bit of respect here as Hoot somehow trying to defend this Guardian by himself. It will fall, though, even the first objective of the game over to Lotus, at least when it comes to the building objectives. In the meantime, Thanos were just like, okay, you take that. We're just going to take your entire jungle on the right-hand side, at least the best we can. And they're still sitting on a pretty hefty 11K lead here as we do hit the 13-minute mark. And I think confidence is something that Thanos will not be lacking here.
Certainly not. The way this has gone down, and, you know, upsides for Lodos, when you take a look at, I mean, Nayron, despite what was truthfully a brutal beginning and middle lane, not anywhere near as behind as you would expect. Like, really.
If you talk about, I guess they've been feeding him a lot of the farm. I mean, to be fair, the farm's pretty like decently spread across the team. I think giving Skiflovich farm over Pyro though is gonna be like the tough part, because we talked about this before in the last series that 7 just has so much more carry potential than an Infernus will have. But that's gonna be the flex slot unlocked here for Lotus. They did take down the mid guardian, so at least they're rotating around. They're getting objectives. They're closing the lead to down just about 10k. And Hoot, he's just going for the chase. IVV, airdrop v airdrop, or airdrop.
I never thought we'd see the IV aerial battle as Hoot's able to go chase it down, get the kill right after. Hoot is putting on a magic show with style, is what we're seeing right now, Jason. I mean, that was dogfighting that we saw.
I want him on my next birthday party. Doing magic tricks.
I mean,
I'll be real old, but...
Jason, it's a big step up from balloon animals. That's all I'm going to say.
It's true. I don't know if it's gonna be a step up from the Ninja Turtles I had when I was younger. That was always really enjoyable.
What is going on?
Actually, go ahead.
Who just grabbing bags? A lot of bags just sitting over there where he's getting rich off this magic show, Jason.
I mean, he's finally getting paid for all the magic he's been putting in over the series. Then again, I mean, they went 1-1 at least. His bebop was pretty good. I think in the first match against Aegis Aurora, his bebop was much better than match 2, if I'm perfectly honest. But at least for Lotus here, I mean, they've been responding well when it comes to objectives. They did lose their mid lane walker, so they gave up the extra flex slot. They're still keeping things kind of close, but I think this is where maybe Thanos is going to open things up with a 10k lead with the next urn. The airdrop not going to be used in time here at a weep, and he's going to fall as Leffa confirms that kill. As they're going to continue to push through, looking for more. Hydration is going to be caught out. Now he's in his own side of the jungle, but the rest of his team will be here to help out now.
See if Lotus can make anything happen from this. From above, the Mo combo directly on the low main. Aaron able to find Hoot in turn. Moving back over here at low main's point of view. Into Leffa. Still has assassinate charges ready to go. Diving on down mid-boss area. It's a long chase. Xeno, though, not willing to give it up. Chasing here on the Infernus, who's bouncing to and fro, looking for any way to juke. The pressure coming in here from the guys, not going to find a way out, though.
I don't know if I mean, Skiflovich, his movement there it was sporadic, but almost to the point that it actually worked out really well for him, able to survive for a lot longer. At least it's about time for Lotus to pick up this urn and go for the turn-in. You see Nakamin able to actually lock that one in. So that's 2 urns now taken for Lotus to really kind of keep them within arm's reach against Thanos. Paradoxical swap going to be used, and well, Rocker's able to escape at least for now with the backup of Leffa here. They're going to look to chase them away here and pick up some more kills. Pyro, though, Stormcloud was used earlier, but it's on cooldown now. And I think they actually technically have the... No, they don't have the mana adventure here anymore. They actually do have to worry about Xeno, who's coming in from behind.
Meanwhile, take a look here on the coffin. Back the other way, and we got a clone Stormcloud Hoot, the source of magic all the way along. Everyone getting away from Stormcloud, but I mean, the damage has been done. The splitted forces, Thanos able to take advantage of it. Now Hoot perhaps wants to do a little bit of back off. If they keep chasing Hoot, he's got Leffa there for a bit of backup on the Vindicta. 99k to 93k. I mean, as one-sided as this is felt, Jason, I mean, Lotus is kind of hung in there. They're down 1 walker and 5k, effectively.
Yeah, and I don't want to say I kind of counted them out earlier on, but with how that early game was going, I think we kind of all counted them out a little bit. And I remember saying, you know, Lotus, if maybe you're just a weak early game team and you're a stronger like mid and late game team, but if you don't have a strong enough early game against teams like this, you're never really going to be able to show it. But with, you know, both urns being gifted away to them, having turn-ins on their own side, like the change up in the comeback mechanic of the urn has definitely favored them quite a bit here. I mean, they're only down 6k, which is pretty damn good considering how like the initial start went.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. Also, the greatest magic trick for Hoot would be getting out of this one alive. That's not going to happen. Just caught dead to rights in the double vault area, but there may be more coming in. Take a look at low main. In and over. 7 in their sights. Low main, though. Gonna back out here for a moment. Still has the lasso on deck. Xeno, meanwhile, up and in the area. And Lotus, for now, back on their side of the map.
I was going to be critical saying like the back away was a little bit odd at a Lotus considering they got the initial kill, but then again, right before that fight completely ended, I see Hydracia's last stand. I'm like, okay, it was smart to get away from that one. It was smart to give that one up, especially in the close proximity that you were going to be fighting in. So again, very respectable. A minute and a half till the next urn comes in, and now we're going to have an equal turn. And I think this is maybe where the true test of Lotus will now come into this game beyond the initial start. Is can you have a proper fight on a mutual turn-in with this urn, instead of having the ability to just steal it away and turn in on your own side of the map when there's no real chance that Thanos can stop it. So I want to see how they deal with this, to be honest.
I just want to see more Hoot gameplay. Hoot on the Sinclair has been enjoying the watch here so far. Ultimate copy
Soul combo
in and just becomes Mo. Summons his own copy of Krill, goes on in, and Coffin just reaping the unfortunate rewards of the quick copy in from Hoot. So up one now is Thanos, right before Urn, no less. Coffin will be back up right before, but
CP though, did you notice that in that last little exchange, right? Steals the combo, uses Hex, and then combos for the extra damage on top of that, because the damage amp from his Hex, I believe.
Yeah.
I need to see what level his Hex is at, but that's very smart.
Well, I think it's what you have to do to compensate for some of the damage that Sinclair lost in the patch. Effectively, it was just you need the min-max other parts of his kit, including Hex, to make up for some of the raw damage that otherwise was stripped away. But also, this fight here near the shop might begin under it. Ivy right now opening up with the airdrop, dropping in from above, stone form. Looking, Rocker already down. Lodos up one here so far, but here's Hydration. Last stand was up, and it's a meaty value directly in the Neyron. Still a very good looking Warden here. It gets a combo towards the end. The focus fire back the other way. Hydration right now trying to turn on the after boosters, getting away. 30 HP, and Luffa and Zeno clean up behind.
They are going to lose a Walker for this, though. Skifovic, smartly enough, decides to push that right-hand side, and maybe Lotus, that was a fight they didn't want to take, considering they knew they were going to be down a man. All tied up in souls, though. And all tied up in objectives, too. Like, Lotus are really giving Thanos a run for their money, which is not really expected, considering how the start of that game really looked. But the urn contention, there's just no chance. 2v5? You should not be able to defend this, and anything, you should be getting the hell away from it right now. Because if you lose extra players here, you're just giving a bigger lead over to Thanos once again.
They're not in a great spot to contest. I mean, you've seen Mo, like, going over there. It's like, guess what, Mo? You don't have combo right now. Krill's tired. Urn is going to be turned in without much of a fight. So Thanos getting their lead back in order. Meanwhile, though, Lomain may have gone a little bit deep. Lucky there's no combo up. Otherwise, it would be pain heading his way. Lomain, though, in classic holiday fashion, able to just scoot away from the danger, Jason.
I mean, now with the urn already turned in, it really comes just down to, well, mid-boss is like the only objective that you could potentially look towards to force some sort of fight. Unless we see Thanos or Lotus just kind of linger in the jungle yet again. I mean, considering Lotus, they got initial pick by punishing Hoot on the double urn, or not the double urn, the double Sinner Sacrifice, the double vault room. I wonder if they're going to look for something similar yet again, or if maybe they're actually going to be the ones getting caught out in their own side of the jungle, as we can see both teams just kind of poised on this right-hand side.
Thanos right now, they're looking for a pick. I think Lasso just about to be coming out here from Lomain, at least looking for the opportunity. Meanwhile, we're going to get the clone here out from Hoot. Concussive Combustion, getting some value, this time from the Sinclair. Blows up Infernus with his own explosions. Meanwhile, combo in. The Mo bursted down in turn, doesn't have the support from his team. It is a full team wipe. And of course, the punching power behind that was Hydration with the last stand to make it all clean. And is it mid-boss time, Jason? They have a clear shot if they want to go.
It better be. I mean, there's really nothing stopping them. If anything, just make sure you send a player over to the left. Actually, it's going to be Hoot. Already read in my mind. Make sure to defend that Walker so they don't get another one for free. The base guards will take care of the right lane minions. The Shadow Transformation is up for Neyron. Though he's already backing away, so he's not going to go for the potential steal. I was wondering if he would actually go in for that one to potentially bring this one back. I mean, it would be almost a prime time for a steal, but then again, they're not too far behind right now. But I do worry with Rejuvenator secured now for Thanos, they might just fall too far behind to come back from.
Thanos is in a very, very good spot right now, especially when you look at their ramp to the late game. And again, you know, I think about who has farm and what does it mean? I look at theirs like, okay, you got a Yamal with 24k, that could be kind of scary, 25k, and then the Infernus at 27k, and then you compare it to who has farm on Thanos' side. But I can't help but just like the Thanos composition drastically more the way these fights have panned out.
And this goes to what we were talking about before, right? CP is just, if you're gonna get anyone fed on this team, you don't really want it to be the Infernus necessarily. Which, I mean, to be fair, like Pyro and Nayron are relatively close and similar in souls. But I would always want to see like the Infernus have, you know, 5k less, and like the 7 have 5k more, or Nayron having 5k more. Like, I want to see the impact that Skifovic can potentially show here, as he's already being chased down, getting completely caught. Does get around the corner in time for the life drain not to finish him off here, but that's going to be the combo now used as a defensive ultimate.
Someone's able to come in from the back and actually punish Leffa. This is not a bad rotation at all for Lodos. The way this fight began, they went deep on the Infernus bait. However, as is going on, Rocker able to isolate the Ivy. Xeno just living forever. No swap required here just yet. Getting real low is now. Swap is pretty required if Xeno's able to land it. Low main just following Nayron right on through. Swap finally going to be used here as we see Xeno in the thick of things, ends up falling, but not before the cavalry coming in behind. Now looking for the 7 is Hoot. Hoot getting damaged in turn. May have been off more than 2, 90 HP and down. Lodos trading out relatively evenly here. Only 2 down. It's 2 for 3. Lodos still a little bit further back, but now 3 for 3. You know, even losing a little bit of ground, Jason, that's the most they could hope for there.
Yeah, the rejuve respawns, though, is definitely going to be something that helps Thanos get back into this fight. A metal skin, I haven't seen that in such a long time, I feel like. Coming out of Pyro, and honestly, a smart time to be using it here. A smart pickup for him as he's looking to escape from this. One's going to be chased down by the Warden and the Mirage. No real chance to escape from Rocker and Hydration. And here come the reinforcements through now. Xeno's rejoining the party on the right-hand side with the Urn respawning back in. They also do have easily the sole lead for it to be an opponent turn-in. And they will have to push in towards the enemy side of the map here if they want to secure this, which with everyone respawning back through, they should be doing most likely here.
I think they have the opportunity to potentially just run it in. Ideally, you do it while a 7 and the Infernus is down. You have the short window, and it's going to coincide with Last Stand being up. So if you're Hydration, if this is football, you hand off the football, or maybe you just run it in. No brain. Just run it.
Say, you're,
turn it around,
you're
and you get hit by Mo. You just get hit by Mo. So the quick turn-in approach, not being taken, but Hydration got to drop the Last Stand and go, no. You should give me a little bit of space here. Walks on forward. Hoot turns in the urn in the middle of the chaos. Last Stand now is faded. Rocker uses Traveler. Hops on into the action. Xeno finishing off Coffin. And Lodos, I mean, they had a little bit of disruption onto the urn. They're not able to prevent the turn-in overall. And it's Thanos getting even further ahead. And Stormcloud going to be used towards the end of the fight. Results in Hoot dying at the very least.
I was gonna say, not necessarily the best of Storm Clouds, but I guess it did split up Thanos well enough for them to actually pick up, what, 3 kills now? And maybe even for the chase onto Xeno, who's sitting on 6.7 thousand souls. My God, he is rich. And Leffa, well, he does get stunned up, but it looks like he should be able to escape here. No combo up just yet. The burr going to be used to maybe stall for some time. Low main does get the lasso, but with the pull into the walker, the stun's going to come through. And actually, this could be the great punishment, the great pain coming in to knock him into yet again. 80 HP. Leffa goes for the chase. He gets completely disarmed. The low main's there, and Nakaman's probably wondering, where's my team? I thought we were diving that one.
Well, the problem is you dive a little bit deep and get lassoed into the walker for the, oh man, I haven't been able to move my character for about 5 seconds now between the lasso and the walker stun. So yeah, things escalated pretty highly there, even for a full HP Mo. I mean, if you're Lodos, you bridged a little bit of the gap, but man, things are feeling worse and worse as time goes on. And again, you think about how the late game is going and general power. The best thing you got going for you right now is the Storm Cloud from Pyro. But that Storm Cloud is also going to get stolen by Hoot in most fights at this point. And Thanos does have tools to interrupt it, namely, if you're low main, you just hold on to the lasso at this point.
Mm-hmm. By the way, I'm not going to let you get away with this. I cannot believe you're on an EU broadcast and you bring up football and you're talking about handing off the ball in EU. Come on, man. I Nakama, you could pass the ball. I would have let you get away with that, even though I know you weren't necessarily meaning, as you call it, soccer.
Look, I got no response for you. That's just the American bias coming on here. Like I don't know. I got no defense. Maybe I should have said like good old American hand egg.
There
And
you go.
it
You get a
would have-
lot of people liking that.
It would have protected me in the moment, but like that's all I got. Meanwhile, swap on the low main. Except I'm not sure low main cares too much. Airdrop. Meanwhile, could get used by Ivy. Be like, all right, Paradox, you tried. Let's go on home.
Paradox like, no, I don't want to go home. As he immediately cancels the airdrop out and just lands again. Looking at this, you have a rocker on the right hand side, taking the tier 3 camp. And also, I mean, there's no objectives to really take for them outside of the base, and in the mid lane guardians or base guardians are the weakest ones at the moment. I think it's just coming down to once the mid boss spawns again. I mean, there's a lot of respect being given out of Thanos over towards the Lotus squad, and I mean, I think for good reason.
I mean, you're ahead, but you're not so ahead that you can play recklessly in this one. You still need to play around things like your Warden's last stand. And ideally, you don't play in a way that someone gets caught by the Mo where, you know, Nakamen has just been up here trying to take sneaky angles, looking for the right time to go in for the Mo as a combo. But the ambushes have kind of faded here, Jason, and the team's back on their respective sides of the map.
It's definitely going to be the urn we're looking for. I mean, they're already, positioning for control over the buffs. Right when Still's going to be up, but it's not going to be secure. Actually, I mean, Nakamen's going to be the one heading over for it. I think he's immediately going to back away, maybe give it over to Pyro, assuming what the buff's going to be, and the urn will be picked up in the hands of Thanos yet again. But again, it's going to be an enemy turn in. Lasso, it comes through, it gets the initial catch, and it's an ideal target as well. If you could take Nakamen out of this one, maybe steal his combo before he does get dispersed. And that could be the actual engagement. I mean, that's like the hard engage minus Coffin. But I haven't really seen Coffin hit too many of these swaps, at least to give his team a man advantage to get any of these early picks.
Also, Nakamen was able to get out of the lasso combo, as it were, the combo. So still opportunities here for Lodos as Rocker gets caught. Pyro, though, ends up getting traded in turn. Rabbit Hex here onto Infernus. Infernus trying to make his worth known. Just getting pummeled across the side. Still getting a little bit of leech from the Flame Dash right after. Boot, though, still looking nice and healthy and whole. Skifovic not able to get away on the Infernus. And, overall, decent fight so far here from Thanos. And it goes for more than decent into the realm of the great. And that's going to be another mid-boss, Jason, and likely the path to the end of the map.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. I'm wondering, like, why not just do mid-boss? I mean, I guess they're going to fix the lanes first and then take mid-boss at the same time instead of going for a push in towards the shrines right off the bat. Oh, he gets the catch as well, not letting this urn get away for free. Nakamen's trying to run it back to his base. He's been forced to drop it, though, and it's going to be picked up by Leffa, who's just going to look to run away. We'll have the backup of Hoot there in a few seconds. Doing some real good damage, actually. Nakamen, you almost need to just give it away. He's going to fall from this. Oh, this actually doesn't connect.
It's mole hunting season. Leffa, one more shot. Do you got it? He's lost sight of the mole. He's wondering, where's Mole gone? Mole's over here. Mole's dead.
That's like worst case scenario, 60 seconds to respawn. They delay the rejuvenator as well so they can make sure to reinforce over towards the urn to have even extra time to use. And potentially the final push. Definitely not as easy as I think maybe we expected for Thanos in this game. You really got to give credit to Lotus to keep this game alive, considering how the initial get-go was. And I think a lot of that's credited obviously to the urn control they were able to provide.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think we necessarily came in underestimating Lodos. We started underestimating Lodos when we saw Yamato at 1/3 HP rush the Holiday who had barrel. Like,
yeah,
in the middle of lane. that was when the underestimation of Lodos began.
What's Hoot looking for? A swap would be ideal. Even the tether going to be used. They really want to take these bosses down so they can create some space for them to use inside the base. I don't know how Hydration is going to get a good ultimate off from this position unless they lure them out. They don't want to be pushing into Pyro necessarily with the Storm Cloud. But Nakamen is alive, and I believe the Storm Cloud, for some reason I thought it actually was used, but it's still going to be held on to by Pyro.
Ready to lay down. Let him
Lomain's still a threat on the holiday, even into the late game. Part of the reason why Thanos had such a dominant early to mid game. And right now, for Lodos, they still have got some opportunity, but you take a look at it, Jason, the lead has gone a little bit out of hand.
Mm-hmm.
At about 40,000 at the moment, or nearly 50,000 actually.
I mean, right now, Lotus, like, Coffin needs to hit a swap. I think like that's kind of what they're waiting for. I mean, also at the same time, they want Thanos to push in because that's where the Storm Cloud's going to be most effective. Just got to make sure you don't get lassoed in as the 7. But finally, they've been able to crack open the base here, trying to hit the shrine from distance. Not get too grouped up here. But I mean, they're just giving away this for free. I don't necessarily understand giving away for free. I mean, I guess they're trying to look for a pick or something like that. But the fact is, like, you're letting them take both their shrines and patron, but you're not committing anything. A swap did get attempted a coffin. It did not connect, it seemed, though. And I almost want to say Thanos going to get the patron, just back off.
Yeah. I mean, the interesting thing, though, is that they still have Rejuvenator up. They still have everyone up at reasonably full HP. I think you go right back in again, and that's exactly what they do. Go in over the top, and guess what? Combo onto the clone Stormcloud. So you quell the storm with the Mo. However, Lefa able to punish Skifovic. And another lasso coming on in. Bringing down Stormcloud. So no one getting the joy of the value of the storm. Second stage patron now getting pummeled. Lomain, though, down. Both teams down 1 as Thanos looks to put the game away. Spirited defense from Lodos here so far. However, Paradox soon to fall. Coffin gone. Hydration laying in damage to the patron. Thanos completely all in at this point. Looking to take away the first map here of the set. And it's slow going here, Jason, but they're being thorough. And finally, that will do it. Thanos taking map number 1 in our 2 maps.
Yeah, it took a little bit of extra time than maybe they would have hoped, but at least we do get to see, I mean, Thanos, they can take home games, but also their opponents are looking like a team that, has some decent potential to them. I do wonder, if you take away those urns that they were able to steal away and turn on their own side of the base, how things would have played out. But credit to them to kind of basically get slaughtered in the early game, but still be able to bounce back. A lot of great individual play, a lot of great team play on top of that. Some smart plays when it comes to like split pushing, thinking of Skifovic pushing out the right lane Walker to get themselves a flex shot. Definitely some promise, but the early game, they got massively punished there. And if, yeah, I don't know, if they continue to get punished, they'll be able to take down the likes of like 1-wins or VPs if they want to become one of the best teams in the EU.
Yeah, and I mean, also for Lodos, you think about this as a team on the rise, you're going to learn some rough lessons as you begin your ascension. And sometimes that may involve a harsh baptism in the laning phase that Thanos was able to bring directly to them. But, while we're doing what ifs, yeah, I mean, there's the kind of what if of what happened for Thanos if they don't give up the urns. But also in that game with the, some of the ways that Lodos was playing well, what happens if they don't give up some of the really early kills in lane? Very well could have been a very, very different game. But you know what? For Lodos, they have a lot of days here in 1-Win Bombshell. This is volume number 5. It's just day 1 of the matches. But here, we got some of the highlights. And, I gotta say, I really did enjoy the Monk Krill play we were saying from Nakaman at points. Like, really good movement, really good setups from the rooftop. And while they were behind... Nakaman was the reason why they weren't entirely out of it for much of the game.
I think there was one play I was a little bit hit or miss on where he came from the high ground, warpstoned in, and then hit a combo over onto Holiday of all people. I was thinking maybe he was trying to actually, pick out Lefa on the Vindicta, and they weren't able to like capitalize a kill off of that. If anything, they just kind of ignored him. But yeah, I mean, he's definitely playing like the Mo and Crow from a different angle that I think a lot of people don't really expect. Makes it a lot harder to deal with and a lot harder to protect, like who you don't want to get comboed. But the problem right now is, I mean, looking at their team, is just it was just purely their early game. If they have a stronger early game, I wonder how the overall would have turned out. But I also do wonder, like when it came to the earned turn-ins, if they were like a neutral space, would we have seen them be able to contest the same kind of level that we've seen at Thanos? I mean, Xeno again, another game, 50,000 damage done on a Geist. And he did obviously max his life drain first, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't max the essence bomb. So it wasn't like he was cheaping out and just cheesing the damage numbers.
No, Xeno was fully in the mode of making life very difficult for anyone diving in, whether that be the Mo, whether that be the Yamato, or like, a 7 trying to get in deep after Stormcloud, or even just fall through after a swap. It was basically a geist of, yeah, you don't want to get close to me no matter what. Xeno made it work brilliantly. Where, by the way, it's kind of important to note, getting top damage with life drain build, normally when Geist gets higher damage early on, it's kind of some of the padding you get from the bomb. No bomb padding, really, as much in this case.
But I mean, it seems to be their go-to plan is just kind of let him be off farming and let him become this threat, this immovable object where any unstoppable force just will become a force and not really too unstoppable as we saw for Bandwise in the last series. But again, a strong start. Thanos, I think they're definitely gonna go into. I mean, I don't see a world where they take down the likes of One Win and VP with how they've been playing so far today. I think it's very difficult to do that when you're a team that's not necessarily like a core roster who are playing like every day in, day out together, and you're playing consistently in all these tournaments to get that experience. Obviously, ping is a big factor in that, but they are proving to be a decent force dealing with like these tier 2 teams, like the outside of like top 2. I think one really interesting match will be them up against Paravision, actually, to see if they can go head to head against Paravision and potentially take them down. Because if they can do that, then I think there's a good chance like they could put up a good fight against One Win versus Pro, but I still think it's going to be very VP One Win sided.
Jason, there's a succinct word for the phenomenon you're describing. You're basically calling Thanos the gatekeepers right now of what you're allowed to do in One Win. that is your definition right now. It's like, oh yeah, they're gatekeepers here. You must be at least as strong as us to have a chance, and they are the filter, as it were.
The great filter. The One Win Bombshell Vol.5, as we still have a lot more matches to go. If you guys missed out on the other games today, I'll give you a quick little update of what all did go down. So our initial match of the day was Paravision up against CS Rejects. CS Rejects were one of the teams who came in from the qualifier. We only had 2 teams to do so. It was them and Lotos, and Paravision beat them 2-0. Virtus Pro went on to beat them 2-0. And then we had Atlas up against Virtus Pro thereafter, and Virtus Pro won that match 2-0. And then it came into the interesting time where we got to see One Win, the number 1 team in EU right now, take down Atlas 2-0, but then trade out against Aegis Aurora in 1-1 fashion. And then we saw Aegis Aurora up against Thanos, and that was a trade out in 1-1 fashion as well. And then, of course, going into this series, Thanos currently with a 1-map lead. But for who also people out there maybe unfamiliar with like the format, we're in a group stage right now. It's all best of 2, so every team will play out 2 matches against every team, and that'll help determine our ranking going into playoffs. Only the top 5 teams will advance on through into playoffs, and the 4th and 5th place team will play against each other to advance through into, I believe, the losers bracket of how it works, whereas the other 4 teams will play out in the upper bracket.
That sounds right. But also
3 teams. Sorry, 2. I guess two teams technically, because your first seed goes straight into the semifinals. The 2nd, 3rd place seed teams go into the upper bracket match. Loser of that plays against the winner of 4th, 5th seeds. So there's still a lot of action to come your way. We still have 5 more days in total, ZP, as we're shortly going to be getting into our final game of the day.
That's right. Still a lot of action here, and look, if you liked what you've seen here on stream so far today, give One Win a follow on their socials. All that can be found in chat. All those links. Support One Win, who has really been helping the cause of Deadlock Esports in Europe. But Jason, we're close to getting into the next draft. We'll see what, if anything, maybe changes. And also, speaking of draft, when we were in the retrospective mode, while One Win team did drop a map earlier today at Aegis Aurora, comes with a big asterisk. They drafted Lash McGinnis. Make of it what you will.
Lash McGinnis, Holiday Paradox. I mean, that's a little bit of overkill, for sure. I think for One Win, they kind of have to hope to beat Virtus Pro now, because we can kind of, I would say, safely assume that they're going to win most of their games 2-0, or should be winning most of their games 2-0. And I think you really want that number 1 seed coming out of groups. You get to skip an entire phase, except technically entire 2 phases of the playoffs, and you go straight to semifinals, which automatically, I believe, gets you in the money, if I'm not mistaken, too. So I mean, pretty much going to be very important if you want to make money off of this event, where it's 4th place gets $500. So you win that, you're through into the money, guaranteed. You win that, you advance into like 3,000 or 5,000 bucks being one up for your team, which is a lot of moolah here that I wouldn't say no to.
Oh yeah, I mean, the benefit for winning and coming out ahead here is enormous. The prize pool, very, very substantial. And yeah, I mean, a lot on the line here for the best of the best in the EU deadlock. And for those wondering, it's like, casters, why yap? Why yap? What is going on? We are just waiting for the players to get settled before we get into our final draft of the day and seeing where things are going to be at.
I mean, you know, it's probably a bathroom break for Thanos. Let's be honest. It's probably going to be that coming through. But, you know, to take stock of things, like, I think we were a little bit unsure of how matches would be playing out as we're about to get a draft here in a second, because of the changes to E-Shift, because of the changes to some other things in the game. And I think we are seeing like a slow pickup to positioning being a lot more important when you don't have that easy escape of the E-Shift. So I think we're going to still see some adaptations on top of that going forward, but it's nice to see the early start to what the meta is going to be like now with those changes in this last patch.
Well, interestingly enough, as we get into the draft, Holiday goes through for Lodos, but Talon in for Thanos in turn. So, you know, this is kind of interesting because we haven't seen that much GT today. GT's been getting banned a whole lot.
Yeah.
But I do think that the more I've seen it, the more I feel like Holiday is like very, very fitting of the ultimate first pick, first ban status at the moment.
Yeah, and I wonder if we're going to see that continue over the next days. I wouldn't be surprised, considering Great Town can be really strong. Just the amount of raw damage you put out is ridiculous. But to see the Bebop come through, I mean, Lotus, they end up going for the Holiday Paradox pretty much off the bat with the Mirage and the Sinclair ban as well. And they rapid Mo again. But this is what we saw last time out of them, ZP. We saw the Mo. We were fairly happy with the initial like 3 picks they went with. In the second half of the draft that we became really, really confused on.
Yeah, I mean, for Lodos, it was mostly when they led with the Infernus and finished with the 7 on top. Because if you think back, if we were to do a repeat here, this would be Thanos probably shoring up with more frontline, right? Like, I would expect Thanos to come out here with something like an Abrams next, or a Shiv or a Warden. Lodos, meanwhile, they may be done with their frontline from what we've seen. But, okay, Thanos, they're going to take out any possibility of Vindicta on the other side. If you're Lodos, I feel like you take away a frontliner that Thanos has generally been comfortable with here. In particular, if you're not going to run it yourself, maybe you get rid of the Warden.
I thought they would go Kelvin as a ban, because we've seen a lot of Kelvin bans today. Obviously, we haven't like seen the Shiv yet, so there's no necessity to do that just yet. But I would be surprised to see Kelvin taken out. I think it's a. Then again, like, are Thanos going to play Kelvin? And I think with the comps they've been showing us, they don't necessarily, or they're not necessarily leaning towards the Kelvin play. They're not really leaning towards like a hard support. I mean, they have Bebop, they've had the Sinclair. That's only been like the real supports from what I remember.
Well, here's what I'll say though. I think if you leave the Kelvin up, I think Thanos, just given what Hydra Nation was running in NA, very likely that they snap over and do a Kelvin Shiv lane.
There you go.
Well, there's a Kelvin. Now, if you're Lodos, you got 2 picks coming up. Here's the problem though, Jason. I don't feel like you raw Shiv if you're Lodos. Like, if you're Thanos, you can just make the Kelvin work regardless of the Shiv. I don't love picking Shiv in the Lodos comp, so you're kind of in a bit of a pickle here.
I mean, I can kind of I mean, the Shiv is going to be rough laning, but like, you do have snowball potential with the Mo, with Shiv at least. But I know what you mean. Like, the fact that Kelvin's been taken away, if you want to have a strong start, which Lotus really struggled in that last match, you need to have a fairly strong early game. And I can definitely understand shying away from the Shiv for sure going into this. But with like all 3 of the pole heroes taking the initial playmakers, I mean, it's pretty much in Lotus's hands of like what they want to go for here. I think Geist. Yeah, I was gonna say Geist wouldn't be a bad takeaway from Thanos, because they've definitely been leaning against Geist quite heavily here for Xeno.
Well, also Geist has been one of the more effective heroes against Yamato, which also used to be the case back in the day when you went silence Geist effectively. But even now with Geist's raw tankability, it's kind of good. But they end up going for the Shiv, and I feel like, Jason, again, this is less of Lotus really wanting to play Shiv in this situation and more so there's genuine fear in the pro community of the Shiv Kelvin lane. People really don't like giving it up, and anytime they do have a chance to get it, teams take it.
It's almost like it's such a safe lane. It's not a one lane, but it's a lane that's I feel like very difficult to lose. Though I do remember in recent times we did have it. Was it Melee Creeps B&B that played it? And Melee Creeps were able to win out with an Abrams and another hero in that lane. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Vindicta. Was it Abrams Vindicta? I mean, that'd be the most logical.
Possibly. It was in my recap this week, but I kind of can't remember off the top of my head. But Calico coming through. I mean, Calico, I guess I feel like people will come back to her to see if she's still viable after the recent nerfs, but she's had a massive fall off, at least in the competitive scene from that last patch.
Yeah, I mean, Calico went from pick in the first half of your draft no matter what to sometimes not picked at all, and then when picked latter half of the draft, and often because other more valuable frontliners have been taken. Like, we've seen a distinct uptick in the value of Geist and often Abrams as a result, which is kind of interesting with Thanos having the option of like grabbing Abrams. This side they go Calico here. I actually, even with the Bebop on the team, hook into Abrams charge or just Abrams in lane, like, I don't know. I'm kind of in a world where I would have preferred that over the Calico, but maybe that's too harsh on Calico's.
I still think Abrams can round out Abrams can round out their comp decently well, to be honest. Like, you have, Kelvin Abrams together is still a really strong combo, but instead they go for the Infernus. Maybe they've been hearing us. They're like, you know what? We'll show you what an Infernus can do when he's fed. But on the other side for Lotus, Lash, we got to see it once, at least when you and I casting with one win. Wasn't that successful. This time has a chance to be fairly more successful, but the problem is that Kelvin Dome can really deny the Death Slam completely, or it can prevent a lot of that damage coming through.
I don't like it. There's not even when they took the Lash in the draft, Jason, that wasn't even to prevent the other team from getting a Lash to get an extra playmaker beyond just having the Bebop for initiation. That was actually we Lotos like to pick Lash in this scenario for no other reason in trying to deny the other team. Not really a fan. I mean, it's not quite as bad as the 1-2 of like Lash McGinnis to finish out a draft, but given the fact that you already have Holiday and Paradox on your lineup, you are so deeply over into playmakers here that I don't know, because like half the value of picking Holiday and Paradox together is the fact that you are denying your opposition from getting either Paradox or Holiday, usually the Paradox, because Holiday has had higher priority.
I'm just thinking, could they have somehow fit in two more playmakers into their comp? But with Bebop taken away, I don't think it's possible for Lotus. The thing is, like, I mean, obviously, in terms of like what we've been seeing the last weeks, it is definitely a little bit wonky because of the 4 different playmakers in the roster. And from what we saw from one win earlier on, it didn't really work out too well. But then again, they had a McGinnis, and any comp that has McGinnis isn't necessarily going to work out too well. But I don't know. I want to see what they can do with it. I want to see. Obviously, Lash has become kind of indirectly more powerful with the change to E-Shift. But I think in general, we're just seeing Lash with a 3-lane setup just have a really tough time to get going. Whereas in 4-lane, he could just gank so much more often and really create some snowball potential for some of these lanes.
Still waiting for the Lash resurgence at the moment, where in theory, it is a better patch for Lash. I think E-Shift being effectively out of the game. Like, it still exists, but I don't think we've seen an E-Shift all day long. So by all rights, it could basically just be like, hey, it's out of the game. One of the strongest items versus Lash isn't there, and yet Lash still kind of struggling to find his place so far. But it is early into the patch, Jason, and a lot can change meta-wise over the course of the next week or so that, Bombshell Vol.5 is taking place.
So, Shiv Lash against Yamato Bebop, that I don't know how I feel about, considering like Lash can no longer get on top of the archway with the changes that have happened. And that's where like a lot of the power in mid lane from Lash we saw happen. Same obviously with Yamato, but Yamato's still very viable and actually down to about half HP here. So not necessarily the best of times, a lot of chip damage being done. But again, it's Hoot. It's the hooks early on. Kind of what we expect out of him, as our bombs gonna do some decent damage as well. So they actually take the trade fairly well so far, even though we can see Shiv just very low in health.
not the ideal spot for a Shiv to be in this instance, where you're gonna have to play really far back. But both Yamato and Bebop are really good at taking you out of your comfort zone. You're the Yamato from diving in outright, or Bebop from just landing hook. Meanwhile, though, off on the right side, a little bit of slap having left, though, able to take down one, ends up being a trade. This Pyro comes in to even the score.
I feel getting a little bit cocky there, but I was able to almost, just completely win out in that 1v1. So we got headshot booster coming in for Hoot off the bat. I was expecting a healing right to be picked up probably for the Shiv. Panera here, considering how low he was off the get-go. And with the hook available, you're going to have to respect another time. I mean, the thing is, like, the last ultimate, like, how you shouldn't successfully be able to get that off with a frozen shelter and with a hook out of Hoot. Why do I keep calling it Hoot?
That's a spot there where Lash is low enough that now the Shiv, very, very exposed. Ends up being more poke, doesn't end up being something that Xeno necessarily wants to dive in on, but the tempo of the lane very much in favor of Thanos here so far. Healing right gonna get popped, and Xeno right now on the prowl. Jason looking for a little bit more poke here into the middle. Suit meanwhile, hook at the ready, and just flash getting whapped in the middle of the lane. Xeno from the side, all that was required.
Interesting to see as well, if we haven't noticed yet, that Rocker is going to be on the Kelvin, which isn't in true Rocker style, but someone had to play the support. And Hydration going to be on the Infernos, which we have seen in the past. Xeno is going to be over on the Yamato. So I feel like we're starting to see, Xeno unlocked a little bit, considering he's been on the Geist. And if they continue to play with him the same way they had before, he's going to get a lot of farm here, making him very difficult to deal with as this game goes on. Not to mention, he's already been able to put on some serious work here into the mid lane.
Well, Xeno's #1 hero by playtime, by a pretty wide margin, as far as I'm aware, is Yamato. So if Thanos is able to pick Yamato, more often than not, you're going to get Xeno on the character. I mean, there may be a few hero pool edge cases, but, generally speaking, it's just the way it goes. And, any game with heroes, and any MOBA elements, comfort heroes, there's a prestige added to it, or rather a luxury benefit if you can, align the two.
Hoot's got to be careful. He just knocked in Xeno into the opponents there. Trying to send the bomb their way. Gotta be a little bit careful. But Leffa on Calico. We saw Calico early on, and I thought it would have been Leffa on Calico, but he actually was on the Mirage in that game. And I think we saw Hydration on the Calico, so a little bit of a switch began going to like the depth of their pool. With the 3K Hyper being picked up, Nero was able to escape, but you know what? We wasn't. He's gonna fall from this one. The Guardian's gonna take a lot of damage, and this is just yet again this like mid lane dominance out of Thanos.
That was just bad for Wep there. It goes for the ground strike, gets locked in place for a moment, and all the while, the beam is just melting HP away. Lamaine, meanwhile, owl searching. His guys just be like, can't find me. Quick revenge down the middle, though. Wep back over and in. Flash having some of the very best I'm coming back to lane presence in the entire game, just with how the mechanics of ground strike tend to pan out.
Yeah, and he didn't even have Death Slam up yet. He's still at 2.9, so that's good to show that they can get kills without that Death Slam. They're going to have it available now, though, but I think with the return of the team, it's going to be difficult to pull it off unless you get some chip damage in. And Leffa just completely destroying Coffin. The lasso catching out Hydration here as well on the left-hand side. It looks like he'll be able to escape with the help of Rocker healing him up. And of course, the Flame Dash. Oh, okay, some decent damage again with the barrel, and that's going to be the Frozen Shelter used to keep them alive. And the turnaround fight had come in towards middle. Leffa did trade with Lomane on the right-hand side, but Hoot was able to get a kill over yet again onto, not Nayron, it was actually Wep in the mid lane. Or no, it was Nayron, sorry.
Also, Mo getting a taste of the Ice Beam right now. Drops a combo on the Kelvin. Fall through maybe there from the Holiday. And as I said, Nakaman, though, still going to go down. Holiday not quite able to finish things off. Going up and over. Low people on the other side, but goes for the barrel from downtown. Oh, that was close, Jason.
It connected.
Yeah.
Not enough damage for him, but that was, yeah, from downtown for sure. The true Kobe and Deadlock coming through. But, you know, still really close. Like 2K difference, 6 minutes in. It's definitely been a lot closer of an early game, I'd say, between these two teams than we saw in match 1.
Well, yeah, in match 1, it was borderline feeding that was going on here. Meanwhile, though, Leffa, speaking of feeding, feels a little bit hungrier now. However, might bit off more than they could chew. More coming on in. The Geist forcing back. However, Talon ult does come in. Leffa riding the line right now. Solo HP, and okay, Leffa's dead. Does set up low main for the kill, though, at the very least.
Yeah, at least he was able to get it with the charge shot there. I mean, that happened earlier on, was able to return it, and that's the wait, a hook under his own, no, a hook on the enemy tower, actually. Sorry, I got really confused there by the colors for some reason, and Aaron's gonna fall another time. So, you know, the Shiv, if we were talking about being an impact player, I mean, he's still keeping up in souls, to be fair, but it's been consistent deaths in a row now for him that you have to kind of worry about the future here if he's able to get some farm to get back into this.
Meanwhile, another hook coming on in from Hoot. And speaking of hooks, what about Lasso for your troubles? Right back in the tower. Parry, though, time double parry. Got the reset into the melee from the first parry. So the double hit, however, you're still getting chased down by the Holiday. Goes for the parry one more time, and that was one time too many as Skifovic had enough. Meanwhile, a little bit of combo action. So Skifovic for the second.
See, it only took you like 5 minutes, and then you got the name down perfectly. Frozen Shelter to come through on the 1v1. Skifovic, I mean, should have fallen there most likely if Rocker's able to hit his shots. Have to beam him to come back through, and he's actually doing a lot of damage here to this Mo and Krill. Nakaman's got to be careful. There's also the combustion comes in from the high ground, from the top rope, to slam it on down onto the Mo, and Nakaman's gonna fall.
That may have been the most intimidating and Infernus has looked in a little while, where he just looked at the sky and was like, is that an air burst exploding midair like an actual bomb? Yeah, it in fact was. However, Guardians being taken down, both teams trading out. Middle Guardian down for Thanos. Right Guardian down for Lodos. I'm kind of happy that for now we won't see these teams play again for at least a handful of days, because both ending in O's, it's a bit much, Jason.
It is not easy whatsoever. The death time going to be canceled out on. Wep going to get on towards the higher ground into the 1v1 against low main, who's trying to survive, but the ground strike comes through, and Wep's able to get that kill. Maybe even get a Guardian off this as Hydration is able to spawn. That was over towards the left-hand side as they try to get aggressive towards that Guardian, and Wep's got to be careful. He's already low on HP. The Hyper Beam going to be coming through as well. They continue chase coming out of Xeno. There it is. Kill comes through.
Xeno showing why Yamato is one of his best so far. Chasing on down. Nice self-control. Senses the parry coming. Turns the corner. Looking. Geist still somehow living, but now taken down. Fall through there from Hoot as well, as Thanos able to get the cleanup they're looking for in on the left. Starting to get a nice lead here, Jason, right before the urn.
Yeah, the perfect timing for it. And you get some last-minute buy-ins. And Aaron's at 3k to spend, so not bad. He's actually at 8k in souls. He's kind of able to help lead his team, which is kind of surprising, to be perfectly honest. Hoot's actually going to be one of the top spenders, the top earners, I guess I should say, for Thanos. With the urn spawned in, it looks like Lotus have positioned themselves around this one. The paradoxical swap not going to connect those. Hydration was able to escape it.
Well, this
and
is
everyone's
ideal.
converging on this.
The problem is, Jason, it's ideal Death Slam territory, but you don't have a Death Slam. Instead, Lash goes in with the ground strike, looks to make things happen. Owl used early from low main. Coffin working around here on Paradox, in and around, getting chased down by Leffa. Return the Shadow already used. Coffin is down. Hoot, though, falling in turn. Both teams down one here so far. Battle for urn pickup continues. Frozen Shelter, though, provide plenty of stability here for Hydration. Now burning on down, over, in, making the Infernus look pretty decent here so far. Wep, though, from above, Goomba stomping down on the rocker. Leffa, meanwhile, gonna grab the urn. Might be time to run.
That's the true coming in from the higher rope there, to be honest. Wep just completely obliterating Rocker. And again, that Frozen Shelter, I think you mentioned, like, to stabilize the fight, stabilize the HP. You obviously one of Kelvin's strongest abilities when it comes to it, but we do see, as you mentioned, Leffa pick up the urn. He's rotated towards the right-hand side, but there's really not enough backup here on the right-hand side for him to turn this in. And the Shadow Transformation has gone out. And Xeno's gotta back away with this one, just trying to survive with the help of Rocker. But you shouldn't be able to turn this Urn in. There should be no way. Instead, they're actually pushing the left lane Guardian here to get their third of the match.
Well, I like what Lodos is doing. I mean, they're pushing right lane, which is where the Urn turn is going to be, and they're getting a double benefit here, effectively. Well, yeah, they're giving up left and turn. For Lodos, right now, they'd love to get Walker, knock him in, able to punish Rocker in on the right-hand side. And not only are they pressuring the Urn, they're getting value onto the Walker also. So I think the macro timing here from Lodos is quite good, and it's evening up the game, Jason, too. Look at the overall economy.
Yeah, very smart move out of them. The Urn has been officially dropped now. As you can see, Neyron's pushing the middle Walker at the same time. So they're getting a lot of damage done around the map, especially if they can keep that left lane Walker alive. As soon as going to get the hook in. Weep just trying to escape from this one. He should be falling, though, just too low on HP as the counter push had come in over on this right-hand side yet again out of Thanos. It might just come down to a battle of attrition.
Meanwhile, yeah, Walker be under fire on the left, Walker under fire on the right. Lodos all in on the right Walker. Meanwhile, Paradox getting beamed on down. Rocker trying to create space here on the right-hand side. Apparently has done that with the aid of low main. Now they're able to push on out. They're able to keep the Walker protected. Meanwhile, you take a look at the left Walker, Jason, and Thanos getting closer and closer to grabbing it. Weap has already used Death Slam here. No kills from it thus far.
Yeah, this should be going down. So in the end, we're going to see the... Okay, I was going to say the Walker take him. And we still might get the Urn turn in. Like, Loman is still fighting against Neyron here because Lodos has completely abandoned this position. This should be a take coming in for Thanos. And honestly, like, we got to credit to both teams when it came to the macro playoff of this.
Urn turn in. Comes on in here for Thanos. So Thanos now, a little bit of contest towards the end here. We got Pyro hopping on in. Rocker buying time with the Frozen Shelter, able to get out of the worst of it. Now, change in targets here to the back line. Geist helping out the Mo. The Owl coming in a little bit late for the save. One down for Thanos towards the end. But overall, Jason, you gotta like where Thanos landed themselves. Oh, speaking of landing, there's the hook over nearly into the Walker. Punishment is there, and Skifovic just getting punished by the hook.
I mean, Thanos in the end is going to be winning out quite heavily when it comes to all the decisions being made. Respect to Lodos, though. But I mean, Hoot is just putting on a massive clinic. Not the ideal target to be able to get in close range of, but it doesn't matter. They get the kill nonetheless. They're continuing to push out even more, looking for Neyron another time. As you can totally see, Hydration expected that dash to come through, immediately backed off of that one either way. And they eventually come out with the kills they needed in this. And they get the Walkers. They keep both their Walkers alive, mid and right lane. And they come out now with a 13,000 soul lead after a decent turnaround, honestly, out of Lodos.
Man, oh man. There's times where looking at Hoot's movement is hypnotic. And I wouldn't think I'd say that about someone on Bebop in the moment. And it's so hypnotic that Hoot had the pause. He's just like, you're praising me. Continue praising me. I'll pause the game to give you a little bit more time.
Keep going. Don't stop. I want to keep hearing the praise. Yeah, no, we're gonna move on past it. I don't think. No, he's definitely been playing really well. It's 648. There's a reason we see him constantly be a nuisance on Bebop, whether it was on Maidong or on Thanos now. But again, I mean, his Sinclair was also pretty damn strong in the last match. I mean, it definitely. I think if we were to assign an MVP for Thanos in the last game, I think we'd probably both agree that Hoot probably earned it.
Yeah, I think Hoot has, in general, especially for the two maps I've had so far. I mean, they're standouts. I think Xeno has been very, very consistent too. The Geist game was magnificent, and really, so far the Yamato game has been looking quite good also. But it's kind of hard to beat the style points we've gotten from Hoot in addition to the impact on the game.
Well, moving back on into it, about to hit the 15-minute mark, so they are going to come back and play once again. So a lot of center sacrifices up on this right-hand side, though, to be taken. And Coffin might have gotten caught, or maybe he actually caught him in Infernus. Hydration be forced to back off from this. Well, eventually turns into a kill for Hoot.
Yeah, Hoot just happened to be there as like, I smell burning. I would like to get in on this fight. So they're at the backup for Hydration. And now Urn is spawned. If you're Thanos, I think they would have higher priority here, but actually take a look. they're letting the Urn pick up. Nope, it's Hoot. Hoot's able to grab the Urn pickup, but is under pressure all the way, and he's immediately punished for it. Leffa, for the support, goes on in, and oh, the rescue the other way. Punishes Nakaman in turn.
Who would have thought the combo could work against you?
Well,
Use the rescue beam.
Yeah, when rescue beams involved, you know, that's the thing about Mo. Mo's just kind of locked in like a crocodile, right? Where, you know, they'll just stay on the prey no matter what. And that even includes if you rescue beam them away. Mo's just like, no, I'm not stopping these fists. I don't care what's on the other side.
Because they are playing against a team who's from NA. But I think we are. But I think we are seeing like there is a depth in talent in EU. But I think like the top of EU and the
Full off.
oh yep, we're technical pause.
Go pause. Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yep, we hear you.
All right, well, ladies
Well,
and gentlemen, we are back into the game. I thought you'd pick up a little bit quicker, but it's fine. I can jump in real fast. And we did have a little bit of a technical difficulty, but it should be all back and good to go. So if you guys don't see this, well, you probably can't hear me. So, but we're all good to go. And it looks like we're hopping back into this with Thanos now, with actually being behind in Souls.
Yeah, Town's a little bit behind in Souls despite the snipe we just saw. However, getting caught by Leffa, and I still think I'm not a fan of the Lash into the late game. Hoot on the Nakaman right after. And yeah, I mean, the way this is going right now, even with it being even in Souls, I like Town's position more, especially if they're able to convert some of those pickoffs they just had directly in the mid boss.
Oh yeah, and a contestant McCoffin, he could get a parasol swap to try to go for a steal, but it's still going to be so difficult to do so, especially when you have the Yamato. But then again, no shadow transformation going to be there. Also, we're seeing the response out of Skifovich. Instead, he's pushing the right lane Walker.
Yeah, I mean, trying to get some value because going the middle would have been a one-way trip. But Thanos, first mid-boss of the game, a little bit behind in souls. However, Hydration taking the fight over here with Nayron. Nayron going down, and I will say this. We didn't really touch on it, but I think it's always worth noting is that I do think Infernus does go up a little bit more in value if the other team is pick shift. That's like one of those just inherent harder counters in the game.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, one part I will be nitpicky on with Lotus is like their draft has seemed a little bit wonky in both games now. Like in match 1, the first half of the draft looked good. Match 2, first half of the draft looked pretty good. And then we get into like the Shiv, Lash. I mean, the guys even looked good, but then like the Shiv, Lash, we were a little bit, you know, questioning. And so far, it's kind of working out for them so far, but I kind of wonder, like, if they clean up the draft, maybe flesh out their hero pools, maybe that's the limitation of it. Maybe there's a world we can see them actually be like a proper contender for some of these top slots in EU.
Xeno under pressure, wisely timing the shadow transformation. Hydration though, falling in the aftermath. However, still needs a spot here for Xeno the Feast. Frozen Shelter going on down. Xeno fighting within. Rotating back around here with Letha. Pressure being directed wholly at the Walker right now. Time Wall going down, giving Paradox very brief reprieve. Or the combo in on Letha. Return the Shadow Gap to be used to live. Meanwhile, Xeno into the back, finishing off the Walker. Letha diving on in, ends up falling, but the rest of the cleanup perhaps going the way of Thanos. And no way, is he going in? Jason, that is ridiculous energy from Xeno, and you know, this is why it's ridiculous energy, because he just
Did you see his camera? He did a forehead slam with his hand because he realized, yeah, that was stupid. that was hilarious.
Like, should I go in? I will go in. Brain, why'd I listen to you?
Yeah, Brain, why'd I listen to you? Damn it, Brain. What have I told you about that? I mean, still, at the end of the day, they come out with a lot of kills, right? And they still come out with taking the lead for themselves. So, in the end of the day, it still worked out for them. A little bit of an overcommitment for sure out of Xeno there. But either way, at the end of all of this, they're going to take themselves the last Walker of the game, give themselves another flex slot, and continue to grow this lead even further. But we also did miss the fact that Thanos lost all of their Walkers in that little bit of a technical difficulty we had.
Yeah, a little back and forth. Meanwhile, though, look at Pyro, super low right now, trying to find a way out of the grasp of Letha and Hydration, not going to get it there. And Thanos right now, starting to get a significant lead, dropping the Owl for a little bit of wave control off to the outside, and Coffin running afoul of Xeno.
Surprised actually to see Thanos back away from this, considering they had 3 kills. Rejuvenator just now expired, so I guess they're going to go to clean up the jungle. But again, I assume they would have stuck in the enemy jungle to clean that up first. Even a couple of center sacrifices on the left and right hand side. Just trying to mentally take stock of things. I mean, Xeno's at 28,000 souls, low main at 29. And the only one that comes really close is Pyro on the opposite side. And then Wep, but a Lash equal farm. I think you'd rather see someone else be more towards that higher end for the team. I guess Nayron's there as well at 26k.
We have been absorbing farm, but it also really hasn't felt like we've seen major death slam moments. Like, if anything, Weep has gotten most of their value from just normal ground strikes, right place, right time sort of stuff. But the death slam value, a little bit elusive at times, Jason.
I mean, maybe we did miss like a really insane one during the tech break we had. I'm not sure, because there had to have been something to get Lotus that far in the lead. You know, whether it's a death slam or something else is obviously still to be seen. But at the end of the day, I gotta stop saying that. We do see all the Walkers being taken, and Lotus were the ones to do it first. So showing that they can like kind of take a lead and make something happen off of that. As things kind of like slow down a little bit while we do see jungle being taken, actually an invade coming out of Lotus on this right hand side. You have to imagine that the next fight's going to come down towards probably the urn in 10 seconds time.
And you know, we've seen some teams. I think the most interesting take today was we saw Aegis Aurora just outright reject the urn at times if they thought they were gonna lose the fight, but also work on top here. Lotus again, sneaky with it. Hoot, they're looking for it. The death slam gonna be used. Swap though, not gonna be dropped in turn. Meanwhile, the rescue beam just gets you completely out of Lash's clutches. Rocker being the savior. Meanwhile, hydration, concussive combustion being used down on ground floor. As you see the Talon taking to the sky here. Hoot finally gonna go down. Low main though, going, oh, you still have a little bit HP? Oh no! The owl clips the side of the roof. Couldn't have been intended. Meanwhile, Lash, rooftop champion, back from behind, finishes off low main. Interesting turn of events here. 2 for 2 here so far. Here's the thing though. Xeno still charged up. Good to go. Hot pursuit. Looking here for the mo. Gonna find it. And again, it's Xeno being on cleanup duty in a lot of these fights, Jason.
Yeah, I don't. It's funny because he's not necessarily like diving the back line and absorbing a lot of damage like we saw at Apache Pop this last week when they beat up against Hydra Nation. But he's more so just like in and out of the fights consistently. And I guess he's allowing like Leffa and Hydration and Hoot to kind of be more of a distraction and then use like the healing out of Rocker to keep himself alive. But like the constant like, you know, duck in, do some damage, back away. It's really hard for Lotus to deal with because they don't really have any real healing. Like I don't think they have a rescue beam carrier. So it's been really difficult for them to kind of use, like have long extended fights, I should say.
So 158k to 180k Thanos, a very firm, substantial, and Xeno, a huge part of that. I mean, we haven't really gone fully into the economy allocation, but 37k on Yamato, you're starting to hit that band-wise raid boss status, is where you've gone to. Lash, right now, deep dive here on the Rocker. Frozen Shelter, though, gonna be used. Death Slam within the Frozen Shelter. Looking for the Kelvin. Up and over. Still not a great spot for Lash to be in. And finished off the power shot from low main. In over the top. So you've gotten rid of the Lash cleanly right as mid-boss comes up. And, yeah, Jason, they're probably gonna go for it.
Yeah, Shadow Transformation, especially with Death Slam not being around, this almost certainly should be a mid-boss take. I mean, if you're Lotus, though, you kind of almost need to force a contest here. Or maybe if you can turn this around and get a kill onto left, this actually could be exactly what you need to kind of keep things equal and deny them away from taking it.
Luffa, though, so incredibly tanky that even with the lasso, unable to finish. Meanwhile, here comes Xeno. You got the Shiv trying to hold things back, but instead doesn't feel comfortable going on in. Ends up burning a bit from the Infernus. Mo ends up going down, and again, if you're Thanos, you go for mid-boss, and you dare Lotus to do something about it.
And Coffin's in the vicinity. Looks like the rest of them are grouping up to go for this too. I just don't think realistically you can take it. Then again, you are 26,000 behind. If they take Rejuve and start to siege your base, I mean, you're looking at probably a 0-2 for your first showing here. The one-win Bombshell Vol.5.
Rejuve, easily claimed here by Thanos. Thanos now working at a near 30k lead plus Rejuvenator. Lotus in hot retreat right now. 5 seconds away from lasso is Skifovic. Left of those says, no worries. Chasing on down. And, you know, Leffa actually pulls away from that one. I think maybe a little bit worried about, you know, the possibilities of where Lasso would bring them in and of the moment, but Thanos only down Hoot right now. Base Guardians in their sight.
Seeing him run in towards like the right door frame and then immediately back towards the like back out the other way, which is, I don't know why, that made me giggle. It's so funny to see. They have to worry about the Death Slam though for Thanos. Weep's gonna have it up, and obviously with the kill on a Coffin, let's make them a little bit weaker. And that Mystic Reverb even getting a kick off the zip line here for low main. And again, Thanos back away with Hoot already down. And I'm just gonna wait for that respawn, maybe buy up a bit though. It's not that many souls in the pocket, at least for a couple of players. And I mean, you're seeing the sneaky snake play come in out of Lotus multiple times now. I mean, they used the Paradox and the Mo and Krill hiding on the high ground before. They're trying to use the Lash in a similar way. And I think that's why we're seeing maybe Thanos be so respectful and cautious to go for a push into the base.
Well, we'll see if Weap is able to find some magic on the Lash. It is one of the few true outs Lotus might have to flip this game around, but it is much easier said than done. I do love, as I said, I do love the cat, like, climbing up the rope animation. It's fitting.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you could. There's no way a dog would be able to climb up a rope. I could definitely see a cat doing it in real life. Even though
You just really had to turn it into. You own a dog, by the
yeah,
way.
dogs are better than cats, 100%. Just like coffee's better than tea. There's been some arguments in chat about me not liking tea. Do you like tea? No, there's no way you like tea.
I like both tea and coffee in moderate amounts. It's not like neither are my go-to. But.
ZP, there is no Diet Coke flavored tea, as far as I know.
Yeah, or coffee. But you know,
exactly.
you deal.
You could probably find Diet Coke creamer or something.
Well, Infernus turning in the urn. Hydration just walks it on in. Here comes Xeno. Shadow transformation done. This is where Yamato just gets to walk at you. Moves on forward. Nakamen down. Now, turning the eyes on the Shiv. Full HP, 3,000 HP, good to go. This time around, if you die to the Guardians, I don't think you're gonna die, Xeno. Moves over, Neyron down. 3 dead for Thanos. Or 3 dead for Lodos, and Thanos looking in prime position to get at least the first stage patron down.
If anything, like Xeno was getting trolled by his own team. Rocker rescue beamed him back. He's like, no, leave me alone. I want to keep pushing. I want to keep going at them. They're gonna take down the first shrine. The second's gonna fall shortly after. Most certainly the first stage patron. Though there should be, I think, one more respawn at a Lotus coming through. I mean, once they take the patron down, there's gonna be about 10 seconds left on Wep and Neyron. And not to mention, Nakaman should be able to respawn back in time. That's going to be the lasso connecting, but Pyro's going to fall. Eskifovich and Coffin, the only 2 remaining defenders. I don't really think there's much you can do to this. At least they'll have one more get-go. And I'm not 100% sure Thanos are going to commit for the push here. I mean, I guess they still have the 6v5, even with the respawns coming through. But that Death Slam back into Pit, they need to have Hoot hit that hook to prevent it from wiping out Thanos.
I mean, they're pretty good alt-wise, you know. Still has Shadow Transformation on deck. And Thanos right now looking keen to keep the fight going. Second stage patron now starting to take some real damage. Low main able to take down Coffin. Here we go. Death Slam over into the fountain. Is there going to be fall through onto it? Nope, just able to head on out. Well, okay, left ends up falling, but so does the patron as Thanos finish it out 2-0 over Lodos, giving them the harsh baptism in to 1-win Bombshell volume number 5.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily the cleanest of wins for Thanos, but it was a win nonetheless. Still looking like a team that has some potential, even though they are see a mix of a couple of different rosters and a couple of different players in there. But also for Lodos, I mean, they didn't look horrible whatsoever. I still say if they can clean up the draft, maybe flush out some things in terms of maybe hero pools within that roster, we could see like a pretty legitimate threat. But I want to see obviously how they do against some of these other teams like Aegis Aurora, if they've done their homework when it comes to the draft phase of looking at bandwise and knowing how to deal with him when it comes to Warden, how they're going to fare against the likes of like Paravision as well. But that, I mean, that's just going to round out their first day of play. I mean, that was only one best of 2 series they got to play today. They're going to have much more tomorrow.
That's right. I mean, this is just the first day of our group stages. A lot of deadlock to be consumed here this week overall, and it's going to be exciting, especially here in EU where, you know, EU, we've kind of had the power trio for a while here, Jason, and now the question is, can we get some new faces, some new storylines? And Aegis Aurora, you know, earlier today seemed to be fitting the bill, but, you know, focusing on the map we just saw here, past a certain point, it was a Xeno show. Got way ahead of the game and farm on the Amato and was continually the rock behind Thanos' team fights, keeping them in it, even when there was a brief period of time where Lodos was in the lead, albeit briefly.
I don't even want to say it was just him, though. I mean, we got to give credit to Hoot. Like, Hoot and him in that mid lane were really put on a clinic in both of those matches in this series, like really keeping Lodos back quite heavily. Like, there was really not much you could do. Like, the Shiv didn't really have a chance to do much because he was constantly punished, constantly low on HP, and that obviously affected him later on. Obviously forced Lotus to give him a little bit of extra farm to catch up and did, I guess, skew things a little bit. But I mean, considering you did have Xeno get so far ahead of his team because they were committing so much farm to him, you kind of need someone like that on your roster that you can feed the farm to and know it's going to give you results.
And also, it's kind of another note here, another game where, you know, even though I think Hydration played fine Infernus-wise, it wasn't the Infernus being the star of the show, with one exception is that I do think the presence of Infernus does make Shiv's life a little bit not great, all in all. And I think that aspect cannot be underrated. Neyron having a tough game, but looking at the overall stats here, the eye test does check out in terms of what was going on in the late game, although also actually, Xeno only putting out the barest amount more than Lomane, who was on point with power shots pretty much all game long.
I think actually even just barely being ahead still kind of shows how dominating you were in that game, because we always see great talents topping the damage beaters because of the safety you can play from range with your power shots, like or your charge shots. I'm not surprised at all to actually see it be kind of so close between the two. And Loman also had a really good game when it came to lane. I mean, 14 kills, 9 assists coming through. Didn't do too much objective damage. You can still see most of the rainbow going the way of Xeno, to be perfectly fair. But at the end of the day, I mean, Hoot 20 assists, Lefa 20 assists as well. I mean, Hoot really did do a lot of work in the early game to help facilitate Xeno getting strong, but also keeping Wep and Nayron really hindered in lane.
I think Hoot is kind of the example of what you need out of your Bebop, where we've seen a lot of different Bebops across EU and North America, especially in the last month. And there'll be times where a team will pick a Bebop and you'll just wonder, okay, nothing's really going on. This is, you're supposed to get early game dominance, won the world.
Yeah.
Hoot is the active style of Bebop you need to make the Bebop pick worthwhile. And also, when you're playing as well as Hoot, pretty entertaining to watch throughout the game.
Him and Overseas, I think, and I want to say Task, but Task was more, I mean, when we saw him last, it was kind of unfair because he was with a Lash, a Bebop Lash, and you're not really going to get many kills until you're like getting your ultimate online. But Overseas, Task, Hoot, definitely like top 3 for me when it comes to EU, or close to pretty much that, those 3 players on that Bebop. But you know what, ZP? We do have to round out the day. We still have a little bit more housekeeping to do before we can fully wrap things up, because it has been, I mean, 7 best of 2s. We had Seymour and Metro earlier on casting. They'll be back tomorrow in the second half of the broadcast. I believe we'll be bringing you the initial get-go. But some pretty good games. And we had a lot of 2-0s, but there were still some close 2-0s we had, especially when it came to our matches.
And of course, this was the end result of the day. On the full recap here, or actually, no, this is what's going on tomorrow. This is day 2. So we're kicking off with the 2 teams that qualified, the Sis Rejects versus Lodos, and then Lodos going from, you know, a team in qualifiers to VP. A difficult adjustment. VP then getting their crack at Aegis Aurora. Paravision being the benchmark versus Aegis Aurora, which to me, that matchup to me, Jason, actually may be the most interesting of the entire day, because it kind of solidifies who is number 3 in EU right now. Because going to the tournament, Paravision undisputed number 3, a bit below VP and certainly below 1 win, but in the conversation as kind of the holy EU trio. If any team could give them a fight right now, it would be Aegis Aurora.
Yeah, I completely agree. And we could have a potentially new like 3rd top team over in EU out of Aegis Aurora, which, you know, could help their potential for invites to some other events. I'm also still looking forward to the 1-win VP matchup that will be coming on a different day. But maybe we should, I didn't quite catch what was told to me. I'm not sure if we have standings coming up.
No, we don't. It was said time to say goodbye, which means everyone, thank you for watching here today. This was the first day of the 1-win Bombshell Volume number 5. We have deadlock action coming at you all week. Be sure to follow the socials on the channel to get more, or just tune in tomorrow here at the same time. The group stages will continue, the action will evolve, and we'll see you then.